The scene before his eyes is Kangwu Shan, home of the Ming-Kang sect. Absolutely stunning scenery, with layers upon layers of mountains and clouds. Inside the market area, Xu Feng hears a lot of bustling noises. Hey, someone's setting up a stall over there, let's go check it out. Our male lead appears looking incredibly refined. He's holding a book in his hand, reading attentively. He's a registered disciple of the Shanyuan Temple, commonly known as Zhang Yan. Others who see him looking like this snicker. That guy's so average. His cultivation seems shallow. What's he even trying to understand? Ancient texts are as hard as heavenly scriptures. Ancient writings passed down. How could he possibly comprehend them? What a fraud. Zhang Yan gently closes the book and puts it down on the table. Hearing those words, he feels like life really isn't easy. He picks up the jade pendant in his hand, lost in thought. It's been 10 days since I was reborn. Not only has my cultivation not improved, but even making a living is difficult. This time, he was reborn into a body that also goes by the name of Zhang Yan. 10 days ago, behind Kangwu Mountain, the sky suddenly collapsed. He recalls that back then, in his previous life, he picked up a piece of jade that fell from the sky. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was devoured by a mysterious force. Unfortunately, he still LC'd, likely means lost connection/died. But he comes from the future era of Earth, sacrificing himself after 7 years of hardship to cover the base's retreat. Because he held onto a strong desire to survive, he was reborn into this person's body. No background, no fortuitous encounters. He has to rely on his talent for translating ancient texts to make a living, and like this, the great Dakio seems more distant and hopeless than ever. Zhao Yuan glances past his translation stall and can't help but turn back to look. He feels like he has to say something, so he turns back to taunt. Your cultivation isn't high. How could you possibly read ancient texts? Zhang Yan says calmly. If you don't believe me, why don't you give it a try? Zhao Yuan, extremely confident, takes out a Taoist book and challenges him. As it happens, I have a book here. If you can understand it, I'll reward you handsomely. Zhang Yan, with an extremely calm demeanor, gently places his hand on the Taoist book. Rest assured, I've fortunately already read this, Yangchuan Water Movement Scripture. I have a firm grasp of its contents, no need to look at it. These words make Zhao Yuan a little doubtful. Ancient texts are so dry and difficult to understand, you can memorize them. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Zhang Yan doesn't reply but simply lifts his brush. Turns out he has a secret. He gently takes out the jade pendant from his sleeve. This piece of jade can help me think faster. I need to use it wisely. He continuously puts his brush to paper, astonishing Zhao Yuan. Ordinary people need reference cards to interpret ancient texts. This guy is interpreting it directly. Each of his brushstrokes seems to have a soul within them, emanating a power that not everyone can achieve. With this jade, the speed of thinking is increased tenfold. Not spending too much time. After a while, Zhang Yan stops writing. Zhang Yan neatly folds the scripture in his hand and hands it back to Zhao Yuan. It's done, please take a look. The Yangchuan Water Movement Scripture hides the Yangchuan water vein art. It is a rare technique. Zhao Yuan eagerly opens it up to take a look and praises it. Written very well, very well. He couldn't help but evaluate. This scripture explains the profound meticulously. Its order is worthy of a top-tier work. This person has an extraordinary talent in this area, definitely not ordinary. I must befriend him. Thinking is doing. He respectfully clasps his hands and introduces himself. This one is Zhao Yuan, a disciple of De Tujun. What is this brother's name? This one is Zhang Yan, a disciple of Shanyuan Temple. Zhao Yuan places his hand on his chest, acting friendly. We are both from the 3 lower courts here. Looks like we can be considered fellow senior and junior brothers. He then takes out a small jar and puts it on the table. I didn't bring any treasures with me today in my rush. This is jade essence sand from the 5 elements divine sand, worth 2 taels. I hope junior brother will accept it. Zhang Yan looks at him and sincerely advises. Many thanks, Zhao Xiang. Zhao Xiang's emotions are fluctuating. Your temperament is too chaotic. Remember not to cultivate ancient texts. Thank you for your concern, junior brother. As the sun sets, it's time for Zhang Yan to go home. Standing on the mountaintop watching the sunset, his heart is full of thoughts. Today, besides Zhao Yuan, no one else came. I need to find a new way to make a living in the future. Suddenly, a footstep approaches behind him. This girl, who seems to have a temper as fiery as ice cream, is Zhao Ying. As soon as she arrives, she asks grumpily, "You're Zhang Yan, right?" Seeing her being so unstable, he replies seriously, "That is me." Waiting for just this sentence, she immediately draws her sword and points it at Zhang Yan. After my senior brother cultivated the ancient text that you interpreted, he vomited blood and fell into a coma. You must be the con man who harmed my brother. Zhang Yan could only furrow his brows in thought. It seemed Zhao Yuan hadn't listened to his advice. He also offered a straightforward solution. Whether I'm a swindler or not,
Just go to the Deju temple and ask Zhao Yuan, and you'll know, HMPH. If anything happens to my bro, I'm coming for you. After that, they arrived at the Deju temple. Inside Zhao Yuan's room, he was lying unconscious on the bed. And Zhang Yan had been taking his pulse for a while. After assessing the situation, Zhang Yan understood the problem. Zhao Bro's mental state is unstable. And he rushed to practice inscription patterns, leading to chaotic Q flow. Luckily, it's not too dangerous, he'll wake up soon. Zhao Ying, still with that threatening look, brandished the sword in her hand. If my bro doesn't wake up, don't even think about leaving here. Suddenly, the door was unexpectedly opened, causing everyone to turn around.
His name was Bian Chao, the deacon of this Deju temple. Looking at his appearance, he wasn't much different from a pig, but his tone was arrogant. Zhang Yan, you have some nerve. Zhang Yan frowned as he looked at him, still thinking. If I remember correctly, this guy is Bian Chao, the deacon here. Usually, besides managing everything, he also has authority over the disciplinary disciples. Bian Chao kept babbling, pretending to speak loudly. You are a disciple of the Shan Yuan temple, an outsider, deceiving the world to gain fame, using the guise of interpreting inscription patterns to harm our disciples. What should your punishment be?
Zhao Ying stood on the side, silently watching the show. Bian Chao wasn't someone to be trifled with. Let's see how Zhang Yan deals with this. Zhang Yan, with a firm gaze, replied with sharp words. Zhao Bro's coma is due to incorrect cultivation. It has nothing to do with me. The Deju temple and the Shan Yuan temple are on the same line, in the lower house of the Mingxiang sect. How can your words intend to sow discord within the sect?
Bian Chao shuddered upon hearing these words, sweating profusely. This Zhang Yan is really cunning, unexpectedly catching my mistake. He had already prepared something in his chest and was smug. Good thing I prepared early. He pulled out 3 Taoist books, mockingly challenging. I've always followed the usual practice. I won't falsely accuse anyone. Here are 3 inscription patterns. If you can interpret them here, I won't blame you. Thought it was hard? This is too simple for Zhang Yan. He hastily took the 3 books in his hand. He smugly said, okay, let's do as you say. Seeing his confident appearance, Zhao Ying felt like she was struck by lightning. Interpreting 3 inscription patterns, where does Zhang Yan get his confidence from?
Bian Chao stroked his beard smugly, looking down on him.
Let's see if you have the ability. Zhang Yan was extremely determined with this bet. Today I must clear my name.
Bian Chao pointed outside the courtyard. I want to go there to get to work.
Everything had been prepared outside, just waiting for Zhang Yan to pick up the brush.
Other disciples passing by, seeing a good show, peeked in. What kind of blind fool would provoke Bian Chao? So it's a registered disciple of the Shan Yuan temple. Rumored to have deceived the sect, he even wants to prove his innocence. Deacon Bian told him to immediately read the 3 inscription patterns inside. Bian Chao also noticed these people, and a good idea suddenly came to him.
He deliberately shouted loudly, calling everyone over. Everyone here, please be witnesses, to avoid rumors later that I'm bullying someone.
Before starting, Zhang Yan asked him again to make sure.
These 3 inscription patterns. Deacon Bian has memorized them by heart and knows the incantations.
He smirked contemptuously. That's right. Holding a book in his hand, Zhang Yan said words that shocked everyone. Since I've seen the first volume, I'll read it out loud. No need to write with ink. The correctness of the inscription pattern will be decided by Deacon Bian. The people present were all gaping in surprise. Read it out loud. Is this guy crazy?
Deacon Bian's face darkened upon hearing his words.
How arrogant. If you can't understand it, see what you'll do.
Flipping through a few pages of the book, Zhang Yan assessed. The Yi Chao 2 volume has cultivation secrets, belongs to a high-level method, talking about how to deal with time, tempering one's bloodline. Next, he will begin to understand the incantation of the Yi Chao 2. At this time, Zhao Ying noticed the deacon's hand holding the teapot, trembling and angry. Bian Chao was a little flustered. Then, if it's really a top-grade method, if Zhang Yan can comprehend it, he'll be considered a prodigy. Very quickly, Zhang Yan understood the incantation. Yi Kiao Tu, Kiao Tong Shen Guan, Di Dang Ling Den. The 2 disciples quickly told each other. Whether it's real or fake, quickly go find paper to record it. It might be a secret incantation.
Zhang Yan just closed his eyes slightly, reading out the words of the Taoist text, entering the time to temper his body and mind, pushing back waste, and merging with Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying was genuinely surprised. Her body felt something resonating with Zhang Yan's incantation. It was stimulating her inner energy. She felt a surge of warmth, like entering a mystical realm. Truly amazing.
Bian Chao looked around anxiously and bewildered, as he saw all the surrounding disciples simultaneously starting to cultivate, according to the incantation.
He hurriedly interrupted Zhang Yan, snapping, "Enough! Stop chanting! This one's bad enough," he muttered, exhaling in frustration, placing his hopes on the next volume. He must have read this one already. Let's see what he does with the real deal.
Meanwhile, the disciple who went to get the paper finally returned. Here's the paper, you're late. Seeing the disciples so agitated, the old man approached Zhang Yan and whispered,
Avoid revealing the Dharma incantation. I want you to translate this. True text.
Looking at the new true text, he mused, the Kana, myriad compendium scripture, looks simple, but even though it only has 60 exquisite Zhuan characters, it contains 64 types of Dharma incantations. It's exhausting to decipher, and even a single mistake leads to failure.
Seeing him look a bit worried, the old man stroked his beard with a mocking smile. Don't tell me Xianxia can't even read 60 Zhuan characters.
Zhang Yan didn't respond, only offering a confident smirk. With this jade, which enhances my thinking, nothing is impossible.
1 day outside is worth 10 days inside the jade. Zhang Yan clutched the jade pendant tightly, as if holding on to victory. Borrowing the jade's power, I'll have plenty of time to think and decipher the true text.
Bian Xiao watched
Zhang Yan intently as he wrote on the paper, puzzled. He doesn't even need a privacy barrier. Does he have some secret technique?
After a while,
Zhang Yan put down his brush.
He confidently held up what he had written, and asked everyone, the myriad compendium scripture contains 64 types of Dharma incantations, all deciphered. Bian Jishi, would you like to personally verify it, or should I read it aloud?
Before Bian Xiao could say anything, the disciples behind him excitedly shouted,
Read it! Read it! The old man angrily snatched the translated scriptures from his hand, grumbling, I'll see for myself.
The further he read, the wider his eyes grew in shock. He trembled so much that he couldn't hold the teacup in his hand, and it fell to the ground and shattered. How is this possible?
Bian Xiao's face darkened, and he sweated profusely, thinking to himself,
a low-level registered disciple can comprehend the myriad compendium scripture. It's even easier to understand than my previous translation. Even the difficult parts are explained so clearly. But if I submit to him now, where will I put my face?
Seeing him so flustered,
Zhang Yan asked, what does Bian Jishi think?
The old man, clinging to the last bit of hope, reluctantly said,
I didn't expect you to actually have some skill, but there's still one more volume. If you can comprehend that, I'll be completely convinced.
Zhang Yan calmly flipped through the pages of the last scripture, lost in thought. He quickly closed the book, commenting, this, refining Qi true scripture, is just a mishmash of borrowed absorption techniques. Don't tell me you wrote it while goofing off in your free time.
Bian Xiao was fuming and speechless, as the disciples behind him snickered. Just then, Zhao Yuan stepped forward with a bright smile and called out, Zhang Yan Xixiong. Zhao Ying followed excitedly. Big brother, you're awake! Zhao Yuan looked towards Zhang Yan but still replied to Zhao Ying, I'm fine, don't worry you two. Zhang Yan also warmly reminded him, Zhao Xiong, remember in the future, don't cultivate strange dharma when your emotions are unstable.
Zhao Yuan was filled with remorse, and respectfully clasped his hands. Don't call me Xixiong, I should be calling you Xixiong. Sorry for troubling you today, I'm truly ashamed. Zhang Yan inquired about his condition. Zhao Xiang, you think too much. How's the Yongchuan meridian circulation dharma, cultivation going? Zhao Yuan happily told him. The scripture you deciphered is truly an ultimate dharma. Although my cultivation formula was wrong, after waking up, my cultivation base actually increased, like a bone transformation. The other disciples now truly acknowledged Zhang Yan's talent. I didn't expect the Shanyuan order to have such a genius. The Dexu order and Shanyuan order bloodline inheritances are all from the same family. In the future we can seek his help in comprehending the true texts. With everything settled, Zhang Yan turned to Bian Xiao, startling him. Bian Jishi, am I cleared of suspicion? Bian Xiao could only force a smile, pretending nothing happened. Today was just a misunderstanding. Cultivators don't fuss over trivial matters. You and I are acquainted. Consider it fate. But the old guy was also very tactful, taking out a vial of medicine from his hand and handing it to him. This is the Zihi Huo Dan. It can strengthen your origin and clear your meridians. Consider it a greeting gift. Being a sly person like Bian Xiao, he was already contemplating before accepting the gift. The Zihi Huo Dan is a priceless treasure. Taking this, then riding the wave seems pretty good. He accepted the vial of medicine from the old man and replied, Warden Burian is acting according to reason and completely justifiable. Everyone is from the same sect, so naturally, harmony is paramount. Bian Xiao smiled extremely fakely, regretting the loss of that vial of medicine. This kid really doesn't stand on ceremony. But he still had to say out loud, right, harmony above all else. The other disciples who witnessed this quickly rushed towards him, each wanting to ask for help. Senior brother Zhang, help me, I have this Tao scripture, please take a look. I don't know if senior brother has a Tao companion. Zhang Yan wasn't one to be easily swayed, he could only give them an awkward smile. It's getting late, I'll take my leave. Bian Xiao stood there, watching him leave, doubtful. I heard he's just a registered disciple. How could he understand something so profound? Could this person be naturally gifted, a descendant of some cultivation family? Or a spy from the demonic sect? The more he thought, the more wrong it felt, so another idea sprung up.
This matter is a bit strange. Tomorrow, I must go to the Shangyuan Guan to investigate Zhang Yan's identity.
In the early morning, 3 days later, in front of Zhang Yan's room,
Inside, he was cultivating while sighing. He raised his hand slightly, thinking, I've often heard people say that, after the foundation establishment, a cultivator's arms will naturally gain the strength of 1,000 caddies.
eyes can see through thick fog, and ears can distinguish the sounds of insects and birds.
It seems the saying is true.
He raised the jade pendant in front of his eyes, feeling a bit sad as he pondered. My predecessor was just an introductory disciple of Tianshan Guan. The cultivation techniques he obtained were just the most superficial entry-level mental cultivation methods. Without superior methods to guide me, my path to immortality will end here. Thinking back to when he transcribed the Yongchuan Xingmai Fa for Zhao Yuan, the stagnant energy in his body surged secretly, so he wanted to use that method to cultivate,
adding in the Zi Huo Dan and Yugi Sha to stabilize his qi and blood.
Just like that, Zhang Yan had cultivated for 3 years and finally advanced to the Ning Yuan Xianyi Zhu Yuan stage. Achieving Yuan Cheng Ru Zhen was only one step away.
A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. I've finally stepped onto the righteous path of cultivation. If I had continued to cultivate bitterly in the rock cave, waiting for the heavens to bestow an opportunity, where would I have gotten such an opportunity as today?
He also believed that cultivation was like ascending to the heavens. The higher you climb, the more difficult it becomes.
Thinking this, he felt he needed to work even harder. The long path of cultivation was only the first step on the great Dao. He definitely mustn't become complacent and careless.
The path of cultivation is like 10,000 soldiers crossing a wooden bridge. There's no turning back, only moving forward. Although difficult and dangerous, he told himself to treat it like a smooth road.
Suddenly, outside the door, Zhang Yan heard a sound. It had been a long time since he closed himself off to cultivate, and very few people came to greet him. Who could it be? Thinking this, he spoke up. Which senior brother is outside? A voice rang out from outside the door. Young master, it's Zhang Shi. So it was Shi Bo. This person was honest and kind, a servant in his family's manner. In his predecessor's memories, he had always regarded him as an elder uncle in the family. Zhang Yan immediately stepped out and opened the door to greet him. Uncle Shi, long time no see. Why have you come up the mountain at this time? It's been 3 months since I saw the young master, and the weather's getting colder. Your body is weak, so this old servant was worried and came up the mountain to see how you...
He led him inside, asking about his well-being.
Uncle Shi, you've come at the right time. Tell me some interesting things from down the mountain. Just to relieve the stuffy mood from being secluded for months. Young master. The old master placed great expectations on you before his death, only hoping you would study and take the exams. How can you waste your precious time here? Shi Bo was still troubled in his heart, not understanding. Is the young master the only one in the family with ability? Why must you suffer in this poor and desolate place? Zhang Yan turned his gaze towards the distant mountains, recited a poem, and said, My heart is on the great Tao. How can I covet worldly riches and honor? He thought about the things he had experienced, which made him feel much more mature. In his previous life, he experienced the apocalypse, and realized that ordinary people have no power to resist in the face of natural disasters and epidemics. In this life, I must obtain the great Tao of eternal life.
Seeing this, Shi Bo spoke frankly, damping his spirits.
Young master, your aptitude isn't high, and cultivation is hopeless. Why bother suffering so much?
In his heart, he thought that he had read too many cultivation stories. His mind had been poisoned, and he had come to believe such absurd tales.
Hearing this, Zhang Yan frowned, turning to ask, My aptitude isn't high. Where did you hear that? Just then, someone stepped forward, proclaiming, You heard it from me.
Seeing his appearance,
Zhang Yan frowned. Recognizing Zhu Zisheng
strolled over with his lackey, smirking,
Damn, cuz, a few years in these mountains really did you some good.
His tone dripped with disdain as he continued. Cultivation is tough, and your talent is just, meh. Why not just go home, follow your parents' example, and live a peaceful mortal life? Wouldn't that be way more chill? Zhang Yan couldn't help but chuckle coldly at those words. Family? Parents? He cut straight to the point.
Whose family? Whose parents are we talking about here?
Those words stirred up memories, and even the past life of this body felt bizarre. 3 years ago, this body's predecessor married the Dingyangzhu family's young miss, Zhu Yachu.
But after the wedding ceremony, during the wedding night, the bride suddenly glowed like a light bulb, claiming to be a reincarnated goddess. She said she was about to ascend to the heavens, and told him to take care of her mortal parents. After 100 years, she'd take him to the celestial realm to enjoy the good life. When he told his father about it, the old man actually believed it. Even when his relatives were arrogant and overbearing, he didn't complain. He wholeheartedly took care of Zhu family's parents.
Until one day, a Taoist priest dropped some truth bombs. It's all an illusion,
he said. Zhu Yuchu was just a normal cultivator, a disciple of Lingye Shengren from the Yuxiao sect.
What the priest said next pissed him off even more. Because Zhu Yuchu was pursuing the Great Dao, she couldn't take care of her parents, so she worried her morality wouldn't be complete. So she found his predecessor and used the puppet soul technique on him to get this sucker to take care of her parents and make up for her karma. Luckily, his predecessor got a tip and went to the Ming Kang sect's Tianyuan temple to seek the Dao, and that's how he avoided that disaster.
Looking at the situation now, he figured, Zhu Yuchu's little bro, Zhu Zisheng, is here to force me home. Guess after I left, the Zhu family couldn't find another patsy. The flashback ended, and Zhang Yan said coldly, I'm only focused on seeking the Dao right now. Why would I be a pawn for you, Zhu family?
Zhu Zisheng was shocked by his words,
and could only think, Zhang Yan's aura is strong. He's already at the foundation establishment stage, and his cultivation is even more stable than mine.
Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and frowned. Could it be that he was guided by some grandmaster? I'm a Yu Zhao sect disciple. If I force him to leave, the Ming Fang sect definitely won't let it go. Guess I can't touch him now.
With that in mind, he could only swallow his anger and turn to leave. If that's the case, then good luck to you.
Zhang Yan didn't bother with him, and smiled with satisfaction. After today, the Zhu family will probably increase the pressure. Luckily, my chance at the Great Dao has arrived. If Zhu Zisheng had come a few days earlier, I really would have had a hard time dealing with it.
On the back of the mountain where Zhang Yan lived, Bian Qiao said to two strangers, Senior brother AI, Zhang Yan's background is nothing special, right? One of them, Ai Zhongwen, said, I've checked 3 times. Zhang Yan is definitely from Donghua Dingyang, a normal registered disciple who came to the mountain at 17. Then thanks for the trouble, Senior brother AI. Looks like I was overthinking it.
The other one, Lin Tong, a disciple of Shanyuan Temple, said, just a small fry who learned some divination technique from who knows where. This guy's been getting a bit of a reputation among the bottom-tier disciples. Gotta suppress his shine a bit.
Hearing this, AI Zhongwen leaned in to discuss, then I'll go scout him out first. Heard he's already at the foundation establishment stage. Senior brother Lin, don't let your guard down, haha. I only reached core formation 2 years ago after our big bro's guidance.
As for some foundation establishment, I reckon Zhang Yan's strength is mostly just rumors. The 2 dudes then headed up the mountain towards Zhang Yan's place. Above them, Zhu Zisheng's footsteps echoed as he descended. These people faced each other, and they just looked at each other weirdly. Zhu Zisheng didn't say anything, just released a bit of his aura to intimidate the two. Ai Zhongwen felt it instantly. This guy's aura is way above us, probably already at the chi unlocking stage, better not mess with. But, contrary to his thoughts, Lin Tong stepped forward all cocky. Who are you? Get out of this daddy's way, you good-for-nothing dog. The moment those words left his mouth, a hand caressed his cheek, leaving him completely dumbfounded. That gentle slap from Zhu Zisheng sent Lin Tong tumbling down the stairs, while Ai Zhongwen's jaw dropped to the ground and his eyes almost popped out. Ai Zhongwen quickly turned to plead with Zhu Zisheng. This, fellow Taoist, please have mercy. Zhu Zisheng brushed past him, gave him a glance and a cold snort. Seeing that he was let off the hook, Ai Zhongwen hurried over to help Lin Tong, who was passed out on a tree branch. Brother Lin, get up quick. The two of them could only stare at Zhu Zitong's retreating figure, in fear. His cultivation is too high. Senior brother, AI, who is that guy? I've never seen him on the mountain before. Ai Zhongwen, with a bit of knowledge, guessed. Judging by his appearance, he seems to be Zhu Zisheng of the Zhu family. Worried about Lin Tong, Ai Zhongwen made a decision. Senior brother Lin, that guy's attack was vicious. Be careful and see if you have internal injuries. Why don't you go back and rest? First, I'll take care of Zhang Yan's matter. Then I'll leave it to you, junior brother. His head was still full of questions as he looked in the direction that Zhu Zisheng had left Zhang Yan's place. Zhu Zisheng is a Yuxiao sect disciple. Why is his cultivation related to him? He was also smart enough to assess the situation. This is definitely not a simple matter. Moments later, Ai Zhongwen was also standing in front of Zhang Yan's room. He stood thinking for a moment, then raised his hand to knock on the door. Is senior brother Zhang home? In response to the call, Zhang Yan slowly opened the door. Seeing the stranger standing there, he asked, who might you be? He quickly introduced himself. This humble one is Az Zhongwen. Senior brother is indeed as rumored, radiant, and dashing. Hearing the name, Zhang Yan thought to himself, rumor has it that this guy has wide connections, and is also at the foundation establishment stage like me. He's usually in charge of recording the sect's disciple list. But why is he coming to greet me? Could it be that he heard about my conflict with Bian Qiao and came to investigate? Zhang Wen also stared intently at Zhang Yan's appearance, evaluating him with a bewildered look. Although Zhang Yan is ordinary, his appearance and physique are extremely good, and the piercing light in his eyes is like a kind of oppression. It seems that his cultivation is definitely not weaker than mine, and may even be stronger. After a moment of exchanging glances, Zhang Yan invited him inside. Senior brother flatters me. I have long admired senior brother's great name. Please, senior brother come in and sit. I hope you don't mind the coldness of my humble abode. Zhang Yan kept his eyes glued to Zhang Yan's every move.
As he picked up a Taoist book, he thought to himself, Zhang Yan's temperament is extraordinary. He must have real skills. I originally wanted to stump him with a Shiwen text, but now it seems better to turn foe into friend and give him a favor. With that thought, he placed the book on the table and said, I heard that senior brother understands Shiwen texts. Recently, I found a Lin Miao Wen Fa which I'm giving to senior brother to study together. I still hope to receive some guidance. Zhang Yan read the book and said to himself, It seems that I Zhongwen came here this time just to make friends with me.
Incidentally, I Zhongwen also voiced the question in his heart. On the way here I met someone who looked familiar. I think it was third brother Zhu from Zhu family. Does senior brother know him?
Zhang Yan didn't hide anything and told him directly, Not only do I know him, but that eldest sister third brother is my wife.
Hearing this, Zhongwen was also very surprised.
He calculated in his mind. So they are related as brother-in-law and sister-in-law. The Zishu family has a prominent position in Donghua, and there have been no fewer than 100 cultivators above the nascent soul stage in recent centuries. Being able to marry a daughter of the Zishu family means that Zhang Yan's background is also not simple, and we must associate with him to explore further. Zhang Yan then asked, Does senior brother know about the Xuanwen Dharma Assembly? Of course I do. The Xuanwen Dharma Assembly is held once every 3 years. He sighed slightly, expressing helplessness. I originally wanted to go and see it, but I usually only focus on cultivation and don't associate with fellow cultivators, so I've never been able to get in. The place where he lives is called Donghua Zhu, and there are a total of 16 sects, with countless minor factions distributed above and below. Every 3 years, the factions organize the Xuanwen Dharma Assembly,
from which outstanding cultivators of the lower academies, major sects,
whether they are initiated or registered disciples, will come here to exchange insights on cultivation. He also gave some information about the name Xuanwen. Since the beginning of time, the mountains and plains, after being weathered by the sun and wind, have formed vast Jingwei patterns. The mysteries of the vast heavens and earth are hidden in those patterns, which, after modification, gradually form the unique classical texts of the cultivators. Legends also say that cultivators can comprehend the great Tao and ascend to immortality in broad daylight just by understanding Shisuen. From this, it can be understood that as long as one understands Shisuen, there is hope of reaching the immortal gate. The Xuanwen Dharma Assembly uses Shisuen to communicate and compete, and can be considered a major event for cultivators to discuss the Tao and contend for glory. Knowing that he wanted to come here, Zhongwen opened his mouth and said, With senior brother's level in Shiwen, how can you not show your skills at the Dharma Assembly? Come with me. Zhang Yan also knew that this place was an opportunity for peers to learn from each other, which could increase his reputation, so he should go, so he immediately agreed.
If senior brother has invited me, then this junior brother will not refuse.
Zhongwen took out a token and handed it to him. This token is the credential for the Dharma Assembly. With it you can enter the mountain gate.
Next he took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Zhang Yan without hesitation. This is the Zhang Yuan pill, which is used to harmonize qi and regulate the meridians. There are 12 pills. There will inevitably be struggles at the Dharma Assembly. I hope senior brother will accept this item to stabilize your strength. Zhang Yan accepted these items and did not forget to thank him. Senior brother, you don't need to be so polite. I still have something to deal with, so please excuse me. Thus, for the next 5 days, Zhang Yan stayed in his room reading as usual. He felt that this Lin Miao Wen Fa was one of the 10 mental cultivation books related to the final step of Yuancheng, entering Xian. Every word as precious as pearls. Those words seemed to be felt by him, and delved deep into his mind. He closed his eyes tightly to feel it most clearly. He could deduce the magic formula, analyze the advantages and disadvantages of the new text, and at the same time, his consciousness avoided learning the wrong magic formula leading to qi deviation. Then, he held the pill bottle in his hand, smiling contentedly. However, using the remnant jade really consumes mental strength. Fortunately, I used the Zhengyuan Dan before, so it's not too tiring. The more he read the texts, the more Zhang Yan radiated knowledge. His whole body's internal energy surged, and his original foundation was full of exuberant aura. It was even better than meditating for a night. This Yuan Dan bottle also surprised him with its effectiveness. It's a pity that he has too few elixirs. He needs to collect more in the future, and he absolutely cannot miss any opportunities. Cut to the pavilions rising on the cliffs of Shanyuanguan. Zhu Zisheng stood in the distance, looking into the distance, contemplating. In his heart he was always worried about Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan understands the texts on Kangwushan, and is now famous in the 3 temples. There must be a master guiding him behind the scenes. He was still calculating in his head. As a disciple of Yu Xiaopai, I can't force Zhang Yan to leave, but using the abbot of Shanyuan Guan is still a possibility.
A moment later, a disciple came out and said to him, "The abbot invites the distinguished guest to visit." A look of determination flashed in his eyes, and he led the way. As soon as he entered, the abbot of Shanyuan Guan said, "You are a member of the Yu Xiaopai. Why are you visiting Shanyuan Guan?"
Zhu Zisheng respectfully said, "This humble one is Dingyang Zhu Zisheng, a registered disciple. Zhang Yan in your temple is my brother-in-law."
He came up with an excuse, hoping to take Zhang Yan away. "I went up the mountain because of family troubles. This time I want to take him down the mountain." Initially, the abbot refused his intention. Disciples in the temple cultivate, based on their innate Tao heart. This old Taoist never forces anyone. As a disciple of Yu Xiaopai, you should not forcibly interfere with his Tao heart. Zhu Zisheng had already anticipated this. So he was taking something out of his robe. It's like this.
He handed the abbot a Taoist book to show his sincerity. "Please pass this Taoist book to my brother-in-law. I'm sure Daozhang won't refuse, right?" This Taoist book of his attracted the abbot's attention.
He didn't look at him, but only stared at the book, saying, "Okay, I'll pass it on for you." Seeing his attitude, Zhu Zisheng was very satisfied. "Thank you, Tao friend." He hurriedly called someone to see him off. Zhu Zisheng turned and left with a meaningful smile. Alone in the room, the abbot still glanced at the Taoist book on the table. In his heart, he kept thinking about it. Xuan Yuan Ne Kan Miao Lu. It can be considered an ancient classic, originally from He Dao Ren of the Manhwa Pai. It can also be considered a top-notch method for opening the immortal veins. However, the content of this book is written in a convoluted and complicated manner, and contains great hidden dangers. Without the guidance of a master, it can easily harm the internal meridians, destroy one's own Tao foundation, and cause one to lose their aptitude for cultivation. He wondered in his heart, I don't know what grievances Zhu Zisheng and Zhang Yan have, that he would cut off someone's path to cultivation. Cut to the square of Kangshan 3 days later. Zhang Yan was heading towards the square, along with the crowd. He walked and thought to himself, after many days of cultivation, although my realm hasn't had a major breakthrough, it has been consolidated. This can't be rushed, so going to this gathering isn't a bad idea. He was still thinking when suddenly there was a shout from behind. Wait a minute. Zhao Ying stood there with a young lady looking serious and asked him, "Which sect are you a disciple of?" He also cordially clasped his hands and introduced himself. This humble one is Zhang Yan, from the Mingkang Pai. Zhao Ying, standing beside her, whispered to the girl, "That's him." She stood in front of Xu Feng and cut straight to the chase. "I heard you're knowledgeable in textual understanding, so I want to ask, what are the 5 meanings of the Bash, Tao, of textual understanding?" Xu Feng, confused by her intentions, thought, I just got here, and she's already blocking me to ask this question. I wonder what she's getting at. He suspected she wasn't well-intentioned. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. The 5 meanings of these 2 words originate from the story of the villagers who killed elephants to block the river, and the pythons who ate the villagers. From then on, they were eternal enemies. She then posed him another tricky question. So if you were a villager, what would you do? Without much thought, Xu Feng replied, "Just kill 1 elephant." The girl was quite surprised by his answer, as her brother had given a similar response. She then asked, "Why?" Xu Feng kindly explained to her, "Humans, elephants, and snakes control each other, and none can be missing. Killing 1 elephant can protect the villagers' water source, so that the elephants can prevent the snakes." The completely accurate answer caused her to nod in satisfaction. "You can go in now." As Xu Feng entered, Zhao Ying, who was outside, curiously asked, what was Xu Feng's answer? She didn't explain much but just watched his back as he walked away, saying, his answer was very meaningful and very fitting. Xu Feng was still pondering her words, mumbling, "Like a river, full is overflowing. A little is enough. Too much is not good." These words reminded him of when he cultivated the Tao of text. Too much is not good. I get it. He figured those must be verses from scripture. Dispelling his frustration, perhaps only a beginner can cultivate it. Xu Feng clasped his hands as if thanking the girl for her words, implying that he shouldn't worry on the path of cultivation, and shouldn't just look at the immediate benefits, but needed to find the root cause, and take each step properly so as not to waste too much time on small things. Even though he didn't know why they used the 5 meanings to enlighten him, he was very grateful for it. Just then, Ai Zhongwen appeared, asking, "Did you see Mo Yuan come here?" Xu Feng replied, "I Xiang, I don't know the person you're talking about." Hearing this, Zhongwen became angry and gritted his teeth, responding, "Mo Yuan is a disciple of the Guangyuan sect, who has been blocking our disciples from coming here for 3 days. Only 3 people know about this." The 2 of them just walked towards the front door to discuss this matter. "I heard that he's doing this to get revenge for the humiliation of 3 years ago." Among them, there is someone who has the same level as us. 3 years ago, Chen Feng blocked their disciples at the foot of the mountain, and no one could go up.
Hearing that, Zhu Feng was confused.
He's at the same level as us, yet he dares to show off at the gathering.
Even Zhang Yan didn't understand this,
saying to him, I heard that during the battle, Chen Feng didn't sleep for 7 days and 7 nights, and then he was very tired, but for the next 7 days his strength increased, and he fought bravely, and in the last 7 days he won easily.
Zhu Feng used his intelligence to determine Chen Feng's actions are clearly to create prestige. Fighting 3 battles in a row for a month must have been rapidly enhanced. The conversation ended as they entered inside, standing and observing everything that was happening in the square.
Xianxia, look, we've arrived. As soon as they entered, they saw Mo Yuan with an extremely smug look, laughing and talking to another disciple. The disciples of the Shengming sect, seeing how smug he was, angrily shouted, Good! As long as Zhu Feng is here, he can definitely beat you. That's right, Zhu Feng is much stronger.
Mo Yuan, showing that he didn't fear anyone, stood proudly and shouted, Zhu Feng, do you dare to come out and fight me? Seeing Zhu Feng turning away, Zhongwen wondered, Xianxia, do you understand what he's trying to say?
Zhu Feng just waved his hand, and the two of them stepped down.
Zhu Feng walked and asked, Zhang, do you wonder why I didn't show up? Zhongwen replied very smartly. Your actions must have meaning. Zhu Feng didn't hide anything and told him, in fact, winning isn't difficult, but I'm just a nominal disciple. If I win, it will cause jealousy among the people there. Zhongwen thought what he did was right. But isn't this just knowing? But just sitting in one place and doing nothing? Zhu Feng only left a sentence that made him very appreciative. If they can hinder the path of our disciples, why can't we do it? If they block my disciples, then I will block theirs.
Understanding the issue, Zhongwen praised him, saying, Xianxia is too awesome.
Below there were 3 disciples walking and talking very happily. They were still smug because they had blocked other disciples from climbing the mountain 3 years ago.
Zhang Yan sat on a rock overlooking them and asked, Are you disciples of Dao Guangyuan? One of them spoke up, puzzled.
Yeah, who are you?
Zhang Yan clearly told them, I am Zhang Yan, here to fight you.
The 2 standing next to him nervously glanced at their senior brother.
That guy seemed very excited and asked, No need for words. Do you want to discuss Dabao or martial arts?
Zhang Yan exuded confidence.
Whatever you like, I'm game. This senior brother hurriedly clenched his fist in a fighting stance.
Then come at me. Before his fist could even land, Zhang Yan quickly dodged to the side, causing him to punch only air. Seizing the opportunity, he gave him a blow straight to the face to sober him up. This light blow sent him sprawling to the ground in pain. Standing amidst their group, Zhang Yan emitted golden streams of energy around his body. Come at me, all of you.
After that, all that could be heard were the sound of their loving and caring voices, calling out for help.
Very quickly, only Zhang Yan remained standing there. While the other 3 had to be carried away by other disciples, Zhongwen ran over in surprise, looking around. I didn't expect Xianxia to be so good at martial arts. He gave a light smile. These are just some basic self-defense moves.
Zhang Yan also made a decision. Please tell Mo Yuan that I accept the challenge 3 days later at the Steagles.
This decision made Zhongwen freak out and try to stop him.
Xianxia, calm down, think carefully.
Zhang Yan seriously spoke his mind. If we do nothing, they will kill all of our people. Instead of that, why don't we take the initiative? 3 days later in the plaza, a large crowd of disciples gathered to watch the show. The surrounding crowd inevitably began to murmur, I wonder what Zhang Yan's background is, that he dares to challenge the entire Guo Yuan sect alone. He's courting death. One mistake and he'll lose his life.
A moment later, Zhang Yan and the 3 people from Guo Yuan sect walked forward, preparing to fight. From this, they speculated. If Zhang Yan wins this time, he might become an inner disciple. But it's very difficult to do this. There have been many disciples who have been defeated before.
Standing between the stecles, the 2 sides greeted each other once to prepare for the task. These 9 stecles record the movement of the stars, and Dacio scriptures are engraved on them, containing many secrets of the immortals. Both sides began to write the first strokes. The steles recorded ancient strokes, and they need to decipher them correctly. Their breathing would then automatically change according to the celestial bodies. If anyone can do this, it will bring great benefits. However, just making a small mistake will cause extremely serious consequences. What needs to be done at this time is to adjust the breathing gently and steadily to avoid damage to the meridians. If it's more serious, the soul will be damaged, and the foundation on the path of cultivation will be completely destroyed. Unlike the others, as Zhang Yan wrote, each stroke of his writing seemed to merge with the ancient strokes on the stels. Each of these ancient characters explain the relationship between solar eclipses and the path of cultivation. Being able to decipher its meaning meant that the path to enlightenment was getting closer. His pen was also set down, marking the end of the game. Looking at the other side, one of them couldn't withstand the pressure and fainted on the spot. Seeing this, the other 2 had no choice but to admit defeat. Although we don't want to,
Xianxia is indeed a rare talent. Our Guo Yuan sect cannot compare, so from today onwards we will retreat.
Everyone who witnessed this couldn't help but rejoice. Xianxia is amazing. This is incredible for the Mingkang sect.
Zhang Yan was secretly pondering, I wonder if I'll become an entry-level disciple after this. Just when things were looking up, a harsh voice rang out. Zhang Yan, do you know your crime? At this moment, the plaza was filled with a crowd of people bickering among themselves. This person was Lin Yuan from the Mingkang sect. He asked in a displeased and loud voice, Zhang Yan, have you confessed your crime yet? Zhang Yan, not understanding anything, honestly asked him.
Lin Yuan angrily pointed at his face. You privately fought with a Guangyuan sect disciple to determine who was superior, a crime deserving death. Zhang Yan immediately argued with him. Senior brother Lin, Mo Yuan deliberately caused 3 of our Mingkang sect disciples to be unable to reach the summit for 3 days. Although I'm just an unknown disciple, I know the meaning of shame. I did it because I didn't want the reputation of the Mingkang sect to be ruined by them. Lin Yuan's group wouldn't listen to reason, and instead shouted loudly, Shut up! The senior brothers already have a plan. How can we let a junior like you act recklessly? Seize Zhang Yan for me. Seeing Ai Zhongwen about to step forward to defend him, Hu Shengyu prevented him from moving. Don't get punished along with Zhang Yan, stay out of it. Before Zhang Yan were 2 unreasonable people rushing towards him with the intention of capturing him. Suddenly, a bell rang, attracting their attention. A person flew over and calmly asked, Where is Zhang Yan? This disciple held the Xianxi's token in his hand, and said, Xianxi has ordered Shan sect's registered disciple Zhang Yan enter the sect to attend the ceremony. Everyone was confused, and could only look at each other in silence. The disciple raised the token and asked, The token is here. Where is Zhang Yan? Step forward now. Lin Yuan was suddenly surprised, unable to hide his fear. This is Xianxi Shi Xiaojing's personal Dai Xiao whisk. He hurriedly told his brothers to stop. The crowd surrounding him took a few steps back. Zhang Yan stepped forward and accepted the order. Zhang Yan is here. The disciple then turned around and said, Zhang Yan, follow me into the sect. Just like that, he followed the disciple, leaving them behind. They were still dissatisfied, just letting him go like that. What else can we do now? We absolutely can't disobey Xianxi. Knowing this, we shouldn't have wasted time talking nonsense with him. We should have just killed him directly. Only Lin Yuan was still calm enough to assess the situation. The situation is unclear. Let's talk about this later, and see what Xianxi arranges. Ai Zhongwen stood with his back to them, cautiously saying, I will remember the kindness of you senior brothers today. Very quickly, Zhang Yan was present at the Sanqing Hall, standing outside the door. The disciple instructed him, Senior brother, please wait here, I will report. Zhang Yan stood outside with a myriad of thoughts in his head. This time I pushed back a well-known sect. It's reasonable for Shang Yuan to want to accept me as a disciple, but everywhere there are benefits that will definitely be pulled down, so to speak. The road ahead may not be smooth sailing. After waiting for a while, the disciple came out and called him, Senior brother, the 3 Xianxis invite you. Standing before the 3 Xianxis, Zhang Yan respectfully greeted them. Disciple Zhang Yan greets the 3 Xianxis. The 3 sitting in front were Xia Shaoxuande, Tuquan position, followed by Xi Xiaojing, Shan Yuanguan position, and the remaining one was Zhen Xiaozhong of Tai'an Guan. Xi Xiaojing spoke first, asking him, You've been on the mountain for more than 3 years. Where did you learn the truth deduction method? Zhang Yan honestly replied, Half is innate talent, and the other half is human effort. Well said. Half is innate talent, and the other half is human effort. But heaven comes before man. If man doesn't have innate talent, how can he use it? Shi Xiaojing laughed loudly, praising him for his profound knowledge. He then took out a Taoist book, handed it to him, and said, trying to let him understand a little, This is an upper-tier meridian opening technique, but there are many forks in the road, and if you're not careful, you'll destroy the root. It's a top-tier, perfect classic, and ancient orthodox text, so I couldn't bear to throw it away. Now I'm giving it to you. Whether you cultivate it or not is up to you. Seeing that the matter was settled, Zhen Xiaozhong told him to leave. Zhang Yan, having no further questions, clasped his hands in farewell. Many thanks to the 3 masters for their grace. Immediately, he turned and departed. The 3 elders inside evaluated him. I find Zhang Yan to have a good temperament, but his aptitude is only average. I fear his future achievements will be limited. Because this person has offended a group of newly initiated disciples, I'm afraid he will lose more than he gains. The head seat on the side retorted, It's fine, I'll give Zhang Yan that Zhenzuo cauldron, to have him work as a cauldron-lifting strongman. What do you think? Zhen Zizhong was a little apprehensive, but now understood the intention. So that's it. Very good. As soon as Zhang Yan went outside, that disciple was beaming. Congratulations, congratulations, senior brother. Just before the Grandmaster entered closed-door cultivation, he passed down a decree. Senior brother is now the 13th initiated disciple of the Shunyuan order. Even so, Zhang Yan didn't feel too happy. He exhausted his mind to enter the order, and now that it's accomplished, it's nothing special. Being very sensible, he bribed that disciple with some pills. "Many thanks, junior brother, please accept these 2 pills." The disciple looked around, then quickly stashed the pills into his pocket. He whispered into Zhang Yan's ear, "There are also some sundries that the Grandmaster took care of, saying he wanted to give them to you. I've already sent someone to deliver them to your cave dwelling." Zhang Yan didn't forget to thank him, and saw that his actions had such a quick effect. "These sundries aren't easy to move. If it weren't for those 2 pills just now, I'm afraid I'd have to do it myself." Afterwards, they bid each other farewell and left. Zhang Yan returned to his room and saw an object in the middle of the house, looking at it with some surprise. He guessed that this was the sundry item that the Taoist attendant was talking about. Looking at this Zhenzuo cauldron, he understood the Grandmaster's intention. This is to remind me to choose to become a strong man later, wanting me to proactively retreat, not wanting me to compete with other newly initiated disciples for cultivation resources. Zhang Yan was really angry at their intention. He clenched his fists in resentment. If I willingly become a slave strongman, what's the point of cultivating immortality? What's the point of cultivating the Tao? The anger in his eyes couldn't be concealed, and his brows furrowed tightly. How can I let others decide my path of Dao cultivation? After calming down, he observed this Zhenzuo cauldron, thinking of ways to use it. However, this can also be considered a magic artifact, with the effect of removing impurities, so it can't be wasted. An idea came to him. Zhang Yan used it as a medicinal herb pot, soaking himself in it. Xuanmen disciples all have masters to protect them during Tuing Guiyan, but I can only rely on myself, so it's really helpless. After soaking for a while, his body was covered in sweat. Zhang Yan felt that he had a lot of changes after swallowing 26 Zhangyuan pills. It's just that no matter how hard he tried, there was always a trace of primordial qi in the prime cavity that had never been refined, unable to be uprooted. Zhang Yan's face became more silent, because the more he thought about it, the more difficult it became. Refining primordial qi to this extent, it should have already been a natural process, but forcing my mind is too heavy. Losing the true meaning of Taoist law, making the Tao qi uncomfortable. On the contrary, it makes the primordial qi stall and not advance. He thought that he simply couldn't pay attention to that trace of primordial qi. He must keep the cinnabar field and the 3 treasures quiet, without worry. His mind was like this, until the fire went out. That was also when Zhang Yan's eyes snapped open. Waking up, feeling like he had been reborn, he joyfully clenched his hands. I finally passed this Tuing Guiyan Quavu hurdle, entering the Yuan Chengru Zhen realm, he planned in his head. As long as I spend some time increasing my true essence, Zhen Yuan, and consolidating my realm, I can advance to Kai Mai Dengguan. He stepped down and laughed heartily. It seems that the cauldron was more afraid that my cultivation would progress too slowly, so it was brought here to give me a hand. Stepping out with a confident swagger, he felt kinda different. Others are busy snatching supreme spiritual roots, but I'm all about going back to the basics, returning to my mortal roots, and replaying the grand scheme of things. This Taoist ain't calculating for nothing. In the sky above, 2 streaks of light were chasing each other. Turns out it was a snake and a disciple named Ning Chongzhuan. He chased after it, shouting, "How dare you fly away right in front of me?" The snake was trying to hide in the dark clouds, but Chongzhuan could see it anywhere. Showing off your petty skills. He used his eyes to unleash a powerful aura, aimed directly at the snake. The snake could only try to dodge the light. Seeing his chance, Chongzhuan gripped his sword and flew up. Before the snake could fly away, it was stabbed in the back, causing it to scream in pain as the sword went deep. Chongzhuan slashed a basic cut on its body. The snake struggled to escape the sword cut, surprising him. This fire scale, willing to cut off its own skin just to escape, he quickly chased after it. The snake had landed at the foot of a mountain, quickly hiding behind a rock crevice. Chongzhuan landed beside a stream, concluding that snake demon shrunk its body and went inside the mountain, and the mountain is indestructible. Noticing something strange, he looked to the other side and saw a figure. There's someone cultivating here. Could they be a lower house disciple? That person was none other than Zhang Yan, who had been cultivating for who knows how long. Chongzhuan walked up to him, asking, "Who are you? Why are you here alone?" Hearing the voice, Zhang Yan opened his eyes and stood up to greet him. "I am Zhang Yan, a lower house disciple of the Mingxiang sect. May I ask for this senior brother's name?" He also introduced himself. "I am Ming Chongxuan, an upper house disciple. Chasing a snake demon here, it killed several upper house disciples. A truly heinous crime. Have you seen it?" Zhang Yan shook his head, honestly saying, "Never saw it." "Then you should be careful." Ming Chongxuan finished speaking and flew away, leaving only a streak of light. Zhang Yan watched him leave, feeling a little sad. When will I reach that level? But he has his path, and I have mine. There's nothing to envy, as long as my Tao heart is firm. One day, I too can fly across the heavens. After cultivating, he went back to the mountain. Standing in front of his room,
He sensed something was wrong. His eyes turned cold. Something's not right. I sense an unusual aura. Opening the door, he quickly guessed. Could it be the snake demon he mentioned has run here? At this moment, he was feeling a little worried. A snake demon that can kill upper house disciples? I'm no match for it right now. Nevertheless, he decided to open the lid of the chuoding to see, as expected, the snake was lying inside the chuoding. He's opening his big, dumb mouth to scare me.
Startled, Zhang Yan hurriedly slammed the lid back on the cauldron. Before the snake demon could even poke its head out, he whacked it right on the head with the lid. Its head is spinning right now, not even understanding what happened. He stood a little further away from the trouble cauldron, assessing. This snake demon's cultivation is unpredictable. His face was already sweating seeing its stats. If it breaks through the cauldron lid, I'll have to run for it. An hour later, Zhang Yan was still staring at the trouble cauldron. Finally, it quieted down. The serpent inside spoke up, asking, "This fellow Taoist, why have you trapped me in here?" Zhang Yan, standing outside, retorted, "You snuck into my cave dwelling and killed 5 disciples of the Kangwu sect, and you're asking me why I've trapped you." Hearing this, the serpent was shocked and felt guilty. Crap. This guy actually knows my background, no wonder. However, it still had to plead softly. I really had nowhere else to escape, so I took refuge here. I had no intention of harming you. Please, fellow Taoist, release me. Zhang Yan ignored its words from outside, adding firewood as he said, "Senior brother Ning hasn't gone far. If you come out of my cave dwelling and get caught in the act, how can Zhang Mu prove his innocence?"
Sensing something bad, the serpent shuddered and asked, "You, what are you doing?" After piling up the firewood, Zhang Yan stood up, rubbed his hands, and said with a smile, "This cauldron is called the Trouble Suppression Cauldron, used to cook delicious dishes, filtering out the essence. It's just perfect for using you to cook a pot of snake soup." The serpent was scared out of its wits, hurriedly begging, "Don't. What must I do for you to let me go?" Zhang Yan found this one a bit interesting, so he asked it. "I ask you, what were you doing at the Kangwu sect?" It trembled and stammered. Just to hunt down those 5 guys. No other reason." Zhang Yan threatened it coldly. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? You dare use such lies to deceive me?" While he was at it, Zhang Yan also revealed some things he knew to it. "My Kangwu sect has been fighting with the Sanbo Lake demons for many years. Although both sides have suffered casualties, there have never been actions of invading each other's territory." His eyes became sharper, guessing its intentions. "And you, at this point, you didn't hesitate to chase people all the way to our sect's blessed land, just to kill a few disciples with cultivation not as good as yours." He lit the fire while also letting it know. "They must have learned some secret of yours, so you couldn't spare their lives." The serpent inside was also very surprised by his words. Why is just a junior so difficult to deal with? He can even guess almost the entire reason behind everything, and I'm heavily injured and can't resist. Oh well, I should still save my life first. It felt the heat of the fire under its belly, so it hurriedly spoke up. Don't burn, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything." The following is an introduction to its profile. My name is Zhao, and previously, while fighting with a disciple of the Kangwu sect, I inadvertently discovered a shellfish bed that no one had discovered yet. But unfortunately, this shellfish bed was also spotted by some Kangwu sect disciples who followed me. In order to monopolize the shellfish bed, I didn't hesitate to infiltrate the Kangwu sect territory to kill all those guys. But things turned out to be too unlucky when I ran into Ning Zhongshuan. Zhang Yan only focused on the thing it had discovered. A shellfish bed is a place that can produce spirit shellfish golden pearls, which are needed when refining pills. The outer shell, after being ground into powder, can also be used as resources to create commonly used magic tools. He was wondering, could it be that what the disciples of the sect have been struggling to compete for over a decade is this shellfish bed? To make sure, he asked it, "Besides you, does anyone else know about this?" It honestly replied, That's it. Moreover, besides me, no one else can find that place." After pondering for a bit, he made a decision. "Letting you go is fine, but you gotta swear a blood oath with your life essence to me." Hearing that, it wasn't happy at all, and said with some anger, "Are you kidding me? Once I swear a blood oath with my essence, my life will be tied to yours. If you die, I won't survive either." It flatly refused. "I'd rather die in here." Zhang Yan didn't care about its feelings and stoked the fire even bigger. "You think knowing the location of the background is going to stop me from killing you?" His words carried a threat, but very gently. "Zhang here thinks the background is too far away. But you're a delicious pot of snake soup right in front of me. Eating you is what makes you mine." It kept screaming inside, "Don't burn anymore. Stop burning, I can't take it anymore." He only did that, and it already had to give in. I agree, alright." Immediately after, they both used a blood oath to make a pact with each other. Very quickly, the blood oath took effect, allowing him to see through everything inside. Now that it was done, Zhang Yan opened the lid of the thunder cauldron and called out to it, "You can come out now!" The serpent hurriedly poked its head out, breathing with a face as if it had returned from the dead.
It hastily looked around, observing his abode.
What caught its eye was a Taoist book, making it extremely curious. Profound origin, internal insight, mysterious record. Is someone trying to screw you over? Its question startled him too. Why do you say that?
It explained a few things to him.
The magic arts in this book are all orthodox from ancient times, capable of opening meridians and breaking through barriers in just a week. But there's one fatal flaw, which is that it's prone to heavenly punishment 1 month after opening your meridians.
You can't hear the sound of thunder, or it will definitely cause your true essence to fluctuate, damaging your immortal meridians, thus ruining your chances at the Tao. The serpent also felt that Zhang Yan was just plain dumb for not knowing this. If it wasn't because my life is tied to yours through the blood oath, I wouldn't even bother telling you. Learning this truth, Zhang Yan was also genuinely angry. Even if I have the remnant jade in hand, cultivating, according to this book, is more likely to end badly than, well, why would Shi Xiaojing want to harm me? Myriad questions were swirling in his mind. Along with that, he analyzed, if he wanted to harm me, there's no need to create so much trouble. Just have me enter the sect, and give me the town's suppressing cauldron, hinting at me becoming a strongman. So where did this book come from in the end? The question wasn't answered, so he continued to ask the serpent, how do you know this so clearly? It didn't hide anything and told him, we demons cultivate differently from you humans who cultivate the Taoists. The initial stages already have countless major and minor tribulations. From a young age we have to know how to avoid tribulations, and this Taoist book was also heard from elders mentioning it. Conversely, when faced with fear, he was curious about its cultivation method. If it already contains danger, it's still worth trying to cultivate it once. Do you know how to avoid the tribulation? The serpent spoke of a very humorous method to avoid tribulation. After you open your meridians, just dig a pit. Wait until the heavenly lightning is about to descend. Immediately cover your eyes, nose, and mouth. Hide inside that pit, and then fill the pit with soil to bury it. Hide in there for 7 days, and you can avoid the lightning tribulation. Seeing that its method seemed off somehow, he thought to himself, although this method is a bit strange, since Luo Zhao's life is tied to mine by a blood oath, he probably wouldn't lie to me.
Just then, there was a call outside the door. Is senior brother Zhang here? This junior, Zhao Yuan, has come to visit.
Seeing a stranger, the serpent was also startled and glanced at him.
Then it hurriedly hid inside the cauldron. Zhang Yan stepped out to open the door and greet him. Seeing that many people had come, he was also puzzled. Why are you free to come here today, senior brother Zhao? Who is this?
Zhao Yuan warmly introduced a young lady standing behind him. This is Cao Junzhu Linyai, the daughter of Songguaogong Chao Wei, specially here to pay respects to senior brother Zhao.
Linyai gently greeted him. This mortal greets immortal master Zhang.
Zhang Yan also politely replied,
Princess doesn't need to be so courteous. Please come into the cave dwelling to sit. After sitting comfortably at the table, he immediately asked, I wonder what brings you here. Lin Yai spoke first. Hearing that immortal master Zhang has become a disciple, this mortal is willing to offer 1,000 caddies of 5 elements divine sand. It will be delivered to the residence tomorrow.
Zhang Yan was also taken aback by this young lady's generosity. He'd only heard that the treasure like god ore of the 5 elements was traded by the ounce, but this person just offered him 1,000 caddies right off the bat. But the territories of princes and nobles are vast, so to them, these natural treasures probably ain't nothing, she continued. This year, the upper reaches of the long river have frozen, making it difficult for ships to pass. Gathering god ore isn't easy. Next spring, I'll add another 1,000 caddies, making it 2,000 in total. What do you think, Zhang Xianxia? His face didn't show any joy, but he cautiously asked, Tao Junzhu is so kind, you must need something in return. Her eyes became melancholic as she sighed helplessly. I won't hide it from you. I'm being pestered by a rookie disciple from the Boshen sect. This person is unreasonable and cruel, and actually wants to take me as a concubine. Our royal family can't touch people from immortal cultivation sects, and there's no other way. If Zhang Xianxi would allow me to become a gongfeng, a provider patron, then that evil scoundrel definitely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Thought it was some big deal, for him it was too easy. At this point he finally smiled. So that's the case. If Zhao Shixiong has stepped in, then I agree. Hearing these words of his, the young lady immediately thanked him. Many thanks, Zhang Xianxi. In the future, if there's anything related to the mortal world, please feel free to command us. Having finished their business, they quickly left. Luo Zhao, seeing that no one was around, peeked out and proclaimed, a rookie disciple from the Mingshang sect is truly impressive. Just a word from them can make the descendants of princes and nobles work for him. He even thought that after he entered the upper house, wouldn't the city lord and emperor be at his beck and call? Whether his words were true or false, Zhang Yan just smiled lightly. Haha. Luo Daoyu makes sense. For some reason, that one sentence made Luo Zhao embarrassed and blush red. This Zhang Yan is so polite, actually calling him Daoyu. Noto, fellow cultivator. Taking the opportunity, Luo Xiao reminded him. Once the god ore is offered, you can use it to exchange for some medicinal herbs with your Xixiang and Shidi. Zhang Yan was a little confused and asked, medicinal herbs? Does Luo Daoyu know how to concoct pills? Just hearing the two words, Daoyu, made him extremely happy. I can't concoct top-grade pills, but I can write like a god. When it comes to healing and replenishing pills, I'm extremely skilled. Zhang Yan looked at the divination cauldron and asked him, then the tools for concocting pills, surely it's this bronze cauldron of mine, isn't it? He excitedly climbed onto the cauldron, telling him, of course, but this cauldron isn't a bronze cauldron, it's cast from the finest Longkang sand essence. Zhang Yan seemed to have his horizons broadened. Isn't Longkang sand essence a top-grade material for weapon refinement? Because it had been used to cook him inside the cauldron, Luo Xiao determined that the methods of the cultivator who refined this cauldron were extremely high level. If I hadn't been cooked by you once, I wouldn't have sensed the strange changes in the cauldron's qi. I definitely wouldn't have been able to see it. Knowing this, Zhang Yan mused. Using Longkang sand essence to cast such a large cauldron, only ancient cultivators could be so generous. It seems Shi Shaojing didn't know the origin of this cauldron, that's why he gave it to me so easily. Seeing Zhang Yan pondering so deeply, Luo Xiao looked at him with a very speechless expression. Sensing the worry in his heart, Luo Xiao spoke up to comfort him. You don't need to be distressed. If I can refine healing pills, then I can give you even more benefits. The amount of pills you need to open your meridians isn't a small number. I can help you refine them. Hearing this, Zhang Yan refused. What are you saying? Just take it and use it. He also told him what he was thinking in his heart. I'm about to reach the meridian opening stage. The urgent matter now is to find spirit herbs to nourish the meridians, but there are more and more people in the sect, there's basically nowhere that can be used. Does Luo Daoyu have any brilliant ideas? Luo Xiao immediately came up with an idea. The place where the spirit clam grows must have empty caves below. That's where the Clam King lives. If you can absorb the true essence inside, you can definitely cultivate top-grade meridian appearances. After deciding, Luo Xiao agreed to say, I can take you to find the Clam King, but you must swear that after you open your meridians, you must release my blood oath essence and return my freedom to me. Zhang Yan didn't want to make things difficult, and immediately agreed. Okay, we'll set off after my cultivation stabilizes. A few days later, when the sky had returned to night, Luo Xiao was inside the cauldron refining pills. Zhang Yan was sitting outside, diligently cultivating. Around him were many bottles of pills. Right then, he was experiencing the profound origin inner vision mystic records in the Jade's inner world. Every word in the Taoist scripture was gradually seeping into Zhang Yan's mind. Streams of energy kept invading his body. Sweat poured down Zhang Yan's face like rain. The overwhelming inner force made his eyes snap open. His body inside the Jade couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. A new body of Zhang Yan emerged, gazing at his old body for a long while. After cultivating, so many of Zhang Yan's bodies piled up like a mountain inside the Jade. Holding the Taoist scripture in his hand, he sighed. The first incantation is finally practiced. It contains countless dangers. Died 150 times. When he finished practicing, he slowly opened his eyes in the real world. Recalling the scene just now, Zhang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. My consciousness died over 100 times in the broken Jade, but I finally found the correct cultivation method. His face couldn't hide his satisfaction and contentment. No wonder Luo Xiao said practicing this book would easily attract heavenly tribulation. By the time I finish, I'll probably be a grandmaster of qi deviation. Just then he noticed the pill furnace. The fire had died down. Approaching it, he speculated. Luo Xiao borrowed my furnace to refine pills, elixirs, and techniques, saying it was very dangerous. It's been so long without a peep. Did he die inside the furnace or something? With that thought, Zhang Yan slowly opened the lid of the furnace. Before he could even look inside, a voice called out from outside. Is Zhang Yan here? Come out and talk. Hearing that it was Ning Chongshuan's voice, he was startled and worried. Could it be that he discovered Luo Xiao's matter? Even with that thought, he still had to step out and open the door. Ning Chongshuan stood outside, looking at him with an extremely serious expression, as if something was about to happen. Zhang Yan mustered all his composure and stepped out to greet him. Senior brother Ning Chongshuan placed his hand on his shoulder and said, This isn't a good place to talk, follow me. Just like that, he led Zhang Yan to fly to another location. The place they stopped was on the peak of the highest rocky outcrop in the area. Zhang Yan calmly looked at him without saying anything. The two communicated only with their eyes. After a while, Ning Chongshuan smiled and said, Zhang brother is so calm, excellent. A cultivator must keep everything pure, leaving only the true self. You must know that obstacles and delusions all arise from the mind. If the mind is not firm, the spirit cannot be born. Zhang Yan thanked him, feeling a bit doubtful in his heart.
Could it be that he wants to take this opportunity to check if my cultivation is stable or not?
Chongshuan turned to face forward, extremely cautious. I have searched in the mountains for many days, but have not found any trace of the snake demon. Perhaps it either died from its serious injuries or found a place to hide. He took out something and held it up in front of him. I have to return to the sect, and can't worry about these matters. To prevent the snake demon from harming people, I will give you something. This will protect your life. Even though he didn't know what it was, Zhang Yan still lifted his sleeve to receive it. With that done, Ning Chongshuan flew up, bidding him farewell. Go, remember to keep a firm mind. You and I both come from humble backgrounds, so we can be considered to have some fate. Conveniently, he also took out a few words in his palm.
If there is a chance in the future, I will lead you to become a disciple under a celestial master. Taking these words, Zhang Yan was extremely surprised. From there, his body lightly flew up, returning to his cave dwelling.
Zhang Yan returned to his place and watched Ning Chongshuan's figure fly away.
Feeling his sincerity towards him, he affirmed one thing: I will definitely remember this favor. At the same time, inside the cave dwelling, Zhang Yan's cauldron was showing some activity.
Luo Zhao peeked her head out only when she was sure no one was around. She gently crawled down, taking advantage of the moment.
Luo Zhao transformed into a beautiful young woman.
Surprisingly, despite being a serpent, she possessed an incredibly charming appearance, with a smile and eyes that were exceptionally sharp. Dressed in a purple dress, before Luo Zhao could even do anything, she noticed movement outside.
That Lin Tong was sneaking around outside with a calculating look. To secure a spot as an entry-level disciple, I need to take that cauldron and trade it. His eyes were solely focused on the cauldron before him. While Zhang Yan is away, I have to snatch it. But before he could take 2 steps, Luo Zhao, standing beside him, put her hands on her hips and asked, "Who are you?"
Lin Tong jumped out of his skin when he saw someone there.
Huh, doesn't Zhang Yan have any servants?
He then leered at Luo Zhao from head to toe with a perverted look.
You're Zhang Yan's maid? Oh, so you're a little beauty? Want to come with me?
Letting him finish, Luo Zhao unleashed a wave of internal energy with a cold gaze.
Looking for death? After that, only Lin Tong's screams were left in the darkness. A moment later, Zhang Yan returned. Upon entering, he wasn't surprised to see Luo Zhao in the form of a young woman. Luo Zhao pretended to be a stranger, approaching him with tears in her eyes and saying, "After searching for so many years, I've finally found you, young master."
Zhang Yan said nothing, just looked at her suspiciously.
Seeming like he knew the truth, he coldly turned away, catching her off guard.
Seeing Zhang Yan like that, she looked at him with incredibly pleading eyes. She didn't give up,
and ran to hug him tightly from behind. Has young Master Zhang forgotten me already? Sensing that something was off, Zhang Yan frowned slightly.
He coldly glanced back and said to her, "Luo Daoyu, is there any need to act like this? You and I share the same room every day, how could I not recognize you?"
Luo Zhao quickly let go of him. Damn it! I forgot that you little thief can distinguish auras. At this point, she revealed her true form, puffing up and snapping at him. Who shares a room with you, you little thief? Don't go ruining this lady's reputation. Zhang Yan found her very adorable, so he smiled and clasped his hands, saying,
Right, Luo Daoyu's grievances are full. Congratulations. Luo Zhao, still not calmed down, told him, I can only transform for now. My cultivation needs to be restored slowly.
Zhang Yan pointed at the cauldron and asked her, if your cultivation hasn't recovered, then how do you explain that guy in the cauldron?
It turned out that Lin Tong had been knocked unconscious inside the cauldron, completely unaware of what was happening.
Luo Zhao then told the truth to clear her name. That kid snuck in here as soon as you left, trying to steal the cauldron, then this lady caught him. Learning the truth, Zhang Yan was a bit surprised. Steal the cauldron? Zhang Yan approached, recognized that this guy was Lin Tong, and Luo Zhao beside him was extremely smug. Hurry up and praise me. At the same time, they noticed a group of people approaching outside. They exchanged a look and understood each other's meaning. Luo Zhao nodded slightly, and she quickly hid behind that door to avoid them. Zhang Yan asked the one who had just stepped through the door, Who are you? They all had fierce expressions and harsh voices. I am the lower courtyard manager. Today, the lower courtyard's top disciple, Du Yu, has summoned all disciples to the meditation hall for a meeting. Everyone went, so why didn't you? He spoke with a commanding tone. I was ordered by the young master to question you. Why aren't you kneeling down now?
Meanwhile, Zhang Yan was thinking to himself, Du Yu, the senior disciple of the lower house, changed. Looks like the new guy wants to show off his power, and since I have no backing, I'm being used as cannon fodder. Zhang Yan used his logic, asking him back. Regardless of whether I'm guilty or not, I'm an entry-level disciple, and you're just a servant who dares to come and arrest me.
He held something in his hand and put it forward, ordering, Stop the yap! Tie your own hands or wait for me to do it.
Seeing it, Zhang Yan also assessed with some worry. This ruler isn't ordinary. He quickly took out the bead that Ning Chongchuan had given him earlier. I wonder if this bead that my senior brother gave me will work. Seeing Zhang Yan not obeying his orders, he raised the ruler in his hand. So you want to be beaten yourself? Just as the ruler was about to fall, Luo Zhao managed to grab it in time, stopped it, and snatched the ruler from his hand. Luo Zhao stood there smirking. He hurriedly pulled out his family tree to threaten her. You cheap little BTCH, I am the manager of the Du family. Return the magic treasure to me now. Luo Zhao held the ruler tightly in her hand and stuck out her tongue to tease him. Your weapon is so low grade, and you dare to call it a magic treasure. Zhang Yan could only sigh at this scene. Immediately after, he took a breath, and without saying anything, kicked him straight in the stomach. He kicked him out of the door in front of the stunned onlookers. In the end, they could only support each other as they left. But not forgetting to threaten Zhang Yan. You dare to be so arrogant, just wait for death. Standing inside, Luo Zhao turned the ruler back and forth with great interest. Suddenly, she came up with a brilliant idea. First, she grabbed Lin Tong, who was lying in the cauldron, by the collar. Then she stuffed the ruler into his clothes without him knowing. This made Zhang Yan very curious. What are you doing? She said smugly. If I guess right, this ruler must have a pair. Just sit back and watch the show. After returning to the lower house, the man knelt on the floor trembling and reported, Young master, please calm down. It was this old servant's carelessness that caused the magic treasure to be taken away by Zhang Yan. Sitting high above, Dong Yu thought this was ridiculous. Zhang Yan is clearly just a foundation establishment cultivator. My magic treasure can knock down even a Ming Qi stage cultivator. How could it be snatched by him? A cold look flashed in his eyes. Trash. Immediately after this sentence, the man's head flew off his neck, only catching a glimpse of a ray of light. You lost my magic treasure. What use are you to me? Those who witnessed this were trembling with fear. There's another magic treasure like the one just now. Its power is truly terrifying. He looked at the aura emanating from his hand with some confusion. Then he thought to himself, strange. The magic weapon doesn't respond. It seems it really is being held by Zhang Yan and can't escape. Damn it, Du Yu immediately reached out his hand to let the remaining ruler on his hand fly away with a smug look. Zhang Yan, you think my magic weapon is that easy to take? Everyone watched as the ruler flew towards the window. 15 minutes later, both rulers were quickly back in Du Yu's hands. He ordered his two subordinates carry Zhang Yan's body in here. Then he said to the fellow disciples present, Fellow disciples, please wait a moment. If Zhang Yan is so arrogant, as the senior disciple of the lower house, I will definitely arrange things properly. Everyone exchanged glances, looking less than pleased. Right then, two lackeys outside the door announced, Young master, we brought Zhang Yan. Du Yu, grinning from ear to ear, said, Bring the corpse in. Once you see Zhang Yan's dead body, you'll all be impressed by my skills. The group quickly carried a corpse inside. The dead guy wasn't Zhang Yan, but Lin Tong. The people standing around, who didn't even know what Zhang Yan looked like, lamented. What a pity, Zhang Yan was quite the talent. Damn, what bad luck. Done. You smugly pointed at the body on the ground? This is Zhang Yan, huh? As if waiting for that question, Zhang Yan walked in from the door. Nope, I'm Zhang Yan. He oozed confidence. Tell him, the one you killed was Lin Tong, junior brother Lin Yuan's cousin. Du Xiu was totally caught off guard, cursing in his head. FCK, sideways, I screwed up twice in a row. Lin Yuan, unable to hide his grief at his cousin's corpse, asked Zhang Yan, What the hell is going on? Before speaking, Zhang Yan clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, looking at the guy whose head was in one place and body in another, courtesy of Du Yu. Wary of this guy launching a sneak attack, he thought. Definitely not your average Joe. I can't act rashly. Then he spun a tall tale for everyone there. Just now, Lin and I were chatting happily in his abode. Suddenly, a wicked servant showed up, demanding to imprison me. Lin immediately snatched the jade ruler from him and stashed it, saying he'd return it to the owner of the treasure later. Who knew that not long after the wicked servant left, another ruler came flying out of nowhere. It struck Lin right on the head, killing him unjustly. That's the end of the story. Zhang Yan shook his head, looking helpless. Lin, we were always on good terms, and I really admired his character. Who knew he'd die at the hands of a villain today? What a waste. Hearing this, a guy like Du Yu couldn't possibly keep his cool. He raised his two rulers and yelled, Nice one, Zhang Yan. You've got a freaking death wish, mocking me as a villain. Without letting him say another word, he immediately launched the two rulers towards Zhang Yan, intending to take his life. Facing that, Zhang Yan showed no fear and flew up. You think you can deal with me with just this kind of magical artifact? He used the item that Ning Chongchuan gave him and launched it forward. It's time to use the magical treasure my senior brother gave me. The magical treasure shattered the two rulers as soon as it came out, not letting them get close to Zhang Yan. The two rulers fell to the ground, cracking, and the magical treasure returned to his hand. Those who witnessed this were extremely surprised, looking at Zhang Yan with different eyes. Everyone started whispering. This kind of spiritual energy can be controlled at will,
It's much more high-end than Du Yu's magical artifacts. Is this Zhang Yan really a disciple that some clan is deliberately cultivating in secret?
Hearing these words made Du Yu extremely angry, his face full of green veins. He secretly took out some magical treasure, intending to make this Zhang Yan lose his life here today no matter what. Seeing his intention, a man named Dubo, Du Yu's uncle, stepped forward and growled, won't you stop? Dubo only lifted his foot lightly, and his body moved like a gust of wind. No one could see his path clearly. Zhang Yan felt the wind pass by him, startled, and turned to look at Dubo step forward to grab Du Yu's hand tightly.
Not letting him play tricks, he saw the footsteps close as far away as the horizon.
Everyone around him guessed. This person must be a master at the third level of the Xuanguang realm, so he can control the distance of the mysterious light within a range of thousands of miles, and shorten it like an inch.
This dung. You didn't know what was wrong and still wondered, Uncle, why are you stopping me?
Dubo didn't answer,
but turned to look at Zhang Yan. His body emitted a floating aura, as he said to him, Zhang Yan, today's matter doesn't concern you, it's not your fault, you can step back now.
Zhang Yan looked at him worriedly, sweating, assessing this person's aura was similar to that of senior brother Ning.
Seems like a high-level expert in the same realm, but he felt that his aura was completely different, like a surging wave engulfing a lonely boat, constantly attacking him.
Feeling a considerable amount of pressure, Zhang Yan swallowed, regaining his composure.
He had nothing more to say, and then bid farewell and left.
Dubo's eyes never left him.
Zhang Yan turned around and walked away, blaming himself.
I was still too careless this time. Because of being suppressed by him, blood had dripped from my mouth.
I didn't expect that there would be such a high-level expert beside Du Yu.
Zhang Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a determined look.
Today I am not as good as this person, but it is not certain that I will not be as good as him in the future. I must remember all the humiliation I suffered today. There will definitely be a day when I will personally get it back fairly.
Zhang Yan left, but Du Yu still spoke unhappily. Uncle Bo, why did you stop me today?
Dubo didn't answer but asked him, Nephew, do you know the 12 celestial hairpins?
Du Yu wasn't ignorant, he thought. Isn't that the Dharma artifact that the sect leader used when he was young?
Then Dubo told him, that's right, if I'm not mistaken, Zhang Yan just used the Ruyi divine hairpin, which originally belonged to the 9th generation disciple of Elder Zhang Menjian, modeled after the 12 celestial hairpins, to create it.
The old man was very puzzled in his mind.
Zhang Yan can get this thing. He must have an extraordinary relationship with the sect leader. It's really not appropriate for you to kill him at this time.
Knowing this reason made Du Yu even more angry, gritting his teeth. So that's it. As long as I am the senior disciple for one day, the pills, chemo, Taoist books, and magical artifacts bestowed by the upper house, Zhang Yan don't even dream of taking them from my hands.
When Dubo heard this, he reminded him, Nephew, have you forgotten? The position of senior disciple of the lower house is only a temporary loan. The main purpose is for you to enter the Bei'ai training ground and use the Bei'ai King True Path to open up top-grade meridian, which is no less than the sect leader's disciple.
Not knowing what was going on in his mind, Du Yu's eyes lit up, delighted. Uncle Bo, has the sect leader agreed to borrow the Bei'an King to open up my meridians? Dubo also regarded him as smart. This matter was decided before you went up the mountain, just afraid of your hasty personality, so I didn't tell you, don't cause any more trouble during this time, so as not to be caught by others, and unexpected changes happen. Du Yu still felt dissatisfied and pouted. Then isn't it too cheap for Zhang Yan?
Looking at his expression like that, Dubo could only sigh. He stepped forward and put his hand on his shoulder, comforting him. There's no need to rush to deal with Zhang Yan at this time, with my Du family as your backer, waiting for you to condense a top-grade meridian. Isn't it easy to deal with a disciple in the lower house like him? If nephew really can't swallow this anger, I will teach you a way to make him have no place to stay on the mountain without even lifting a finger. As dusk began to fall, at Zhang Yan's cave dwelling, a sword carrying Du Yu's letter flew straight into the cave dwelling. Zhang Yan quickly caught it with 2 fingers.
He carefully read what was written on this letter. Du Yu wants me to move out of Wangxing Peak and go to Zhuoyu Peak to cultivate. He angrily threw the letter away in disgust. On the surface he cares about me, letting me live with the disciples of the aristocratic family, but in reality he's robbing me of my place to live, making poor kids like me suffer the alienation of others.
In his heart he knew his intention. Quite a good trick of removing the firewood from under the pot.
But thinking about it, he felt that this matter was not bad. It's just right that I'm annoyed, because I don't have an excuse to go down the mountain to find the Bei'ai King to open up my meridians.
He felt a little interested, turned to Luo Xiao and said, Fellow Taoist Luo, it seems that I have to go down the mountain today. Luo Xiao didn't understand his intention, so he looked sad and sobbed weakly. Now that this servant is a person with no home to return to, I still hope that the young master will have mercy and not abandon this servant.
Seeing her pretty face, Zhang Yan couldn't help but laugh.
Taoist friend's way of comforting people is truly unique. Did you think I was really forced to come down the mountain? He then told her his real intention. In fact, for the past 2 months I've been studying the Profound Origin Mystic Compendium diligently and have understood the mysteries within. This time, I'm going down the mountain to Bei Cheng to seek the true path and use it to enter the Qi opening realm.
So that's it. I thought you were feeling depressed.
Zhang Yan looked up, his eyes full of hope. There's no need to be depressed. The lower house is just a stop on my path of cultivation. Only the Qi opening pill can allow me to climb higher. When I return, I'll make the gates of the lower house open for me.
Luo Zhao felt that his words made a lot of sense. Zhang Daoyu is truly ambitious, and what you say is right. She believed that being obsessed with external things would only disrupt one's purpose, and a firm will is the only way to see the true essence.
Hearing her words, he fell silent.
What Luo Zhao said is exactly what senior brother Ning once said. It seems like they have some hidden meaning, but if they don't want to say it directly, then there's no need to look for trouble.
Zhang Yan spoke, taking the initiative to address Luo Zhao. I'll have to trouble Daoyu Luo for guidance on the way to Bei Cheng, so just leave that to me. When it was the middle of the night, Zhang Yan and Luo Zhao buried Chuo Ding in the ground.
Luo Zhao's face was full of regret and reluctance.
It's such a waste to leave this treasure here. If my cultivation was still at its peak, carrying it wouldn't be a problem, but now I'm powerless. Zhang Yan waved his hand as if it were nothing. There's no need to feel bad. Just bury it here, and we can dig it up when we return. Before moving on, Zhang Yan also brought up some issues that needed to be addressed. I wonder how we'll proceed. Bei Cheng's Huangyun is occupied by the Mingxiang sect, so there must be many disciples guarding it. Does Daoyu Luo have any ideas? After a moment of thought, she came up with a harmless idea. There's a large lake in front of the cave. If there are Mingxiang sect disciples guarding it, we can dive underwater first, then swim in the middle of the lake. They definitely won't be able to find us.
She also confidently showed off to him. That day I was afraid of not finding my way back, so I left a drop of blood there. It's not difficult to find it by relying on my heart blood sensing ability.
Zhang Yan praised her, making Luo Xiao's nose grow a few inches. That's really great. I wonder how many days it will take to get to Bei Cheng. This was also very simple for Luo Zhao. Why walk? If I use the profound light technique, we can get there in just 6 days.
She flew in front of him, reaching out her hand and calling out, Zhang Daoyu, come here, hold my hand, and remember not to open your eyes when flying.
Zhang Yan had no reason to refuse. Okay, then I'll have to be impolite.
He stepped forward and gently placed his hand on her waist. The feeling of being so close made Luo Zhao's face blush.
A beam of purple light, like a road piercing through the sky, emanated from where they stood. Just like that, the two of them flew away into the dark night. Several days later, in Weichao, Dingzhou, which borders Bei Cheng's Huangyun, Zhang Yan was diving underwater, looking at the guards patrolling above. The two of them carefully swam to the place. Luo Zhao took his hand, attracting his attention. Before them was a deep pit, sucking the water into it. Luo Zhao flew down first, wanting to tell him, this is the exit to go deep inside. Both of them could see the light at the end of the road. Finally, they were able to come up to the surface to breathe, and both of them quickly climbed ashore,
starting to search to go inside. Seeing so many Bei Cheng growing in this cave made him curious.
Is this place all spirit shells? How magnificent.
These Bei Cheng
seemed to sense someone approaching, and it immediately opened its mouth, releasing a thick aura. Lu Xiao also told him, the Bei King is in the deep cave hundreds of zang below, please follow me.
The two of them went deeper inside, where there were many sharp stalactites, until they reached a flat area.
Luo Zhao said, it's right here.
She looked around, feeling something was off. This is clearly their nest, so why aren't they here?
After thinking for a moment, she assumed, could this be a Yang Bei? Zhang Yan asked curiously. What is a Yang Bei?
Luo Xiao explained a few things to him. Bei are divided into yin and yang. Yin Bei prefer tranquility and dislike disturbances, like the Bei King that the Mingxiang sect is guarding. Yang Bei, on the other hand, like to move around and don't stay in one place for more than half a year. Maybe it's moved to another nest, she also thought. The essence that the Bei King swallowed and spat out has probably congealed for a day already. It can still be used to open meridians, but ultimately the fresh essence has dissipated.
Zhang Yan, understanding the situation, was also thinking, it's only been a day, maybe it hasn't gone far.
Zhang Yan placed his hand on the wall,
sensing it was moving.
Seeing this, he was shocked and confused.
Luo Zhao also noticed that Zhang Yan was curious about something. Zhang Yan's mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. He softly called out, fellow Taoist Luo. Before them was a light emanating from a different scene. Behind this cave, there is another world. Zhang Yan and Luo Xiao, one in front and one behind, went deeper into the cave. After walking for a while, they discovered light emanating from ahead. Following that light, Zhang Yan finally stopped. At this moment, Something emitting a sparkling light appeared before them. Observing more closely, Luo Xiao exclaimed, "The Yin-Yang Bei King are creating offspring." Seeing this, she sighed with admiration. "Your luck is really good. Yin-Yang Bei King conceives Beizi Xuanzhu, the essence in the earth vein where the Beizi nest is very abundant.
If you swallow it before it breaks the jade to become a demon, then you can definitely condense the meridian sign that illuminates the world." Sensing danger approaching, Zhang Yan turned around to observe. Zhang Yan noticed that a sound was getting closer and closer. And Luo Xiao quickly realized this too. Luo Xiao urged with a worried expression, "Let's get out of here now." The sound became clearer and clearer, echoing in the cave. It turned out to be Dubo and Lu Hu, leading a group of fierce-looking people into the cave. Zhang Yan hid in a corner, observing them. Thinking that this Yin Bei must have run over from the Hui Yun Bei Cheng, Du Bom must be here for Du Yu's meridian opening. Luo Xiao looked worried. This person is a master at the 3rd level of the Xuanguang realm. His cultivation is not lower than Ning Chongxuan's. Fellow Taoist Zhang has no chance of winning. Why don't we retreat now? Hearing this, Zhang Yan gave a faint smile. "Retreat, I must have this thing." Then he pointed forward, analyzing. "The Yin-Yang Bei King are both here right now. To protect the Xuanzhu, they will definitely fight to the death together. Although Dubo is strong, it won't be easy for him to catch them. This is exactly the opportunity I've been waiting for." At this moment, Du Yu's group was staring intently at the Bei King. Immediately afterwards, the Bei King's body suddenly underwent a strange transformation, gradually separating. Seeing this, Dubo circulated his qi into the Bei King's body, and then he continued to command. "I already forced Bei Wang to shrink." Upon receiving the order, that bunch of beefy dudes immediately charged forward, followed by a whole dog pile trying to restrain Bei Wang. But unexpectedly, a powerful burst of light erupted from Bei Wang's body, shocking the group. And in the next second, they were all blown away by that energy. One dude went flying several meters, coughing up blood and screaming in agony. Seeing the group trembling on the ground, Dubo was stunned, like he couldn't believe his eyes. Regaining his composure, he continued to channel his qi and shouted, "Take this!" Dubo swiftly formed a massive surge of spiritual qi to attack Bei Wang. Seeing that Bei Wang wasn't reacting anymore, Du Yu grinned gleefully. A second later, he hurriedly rushed forward, causing Dubon to panic and yell, "Nephew, wait!" Just then, Bei Wang began to react, its body shaking before unleashing a violent aura. Seeing this, Dunyu was so shocked that he stood frozen in place. Then he was blasted by that aura and collapsed face first on the ground. Meanwhile, Dubo was still trying to use his power to subdue Bei Wang, shouting orders to the group. "Listen up. Once I drag Bei Wang deep into the cave, when you see an opening, act. Block the path behind us." Sure enough, his technique gradually moved Bei Wang further inside. Next, Dubu looked down at Du Yu, who was lying motionless on the ground, and reassured him, "Nephew, don't panic. Bei Wang's sonic attacks can't hurt people. Once I've pushed Bei Wang far enough away, immediately rush in and swallow the Xuan Pearl." Du Bo was still doing his best to use his techniques to control Bei Wang. Realizing the moment had come, he hastily urged, "Block the rear," while signaling to Dunyu, "Nephew, go get the Bei Zi Xuan Pearl." As for Zhang Yan, after observing for a while, he chuckled to himself. Finally, the chance has come. Hearing that, Du Yu shakily got to his feet, then sprinted towards the Xuan Pearl ahead. The Xuan Pearl, emitting a glittering light. Arriving at the location, Dubo stood there dumbfounded when he saw it. Then, he slowly stepped forward and picked up the Xuan Pearl before turning around to look at Dubo and laughing triumphantly. "Uncle, I got it." Hearing this, Dubo quickly reminded him, "Good. Quickly swallow it. Seize the opportunity to refine your true meridians, unlock your channels, and break through. I'll guard the cave entrance for 3 days to help you secure the area." Without further hesitation, Dung Yu raised the Xuan Pearl, opening his mouth wide to swallow it. But unexpectedly, before the Xuan Pearl could enter his mouth, a force caused it to escape Du Yu's hand and fly away. Following that, Zhang Yan quickly snatched the Xuan Pearl. Clutching the Xuan Pearl in his hand, he quietly watched Dung Yu, whom he had knocked out, lying motionless on the ground. Luo Xiao beside him looked at Zhang Yan and urged, "Zhang Daoyu, the Xuan Pearl is in our hands. Let's retreat quickly." "Why retreat?" Zhang Yan's expression began to change. Assuming that there are Xuanguang stage experts protecting the outside, and this place has true meridians, Xuan Pearls and elixirs, it is clearly a great place to open up meridians. Luo Xiao quickly grabbed Du Yu's 2 legs and turned him upside down, and the things on his body also fell out. Real quick. All the magical artifacts were now neatly laid out on the ground. Seeing these items, Luo Xiao chuckled with amusement and casually tossed Du Yu aside. Then, she picked them up, exclaiming in admiration, "The Du family is seriously rich and generous," giving a newbie who hasn't even activated their meridians treasures like the Qiankun pouch, the soul calling brush, and the decree token. Good thing this lady made a quick move. Or, I might have fallen for your trap.
Let's see what's in this Qiankun pouch, shall we? A cloud-soaring zither, daggers, Shuan metal, so many greater essence pills, and is that soul-devouring powder? While rummaging through the items inside, she unexpectedly pulled out a book titled Taiyi Golden Scripture. This is the legendary cultivation technique renowned throughout the human cultivator realm. Rumor has it that after successfully cultivating the techniques in the Taiyi Golden Scripture, a Ming Qi stage cultivator can melt metal into Q to form a sword. If one can cultivate straight to the Xuanguang stage, the Xuanguang aura around them could rival a flying sword treasure. She glanced at Zhang Yan, thinking to herself, but the Taiyi Golden Scripture can only be cultivated by those with upper mid-grade meridian constitutions. Let's see if Zhang Daoyu has this opportunity after activating his meridians. On Zhang Yan's side, his body was enveloped by two interwoven strands of spiritual qi. He began circulating his internal energy. Accordingly, the two strands of spiritual qi gradually moved along with his hands. Then, the two strands of spiritual qi gradually gathered in the palm of his hand. His expression suddenly furrowed, and sweat began to pour out, making him look very uncomfortable. Inside Zhang Yan's soul world, chains appeared around him. And now, he didn't know who he was. In his head he kept hearing, I am me, I am not me. I am also me, I am still me. Suddenly, the lock that was holding the chains shut began to show signs of cracking. Immediately after that, it shattered into pieces. Accordingly, his eyes snapped open, carrying two burning flames. At the same time, a powerful aura burst forth from his body. Luo Zhao, seeing this from the side, revealed a satisfied smile. Then, she clapped her hands to announce, the profound yin emerges. Golden locks break. Congratulations, Daoyu, on completing your meridian activation. The strand of spiritual qi gradually absorbed into Zhang Yan's forehead, forming a mark on it. Luo Zhao pointed at his forehead, asking in confusion, this meridian constitution of yours? Then, she stroked her chin, thinking to herself, meridian constitutions are divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Why does the misty aura behind Zhang Yan look like the muddy swamp of a lower-grade constitution? A meridian constitution combined from the Xuanyuan Mystical Six and the Cowrie Pearl can't only amount to a lower grade, unless the meridian constitution Zhang Yan opened has surpassed even the upper of the upper grade. Returning to his normal state, Zhang Yan now looked at Luo Xiao with a curious expression. Luo Daoyu, how is my meridian constitution? I can't tell the specific grade. Luo Xiao continued to speculate inwardly. If Zhang Yan's meridian constitution has reached the upper of the upper grade, what kind of achievements will he ultimately attain? Should I undo the bloodline essence? Zhang Yan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care much about it anymore, and changed the subject. It's okay, after returning to Kangwushan, I'll have my Shifu assess my meridian constitution, but before leaving, we still have to pull the weeds out by the roots. Then, he pointed towards Du Yu, who was lying on the ground. Du Yu failed to activate his meridians. He'll definitely look for the culprit, and since I happen to successfully activate my meridians, I definitely won't be able to avoid suspicion. To prevent any unfortunate events, they must die here. Hearing this, Luo Xiao also felt it made sense. But Dubo and the 10 strongmen around him, plus the 2 Ming Qi stage cultivators, the 2 of us are no match. Zhang Yan flashed a dangerous smile. What if it's just Dubo? Luo Zhao, holding the Yandeng soul brush, stepped in front of Zhang Yan. Dubo must be exhausted. If we make him waste energy for 2 more days, with the 2 new magical treasures in my hands, maybe I can risk it. At the same time, Zhang Yan stroked his chin and grinned slyly. I've got a plan. Let's use Dubo to eliminate his 12 subordinates first. Then, he waved to signal Luo Zhao. Fellow cultivator, lean in, let me tell you something. Following that, Luo Zhao stepped forward and leaned in to hear the plan that Zhang Yan had come up with. After listening, Luo Zhao looked at him with a doubtful gaze. Really? Just do as I say, fellow cultivator, and there won't be any mistakes. Receiving such a definite confirmation, Luo Zhao didn't doubt any further. Fine then, I'll trust you this once. At worst, we'll die together, a pair of doomed lovebirds. Hearing her words, Zhang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Lovebirds are nice, but isn't being a carefree immortal better? Fellow cultivator, rest assured, would Zhang Yan ever harm himself? After that, Luo Xiao immediately grabbed Du Yu by the collar and lifted him up, then raised her hand and slapped him a few times. Wake up! Then, she decisively let go, causing him to fall to the ground, crying out in pain. Where am I? But before he could get his bearings, Luo Zhao held a knife to his neck, making him pale and tremble as he clasped his hands in a plea. Honored one, who are you? Let's talk this over. My Duco family can agree to anything you want. I'll ask you, does the Duco family have a secret meridian opening technique that isn't passed down externally? Although afraid, Dunyu tried to remain calm and calculated. The secret technique is a family heirloom passed down orally. It can't be revealed casually. I'll make something up, That should work.
Seeing that he wasn't answering, Luo Zhao tightened the knife, and blood began to seep from his neck.
As if guessing his intentions, she threatened, "One lie, and I'll cut a line on your body. Don't, I'll talk. Afraid of losing his life, Du Yu hurriedly revealed his family's secret technique. Luo Zhao continued to ask,
"Who is your mother, Du Meng of the Du family? Which sect and which branch do you belong to? Ming Kang sect, lower branch?"
After extracting the information, Luo Zhao suddenly struck the back of his neck. "Go back to sleep now."
Zhang Yan looked at Du Yu lying on the ground and said, "Du Yu is greedy for life and afraid of death. We can take advantage of that."
Then, he glanced outside. "Now let's see how long Du Bo can hold out." Time passed quickly. And 2 days later, outside the cave, vials of elixirs were scattered all over the ground, and Du Bo had to use his last bottle of pills and drink it. Then, he began to sit down and circulate his inner energy to regulate his body, after which, a look of worry appeared on his face. It's been 2 days since Dung Yu started opening his meridians. Why is there still no progress? Then he shouted loudly, "What's the situation with my dear nephew?" From inside, a voice echoed, "Uncle Bo, my cheeks are burning, and my legs are stiff and can't move. I don't know why." Hearing this, Du Bo guessed, it must be that the medicinal power of the profound pearl is too strong, causing the blood and qi to not flow properly. Use the qi suppression technique your mother taught you. But inside, a hesitant voice came out. "When my mother taught me, I didn't pay attention. I only remember a little."
Hearing this, Du Bo was silent for a moment, as if calculating something.
A moment later, he hurriedly reassured Du Yu, "Nephew, don't worry. Your uncle will tell you the secret technique your father passed down. You must remember it carefully. Not a single word can be wrong."
Hearing this, someone outside panicked. "We're screwed. The Du family's secret technique has never been passed down externally before. If we hear it, won't we be silenced?" Thinking this, he hurriedly ran out of the cave.
Seeing that guy running away, Du Bo unleashed a technique to attack him. Seeing that the guy was hit and coughed up blood, he thought to himself, "I originally planned to deal with you guys after meeting my dear nephew, but never mind, I might as well kill you all now." Luo Zhao, who was observing from inside, couldn't help but praise Zhang Daoyu's scheme of borrowing a knife to kill someone is truly brilliant. Being praised, he humbly chuckled. "I'm just using the situation to my advantage. The reason Dubon killed them isn't just for the secret technique. Dun Yu initially only borrowed the Beiwang True Path to open his meridians, but now he's also taking Xuanzhao, which should have been handed over to the Ming Kang sect leader. That's embezzlement. Du Bo is afraid that this matter will be exposed, and that it will affect his elders, so he will definitely kill everyone else present." At this time, the spiritual energy flowing into Beiwang gradually dissipated and finally ran out. But immediately after, another abundant stream of spiritual energy continued to flow into its body.
Du Bo trembled as he circulated his inner energy, while glancing at the people on the ground.
"Today's events, besides me and Yuker, no one else will know." Then, he loudly asked, "Nephew, do you remember the incantation I just told you?" After a moment of silence, a response came from within. "Uncle Bo, I still have a portion of the medicinal power that hasn't been refined." Hearing this, Du Bo's expression immediately changed. "One more day can't be stretched out for too long," he finished, inwardly worrying. "The pills are running out. I can't suppress Bei Wang for too long on my own." But from inside came a voice. "One day is too short, Uncle Bo. Calmly wait for me a few more days." Hearing this, Du Bo was so angry that he almost spat blood as he cursed inwardly, "This brat." After an hour, Du Bo anxiously inquired about Du Baoyu's situation. "Nephew, how's it going?" But unexpectedly, this time there was no response from within, only a terrifying silence. This made Du Bo realize that something was wrong.
He sensed something was amiss. Du Bo slowly withdrew his spiritual energy,
but unexpectedly, a threatening voice rang out from within. "Du Bo, Du Yu is in our hands. If you release Bei Wang now, Du Yu will definitely die. You need to think carefully." Hearing this, his face darkened and he frowned unhappily. "Who is the Venerable One?"
Zhang Yan's group still didn't reveal themselves, continuing to speak from within. "You know perfectly well, so why bother asking? How do you explain your secret theft of Xuanzhao from the Du family?"
Du Bo couldn't help but worry in his heart. This is bad. This person must be from the sect leader's side. No, this matter can't become an excuse to suppress the Du family. I have to bear the responsibility myself. Thinking this, he spoke up and confessed. "Venerable One, this was all Du Bo's idea alone. I'm originally not from the Du family. I hope the Venerable One won't involve them."
But before he could finish speaking, Luo Zhao interrupted him and laughed. "Whether you're from the Du family or not, what does that have to do with me? I advise you not to be stubborn, otherwise Duxia's little life won't be saved." Seeing that she couldn't be deceived, he had to negotiate. So what does the Venerable One want?
Luo Zhao gave a faint smile. What to decide depends entirely on what Du Xiansheng thinks. Hearing this, Dubon stroked his chin and pondered. If that person wanted to harm us, they would have already attacked long ago. Why would they drag it out?
Could it be that the other party's cultivation is not as good as mine, so they don't dare? That's not right either. If that were the case, why not take Du Yu away first, which could also force the Du family to submit, as he thought about it.
He seemed to have an idea, and shouted out his conditions. As long as you let us go, no matter what the conditions are, I, Dubo, can agree to them. Seeing that Dubo had fallen into their trap,
Luo Zhao and Zhang Yan looked at each other and smiled smugly.
Then she continued to offer her conditions. I heard that Dubo, you have a Kale, heart-piercing arrow, and a Kale, dark bird shield. If you give them to me, I'll let you off this time, and I won't mention this matter to Zhangman. Dubo immediately replied from outside. This time I only brought the dark bird shield with me. How about this? Add a purple concealment feather cloak that can resist intermediate-level flying sword magic treasures. Luo Zhao quickly agreed. Okay, smear your blood on the magic treasure and bring it to the cave entrance. But Dubo hesitated again. Wait, how can I trust that you won't report this matter to the sect leader?
Luo Zhao didn't hesitate to swear. I swear to Huangtian Haotu, if I leak even half a word, may I be struck by heavenly lightning and burned by earthly fire. Do you believe me now? Hearing such a firm affirmation, Dubo thought to himself, once a cultivator makes an oath, it creates karma that can't be faked. Seems like this person is being genuine. With that thought, he immediately sent the blackbird shield and the purple hidden feather garment, floating to the cave entrance. Luo Zhao quickly used a demon binding silk to wrap up the two treasures and pull them inside. Quickly, the two items were safely in her hands.
Having gotten what she wanted, Luo Zhao wasn't going to make things difficult for him. Dubo, Du Yu is here. Take him and get lost. Farewell. Dubo started circulating his inner energy to slowly regulate his breathing. Then, decisively, he unleashed a palm strike towards Bei Wang. This also caused him to exhaust his strength and collapse to the ground.
Afterward, Dubo rushed inside and found Du Yu lying motionless on the ground.
He hurried over to support Du Yu. Yu Yer, what happened to you?
Seeing that Du Yu still hadn't woken up, Dubo forcefully struck his back, causing him to cough a few times.
A few seconds later, Du Yu turned around and shouted anxiously, Uncle Bo, hurry, hurry! It's Zhang Yan! Zhang Yan took the Xuan pearl. He even took my treasures. Uncle, help me get them back. Hearing this, Dubu could hardly believe his ears, frowning as he asked, Zhang Yan? At the same time, Zhang Yan slowly stepped out. Why the rush to leave, Mr. Du? Why don't you be a good boy and stay here? As soon as he finished speaking, something suddenly appeared above their heads, causing them to widen their eyes in panic, overwhelmed with fear.
Du Yu involuntarily sat down on the ground, while Du Bo also recognized it as the Yandang Hun.
Luo Zhao hid in a corner, casting a spell to control the Yandang Hun, secretly grinning.
This inkstone was originally refined by a Huadan cultivator named Du Dai from the Du Di family branch.
Once used, it will instantly immobilize the opponent's Yuan Zhen, lock down their body, and beat them to death.
Seeing this situation, Du Bo's face darkened, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Immediately, he unleashed the Jade pendant to deal with Yandang Hun, whereupon the Jade pendant released a burst of spiritual energy to stop Yandang Hun from falling. Unexpectedly, the Jade pendant shattered immediately afterward. Seeing that the situation was bad, he grabbed the terrified Du Yu and quickly ran outside. Seeing this, Luo Zhao called out to Zhang Yan, Zhang Daoyu, we can't let them get away. As they were running, a dazzling golden ray of energy suddenly appeared in front of them, and a second later it pierced directly into Dubon's chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Du Yu was also slashed in pain and screamed violently. Seeing the attack that had pierced him, Dubo was even more certain. Ruyi Shensuo. It really is Zhang Yan, Luo Zhao worriedly said from the side. Zhang Daoyu. Although the Ruyi Shensuo is powerful, as long as Dubo Xuan Guang is still there, we can't kill him. But contrary to her worries, Zhang Yan grinned with amusement. It's fine. A trapped beast will still fight back. At this moment, Yandang Han had also advanced over the heads of Dubo and his party, and right ahead, the Ruyi shuttle was hurtling towards them, blocking both escape routes. Dubo gnashed his teeth in anger, let out a cold snort, and immediately a green aura burst forth from his body. He continued to channel his inner force, manifesting a giant hand behind him. Facing imminent death, the hand swiftly caught Yandang Han. Then he used all his inner force to control the rocks, sending them flying towards Luo Xiao. Go die. Seeing an arrow whistling towards her, Luo Zhao panicked. Heart-piercing arrow, I've been tricked. In the nick of time, a burst of light suddenly erupted from her sleeve. Unexpectedly, the black tortoise shield appeared just in time to block his attack. Immediately afterwards,
Both magical artifacts fell to the ground simultaneously. Dubo also didn't expect that his black tortoise shield would end up blocking the heart-piercing arrow. Luo Xiao, having escaped death, sneered. "Then let me add another flame to send you on your way sooner." With that, she immediately took out the proclamation brush and unleashed an offensive technique.
Seeing the magical artifact hurtling towards him, Dubo recognized it as the proclamation brush.
As the brush approached him, it slowly began to absorb his spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was gradually drained away, and eventually it moved around them both, sucking Dubo dry of his spiritual energy. Seeing that the situation was beyond salvation, Dubo sighed inwardly. "If I can't protect Dongyu, my family will be implicated by the Dung family." Thinking this, he looked down at Du Yu, whose face was covered in tears and snot.
"I only hope your mother can understand my plight and not put pressure on my clansmen."
With that, he immediately cast a spell to send Du Yu outside, while Dubo closed his eyes and stood still, accepting his death.
With nothing to stop it, the Yuan Duanhun immediately fell, crushing him into the ground. Du Yu, seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, couldn't help but rejoice. "Great, I'm about to get out." But before he could celebrate for long, Zhang Yan's attack pierced through his neck, and he fell to the ground, dead on the spot. Without uttering a final word, after dealing with the two of them, Zhang Yan turned to look at Luo Xiao. "Fellow Taoist, Luo, do you have a way to dispose of these two bodies without leaving a trace?" Luo Xiao gleefully produced an item. "This is the evil flame powder that Du Yu brought. Just a little bit, can corrode even gold and stone, perfect for destroying corpses and erasing traces." Hearing this, he pointed to Dunyu's corpse. "Then pour it on Dunyu and Dubo's corpses, but leave the bodies of the other 12. Understanding his intention, Luo Xiao laughed. Fellow Taoist Zhang's plan is to make Dubon die with a bad reputation. Zhang Yan didn't deny this, only gave a faint smile. Suddenly, the cave began to shake violently. Zhang Yan, with a worried expression, realized it was the lightning tribulation descending. Outside, dark clouds gathered and covered the sky. Luo Xiao quickly noticed this phenomenon, and her face immediately showed surprise. Then she cast her spell and urged, "Fellow cultivator, please run away." She channeled her inner energy, creating a vortex that slowly descended towards the ground. Soon after, a smoking pit appeared in the ground. Then she glanced at Zhang Yan as if signaling something to him. Understanding her meaning, Zhang Yan immediately jumped into the pit. Then he closed his eyes and lay motionless in place. Luo Xiao continued to channel her inner energy. Quickly, 2 rings of demonic energy appeared in both of her hands. Then, with all her might, she created something to cover the pit. At the same moment, bolts of tribulation lightning began to appear powerfully from within the darkness, crashing down. The sound of those bolts of tribulation lightning made Luo Xiao's face darken, and she froze in place. Then she annoyedly covered her ears. No wonder I didn't see those 2 Baya kings from start to finish. The power of the thunder is so terrifying, even I'm uneasy, let alone those 2 unawakened demon creatures. Luo Xiao still stood there, looking outwards. Just then, another bolt of tribulation lightning crashed down. It brought with it the force to strike directly into the ground, sending dirt flying everywhere. After that attack, the tribulation lightning gradually thinned out, and it completely disappeared into the dark, cloudy sky. The dark clouds gradually dispersed at this time. The gloomy sky suddenly brightened, and light began to filter down, shining on everything. Time quickly passed, and 7 days later, Luo Xiao was still sitting next to where Zhang Yan was lying, watching over him. It seemed like something appeared that caught her attention. It turned out that a strange phenomenon was happening where Zhang Yan was lying. The stones there were shaking violently. Then, a dazzling light began to filter out. The next second, that place completely exploded, revealing a glowing ball of fire. Luo Xiao managed to fly into the air in time to avoid the explosion, and she landed safely. From within the hazy smoke, a figure gradually emerged. As the smoke dissipated, Zhang Yan's figure became clearer and clearer. He looked at his hand and sighed. The Xuan Yuan Nei Kan Miao Lu is really dangerous. After cultivating it, it brings tribulation lightning. Luckily, I avoided it in time. Sensing something was wrong, Zhang Yan glanced behind him, secretly observing. It turned out to be the 2 Baya kings lying there, sobbing. Seeing this, Luo Xiao wanted to take the 2 Baya kings to another spiritual land. There will be a new Baya farm in 2 years. Who knows? It might produce a Bei Zi Xuan Zhu. But Zhang Yan shook his head in disagreement. No way. If I move the Bei Kings, the Ming Kang sect will definitely pursue the matter. This is enough. Besides, the passage that Yang Bei expanded is too obvious. When the Du family and Ming Kang send, Luo Xiao understood his meaning, waving her hand and continuing. The investigators will definitely discover the abnormality. I'll trouble fellow cultivator Luo. Outside, the overlapping mountains loomed beneath the clouds. Luo Xiao didn't delay, and immediately flew off to resolve the problem. Zhang Yan meanwhile walked and pondered. After I received offerings from Princess Cao, Lin Yai, that disciple of the Bo Shen sect who used to harass her, completely changed his attitude. Moreover, he wants to establish a relationship with me.
Alright, time to play it cool and borrow the Bo Shen sect's Transformation Jade Do as an excuse for my successful meridian opening.
A few days later, at the Yulei Inn, a flustered dude rushed into a tightly shut room.
Zhang Yan, sitting at the table, introduced himself to the guy. Yo, I'm Zhang Yan, a newly initiated disciple from the Mingkang sect's lower courtyard. I'm looking to borrow some of your clan's Transformation Jade Do.
Han Mu clasped his hands respectfully.
Senior Immortal wants to borrow it. How could this lowly one dare refuse? Just help yourself. Seeing him hesitate, Zhang Yan followed up.
Something wrong? Han Mu scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Our Han clan does have a grade 1 transformation pool, but after a century or so it's been downgraded to grade 4. I'm not sure if it'll suit Senior Immortal's fancy.
No worries, as long as it still works. Zhang Yan, being super generous, offered a suggestion. If you have any requests, just name them. I'll owe you a favor.
Hearing that,
the man didn't answer but was silent, as if contemplating something,
then clasped his hands and made a request.
If, in the future, our clan has a descendant suitable for cultivation, I hope Senior Immortal can lend a hand.
Hearing this, Zhang Yan secretly thought, this guy's pretty smart. If I succeed in cultivation later, just a little help for his descendants would allow them to enter the Mingkang sect to cultivate. A one-step leap to heaven, a calculated deal indeed. Thinking this, Zhang Yan stood up and agreed heartily. All right, with a 100-year limit, I'll allow one person from your clan to enter the sect.
As for their future creation, that'll depend on themselves.
Han Mugai was also very sensible, not asking for anything more, and immediately knelt down and bowed his head. Many thanks, Senior Immortal. 2 months later at the Mingkang sect, along with a shocked voice echoing out, What? Zhang Yan successfully opened his meridians and returned to the mountain already.
Following the voice inside was a group of cultivators gathered together discussing, how is that possible? Zhang Yan has only been on the mountain for less than 3 years, and just became an entry-level disciple half a year ago. How could he have opened his meridians after only being off the mountain for 2 months? Wasn't it said that this person's aptitude was mediocre, only fit to be a simple strongman?
In the main hall of the Mingkang sect, Zhang Yan clasped his hands respectfully.
Greetings.
3 senior masters, Qing Shuanyuan, opened his eyes and secretly assessed Zhang Yan. The Xuanyuan inner scripture is extremely dangerous. Zhang Yan's aptitude is very mediocre, yet he was able to use it to open his meridians. Either he has a great opportunity or there's a master guiding him from behind. Can't underestimate him. Thinking this, he spoke up. Zhang Yan, now that you've opened your meridians and broken through, we're all fellow disciples from now on. Everyone can just address each other as brothers.
Zhang Yan still maintained a respectful appearance. Senior Master is too kind.
Suddenly, a foot stepped forward along with a voice that asked,
Where's Zhang Yan?
Then he introduced himself. I'm Wang Yixing from the upper courtyard, here to examine your meridian signatures. Quickly release your meridian signatures for this humble Taoist to see.
Hearing this, Zhang Yan glanced at Wang Yixing and secretly thought, to examine meridian signatures, at least a Xuanguang stage immortal master is needed, but this person is clearly only a Ming-Chi stage cultivator.
HMPH.
Looks like if you're not from a prominent family, even if you open your meridians and break through, you'll still be looked down upon.
Thinking this, Zhang Yan still circulated his inner energy, and his meridian signatures were released and appeared behind him, then smiled.
Please take a look, senior brother. Looking at his meridian signatures, Wang Yixing was also secretly shocked. Other people's meridian signatures take at least a quarter of an hour to appear, but this Zhang Yan can display them immediately. Then he sweated buckets and gave the result. Your meridian signatures are misty and weak, low grade. Hearing this, Zhang Yan laughed secretly in his heart. Luckily, this person's knowledge is insufficient. If a master saw that my meridian signatures were above high grade, it would stir up unnecessary trouble. The water in the upper courtyard is much deeper than the lower courtyard. It's best to be humble in everything.
Then he respectfully thanked Wang Yixing.
Outside, leaves danced in the wind. Zhang Yan stood under a tree and secretly resolved in his heart, now that I've successfully opened my meridians and have the invaluable Taiyi Golden Tome, my path to enlightenment in the future must go far.
Out of nowhere, a flying boat caught Zhang Yan's attention as it zipped towards him.
As it got closer, a cultivator looked down and announced, Zhang Yan, now that you've successfully activated your meridians, you're destined to be a disciple of the upper house. Come with me. Without another word, the cultivator channeled his inner energy, causing a surge of spiritual power to erupt from his palm. In a flash, Zhang Yan was yanked up into the air by his technique.
Stepping onto the boat, Zhang Yan quickly assessed the guy.
Damn, his cultivation is already at the 2nd level of the manifestation chi stage, cloud-shifting river summoning. He can manipulate objects from afar and teleport within the Kangwu Shan sect, the Changguan Zhan Yuan, and the Heavenly Light Cave.
At that moment,
Ning Chongshuan was riding a boat on the water's surface. Suddenly, he crouched down and sprang up, landing on the shore in a split second. He immediately knelt down, cupping his hands respectfully. "Greetings, master."
Sun Jian sat on his chair with 2 maids attending to his needs on either side, looking at Ning Chongshuan questioningly. "Chongshuan, why are you visiting your teacher today?" Ning Chongshuan got straight to the point. "I've come to ask master for a woman." Hearing this, Sun Jian was immediately confused. "Chongshuan, you were always single-mindedly devoted to the Tao, with no desire for a Tao companion. What made you change your mind?"
But the next second, he burst out laughing, delighted. "Excellent! Excellent!" Ning Chongshuan quickly explained.
"Master, this woman isn't for me to serve. She's to be given to a disciple who just activated his meridians." Sun Jian couldn't help but be curious as to who Chongshuan valued so much. Ning Chongshuan remained respectful as he uttered 2 words. "Zhang Yan?" Hearing the name Zhang Yan, Sun Jian immediately remembered that Ning Chongshuan had mentioned him last time.
Ning Chongshuan immediately said, "Master, this person has a steadfast mind and a good nature. I've never met another like him before. We must quickly recruit him to our side."
Sun Jian propped his head up with his hand, smiling faintly.
"What kind of meridian resonance did this guy awaken?"
Chongshuan answered without hesitation. "Mist manifestation."
The sect's assessment gave it a low-grade rating. Hearing this, Sun Jian's eyes widened. Low grade, and its mist manifestation. Then, he laughed loudly. "Wonderful, wonderful. Isn't that exactly the same as your teacher back then?"
Chongshuan immediately followed up with praise. "Back then, when Master broke through the light barrier to activate your meridians, it was also a low-grade mist manifestation, but you were able to use that meridian resonance to condense the Dharma idol, Qi floating sky."
This shows that while meridian resonance is important, the unwavering Tao heart of a cultivator is even more indispensable. Sun Jian channeled his energy and took out an item. "This is the Tao scripture that your teacher used to cultivate back then. Now you pass it on to Zhang Yan. As for whether he can comprehend anything from it, it all depends on whether that little brat has the opportunity or not." "All right, you said you wanted to ask for a woman for him. Your teacher has granted it." He looked at Chongshuan and asked, "Who are you eyeing?" Given permission, Chongshuan didn't hesitate, clenching his fist as he blurted out 2 words, "Tang Yan." Hearing this, Sun Jian laughed with amusement.
"So you're planning to push Tang Yan out? Not only will you get rid of a troublesome person, but you can also use that little brat from the royal family to force this little punk to join our sect." As if being misunderstood, Chongshuan quickly denied. This disciple wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. Seeing Chongshuan's attitude, Sun Jian shook his head helplessly. This straightforward personality of yours needs to be changed a little. You need to know that having fun and playing around is what immortals do." Hearing this, Chongshuan bowed deeply. "Master is above. How dare this disciple have such unrestrained behavior?" Before he could finish talking about bringing Zhang Yan into the sect, something suddenly appeared from the ground, causing him to be secretly shocked. Qi manifestation through writing. Turns out, right then and there, a review of his character popped up right in front of him. Seeing this, Zhang Yan glanced up, realizing Sun Jian had vanished without a trace, and couldn't help but wonder, "Review my character, huh?" Scene change. Zhang Yan and another cultivator are now standing on a flying boat, hovering in the air. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the scenery ahead. The Longyuan estate, the main courtyard of the Mingkang sect. Gazing at the Xuan turtle before him, he recalled how, when the Mingkang sect was founded, the founding ancestor used his magic to capture this Xuan turtle from Beimingzhao, and then moved 9 majestic mountains from Nanyazhao to surround the lake, building halls and pavilions on the Xuan turtle's back. Moving mountains and filling seas like that? Truly the skills of a god. Soon, the boat stopped in front of a mountain, and the cultivator instructed Zhang Yan, "Just head to the Yaotian pavilion and find Uncle Master Wu. I have to go deliver orders later. Sorry I can't accompany you." "Got it. Many thanks, senior brother. Safe travels." After bidding farewell to the cultivator, Zhang Yan went inside alone. As he walked, observing everything around him, he noticed a luxurious carriage moving down the road. This caused the locals to buzz with excitement. Immortal music to welcome a guest, hundreds of strong lads and maids following. That's an immortal maiden from one of the 4 great grotto heavens on the move. If you could become Dadio partners with an immortal maiden, you'd ascend to the heavens in a single bound. To have an immortal maiden personally welcome him? Who is this lucky bro? Unexpectedly, the carriage suddenly stopped right in front of Zhang Yan. Then, a young girl stepped out and slowly approached him. Tang Yan is a maidservant of True Person's son. Looking at him, she introduced herself. Little girl Tang Yan greets Zhang Lang. A girl just randomly came to greet him. This made Zhang Yan gaped in surprise. "Who are you?" Tang Yan smiled and explained. "This servant is originally the head manager of the Grotto Heaven's maidservants, now receiving orders from senior brother Ning to intentionally come here to welcome Lang Jun." Saying this, her face involuntarily flushed red, shyly adding, "Senior brother Ning's intention is to have this servant accompany Lang Jun. Hearing this, Zhang Yan inwardly mused, putting on such a grand display to welcome me. It looks good, but aside from attracting attention, there's no good point. But senior brother Ning wouldn't want to harm me. I'll just have to play it by ear. Thinking this, he spoke up. If it's senior brother Ning's arrangement, then Zhang Mao has no objections. Tang Niangzi, you can call me senior brother now. Does your group know where to stop? Tang Yan raised a finger, letting him know. According to the rules of the upper academy, senior brother Zhang will receive a cave dwelling at the Yao Tian Pavilion. Then, she glanced at her maid and instructed, Dai you lead senior brother Zhang to the Yao Tian Pavilion. Zhang Yan didn't ask for anything more, coolly replying, then I'll have to trouble Tang Niangzi. With that, Zhang Yan followed Dai lead, and headed towards the Yao Tian Pavilion. After the two left, Tang Yan turned to Ling and asked, Ling is the thing I entrusted to you done? Ling grinned slyly. Yan Yang, rest assured. I told Wang Lang yesterday. He said he will arrange things nicely and Zhang Yan will fail miserably and lose face. Tang Yan chuckled softly, already having a plan. If Zhang Yan can't get a top-grade cave dwelling, then I'll just stand here for days and nights, causing a stir in the whole city, so that the entire Ming Kang sect knows. Then let's see if Zhang Yan still has the face to keep me. Then, her eyes turned sinister, as if calculating something. But if he can get it then. Quickly, Di and Zhang Yan arrived at the Yao Tian Pavilion. There the two wasted no time and went inside. Huang Shouho, the deacon of the Yao Tian Pavilion, saw Zhang Yan and said, This humble Taoist is Huang Shouho. You've come to receive a cave dwelling for practice, right? Zhang Yan didn't say much, just uttering 2 words. That's right, Huang Shouho proceeded to pull out a book on the table and announced, Cultivation cave dwellings are divided into 4 grades. Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding. You've come at a bad time. The upper academy only has Bing and Ding grade cave dwellings left. Hearing this, Dai face paled as she looked at Zhang Yan. Langjun, Bing and Ding grade cave dwellings are too small, they can only fit 10 people. The spiritual energy is also extremely turbid. How can you live there? Seeing Dai's attitude, Huang Shuhuo frowned. Still complaining, then find your own place to live. Zhang Yan wasn't one to be easily bullied, so he calmly retorted, Of course I'll accept a residence, but not some low-grade, Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding level place, but a top-notch blessed land, a Dongtianfu Di. Huang Xiaohuo's face darkened, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. You're just a qi condensation cultivator who just joined the upper house, and you want a Dongtianfu Di? Then, he slammed his hand on the table. How arrogant. Don't forget, only true inheritors of the sect are allowed to live in a Dongtianfu Di. But Zhang Yan didn't back down, getting close to his face. Are you acting so high and mighty because you think I, Zhang Yan, don't know the rules? With that, he channeled his inner energy and smashed the table in front of him with one hand, shattering it into pieces. Seeing his imposing aura, Huang Xiaohuo collapsed to the ground, trembling. What are you doing? Zhang Yan continued with his sharp words, making the other's face turn pale. I've already inquired clearly. Once a lower house disciple reaches qi condensation, they become a true disciple of the upper house and have the right to live in a Dongtianfu Di. This is the founding rule of the Ming Kang sect, and a measly steward like you dares to distort the sect rules. Hearing this, Huang Xiaohuo couldn't help but feel fear. Didn't fourth master of the Wang family say this kid had a humble background and didn't know the inside situation of the upper house? How does he know so much? Thinking this, he immediately changed his tune like flipping a pancake, putting a token in front of him with a smile. Junior brother, don't be angry. I just remembered that there's a blessed land called Xianxia Island that's still vacant. This is the token to lift the restriction on the island. Taking the token, Zhang Yan secretly wondered. Giving it up so easily? This residence definitely has problems, but the path of cultivation is full of ups and downs. What are a few storms? Dyer quickly recognized the problem, and hurriedly grabbed his hand. Young master, Xianxia Island is ravaged by metal and fire energies. It's not a spiritual place for cultivation, but a death trap, a dead end. Where Yan Yang used to live on the other side of the true inheritor was Dongtian Yuhua. Brocade clothes and fine silk cannot follow you to suffer, or change to another place. Zhang Yan thought to himself, Tang Yan doesn't like it. Good, just what I wanted. Thinking this, he said coldly, Does my wife want to cultivate to become an immortal, or enter the palace as a concubine? On the vast path of cultivation, there is only forging ahead through trials and tribulations. No easy enjoyment of wealth and glory. If you're not willing to follow me, then don't come. Hearing his words, Dyer's face darkened, and she was momentarily stunned. Why does he have to be like this? Then she quickly regained her senses and ran after Zhang Yan, following him outside. After leaving the Yao Xianji, Dai Shir went to the agreed-upon place to meet Tang Yan. As soon as he saw her, Dai quickly reported what had just happened. Yan Yang was surprised that Zhang Yan knew the rules of the upper house so well,
and told the servant girl to wait and not leave for a while.
Zhang Yan crossed her arms.
It's okay, just suffer for a few months.
The meridian that Zhang Yan manifested clearly can't be cultivated in the Jinfeng Li Huo. After 3 months, the immortal master will check his cultivation, and he will suffer the consequences himself. If that's not enough, Wang Lang will come out of seclusion to deal with him in 6 months, and it will still be as easy as flipping his hand. Hearing this, Daira smiled happily, her eyes full of admiration. Yes, Wang Lang's aptitude is not bad. He comes from the prestigious Wang family, and he has recently become a disciple of Immortal Master Du Day. Moreover, he has deep feelings for Yan Yang, and will not let Yan Yang down. Zhang Yan looked into the distance, was silent for a moment, and then said, "Hopefully."
A moment later, Zhang Yan continued to follow another cultivator to a certain place.
The person pointed to the sharp mountain in front and announced,
"Senior brother, the Dongfu is right on top of that mountain, and that place is called Lingli Island."
Zhang Yan looked around and secretly evaluated this place in his heart. Every day the Jinfeng Li Huo rises continuously for 3 hours. If someone else cultivates here for a long time, it will inevitably damage their foundation.
But the Taiyi Golden Book that I cultivate just happens to need the Jinfeng Li Huo for cultivation. What is poison to others is good medicine to me. There is nothing better than this.
Zhang Yan also discovered that Tang Yan's group had also arrived.
This woman's words and deeds are very strange. Leaving her by my side is just a burden. But since she was sent by senior brother Ning, it's better to secretly observe her first.
Thinking this, Zhang Yan immediately walked towards the entrance.
As soon as Zhang Yan entered the cave dwelling, the first thing he saw was a table and a futon placed haphazardly in front. Then, he looked around and assessed. Not bad, the cave dwelling is quite spacious and clean.
He quickly took out the command token from his robes. Immediately, the command token flew up and emitted a dazzling light.
Using the command token's power can activate the formation on the island, instantly separating the inside from the outside. Even dozens of Shuangguang stage cultivators wouldn't be able to get in.
If I have some free time, I really need to study this formation carefully first.
I won't rush to practice this Taiyi Golden Book just yet, to avoid others seeing any openings. But I can use the jade fragment to sneak a peek at the mysteries within.
Thinking this, Zhang Yan quickly took out the jade fragment.
After holding it in his hand for a moment, his body radiated spiritual energy, and he floated, hovering in the air.
In the world within the jade, Zhang Yan looked at the inscriptions before him and realized,
this doesn't seem like the Taiyi Golden Book. Why are there so many primordial runes like this? But these primordial runes are almost impossible to distinguish. After observing, Zhang Yan discovered a strange point in the center of the primordial runes.
Suddenly, Zhang Yan exclaimed,
clutching his head, his brows furrowed tightly.
These primordial runes seem even more profound than the writing on the ancient stelae.
Just looking at them makes me dizzy. If I can decipher these characters, my understanding of primordial runes will definitely reach a new level.
20 days pass in the jade.
At this moment, Zhang Yan felt that a certain character resonated with him, and he discovered that it was the character for field, Ta Tian. Suddenly, the character for field in front of him began to crack and emanate a white aura.
This made Zhang Yan gape in astonishment, staring intently.
I just deciphered one character, and the space within the jade immediately changed. This is a mirrored space of the cave dwelling on Lingxi Island. Then, he discovered that he couldn't move beyond a range of 5 steps. Even the golden fire spiritual energy was simultaneously mirrored.
Zhang Yan grinned with delight.
Truly amazing. Cultivating the Ming Qi stage is divided into 3 realms. Qi Si initial formation, cloud summoning river drawing, and heavenly canopy descent. If I directly cultivate using the Taiyi Golden Book, each step of the realm requires guiding Qi into the body. Without someone to guide me, the risks would be huge. Luckily, I have the jade fragment. I can enhance my abilities with it, so using it to boost my cultivation won't be a problem.
Returning to the real world, Zhang Yan immediately took out the jade fragment and stared at it. The primordial runes in the jade fragment are indeed extraordinary.
I've only deciphered one character, and already gained so much. I wonder what will happen after I decipher all of them.
Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching.
Zhang Yan quickly used the command token to activate spiritual energy and open the outer protective barrier. Then he went outside the door to see who it was.
Turns out, it was Ning Chongshuan, who had flown over and was waiting there.
Seeing him, Zhang Yan respectfully greeted, Ning Xianxia, no need for formalities. Not bad, you've completed the qi condensation stage in just 2 months, even faster than I predicted.
Zhang Yan smiled modestly.
It's just an inferior spiritual root,
Chongshuan said sternly.
What are your thoughts?
Zhang Yan remained calm.
I entered the immortal sect solely to pursue the great Tao of immortality. Although my spiritual root is poor, it's still a lifeline. Heaven has left for me. I want to use it as a staircase to climb to the heavens, to the peak of the great Tao.
Hearing this, Chongshuan couldn't help but praise him approvingly.
Good. Your understanding proves I didn't misjudge you. Originally, I wanted to introduce you to a certain Xianxia, but unfortunately, That Xianxia is currently in closed-door cultivation, refining his jade. Who knows when he'll come out?
For now, patiently cultivate your techniques. Surely there will be a day when bitterness ends and sweetness begins,
Zhang Yan thought. Gaining is my good fortune, losing is my fate. Rather than relying on others, it's better to strive on my own.
Hearing this, Changshuan became increasingly pleased with him and praised.
Very good. For now, leave the wishful shuttle with you. If you use my name to cause trouble within the sect, I definitely won't go easy on you, but if you encounter those tough characters, don't hold back either. Chop if they deserve to be chopped, kill if they need to be killed, no hesitation. Listening to his instructions, Zhang Yan respectfully replied, I will engrave Xianxia's teachings in my heart. Changshuan then took out the Dao manual that Sun Jian had given him. There aren't many techniques that a Wuxian can cultivate. The techniques in the sect's library are all inferior records. Better not to read them. This Dao manual is the Azure Cloud Secret Scroll. My benefactor relied on it to achieve the Dharma Image Chi Si. However, cultivation techniques rely on chance. Even if 100 people cultivate the same one, perhaps not even one will resonate with the heavenly Davio. Success or failure depends entirely on your own good fortune.
Receiving such dedicated assistance from Changshuan, Zhang Yan was even more grateful. Many thanks, Xianxia. Before leaving, Changshuan added, 3 years from now the sect will hold a grand competition. At that time all the disciples from the various courtyards will gather at the 9 Cauldrons Arena. There will be no lack of outstanding young experts. The rewards for the victor are extremely generous. If you cultivate diligently, strive to take the top spot in that competition.
Zhang Yan understood quickly, but still had a question to clarify. Alright, but Xianxia.
He didn't even get to finish his sentence before Changshuan quickly flew away, leaving him standing there with his hand still hanging in mid-air. Seeing Changshua's attitude, Zhang Yan vaguely guessed that Ning Xixiang was avoiding the topic. Thinking about it, there must be some meaning behind it. Forget it. First, I'll set aside those guys from Tang Yan's group and focus on studying this Azure Cloud Secret Scroll, examining the Taoist techniques recorded within. This Azure Cloud Secret Scroll emphasizes the Dinyas method, mainly explaining how to circulate the essence fluid and create transformations after spiritual energy is successfully refined.
Meanwhile, the Taiyi Golden Codex in my possession emphasizes the refining aspect, focusing on the refinement and perseverance of one's own ki.
The two complement each other perfectly and will be beneficial to me.
Looks like I need to quickly use the Taiyi Golden Codex to refine the first stage, the Gan Spiritual Qi. Then, I'll see just what's so magical about the techniques recorded in the Azure Cloud Secret Scroll. Time passed quickly. 2 months later, Zhang Yan was leisurely feeding the azure winged spirit insects.
Seeing them quickly devour all the food on the table, he chuckled to himself. These azure winged spirit insects only need to be fed once a year to help me sweep away dust and ward off dark evil beasts. Compared to Tang Yan's group, they're actually useful.
Once my cultivation rises, I won't have to worry about these trivial matters anymore. For the past 2 months, I've been continuously cultivating the Taiyi Golden Codex in the Broken Jade Cave. I've memorized the contents of the techniques and experimented with the metal fire killing aura that I can withstand. I've also comprehended the profound origin, internal exploration of mysteries, and my ability to control my Q has become much more proficient. Following that, Zhang Yan closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. The metal fire killing aura enters the body, first cleansing the acupoints of the Dantian. Accordingly, he immediately opened his mouth to inhale the metal fire killing aura, and those streams of Qi were gradually absorbed into his body, forming a dazzling golden core. Immediately after, Zhang Yan smiled contentedly. The first stage, Gan Spiritual Qi, is a success. Night fell on Spirit Convergence Island. Right then, Zhang Yan was steadying his body. In his palm was a Ganling pill, emitting a powerful aura, and accordingly, his feet gradually lifted off the ground. Then, Zhang Yan's eyes snapped open. By using the secret technique from the Lan Yun secret manual to harness the Ganling Qi, I can definitely fly. In the next second, his whole body shot upwards, and in a flash, he soared through the clouds into the sky. Then, Zhang Yan looked down, constantly marveling. So this is what they mean by riding the clouds and treading the wind. Once I cultivate to the second level of the Ming Qi realm, I'll be able to condense Qius into clouds and roam the 4 directions. That's the real skill of immortals. Just as Zhang Yan was riding the wind in the sky, suddenly, whoa! Daisa Krier pointed in surprise. Yan Niang. Quick, look. Isn't that Zhang Yan? He looks like an immortal descending to earth right now, radiating a dazzling light. Dyer's expression grew increasingly bewildered. I heard Zhang Yan received the secret manual of Sun Zhenren, but how long has he been practicing? How can he already control his Q to fly? No way. That guy next to Wang Ling said his talent was just so-so. At that moment, Tang Yan felt a bit of horror and gritted her teeth. Could this Zhang Yan really be a cultivation prodigy like Ning Chongshuan said? No, this person has neither background nor foundation. Even if he achieves something now, it will definitely be just a fleeting moment. Thinking this, she grabbed the hem of her clothes and ordered, Dai Shir, send a message to Wang Lang, telling him that every day I wait here, I'm tormented by the metallic queue and can't take it anymore. I have no one to rely on, so tell him to take me away from this suffering as soon as possible. Very quickly, the next day dawned, and the bright sunlight shone on everything.
At this moment, a cultivator stood before Spirit Burrow Island, calling out loudly, "Is Zhang Yan here?"
My master specifically instructed me to come here to deliver a letter. Hearing the call, a foot stepped out from the doorway. Zhang Yan looked up and asked,
"Who is your master?" The cultivator then introduced,
My master is Wang Ban, a descendant of the Wang family. He's currently cultivating on Scarlet Haze Island, over 300 lang away, and is considered a neighbor of Zhang Lang. Hearing this, Zhang Yan couldn't help but feel suspicious.
These aristocratic disciples have never taken those with common origins seriously before, so why would they send someone here to deliver a letter to me today? Thinking this, he took out his token,
and accordingly, the barrier around Spirit Burrow Island opened.
Seeing this,
The cultivator quickly entered inside. Then, he took out a letter and brought it before Zhang Yan. This is a letter personally written by my master. Zhang Yan said nothing, and quickly took the letter from his hand. As he read the contents, he thought to himself, this Wang Ban wants to use pills and flying swords to exchange for Tang Yan from me? That's actually not bad, but now I need to consider my own position. Both Ning Chongshuan and I are from humble backgrounds. If I agree with Wang Ban and compromise with an aristocratic disciple, it would be the same as opposing Ning Chongshuan? Definitely not okay.
Thinking this, he spoke up.
Is Wang Shixiang trying to bully others with his power? Although I, Zhang Yan, am just a newly chi-opening cultivator, I'm not afraid of powerful families, since Tang Yan is already my woman. What I do with her is none of his business. Tell him not to waste his effort, my master said.
If Zhang Jun doesn't accept that letter, then please take a look at this one. With that, the cultivator took out another letter and presented it to him.
Zhang Yan accepted the letter and silently read through it. Instantly, his eyes turned ice cold. A challenge, etiquette before the fight, dopey. Then, he turned around and instructed that guy, you wait here for a sec. Then he slowly walked into the cave and took a blank sheet of paper from the table, whereupon he sat down and began to cast magic to write on the paper. A moment later, Zhang Yan took the letter out and threw it to the cultivator.
Pass this message to your master. I heard that your master's Zhen Gongyi. He has unique scenery
and abundant spiritual energy, and I just so happen to be planning to pocket it.
If your master is willing to offer it up, it would be impolite of me to refuse. The cultivator held the letter in his hand, cursing angrily in his heart.
What an arrogant little punk. After leaving,
the cultivator quickly returned and presented Zhang Yan's letter to his master. Wang Ban received the letter and hurriedly opened it to read.
He immediately slammed the letter onto the table in anger with the words, deathmatch written on it. Wang Ban pondered carefully.
Once a deathmatch is accepted, it's not over until someone dies. The loser not only entrusts his life and death to the opponent's disposal, but also includes everything in his cultivation. Abode. Zhang Yan's cultivation isn't high, but he has such ambition. This guy must be extraordinary. What else did he say arrogantly?
Wang Ban looked at the person opposite him. What else did that kid Zhang Yan say? The cultivator did not dare to delay, and immediately reported. Zhang Yan said that he would be respectfully waiting on Lingxi Island in 3 days.
Hearing him finish, Wang Ban suddenly burst into hearty laughter.
Then he clenched his fist tightly, his eyes resolute. Zhang Yan, I'm not afraid of the golden wind raging fire on your island at all. This time you're a dead man. Just in time for me to seize your blessed land, snatch your beautiful woman, and from now on I will be a true disciple, enjoying the benefits in the sect. After speaking, he thought to himself smugly, I already have 35 apertures of azure candle spiritual energy in my body. With 3 more days of cultivation, I can enter the 3rd stage of the Ming Qi realm. Dealing with a punk like Zhang Yan who just opened his meridians is definitely nothing to worry about.
3 days later, Wang Ban quickly arrived at Zhang Yan's residence.
On the boat, 2 people, a man and a woman, stood behind Zhang Ban, staring at him. One was Feng Chen, a descendant of the Feng clan of divine virtue, turned to ask the person next to him, what do you think of this Wang Ban, Ermei? Feng Yao quickly understood what he meant. Da Ji. I know what you're thinking. You want to match me and Wang Ban as Dao companions? Feng Chen smiled slyly. Ermei, you and I are just collateral descendants in the clan. Even if you have extremely high talent, you are still alone in the clan. He continued to lure. But now the Wang clan is also considered a prosperous family, and they are also fellow disciples with senior brother.
If in the future, back then, father agreed with mother that you could decide your own matters, I appreciate your good intentions, Daji. Hearing her say that,
Feng Chen was completely speechless and couldn't retort. At the same time, a loud shout rang out.
Fellow martial brothers, please wait here for a moment. Wang Ban cupped his hands aggressively.
After I defeat that Zhang Yan, I will return and not leave until we are all drunk.
Feng Chen turned to look at Feng Yao's attitude again and discovered, Ermei, it seems like you don't like Wang Ban. Feng Yao said without hesitation her assessment of Wang Ban, Dad Ge. I think this Wang Ban is all brawn and no brains, narrow-minded. He looks like a Junji but is actually a petty person. Even if he defeats Zhang Yan today, he won't go far in the future. At this time, Wang Ban immediately jumped down and left.
Zhang Yan, who was on the side, also observed everything and saw Wang Ban approaching him. He quickly cast spiritual energy, creating a thick fog. Immediately, Wang Ban also noticed the abnormality. This is the fog created by Zhang Yan. Then, he looked around and shouted loudly, Zhang Yan, I have arrived. Come out and face me. Zhang Yan's voice echoed from within the fog. Wang Ban, I have been respectfully waiting here for many hours. Hearing that, Wang Ban's brows furrowed instantly. You think a little trick like that is enough to beat me? Then, he channeled his inner energy, blasting out a stream of golden chi. Vanish, all of you. But after a while, the mist didn't dissipate at all. On the contrary, it became even thicker, making him angrily curse.
Damn it. Realizing the situation, Wang Ban began to think, I don't even know where Zhang Yan is hiding. Gotta force him to show his face.
While Wang Ban continued to channel his inner energy to dissipate the mist, Zhang Yan had already appeared behind him. He secretly observed, Wang Ban's turbid chi actually carries golden fire energy. No wonder this guy dared to come up here for a duel. But, is my Ganling pure chi something he can just blow away with a few puffs of turbid air? After a while, still unable to dispel the fog, Wang Ban seemed to have an idea, and he smiled smugly. Zhang Yan, if you know what's good for you, just admit defeat. My previous promise of exchange still stands, and you can avoid worrying about your life. How about it? Zhang Yan didn't back down, replying, Since we're already here, then this is a life or death battle. Words are useless. Wang Ban's eyes suddenly turned cold. Found you. There. Then, he used a sword attack towards the voice.
Seeing the sword rushing towards him, Zhang Yan was stunned for a moment,
but immediately smiled with interest. This is exactly what I wanted. Zhang Yan immediately took out his brush to counter the attack. Accordingly, both magic weapons directly confronted each other. When the brush touched the tip of the sword was immediately blown away to one side. Zhang Yan quickly snatched the sword and held it in his hand. Then, he clasped his hands and looked at Wang Ban. Wang Shixiong, please forgive me. Obedience is better than respect. The mist became thicker and thicker, obscuring Wang Ban's vision. Zhang Yan, don't think that using mist as a shield to block my flying sword means I can't do anything to you. After finishing speaking, Wang Ban pondered. If Zhang Yan had the ability, he would have come down to kill me already. Why bother hiding on the side, stealing my magic weapon?
He must be afraid of facing me directly. Then I'll use the purple copper short sword to probe his position. Thinking this, he flew out the sword and shouted, Take this! The sword flew swiftly, aiming straight at Zhang Yan's figure in the mist. Then, he blew out a stream of fire. Chi, die, brat Zhang Yan. Accordingly, the stream of fire chi gradually spread, becoming larger and larger, and it burned Zhang Yan's mist away in an instant. Suddenly, within the fire chi, Zhang Yan jumped high into the air. Looking at the fire chi below, he thought to himself, I wonder which is stronger, my Ganling pure chi or Wang Ban's fire chi. Then, Zhang Yan released Ganling pure chi. Immediately, the two streams of spiritual energy attacked each other very fiercely. In the end, Zhang Yan's spiritual energy gradually disappeared. This made him widen his eyes in surprise, and his expression also darkened. This Ganling pure chi is considered cultivation in vain. If that's the case, why not try Lan Yun pure chi? Accordingly, Zhang Yan continued to release Lan Yun pure chi, directly confronting Wang Ban's fire chi. But unexpectedly, Wang Ban's fire chi was quite powerful, almost blowing away all of the Lan Qing Yun chi. Zhang Yan was surprised once again. Yikes. Surprising, there's still a little spiritual energy left. Even though this wisp of azure cloud chi is almost completely worn down, what's left is unbelievably pure, nearly on par with the refined spirit azure chi cultivated from scorching fire gold gale. Turns out I wasted my original essence to cultivate a batch of refined spirit azure chi just to take the long way around. I just need to cultivate this simple azure cloud chi first, then use the methods recorded in the Taiyi Golden Tome to refine it again under the scorching fire gold gale, and I'll be coasting from there. Thinking this, he continued to hold up the brush, striking forward. This much harvest is enough, sorry, but I can't follow you any further. Following that, the streaks of black Q from the brush dissipated Wang Ban's fire Q technique. Seeing his fire keel being scattered, Wang Ban worried inwardly. Crap, Zhang Yan has some serious treasure on him. Seeing that he intended to flee, Zhang Yan continued to attack, his eyes also turning cold. Die, ahead. Wang Ban was putting all his effort into running, but Zhang Yan's spirit ki had already caught up to his ass. Immediately after, his expression changed.
his jaws clenching tightly. Finally, he was pierced through by Zhang Yan's spirit key. After finishing him off, Zhang Yan immediately retracted his technique and Wang Ban fell unconscious on the ground. Zhang Yan immediately went to search him. After searching for a while, he found a vial of leaving life pills.
It's said that relying on talent alone makes it difficult to pass the third level of the Ming-Qi realm, but the leaving life pills can control foreign QA and eliminate impurities, which will save me a little effort. Cut to another scene. Zhang Yan was now standing in front of the crowd, cupping his hands in apology. Sorry. I've made you all wait. Seeing him, these people couldn't help but be surprised. Wang Ban actually lost, and even lost his life. How is that possible? Feng Zhen, together with Feng Yao, stood to the side, silently observing, not saying a word. Several days later, inside the Zhang Manor, a white-haired cultivator stood before Zhang Yan, introducing himself. This humble one is Wang Mao. My ancestor is none other than the Wang Hui original person. So you're the descendant of true person Wang. Greetings, Wang Mao. Not beating around the bush at this time, he went straight to the point. Wang Mao's visit this time isn't to question you about Wang Ban being my clan brother. This time he didn't know his own limits, and offended Xiang Jun because of beauty. He was just courting death, you can't blame others. Hearing this, Zhang Yan's face turned stern. What you said is not correct, brother Wang. Although my duel with senior brother Wang Ban was an ultimate battle, it was also a fair fight according to the sect rules between the two sides. There was no animosity, and there's no right or wrong. Finishing his words, he pointed to the table, inviting him to sit down. Wang Mao inwardly assessed him. Although Zhang Yan is young, he knows how to conduct himself. Wang Ban's defeat at the hands of such a person isn't a waste. Wang Mao then sat down on the chair, his eyes looking at him. Zhang Jun is right. Today this humble one is here because of another matter. Please speak, Wang Jun. Wang Mao stroked his beard and continued. Wang Ban has lost all of his things. Naturally, they will belong to Zhang Jun. It's just that on the surface, Scarlet Haze Island is Wang Ban's cave abode. But on the island there are still more than 10 people from the Wang family in secluded cultivation. So I want to ask Zhang Jun to be generous. My Wang family is willing to use pills, flying swords, magic treasures, and Dao texts to exchange for this cave abode from Zhang Jun. Zhang Yan didn't want to make it difficult for him, and immediately agreed, but he made a condition. I agree to this, but I have something to say first. The cave abode can be redeemed, but Wang Ban has lost. Everything on the island belongs to me, no matter if it's magic treasures, flying swords, pills, or Dao texts. All of it has to be left behind. Wang Mao couldn't ask for anything more at this time, and could only agree that he would follow Zhang Jun's wishes. Seeing that he was preparing to leave, Zhang Yan had a question he wanted to clarify. The rumor that senior brother Wang Ban was fighting with me because of beauty that brother Wang mentioned earlier, may I ask if the Wang family wants to clear your name? Hearing this, Wang Mao hurriedly sat down, turning back to look at him. Of course we want to, Zhang Jun, please speak your mind. Zhang Yan immediately gave a solution. This matter originated from the beauty Tang Yan by my side. Why don't I hand this woman over to the Wang family? No matter if it's scolding or punishment, it's all up to you, Wang family, to deal with. How does brother Wang feel now? After hearing him speak, Wang Mao's expression became pensive, as if he was thinking about something. Then he spoke up. Zhang Jun's way is brilliant. Wang Mu admires it. It was already late afternoon. Zhang Yan stood in front of the door, silently watching Wang Mu's figure leave. Killing Wang Ban also meant making his stance clear to Ning Zhongshuan, and Tang Yan was clearly a useless and troublesome character. Giving her to the Wang family as a peace offering kills two birds with one stone. Now that everything is settled, I can finally go to Scarlet Haze Island with peace of mind. Scene changed to somewhere else, where thousands of flowers are blooming. Zhang Yan stood on Scarlet Haze Island, thinking. No wonder the Wang family tried every possible way to redeem Scarlet Haze Island. Any kind of medicinal herb on this island is worth a lot. But still, although the medicinal herbs are valuable, they are not yet mature. Taking them would be useless. It's better to exchange them for some more practical items. At this moment, in the Wang Mansion's library, someone secretly held the Scarlet Haze Pill book in their hand. Scarlet Haze Pill. Wang Ban's fire scroll is very suitable for cultivation in a place with golden wind raging fire. I will take it back and study it carefully. If I encounter a similar opponent in the future, I can also find a way to control them. Zhang Yan then ordered his subordinates to use the flying shuttle to transport all the pills, books, magical artifacts, and divine chariots back to Spirit Medicine Island. Yes, master. Scene change at Panlai Island. Inside the house, a probing voice came out. What is the background of that Zhang Yan? Inside, Feng Zhen's ancestor, Feng Kang, was leisurely lying on the bed. As you said, Zhang Yan's talent is mediocre, but he was able to stand firm in the lower house based on his commoner background, and then climb up step by step. This person is not simple. Feng Zhen, hearing this, clenched his fist. It is precisely because of this that I am worried. The more talented Zhang Yan is, the more uneasy I feel in my heart. Feng Kang suddenly laughed loudly. Zhen Ge, you have already reached the profound light realm. Why are you afraid of a cultivator who has not even reached the manifestation realm? Feng Zhen hugged his head.
feeling a little helpless. It's not that, it's my second sister.
Ever since the battle on Spirit Convergence Island, she has started paying attention to Zhang Yan, and she wants to become his Dao companion.
But ancestor, you also know that second sister's master, Xin Zhenren, is the daughter of the previous generation's sect leader, with a distinguished position in the sect. Our Feng family still needs to rely on this relationship to consolidate our position. How can we let that commoner Zhang Yan benefit from it? Feng Sheng, hearing what he said, sat up and yawned. In my opinion, this matter is very easy to solve. I heard that Zhang Yan has not yet taken a master, then find a master for him.
Seeing that his idea was reasonable, Feng Zhen asked,
"Who does ancestor think is suitable?"
Feng Sheng did not answer, but directly dipped a finger into the teacup.
Then, he slowly wrote 3 characters on the table. Ju Chongju. Then, a voice came from inside. "Choose this person."
Feng Sheng pointed to the 3 characters on the table. Zhu Chongju is currently the head of the Pill Refinement Institute, and he once owed me a favor. If I want him to accept Zhang Yan as a disciple, he will definitely not refuse.
Even so, Feng Zhen's face still showed hesitation. Even if he agrees to accept Zhang Yan, it still won't be able to sever second sister's thoughts. But Feng Sheng disagreed. Once this person accepts Zhang Yan as a disciple, not only will no one in the sect say anything, but Yao Ser will also know that he cannot become her Dao companion. Why? Feng Sheng explained.
Zhu Chongju and Yao Zhi's master, Qin Yu, were originally husband and wife, but later they became estranged. Once Zhu Chongju accepts Zhang Yan as a disciple, even if Yao Zhi wants to become his Dao companion, she will definitely be stopped by Qin Yu.
Hearing this, Feng Zhen understood to some extent. So that's how it is, but according to what ancestor said, Zhu Chongju also has a significant background, so wouldn't that be too good for Zhang Yan?
Feng Sheng had already considered this and told him, Zhu Chongju's alchemy skills are indeed extraordinary, but he is also stubborn, and will absolutely not allow his disciples to deviate from that path.
Alchemy requires training the 10 years of raging acupoints technique, the 10 years of hiding acupoints technique, and the 10 years of wood acupoints technique.
If Zhang Yan is forced to practice alchemy, wouldn't he be delaying his path of cultivation? If he plots to betray his sect, then he will be hunted down by everyone together. With his cultivation stagnating for 30 years, do you still need to worry about him?
Back on Spirit Convergence Island, Zhang Yan was absorbing the spiritual energy into his body. A sect deacon looked at him and assessed,
"Pure Qi, excellent."
With that, he turned and flew away, leaving Zhang Yan behind, respectfully saying, "Safe travels, master." Afterwards, he secretly pondered. Every 3 months, the upper house sends a master to examine the core disciples. If someone's cultivation stagnates or progresses too slowly, they'll be deemed a lower grade. Repeated, lower grades will result in being stripped of their core disciple status.
Suddenly, Zhang Yan's eyes caught something. Turns out it was Ning Chongxuan, who had appeared unnoticed. Seeing him, Zhang Yan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Senior brother Ning, what brings you here?" Ning Chongxuan then announced,
"I'm here to tell you, your master has been decided. It's the head of the Pill Refinement Hall, Zhu Chongju. He personally requested you from my master, and my master agreed. There was nothing I could do to stop it. But this person isn't from a prominent family, so you can rest assured."
Hearing this, Zhang Yan was a bit suspicious.
"Listening to your words, senior brother, it seems there's more to this than meets the eye. I wonder why Senior Zhu would want to take me as a disciple."
But Ning Chongxuan didn't want to dwell on the matter. He held out his hand. "It's useless for you to know more about this now. First, hand over the Ruyi Divine Shuttle." Zhang Yan immediately took it out and gave it to Ning Chongxuan. Then, he placed his hand on Zhang Yan's shoulder and used his magic. "Now I will use magic to take you to meet Zhu Chongju. Remember that external objects, no matter how good, are only auxiliary, not a support.
As long as you wholeheartedly pursue the Dabio, you may not have the opportunity to achieve the Dabio. Remember that." A moment later, Zhang Yan slowly opened his eyes, and he was standing in front of the Pill Refinement Hall.
Zhang Yan also realized that he had the Ruyi Divine Shuttle in his hand.
Then he smiled and clenched his palm. Senior brother Ning took back the Ruyi Divine Shuttle first and then bestowed it. Is to use that to tell me that external objects, no matter how good, are other people's things. People can give it to you, and they can definitely ask for it back. And the advice he gave me just now also subtly implies that alchemy is an external object. Only cultivating profound arts is the right path, telling me not to forget the core.
Whether it's Ning Chongxuan
or the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, you've all misjudged me, and completely wrong at that. As Zhang Yan stepped inside, a cultivator appeared and asked him, "This senior brother, what brings you here? Are you here to request pills?" Zhang Yan politely replied, "My name is Zhang Yan. I am here to meet Head Zhu on orders."
Hearing this, he recognized him and respectfully extended his hand. "You are Uncle Master Zhang. The patriarch ordered that you be invited this way."
Then Zhang Yan followed the guidance of the cultivator. And at this moment, in front of them, was a magnificent palace, and above the imperial tower, a cultivator dropped pills down. As he passed the bridge, pills fell into the water, which caught Zhang Yan's attention. Suddenly, something appeared on the surface of the water, making Zhang Yan stunned. At the same time, the cultivator announced, "The patriarch is on the fishing tower, Uncle Master. Please enter on your own." Following the words of the cultivator, Zhang Yan slowly entered. As soon as he saw him, Zhu Chongju's face turned stern and he scolded, "Who allowed you up here? Get down!" Zhang Yan ignored his words and immediately moved behind him to rummage for something. Seeing his attitude, Zhu Chongju snorted coldly, "You think that if you are disrespectful to me, I won't take you as a disciple. I am taking you only to repay a favor. Whether you agree or not, I, Zhu Chongju, will definitely take you." Zhang Yan held the book in his hand and smiled. "Second uncle, if I become your disciple, wouldn't you be at a disadvantage?" Hearing him speak, Zhu Chongju's expression was a bit stunned. "What did you call me? You? Could you be from the Zhu family?" Zhang Yan bowed respectfully. "The senior who guided me up the mountain said that 200 years ago, the Zhu family had an elder who left home and vowed to destroy the Zhu family, telling me to seek help from you after we meet. Just want to ask, do you remember that time when the old Taoist smacked someone's back with his horsetail whisk on the third day?" Hearing him say that, Zhu Chongju burst out laughing. Then he turned to look at him. "I knew it. The senior never lied to me. Never lied to me. That year, I was secretly framed by that old geezer from the Zhu family. I originally wanted revenge, but the senior said my foundation was ruined, and I couldn't achieve great Dabio in this lifetime. But the senior also said that in the future, he would find a lucky kid who could help me fulfill my wish. I've waited for over 200 years, and finally, I've waited. Zhang Xiaoyu, you can rest assured here. No matter who wants to harm you, as long as you don't violate the sect rules or go astray, I can protect you completely." Zhang Yan was overjoyed when he heard this. "Many thanks, second uncle master." Zhu Chongju then patted him on the shoulder. "I'm no longer part of the Zhu family. Besides, we were both guided by the senior. In public you can call me master, but when no one's around we can just be bros. Oh yeah, there's something you need to watch out for," Zhang Yan said grimly. "I hope master can enlighten me." Zhu Chongju immediately told him, "You came here because I owe Feng Kang a favor, and that guy is super scheming, so this definitely isn't as simple as it seems. But what he's planning exactly, I can't see for now, but it's probably still based on these two words, alchemy. These books are alchemy techniques that I've rewritten over hundreds of years. Take them back and look through them just in case. Also, to be safe, stay in the Pill Cauldron courtyard these few days, to avoid being noticed by the Feng clan. Wait for this storm to pass, and then go back to your cave dwelling." Inside the room, Zhang Yan was intently looking at the book in his hand. Then he smiled with interest. Zhu Chongju's revised alchemy technique is really amazing. The original 3-aperture technique has been carefully improved by him and turned into the inner aperture technique. Not only is the training time drastically reduced, but the most important thing is that with just a few special elixirs, anyone can practice it. If this method is spread out one day, it will definitely change the current landscape of the 16 major factions. Then he hurriedly turned around and walked towards the door. "Now I have to go find those elixirs and try it out myself." Thinking this, Zhang Yan rode his spirit boat and flew off to search for the elixirs. But in front of him, 3 people appeared. Zhang Yan didn't rush to act, secretly observing the opponents. Suddenly, one of them used his spirit energy and rushed towards him. Seeing that he didn't intend to dodge, he shouted loudly, "Get out of the way!" Just as he was about to touch Zhang Yan, he quickly dodged to the side. But as a result, his spirit battle boat was completely destroyed. Seeing this, the guy laughed triumphantly. "Lucky you!" Then, he ran into a mansion. Zhang Yan, at this moment, used his inner strength to fly, and gently landed on the ground. At the same time, other streams of spiritual energy suddenly flashed past him. Following that, the group of people rushed into the Decaxian pavilion. As for Zhang Yan, with his arms crossed, he smiled with interest. "Really want to see who came looking for trouble." As the group of people entered one by one, Zhang Yan remained calmly behind, secretly observing everything. Suddenly one of them shouted loudly. Old man Chao Fengji, holding a spirit beast in his arms, continued to shout arrogantly. "Quickly bring out a handful of Taiwa pills. I have to treat Su Shixiang's spirit pet's injuries." Old Chao looked embarrassed. "Little ancestor, there are only 3 batches of Taiwa pills a year, and they have to be divided among the immortal masters. It's hard to find even one now. Where am I going to find a handful for you?" Hearing this, the people behind shouted in unison. "What nonsense are you talking about? Bring out as much as you have. That's right, stop talking nonsense." At the same time, Zhang Yan, who was standing behind, witnessed everything. Then he turned to the person next to him and asked, "What's the background of these guys? Why are they acting so arrogantly?" The other person replied cautiously, "Reporting to Senior Uncle Zhang, they are relatives of the core disciples on the Liuchuan 4 islands. The young man leading them is called Feng Ji, and he's from the Feng family. The top of the 12 prestigious clans. He's...
Oh, the Feng family.
A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Feng Shang, oh Feng Shang, today your Feng family's descendants have fallen into my hands. You can only blame yourselves for being unlucky. Thinking this, he stepped forward. Pavilion leader, what's going on here? Old Chow stammered, Senior Uncle Zhang, this. But before he could finish, Feng Ji interrupted. My family's spirit pet, little Yun, is seriously injured and needs to use the Tai Hua pill from your pavilion urgently. Why are you being so talkative? Hurry up and get the medicine. Zhang Yan wasn't having it either, replying, Medicine for people. Why would you give it to a beast to drink? Pavilion leader Chow. Each chamber has a set amount of pills. If any are missing, you'll be held responsible. Seeing his resolute attitude, Feng Ji clenched his fist in anger. You dare not let me use it! Zhang Yan ignored his words and immediately turned to leave. Seeing this, Feng Ji became even more furious and launched an attack at him. You're not going anywhere. Instantly, Zhang Yan used his spiritual energy to block his attack. As a result, Feng Ji's weapon was knocked to the ground, causing him to tremble in fear as he looked at him. Zhang Yan thought to himself, this Feng Ji is only 3 or 4 years old. TN probably meant 13/14. His mind isn't sharp at all. He's definitely easy to trick. After defeating Feng Ji, Zhang Yan spoke up. The sect rules clearly state that anyone who attacks a core disciple without reason will be killed without pardon. Then he raised his token and ordered, Are the Dao High Power Warriors here? Hurry up and bring them down for me. Feng Ji then shouted loudly, pointing forward. Senior brothers and junior brothers, this guy is looking down on the people of Liuchuan 4 Islands. I don't need to hold back. If anything happens, senior brother Su will take responsibility for us. Let's snatch the pills together. Charge! Zhang Yan secretly sneered. The reason I let the Dao High Power Warriors who are weak show their faces is precisely to leave you guys a space to resist attacking a core disciple after knowing their identity and still continuing to besiege them, treating the sect rules like they're nothing. Today, I will make the Feng family fall into a pit of mud and also taste the feeling of being tricked. A moment later, the Dao High Power Warriors were defeated by Feng Ji's companions and lay scattered on the ground. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yan secretly smiled with delight. The opportunity has come. He continued to raise his token. Banshan Power Warriors. One of Feng Ji's companions stepped forward and attacked the Banshan Power Warrior, but panicked upon contact. No, it's not working. In the next second, they were all beaten to a pulp, screaming loudly, Zhang Yan, you're so bold! And finally, they were tied up tightly like worms that couldn't squirm, each one being thrown mercilessly on top of the other in a pile. Zhang Yan was standing, writing something on a letter. Then he handed the letter to someone and instructed, be sure to deliver this letter to Ning Chongshuan. Afterwards, he smiled to himself. Good show, senior brother Ning. The opening scene of this play has been set up for you. Now let's see how you'll continue to sing. Suddenly, a foot stepped inside, accompanied by an unpleasant tone. Who did this tying up? The person who just entered was Dao Ming, the vice president of Danding Institute. He shouted loudly, ordering, quickly release them! Zhang Yan wasn't afraid at all, smiling brightly at him. Vice President Dao, I was the one who ordered them to be tied up. Hearing that, he froze in place, stuttering, You! Then he walked next to him. Zhang Shidi, quickly release them. These people are relatives of the core disciples from Liuchuan Si Dao. Do you want to invite trouble upon yourself? But Zhang Yan stood firm. Invite trouble? They dared to attack me just now. I think releasing them would be inviting trouble. Dao Ming continued to persuade. Zhang Shidi, they are all relatives of core disciples. It was just a misunderstanding. You've already taught them a lesson. I think it's better to release them, Zhang Yan retorted even more resolutely. Weird. Vice-Dean Dao is afraid of the core disciples from Liuchuan Si Dao, but isn't he afraid of a core disciple like me? Dao Ming then whispered in his ear, Zhang Xiedi, do you know the background of that spirit beast? That's the spirit beast raised by Su Yihong. He's a descendant of the Su family of Qin Yang, the head of the 5 great clans. Zhang Yan remained unafraid, his expression stern. The prince breaks the law and should be punished as a commoner. Just because he's a descendant of the Su family, does that mean he doesn't have to follow the rules of the sect and can attack core disciples at will? Dao Ming clenched his fist. Su Yihong is Su Yihong's younger brother. He's extremely protective of his family. If you offend his younger brother, Xindi, you'll be in big trouble. Hearing this, Zhang Yan thought to himself, Su Yihong, I heard that his mother exhausted her essence blood for 16 years to conceive him. He had reached the Kaimai realm at birth and is already a Huadan master. When he was in the Xuanguang realm, he even had the feat of eliminating Huadan cultivators. He's definitely not a simple character. So what if his strength is strong? Can he fight against the power of an entire family, an entire sect, alone? Every single one of those guys I messed with today had backing. Zhang Yan then raised his hand, signaling, Vice-Dean Dao, no need to say more. No matter how strong Su Yihong is, the sect rules say I'm right in this matter. I have strong men. Use the yin-yang golden locks to tie all these people up, throw them into the dungeon, and lock them up tight. Don't let anyone escape." Finishing speaking, Zhang Yan decisively left.
Scene change at the Dan Ding Institute. Zhu Chongzhu laughed. Since Shidi has already gone up against the Feng family, why not drag all the family alliance of Liuchuan Xidao into the water together? Otherwise, the target is too small. You can't get too many benefits in one go.
If we push this matter, how confident are you?
60%. Hearing his answer, he stroked his beard, calculating. That's probably not enough heat. I'll give you a hand. It just so happens that the sect leader has something he wants to ask me for help with recently. If I step forward to demand justice for you, he will definitely go along with the flow. Giving me face, this matter should be 80% certain.
Hearing that, Zhang Yan smiled. If that's the case, then I'll have to rely on Xianxia.
Zhu Chongzhu looked at him. Shidi, why be so polite? Do you want to return to your cave dwelling? Now, I've already fallen out with the Feng family, so I can't stay here long. Anyway, they won't be able to take care of themselves soon.
Zhu Chongzhu also partially agreed with his idea. You're right, disciples in the sect are forbidden from fighting in secret. Once this matter spreads, no one will make things difficult for you during this time, but you must quickly cultivate when you return. After all, this is the root of survival, Zhang Yan replied.
Xianxia is right.
Also the other day, when I flipped through Xianxia's works, I found Xianxia's alchemy techniques to be extremely profound. I feel like I've benefited greatly.
Zhu Chongzhu laughed heartily.
I'm glad you like them.
Then,
he handed Zhang Yan a bottle of pills. These are pills to coordinate with your cultivation of alchemy techniques. Take them with you. Thank you, Xianxia. Then, Zhang Yan hurriedly left. Then I'll take my leave now. He looked forward expectantly.
Feng Kang, I've made my move. Let's see how you respond.
At Panli Island, in Feng Kang's large tent, Feng Zhen had returned to report the situation. Granduncle, is Zhang Yan crazy?
Feng Zhen's expression was very worried. He actually dared to imprison more than 2 people related to the core disciples of Liuchuan Xidao. Is he not afraid of the families behind them? Feng Kang waved his fan.
I am also a little worried that Zhang Yan has opened a contest between our teachers and students and the family based on himself. He closed his fan and continued. Before the winner is determined, the teachers and students will definitely protect him safely. Who dares to come forward at this time?
Feng Zhen became even more worried after hearing this.
Feng Zhen thought for a while and then said, I heard that the clan is gathering several families to put pressure on the teachers and students, but they did not respond, and even the sect leader did not have any attitude.
Feng Kang saw that his grandson was thinking too superficially, so he scolded him directly. Stupid! Do you think that the teachers and students are keeping silent because they are worried about our families? It's because they think our families have too little meat and are not full enough to eat. He pointed his fan at Feng Zhen and said something extremely hurtful. The sect leader wants all of you blind people to jump out and finally catch them all in one go.
Feng Zhen was dumbfounded by his granduncle's words.
Feng Kang, with his legs crossed, lectured his grandson.
Cornering a direct disciple like that, the charge isn't small. If the family doesn't know to repent and instead tries to suppress the victim, I fear we'll suffer a great loss of vitality this time. Zhang Yan's move is too dangerous, not only borrowing power to protect himself.
He clenched his fist and slammed it on the table, making the teacup wobble, but also taking the chance to screw the Feng family over. Truly a worthy opponent.
As if understanding something, Feng Zhen's eyes suddenly became more determined. He knelt before Feng Kang, granduncle. So how should this be resolved?
His attitude was surprisingly compliant and patient, waiting for his ancestor to instruct him. Feng Kang opened his fan again, looking up with arrogance. Tell Feng Ji to obediently accept his death, kill him with one strike and deliver the body to the Pure Clarity Institute, then send someone to appease Zhang Yan.
He seemed sure of his success with this plan. Cut this matter off cleanly like that, leaving no chance for the sect to get angry with us. Thank you for your guidance, granduncle.
Feng Zhen revealed a clearly resentful look.
Zhang Yan, we are sworn enemies. That Zhang Yan is just too hateful. Does granduncle have any way to eliminate him?
Feng Kang spun a yarn that made Feng Zhen overjoyed. When I initially planned for Zhang Yan to join the Pill Refinement Institute, would I not have left a back door? Once we get through this storm, we will make him pay dearly.
5 months later, the volcano on Lingxi Island erupted with considerable force. Zhang Yan was meditating and cultivating in this place, in a very quiet location. He sat cultivating with utmost concentration. Seemingly nothing could break his cultivation time. Calming spiritual energy began to appear, approaching his body. The spiritual energy gently entered every part of his face.
The calming spiritual energy enveloped his face, while he remained very focused on controlling it within his body.
Zhang Yan had formed the inner core of the illuminating stage.
Zhang Yan parted his lips to allow the aura to approach. More and more spiritual energy appeared, and he had to try even harder to absorb it well.
He used his nose to control his breathing, absorbing rhythmically. The spiritual energy coiled together, containing an excellent source of power.
It approached the air in Zhang Yan's body more and more, reaching his inner ki.
Then, It enveloped the air in his body. Zhang Yan felt this, and he slowly opened his eyes. Then he opened his mouth wide, his eyes also shining brightly, absorbing the spiritual energy into his body intensely. The spiritual energy outside gradually entered the body through all senses, including the ears. In his soul, the inner water energy vibrated and was upgraded with more power. Finally, he cultivated the last gate of calming spiritual energy. Zhang Yan opened his palm to look at it, and he smiled with some satisfaction. Suddenly, the source of power in his body changed greatly, and he felt it clearly. At this time, the lake in his soul was surging with big and small waves competing with each other, and the spiritual energy in his dantian was like a vast ocean rolling endlessly. He looked at his body with some worry. It seems that this source of power makes me unable to stop continuously circulating my cultivation technique. When he slightly parted his lips to breathe, a speck of pure spiritual fire appeared. He inhaled and swallowed it back into his body. Zhang Yan circulated his water elemental energy around him to create a mutation. Unexpectedly, the sweat on his face turned into blood, which made him extremely uncomfortable. The sweat on his hands also turned into blood. After a while, Zhang Yan exhaled a breath of fire energy, which had been suppressed by the water energy, and only left a trail of smoke. Inside his dantian, countless water droplets appeared, and the surface of the water became calm again. Zhang Yan looked at the water droplet and was quite surprised. I actually managed to create the first gate of the Kunling turbid energy by following the trend. Doesn't this save me a lot of effort? He exhaled a breath containing Kunling turbid energy. With just a small droplet, it pierced through a stone wall, and the droplet gradually vanished, leaving a deep hole in the stone wall. No wonder the Taiyi Golden Scroll said that when one cultivates to the profound light realm, a stream of profound light can melt gold and iron. Zhang Yan stared in shock at the power caused by the droplet. Just turbid energy has this level of power, seems like it's not an exaggeration. He turned around, inadvertently noticing something. He quickly held out his command token. The barrier around the volcanic area opened a gap. Immediately, a small sword with a letter attached to it flew towards Zhang Yan. He calmly reached out and caught the sword. Zhang Yan took the letter pinned to the sword, read it, and pondered. Inviting me to admire the moon on Jade Twin Peak and 6 Rivers 4 Islands in 10 days. I just scammed them. Why would they send an invitation? He looked back and forth at the handwriting on the paper. The handwriting on this letter is very beautiful. You can tell it's from a female cultivator at first glance. Who exactly is it? A few seconds later, he threw away the letter and turned to leave. Forget it. Whether I go or not doesn't matter anyway. He slowly thought, instead of wasting effort caring about this, it's better to seize the time to improve my cultivation. That's the main thing. To refine the turbid spirit, each time I have to let go, abandon all the pure chi to restrike at the deepest part of the earth fissure. Being let up like this is troublesome and the effect is low. I need to think of a variation to keep the killing intent intact. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. That's right. Isn't the inner aperture technique in Zhu Shixiang's alchemy technique about opening another qi aperture in the body, accommodating different types of qi for use? Zhang Yan looked at his body. Then isn't that the place to store natural qi? Suddenly, a surge of power appeared in front of his chest. Zhang Yan smiled, seemingly confident in himself. Since your daddy can do this, then let's just fill all 3 qi apertures, preparing in advance for when they're needed. The sun was now beginning to rise high, and the light covered everything. Zhang Yan was quietly meditating in his room, when a voice came from outside the door. Zhang Shishu, are you there? The ancestor is urgently summoning you. He looked out the crack in the door, which was filled with sunlight. The tower on the large lake was still quiet and peaceful as always. Zhang Yan entered the room. Zhu Chongju was waiting for him. Shixiang, what happened? Zhu Chongju's expression was serious, as he thought carefully. Then he looked towards Zhang Yan. Envoys from Dengyu Water Kingdom have arrived. In half a year they are holding a grand birthday celebration for their king. Juju Sheng wants to hold an alchemy conference and requires some alchemists from our sect to attend, while voluntarily giving up a junior to show their sincerity. Zhang Yan tried to keep a cool head as he sat down, while Zhu Chongju looked down with some hesitation. It may be possible to resolve this matter without fighting, so the sect leader agreed immediately. He also began to seriously think about the problem. Dengyu Water Kingdom is a demon-cultivating tribe with extremely powerful forces. Even the 3 White Lake demons, who have been fighting with the Mingkang sect for decades, are only nominally their vassals. Zhu Chongju slammed his hand on the table, fuming. I was invited by Elder Jiang to focus on alchemy, so Deputy Dean Dao was temporarily in charge. Who knew that when it came to selecting envoys, Deputy Dean Dao actually put your name down? Zhang Yan's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. So, when you questioned him, what was Deputy Dean Dao's explanation? Zhu Chongju frowned. Dao Ming said it was a mistake made by a subordinate, whom he already killed. He also agreed to take full responsibility, and resigned from his position as Deputy Dean. Zhang Yan shook his head helplessly. He must have already prepared his escape route. Even with all that, you couldn't punish him. There's definitely someone pulling strings behind the scenes.
Zhu Chongju immediately thought of that detestable face. I suspect it's Feng Kang. This is very similar to his tactics. He rubbed his temples, looking troubled.
If you don't want to go, even if I have to throw away my old face and beg someone, I will definitely protect you.
Zhang Yan smiled gently, then looked at Zhu Chongju seriously, causing him to stare blankly.
Senior brother. I agree to go. Huh. His expression became even more worried. Have you thought this through?
Zhang Yan said without a trace of worry.
Staying in the sect isn't necessarily safe. Traps set by those villains will keep coming. I'm not afraid, but I don't want them to delay my cultivation. He looked at his senior brother with a firm gaze. This trip to Shui country will keep me away from influential families, giving me more freedom and ease.
Zhu Chongju sighed. What you said makes sense, but nominally you're my disciple and you don't know alchemy. Someone will definitely use that to make things difficult for you, putting you at a disadvantage, Zhu Chongju said earnestly.
There are still a few days until the departure. I'll teach you as much as I can. Zhang Yan was curious again.
Senior brother, there are plenty of demon cultivators who know alchemy.
Why do we have to borrow an alchemist from the Mingshang sect? He started comparing demon and human cultivators. Demon cultivators can make some ordinary elixirs, but only human cultivators can make top-grade elixirs. For example, the 3-aperture technique can only be cultivated by cultivators with a human body. He didn't forget to warn him, you absolutely cannot reveal the inner deficiency technique that I gave you. If demon cultivators find out, there will definitely be an earth-shattering disaster, Zhang Yan reassured him. Don't worry, senior brother, I know what I'm doing.
Even so, his mood was still uneasy. However, even though the matter is settled, we can't let Deputy Dean Dao escape so easily. Zhu Chongju was quite surprised.
Do you have a plan? Zhang Yan stood up calmly, stating his solution.
Deputy Dean Dao resigned from his position,
but we can't let his alchemy skills go to waste. He looked at his senior brother with determination. Why not report to the sect leader and have him become my assistant, accompanying me on this trip? The day was mild and clear.
Everyone who was sent to Shui country gathered at the great tower. Suddenly, a little maid brought a wooden box to Zhang Yan. My master ordered me to deliver these 2 items to you, young master.
Zhang Yan took it, opening the letter first. Because this servant was stubborn and implicated, Langjun, my heart is very uneasy. I can only offer this apology. I hope that Langjun takes care on the journey ahead.
Then he opened the box and took out a jade pendant. Judging from the handwriting and the invitation, Let's Watch the Moon came from the same person. This jade is called Qian Yu Xin Zhu and is a treasure that assists cultivation. Writing a letter, giving jade, and mentioning implication. Where did you come from?
After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yan looked at the little maid. May I ask, who is your master? The little maid lowered her head in a very sensible manner, gave a Wanfu greeting, and immediately turned and left. Zhang Yan couldn't figure it out, his expression a bit helpless. Since I can't guess this person's origins, then there's no need to waste any more effort. He flicked his sleeves and walked towards the crowd. What a cultivator wants to do, they will do. Why bother about small matters? When the opportunity comes, everything will naturally become clear. An old man surnamed Tan approached Zhang Yan. Please follow me. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure flash before his eyes. Zhang Yan looked closely. That person, Feng Kang. Why is he here? As Zhang Yan followed the guide, he had some doubts about life. Looking around and seeing that everyone around him were men. This trip to Dengyu Shui country takes a year to arrive, but these disciples of influential families only brought strong men by their sides, without a single female attendant. How absurd! Zhang Yan's eyes became more and more suspicious. Unless they didn't plan on going to such a far place at all. The guide led him to the 4-story pagoda and invited him in. He scanned the surroundings again, wondering in his head. 4 stories. After a few manly glances at Zhang Yan in secret, he stepped past one person's gaze and entered the pagoda.
This week's layout is really intricate, a dilemma. Hard to escape even with wings.
He looked calm on the outside, but his head was full of comments and judgments.
Although I knew they'd make a move on me sooner or later, I thought they'd at least wait until Dengyu Aquatic Nation, but it seems these guys don't even hope I get there. Suddenly, a man riding a somersault cloud fell into his sight. The leader dispatched to Aquatic Nation, named Wu Zhen, still looking young, held out a token. The huge pagoda slowly started to fly up. The wind blew harder and harder, but Zhang Yan's mentality remained so calm. Inside the pagoda, Wu Zhen's cultivation was the highest, the hardest to deal with, but it couldn't be ruled out that there were other cultivators with similar cultivation levels.
He lowered his eyes with determination. Gotta prepare well for when Luo Xiao's people arrive. Time passed. The weather was sunny every day. The next day, the pagoda was still slowly floating high in the white clouds.
Zhang Yan looked at the direction the pagoda was floating.
Doesn't this direction seem like it's going to Hu Yongling?
He thought of the image of a mermaid evolved from a golden carp.
Hu Yongling is one of the 3 lakes lords. Kuai Yue is a carp spirit who has cultivated for 1,000 years. Although going through the demon territory can also lead to aquatic nation, the route isn't actually shortened, and it inevitably raises suspicions. He lowered his head, his eyebrows furrowed. So that's it. The moment before reaching Huyongling is the opportunity they've chosen to strike.
Suddenly, the jade pendant given to him by the mysterious person glowed brightly.
He smiled and picked up the jade pendant, remembering that the speed of circulating qi of this Cheng Yue mental cultivation method had been mediocre these days. This is heaven helping me.
Every gaze of Zhang Yan was extremely serious, although Luo Zhao hadn't arrived yet. But instead of waiting, it's better to take the initiative and catch the enemy off guard. The sky was gradually turning to dusk. Outside the pagoda's 1,000-mile airship, the white clouds covering the pagoda gradually lowered steadily. Inside the large room, the chief disciple of the Su clan, Kan Yang, named Su Yihong, sat very seriously. The cultivators standing below bowed their heads to Su Yihong. Xia Guo pays respects to senior brother Su.
He asked briefly, "What's the situation?" Xia Guo replied with a joyful expression. "The old carp, Juba, still doesn't know anything, completely unaware. Just right for us to make a move."
Su Yihong was overjoyed after hearing this, and immediately stood up.
Good. A second later, he returned to his original solemn expression.
"Today's important matter concerns our 100-year scheme. Is there anyone among you who wants to withdraw?"
All three cultivators were of one mind. "We only follow senior brother's orders."
Su Yihong leisurely sat back in his chair. "Erlang is coming here on the Fei Yao Pagoda. Once we get the head of that direct disciple named Zhang Yan, we can use the excuse that a direct disciple was killed." His face suddenly became pensive and sinister. "Attack Juquo Creek. Bongsan Peng's deep Xinjian, kill this carp brain. Ju Bazan Shui Mansion."
The name Xia Guoquo began to recount. "I've also heard of this Zhang Yan. Last time it was him who accidentally killed Erlang's spiritual seed and captured many fellow disciples. Embarrassing Erlang. This time it's just right to get it back from him."
Su Yichong gave the order after hearing this. "Xia Fang, you personally go to support Erlang to ensure his safety. After capturing Zhang Yan, kill all those who came with him."
Then he threw a token to Xia Fang. "I'll give you another talisman, which can capture Zhang Yan's nascent soul inside, then find a spirit beast, erase the nascent soul and replace it, and then give it to Erlang to teach him a lifetime of being a beast." The name Xia Fang patted his chest with confidence. "Senior brother, rest assured, I'll bring Erlang and Zhang Yan's head back." When going out, Xia Guo, out of concern, instructed his own younger brother. "I heard that Zhang Yan is a cunning person, good at using schemes. Second brother, be 10,000 times careful in this trip. Don't be careless."
The name Xia Feng was extremely arrogant.
"Bro, you're underestimating me. That Zhang Yan doesn't even have a Ming Qi cultivation base? Why would a Xuan Guang second realm cultivator like me be afraid of him?"
Xia Guo was still worried, offering a mallet. "Can't say that. This is the Zilan mind-stabilizing mallet. Senior brother Su gave it to me last time. Take it and use it."
Xia Feng frowned, reluctantly took the mallet, then turned around sharply, glancing back. "You really think too little of me, bro." And with that, Xia Feng sped off. The great pagoda still floated leisurely under the clear night sky. In Zhang Yan's hand was a constantly glowing Ruyi shuttle.
He stared intently at the Ruyi shuttle. "Tonight, you will drink your fill of fresh blood."
With that, he launched the Ruyi shuttle towards the main gate.
Instantly, the Ruyi shuttle darted forward, decisively slicing the throats of the gatekeepers, leaving them no room to protest. Suddenly, a sword aimed straight at Zhang Yan, but he noticed it with sharp senses. Zhang Yan turned around, delivering a basic palm strike. His attack landed squarely on the face of the sneak attacker, sending him flying to crash into the railing. He calmly walked up to him, the attacker's eyes pleading. "Zhang Yan, this time going to the Water Nation, you still need me to help you refine pills. I'm still useful to you." Zhang Yan ignored his words and decisively struck him on the head. His eyes were sharp, filled with coldness. More harm than good. Fresh blood spurted out continuously from the fatal blow. After the strike, Zhang Yan coldly stepped over the corpse. At the 4th level of the pagoda, the tall, muscular guy heard the loud noise and looked up. Seeing him, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, he charged at him. "Hand over your life." Zhang Yan calmly exhaled lightly. His breath pierced through the burly guy's forehead, freezing him in place. The muscular guy was sent flying off the staircase, while Zhang Yan maintained a cold expression. He was knocked down to the 3rd floor of the pagoda, and the people there started to gather. "Who is it? Boss is dead. Call for reinforcements." Zhang Yan's Ruyi shuttle arrived at this moment, and the guys began to panic. "What's that? It's here." These guys were muscular but useless, unable to resist the Ruyi shuttle even for a moment. With just a single twist, it took all their lives, and in front of Zhang Yan, those guys lay dead on the ground. Zhang Yan calmly walked down to the next level. The 2nd floor was another sect waiting for him. Seeing him, they started pointing and shouting. "Zhang Yan, Feng Langjun mentioned you again and again.
Today I want to see how much skill you really have." He didn't care what they said, only paying attention to the name he was looking for. "Where is Feng Ji?" The one in the middle arrogantly waved his hands. "Junior brother Feng is downstairs. But do you even have the life to go down further? I've cultivated for 23 years, practicing the waterwood mystic art. I'm afraid you're no match for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yan's Ruyi shuttle sped past the necks of the two in front. His face turned green with fear instantly, but words spoken can't be taken aback. So he mustered all his strength and blew a powerful gust of wind. His hands flashed through a series of hand seals. "See how you get up here?" Zhang Yan, seeing this, sneered. Such a waste of breath. He pulled a brush from his sleeve and gently flicked it towards him, daring to unleash an attack at close range with such slow hand seals.
The protective barrier in front of him was pierced by the tiny brush, shocking him speechless. The brush pierced his forehead, and his soul scattered.
Another one down. Zhang Yan continued to calmly walk past him.
He stepped down to the first floor and was slightly surprised.
Those guys were already waiting for him, staring intently.
The guy with the side-swept hair drained a vial of medicine and sneered disdainfully.
"Zhang Yan, aren't you a little too eager? Coming here to offer your life?" He frowned and ordered the others. "Enough talk! Kill him!" Instantly, everyone lunged towards Zhang Yan.
He waved his hand forcefully,
and a soul-suppressing inkstone flew from his sleeve, growing larger and larger as it descended upon their heads. The speed of the fall and the power of suppression were too great. None of them could dodge. The soul-suppressing inkstone crashed down, crushing them all. With that done, Zhang Yan reached out, and the soul-suppressing inkstone shrunk back to its original size and flew into his sleeve. He stared at them for a few seconds. The entire tower from the 4th floor down had been wiped out. Zhang Yan turned and walked into the misty fog, the fog becoming increasingly thick before him. Tonight is going to be a long one. Though the exterior of the tower seemed calm, chaos raged within. On the highest floor, Wu Zhen was somewhat disgruntled as he asked Su Yang, "Su Shidi, you brought me here saying I only needed to scare Zhang Yan a little, but now it's turned into killing him."
Su Yang, the biological younger brother of Wu Yanyang, sat arrogantly in his chair. Xianxia really thinks that Su Yang would make a big deal out of a small matter over a spirit pet and cause trouble with Zhang Yan? I won't hide it. I only want his identity as a direct disciple. The goal is to kill him, and then take the opportunity to find a reason to shift all the hatred to that old carp, Quan Gao Ba. Wu Zhen still had many doubts. What kind of status is a direct disciple? If the news gets out, I'm afraid your Su clan won't be able to withstand the sect's thunderous fury, Su Yang sneered.
So what? What happened today? I know.
He spoke with an air of authority and began to entice Wu Zhen with words. My Su clan intends to recruit talents from all over the world. If you have nowhere else to go, why not join my Su clan?
Hearing this, Wu Zhen sighed. Wu Zhen rose from his chair. Things have come to this point.
He bowed his head and stepped in front of Su Yang. Wu Zhen is willing to obey, at Erlang's disposal. In reality, Wu Zhen was calculating even more. Su Yang definitely brought magical treasures, and even a few Ming-Chi stage cultivators. If he didn't obey now, he might lose his life. Su Yang helped Wu Zhen up. Now that Wu Xixiang is one of us, then I won't mind telling you.
He gestured towards the chair, signaling him to sit down and talk.
Do you know why my elder brother is so determined to seize the Xianxia? Hearing this, Wu Zhen seemed quite surprised, and slowly sat down in the chair.
At this moment, Zhang Yan stepped through the misty air towards that room, and he overheard the conversation of the two guys inside. Deep in his heart, hidden away in the Junquei stream, the guy called Su Yang was describing the skeleton of an ancient spirit beast. It's a Kanglong skeleton that is cultivated for 10,000 years, and a place called Zhenlong Palace. That old carp has been hogging that place for hundreds of years just to find the entrance. Then he was even fantasizing about some delusional future. Once the Su family occupies that place, my big bro will be able to refine the Kanglong skeleton into an avatar, and Zhenlong Palace will become our Su family's treasury.
Wu Zhen was completely taken aback by Su Yang's words. He stood up abruptly. The Su family intends to become independent. Su Yang also firmly affirmed. The ambition of our Su family lies in all of the 9 provinces. How could a mere province or a small sect contain us?
Zhang Yan, who was outside the door, chuckled lightly. Even catfish thieves dare to spout nonsense about wanting to seize the world. The two became alert and turned around. Who's out there? Zhang Yan's Ruyi Divine Shuttle pierced through the door and entered. The Ruyi Divine Shuttle rushed straight towards Su Yang, who was startled but still managed to create a shield to resist. Zhang Yan's Ruyi Divine Shuttle was immediately blocked. The Ruyi Divine Shuttle suddenly changed direction and returned to its original path. The two couldn't help but look outside the door. Crap, it's Zhang Yan.
Su Yang retreated, hid behind a large pillar, and peeked out, his eyes suddenly filled with apprehension.
The long night continued. At the top floor of the tower, a shocking event was happening, and his Ruyi divine shuttle found him again. At this point, he couldn't hesitate any longer, and took out a magic treasure, Su Yang. That magic treasure rose into the air, and it began to activate its properties, emitting light all around. But Su Yang's magic treasure completely controlled Zhang Yan's Ruyi divine shuttle. He stood behind the pillar, laughing happily, and didn't forget to gloat, "Zhang Yan, I guessed long ago that you had a magic treasure with metal and wood attributes, and it really is the Ruyi divine shuttle. Here comes the brush from Zhang Yan," making him panic. Zhang Yan stood to the side, smiling calmly. "Then what about this? Did you guess this too?" The jade pendant on Su Yang's body blocked Zhang Yan's attack again. At this point he started to get annoyed. "TCH, what is this thing? It can block both of my magic treasures." He fell to the ground, and his heart began to worry endlessly. "Crap! The jade pendant on my body can only block 3 attacks from magic treasures." He was frightened, trembling. "One more time and I'm done for." Waiting here, Zhang Yan's figure began to appear from the door. Su Yang burst into tears, flailing wildly. "Wu Xixiang, where are you? Why don't you take action? If I die, the Su family won't let you off." Zhang Yan gradually stepped forward, while he shivered uncontrollably. Suddenly, a sword flew towards Zhang Yan from behind. He quickly noticed, and turned around. With a puff, that sword was controlled by his chi. Wu Zhen reveals his true self. "You dare to touch my magic sword? Taste this." His sword splits into 5 copies in front of Zhang Yan. The number of swords keeps increasing. Preparing to stab him, Zhang Yan reaches out. Ruyi divine shuttle flies out from his sleeve. It spins into many circles, creating a vortex that blocks countless swords. But the original sword suddenly appears in front of his chest. It's so fast that Zhang Yan can't dodge, and gets stabbed right next to his shoulder. He grabs the sword with his hand, trying to pull it out, but he can't get it out immediately. Zhang Yan then takes out the Zhen Hun magic item, which quickly flies towards Wu Zhen. While Wu Zhen is worried about dealing with the magic item, Zhang Yan turns to leave. "Yan Zhenhun, why are you moving like a ninja?" He arrives in front of Su Yang, who is completely dumbfounded. He immediately runs away, but Zhang Yan has already pulled the sword out of his shoulder. He grabs the sword and starts controlling its power. Zhang Yan simply swings it hard, freezing him in place. With just one slash, Su Yang is defeated, blood flowing all over the floor. Zhang Yan calmly reaches forward. The magic item that controlled Ruyi divine shuttle flies out of his body. The magic item easily falls into Zhang Yan's hands. When he holds out his sleeve, Ruyi divine shuttle returns inside. Wu Zhen has also been crushed by Yan Zhenhun. Zhang Yan looks around. No one in the Flying Brilliance Pagoda survives under his hand. Zhang Yan holds out his sleeve again. Yan Zhenhun returns to its original state. Going back inside, he walks around and tears off a piece of white cloth, then ties it around the wound on his shoulder. In addition, Zhang Yan picks up Wu Zhen's tower control token. He raises the token high to continue controlling the flying tower. "Time is running out. I have to quickly eliminate the remaining enemies. The night is not over yet." The tower looks peaceful on the outside, but countless people have died inside. Zhang Yan sighs. After carrying everything by himself for so long, suddenly the whole tower shakes violently. Zhang Yan goes to the balcony and looks around. What's going on? It's Xu Shifeng using a great force to enter. Holding a mace, senior brother, he continuously uses powerful blows to attack the tower, causing the tower to shake. Zhang Yan hides behind a wall to observe. That's a cultivator in the profound light realm, probably the reinforcement Su Shi sent. At this moment, he is a little worried. If it continues to be hit by the magic item in his hand, I'm afraid the tower's restriction will be completely destroyed in less than 2 hours. He turns back inside. So I'll just let him wreck stuff, so he thinks he can handle it alone, and doesn't call for backup. Zhang Yan grinned, confident in his plan. He'll deal with him later when the opportunity arises. Ignoring the tower shaking like crazy, he casually searched Su Yiang's body. After a few minutes of searching, he pulled out a jade pendant from Su Yiang. Zhang Yan examined it closely. This jade pendant is the treasure that blocked the Ruyi divine throne and the decree pen. Suddenly, a spirit peeked out from behind a pillar, staring at Zhang Yan. Without a second thought, he immediately figured it out. It must be Su Yiang's nascent soul spirit. He pocketed the jade pendant. "Junior brother Su, no more hiding." Then, he took out a soul-capturing magic artifact and said gently to Su Yiang, "If you don't want your soul to be scattered, I'll toss this magic artifact to your spirit. Get in there and obediently entrust your nascent soul." Su Yiang followed suit, and his soul body began to enter the magic artifact. Zhang Yan stepped forward and picked up the magic artifact. After Su Yiang was completely inside, the arrogant Su Yiang was now obediently confined within the magic artifact. The tower had entered a stretch of heavy snowfall and strong winds. Inside the soul-capturing magic artifact, Su Yiang bowed his head repeatedly. I am now just a remnant of my nascent soul. I beg senior brother to spare my life. If you have any questions, I will confess everything truthfully."
Zhang Yan watched for a moment, his expression beginning to relax.
He faced the magic artifact outwards, towards Jia Fang, who was attacking outside the tower. "Who is above the tower? What treasure do they hold?" "That's Cultivator Jia Fang, subordinate of my great brother."
Su Yeung actually endured the humiliation and answered all of Zhang Yan's questions. What he wields is the Zilan mind-stabilizing hammer, specializing in destroying flying swords.
Zhang Yan, riding this momentum, threatened him. "If I use your nascent soul as a hostage and demand that he retreat, will he agree?"
Su Yeung's face darkened, and he frantically shook his head.
"Impossible. Xia Fang wouldn't dare make a decision about my matter. He would definitely report back to my great brother, and my great brother, fearing that I might reveal the Su clan's plans, would certainly drive me to my death."
He kept begging and pleading, while Zhang Yan was very satisfied. "Save me, save me." Although Su Yeung's cultivation is lower, he's considered someone who understands things, someone who understands the situation.
Zhang Yan glanced at the spot being attacked. "Junior brother Su, rest assured, don't be impatient. Wait for me to meet Xia Fang for a moment, and I'll arrange everything properly." The large hammer of Xia Fang was launched with terrifying power. He cast a technique to attack the restriction placed on the top of the tower with the hammer. A massive explosion was created by it, causing no small amount of shock. The hammer, unable to destroy it, returned to Xia Fang's hand as commanded. He stood on the protective glass of the restriction and sighed. "I didn't expect this restriction to be so difficult to break." He glared down, as if discovering something. Indeed, below the restriction, around the entire tower, a gap was gradually widening. Zhang Yan, standing inside, threw out a small rock, and Xia Feng also launched a counterattack. The small rock and the hammer crashed straight into each other, then created a super explosion, dust flying everywhere, obscuring the entire sky. Xia Feng, flying high above, couldn't help but wonder, how could a small rock cause such a tremor? And why a broken rock? His gaze suddenly shifted.
Hundreds of rocks like that shot out from inside the tower at the speed of a musical note.
Xia Feng grabbed his hammer and slung it over his shoulder, preparing to defend himself. He swung his hammer continuously, parrying the attacks, but Zhang Yan's attacks were no joke. He had to use all his strength to resist. Art of war, empty appearances conceal substance. Where they are prepared, attack. Avoid them where they are strong. You're rushing to attack like that, but I want to see clearly.
Zhang Yan looked up from below. That guy was fiercely resisting. This Xia Feng is truly suspicious, lacking in strategy but eager to die.
He raised the soul-preserving artifact. "Senior brother Su, I have a way to get rid of this guy. If you're willing to help me, I'll choose a good body for you in the future."
Su Miang could only obey at this point. Whimpering, "I'm willing to listen to senior brother's commands."
A few seconds later, Zhang Yan's expression became unusually serious. The restrictions around the tower began to crack, making an extremely unpleasant grinding sound. The massive tower then shattered into millions of pieces under the night sky. Those fragments scattered into the surrounding space. Among them, Zhang Yan also floated along with the large rocks.
His expression was without worry, but utterly calm, because it was all according to plan.
Seeing the smile on Zhang Yan's lips, Xia Feng became extremely bitter. "You dare to tease me, Junior? Pay with your life." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the hammer at him in a fit of rage. As the hammer closed in, he coughed once as a signal.
Zhang Yan directly threw the soul-keeping object towards the hammer.
"This is Su Miang's Yuanling. Senior brother Xia, take it back." Su Miang was terrified, his face pale.
"Senior brother Xia, save me." Xia Feng had to use all his strength and his cultivation technique to block it. "Senior brother Su, be careful." The hammer that was flying away was stopped by Xia Feng using his gongfu. Xia Feng breathed a sigh of relief now that he had blocked it.
Suddenly, he vomited a lot of blood, painfully clutching his chest. Xia Feng gnashed his teeth, utterly bitter. "Crap. Just now I had to stop the mind-stabilizing hammer, so I suffered a backlash." Zhang Yan took out 2 magical treasures, Soul Snatcher and Strength.
Xia Feng was pulled back by the 2 magical treasures, and couldn't resist. The 2 magical treasures continuously drained Xia Feng's strength and stamina. Blood gushed out from all parts of his body. The amount of blood being lost was increasing. The spirit suppression millstone was now above his head. Xia Feng raised his hand to his head, trying to resist, and was inwardly furious. Zhang Yan. His eyes suddenly froze. The spirit suppression millstone above his head was also suddenly controlled by someone. He was still gasping his last breaths. Fellow Taoist La appeared. Using a technique to control Yan Zhenhun to fall, after a few seconds she released him to crush Xia Feng to death. Fellow Taoist La snatched his star awl. At this moment, Zhang Yan approached her with a cold expression. Seeing him, fellow Taoist La suddenly blushed shyly. "Hubby." Calling him over and over, her long, smooth hair fluttered gently in the wind. "I am afraid that this servant will never be able to undo the blood-bonding essence." Zhang Yan reached out his hand, and she offered up the magical treasure. "Fellow Taoist Lemay, have you ever heard of one official rises to power?
The whole family benefits? The star all flew towards him, and he caught it. In the future, if I attain enlightenment, I will naturally not let down fellow Taoist love. Fellow Taoist Lei turned her face away, slightly annoyed. I hope hubby isn't a heartless man. The long days and nights continued to pass, and before long, 3 months had gone by. In the night sky that day,
Zhang Yan sat cross-legged on a somersault cloud, flying very fast, while fellow Taoist La flew beside him, raising her hand to look at it for a moment. Thanks to the Crescent Moon Jade incantation, my cultivation speed at night is twice as fast, and I'm now approaching the 3rd level of the Manifestation Qi Realm Heavenly Forest Summit. Fellow Taoist Lao looked at him with some worry. Fellow Taoist Zhang, this technique is too slow. I can use mystic light to carry you to the Water Kingdom in a few days. Contrary to her, Zhang Yan was calm. Don't be impatient. There are still a few months until the Water Kingdom Lord's birthday. It's not too late to go after I reach the 3rd level of Manifestation Qi. She smiled and asked him with concern. After cultivators reach the 3rd level of Manifestation Qi and condense the mystic light seed, they must decide on their future path. Has fellow Taoist Zhang decided yet? Zhang Yan put his hand on his chin and thought for a moment, then replied to her. I've seen a little bit about it in the Taoist text before, but it's very vague and not very clear. Then he turned to look at her. I still hope fellow Taoist Lamei can give me some guidance. She gracefully flew backward, riding the wind. Fellow Taoist Zhang, you human cultivators always like to do such mystical things. After reaching the 3rd level of Manifestation Qi and condensing the mystic light seed, there are 3 main paths to the road of longevity. She explained patiently, and even described it in detail. The first is the path of force. The inner core absorbs external medicine to refine an imperishable golden body. The extreme can overturn rivers and seas, and devour heaven and earth. After explaining the first path, she continued. The second is the path of Qi. Breathing in spiritual energy, focusing on the Tao to achieve the unity of heaven and man. The extreme can have 10,000 incarnations, immortal and indestructible. Finally, she mentioned the last path, where humans personally transform creation. The third is the path of law. Understanding the mysteries of creation, studying the profound principles of heaven and earth. The extreme can transform in countless ways, and move stars and change the moon. Zhang Yan lowered his head and listened attentively, then asked, So which path does fellow Taoist Laheka take? She didn't hide anything, and shared sincerely. We demon cultivators usually all take the path of force, but because I accidentally obtained a Taoist text, I've now embarked on the path of Qi. He sank into thought again. The path of force mainly trains the body. The path of Qi requires superior cultivation techniques, and the path of law requires understanding the profound principles of the Tao in heaven and earth. She suddenly stepped down, creating a faint path in the air. She gracefully walked on that ribbon of path towards Zhang Yan. When she got closer, she waved her hand to get him to focus. Fellow Taoist Zhang, do you know that the Ji Kingdom Lord of the Demon Race is taking the Pill Assembly as a birthday celebration gift, and is using a book as the reward? This technique is the superior force cultivation method. Zhang Yan looked at her with a calm expression. Most of the participants in the Pill Assembly are human cultivator alchemists. If they want to choose a reward, they should also use Qi and law methods suitable for human cultivators, so why choose force? His eyes glanced over with suspicion. Could it be that he wants to keep it for himself? She crossed her arms in front of her chest. That's right, she explained slowly. The Ji Kingdom Lord has an infant son with half human and half demon blood, named Ji Zhang, who once learned alchemy from a high-ranking figure, and his cultivation base is not simple. The two of them were flying high in the sky while talking. The Ji Kingdom Lord used the force cultivation method as the main reward in order to create momentum for his infant son, to make him famous and establish his prestige. Zhang Yan sneered when he heard this. Ji Yucheng is opening a pill assembly but is wholeheartedly for his infant son, letting others be the foil. He's really selfish, but he's calling on the alchemists of the world to gather together so everyone will naturally want to rely on their ultimate methods. Who can win the top spot is not something he can decide. His expression definitely screamed self-confidence. The Taoist companion next to him picked up on it too. You mean Taoist Zhang is planning to snatch it? At one of the 8 entrances to the Shui Kingdom, people and boats were packed like sardines. On the stream, 2 guys were yanking on chains to haul the boats up, one by one. One boat after another was slowly pulled up to the entrance of the Shui Kingdom. Zhang Yan stood below, watching the boats being hoisted. Suddenly he overheard 2 people gossiping behind him, heard that a month ago, Su Yihong from the Mingjiang sect, seeking revenge for his younger brother, straight up murdered Quang Ba at Shenxing Gorge. Wonder if this Mingjiang sect ambush is going to cause a beef between the two sides. He and the Taoist La casually stood there as the boat carrying that person sailed past. Su Yihong taking revenge is considered a private matter, and Lord Ji is busy celebrating his birthday and doesn't have time to care about this. Zhang Yan took out Su Yang's soul-retaining magic item. What do you think, junior brother Su? Su Yang looked a bit worried and hesitant. Senior brother Zhang, my big bro won't let you off easy, so please lay low in the Shui Kingdom. Being around a crowd would definitely help you protect yourself. Taoist Leba's expression turned super serious. And then she whispered into Zhang Yan's ear, this guy's talking nonsense, trying to set up fellow Taoist Zhang. Showing up in the Shui Kingdom now, wouldn't it be super dangerous if the Su clan sends people to hunt you down? Zhang Yan, without a worry, smiled calmly. My identity on this trip is as an envoy of the Ming Zhang sect. He turned to look at her. Lord Ji is paying attention to the relationship between the two sects, and won't let anything happen to me easily. He even wants people to protect me. Su Yang nodded along. That's right, once senior brother has a firm foothold in the Shui Kingdom, even my big bro wouldn't dare to mess with you. Zhang Yan's boatman turned around at this moment. Finally, it's our turn. The boatman skillfully steered the boat into the correct position for the chains. Suddenly, someone on the boat behind spoke up, causing him and Taoist Lacan to turn around, confused. A human cultivator in front, followed by a demon cultivator with black eyes and red pupils, loudly said, On my boat is a Dan master, invited by Shen Tugong of the East Sea, who wants to meet Lord Ji. Hurry up and give way so I can go first. Hearing this, Zhang Yan's boatman turned the boat around. Zhang Yan stepped forward and placed his hand on it. Hold up. The boatman had a worried look on his face. Shen Tugong is one of the 18 overseas demon kings. Ignoring the boatman's words, he turned to face the demon cultivator, smiling. The Dan master he invited is definitely no ordinary person. How about we give way temporarily and avoid trouble? Then, he turned to Taoist La. Wait a sec. Zhang Yan gave her a small pouch. Fellow Taoist, please deliver this to that Dan master. As soon as he finished speaking, Taoist Laha grabbed the item and darted off. In the blink of an eye, she jumped onto the other boat, right in front of the demon cultivator. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the door on that boat creaked open, revealing an elderly Dan master. He calmly introduced himself. This old man is a chi refiner from overseas. My name is Ren Tai. Zhang Yan was invited onto the other boat, where a box was placed on his table. The surroundings were decorated with many rare fossils, as well as extremely rare antiques. Zhang Yan carefully looked around, while Ren Tai slowly introduced. These are some of the sea demon items of the East Sea Shui Kingdom. Some of the clan leaders quite like them, so I brought a few this time to offer to the Taoist friend. With that, he opened the box, which contained 3 pills, and offered them to Zhang Yan. He and Ren Tai sat across from each other. Please, fellow Taoist, give your guidance. Zhang Yan looked at the box, and Ren Tai explained. These 3 pills are from the same batch, but 2 of them are highly poisonous, and only 1 can increase lifespan. Ren Tai stroked his beard. This old man has had this prescription for over 30 years, and still can't tell what it is. He said sincerely, Zhang Daoyu comes from a famous and upright sect. I wonder if you can help this old one clear up my doubts. Zhang Yan's eyebrows furrowed for a moment, and he took out a magic artifact from his sleeve. Don't panic, Daoyu. Let me take a closer look. After Zhang Yan used the magic artifact, an invisible manifestation called Ni Chao Shu appeared above his head, which could help him see the world within the jade bottle. Although my Ni Chao Shu's control of the fire is not enough to distinguish these 3 elixirs. He picked up one of the 3 elixirs to take a look, but he could use a clone to swallow it for testing. The 3 elixirs actually have completely different abilities, and all 3 must go through 3 states. He took one in his palm. After a while of inspection, he brought the elixir in front of Ren Tai. This elixir is not poisonous, but it can't prolong life either. Only by using all 3 can you see the effect. He was stunned by his certainty. He had visited countless famous experts before, but no one could be as sure as Zhang Yan, let alone see its properties so clearly. He stared in surprise. This person's alchemy skills far surpass mine. Zhang Yan gently placed the elixir back in the box, saying, It's only polite to reciprocate. My master has been organizing the Danpu in recent years, deliberately collecting rare elixir formulas from all over the world. He looked at Ren Tai, and then offered a condition. I am willing to exchange a good elixir with Ren Daoyu for this set of elixirs. What do you think? He stared at him, stroking his beard. May I ask, who is your esteemed master? Zhang Yan leisurely pushed the chair back. He gently stood up, and then answered Ren Tai's question. My master is Zhu Chongxi. After hearing the answer, his expression suddenly brightened. So that's how it is. Ren Tai lowered his head and folded his hands in front of his chest, which startled Zhang Yan a little. Please accept a bow from Ren Mu. Zhang Yan respected him, so he stepped forward to help him up. But he still bowed. Grandmaster Zhu is a sage in alchemy. Now that he is compiling the Danpu,
Renmu is willing to contribute his efforts. Rentai also took out 2 scrolls from his sleeve. These are 2 elixir formulas. One is an incomplete ancient formula, and the other was compiled by me. He also generously reached out towards the 3 elixirs just now. Now, including those 3 elixirs, I will give them to Daoyu. Please don't dislike them. Zhang Yan was extremely happy in his heart, but on the outside, he was always leisurely. Thank you, Daoyu. His expression suddenly became worried. In the elixir assembly, many miscellaneous factions come and go, and they also have quite a few rare elixir formulas in their hands.
Rentai smiled and held out his hand. How about I go persuade my fellow Daoyu to work together on this great undertaking? Zhang Yan did not object at all, but rather agreed. Then I will trouble you, Daoyu. If Rentai is outside spreading the word, then my reputation as an alchemist will definitely be able to spread throughout several domains of the Water Kingdom in the shortest amount of time. Suddenly, he slapped himself on the head as if he had just remembered something.
Rentai bowed to Zhang Yan again. I was so caught up in talking that I delayed Daoyu's journey. Why don't we travel together? I am an envoy of a sect, and I still have important responsibilities on my shoulders on this trip, so I still won't delay Daoyu. Although he showed friendliness on the outside, he was still highly vigilant in his heart. It's not good to talk too much. It's better to have less contact. A moment later, Zhang Yan returned to his boat, bidding farewell. The chain tied to the 2 ends of the boat, and his boat was lifted. After entering the door, the boat continued to float along the great river. The scenery inside the cave wasn't anything special, mostly just rocks and water. Zhang Yan looked around and suddenly discovered another cave entrance. It was glittering and attracting him. He started thinking carefully. This place actually has another blessed land. The boatman steered the boat along the water's current very quickly and arrived at the Giwi Palace, where many people gathered. The sky was already dark, and lanterns were lit one by one on each rooftop.
Several pretty girls underwater together raised shining pearls, illuminating the lanterns.
Zhang Yan was amazed by this scene. So that's where the light comes from.
Boats carrying alchemists have gathered around the entrances of the Water Kingdom, Bi Yunshuan service.
When Zhang Yan's boat docked, he leisurely stepped down onto the pier.
Zhang Yan closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
This place faintly hides a bustling aura, but it's suitable for me to condense the nether yin heavy water recorded in the Lan Yun's secret manual. His mood calmed down as he shared with Taoist Lakola. I plan to cultivate in seclusion for 3 months. Unless the ruler Ji calls, I will not receive any visitors. She smiled gently and her voice was very caring. My lord, rest assured I will be watching outside. You just need to cultivate.
After entering the meditation chamber, Zhang Yan opened the 3 pills that Rentai had given him and contemplated them carefully. He picked up 2 pills
and looked at them. My middle killing chi can indeed damage flying swords, but it seems the effect is not enough. He pondered over the name Wu Zhen and his technique of dividing a sword into multiple clones. For example, when facing Wu Zhen, although the opponent's flying sword was damaged, he could still control it again. But if the killing chi enters the yin-yang dual poison instead, after a moment of internal struggle, he decided to throw them straight into his mouth. Screw it, I'll try it first. In Zhang Yan's mind, the pill quickly fell, passing through the water and then the fire. His whole soul seemed to be stirred by a pair of strange 2-colored fish. When he exhaled, it also carried the light blue and red colors of the 2 fish. He personally released the sword with considerable power. Then, he took a deep breath and exhaled a stream of ki with the 2 intertwined sources of firepower. The sword was completely restrained. Rust began to appear on the sword, corroding it. Then the sword seemed to be renewed with a new coat and returned to Zhang Yan's hand. He smiled with great satisfaction. Suddenly the doorbell rang. As Taoist Lei entered,
she said softly to him, "The young child of ruler Ji, Zhen Wang Jizhang, has sent an envoy who is currently waiting outside."
His eyes showed a hint of surprise upon hearing this news. Oh, invite the envoy in immediately. The envoy of Zhen Wangji was invited in. She gently bowed and greeted.
This humble one is Zhen Ming, a female official of His Highness Zhen Wang. She smiled brightly and was in a good mood. His Highness Zhen Wang has a wish. Having heard that envoy Zhang Yan of Mingkang is skilled in alchemy, he specially bestows a set of Xuanshu Dao Yi. The set of clothing was neatly folded and placed in front of Zhang Yan. This set can ward off water and fire, block the 5 metals, gather qi and calm the mind. Please accept it, Taoist Zhang. He looked at the clothing, and the conclusion had already formed in his mind. It seems that under the promotion of Rentai Qing, my reputation as an alchemist has spread throughout the Dangyu Water Kingdom.
Zhang Yan didn't hesitate for a moment. Since it is a reward from Zhen Wang, this one will humbly accept it. Afterwards, fellow Taoist Luo gracefully picked up her clothes, while Zhang Yan cut straight to the chase. Wonder what brings Shangguan here? Zhen Ming maintained her gentle smile. Taoist Zhang is a direct disciple of Grandmaster Zhu and a talent of this era. With your wisdom you surely understand the deep meaning behind the nation lord's alchemy gathering. Hearing this, he chuckled in response. For this alchemy gathering, the nation lord is using the power of magical decrees and the Yuan Jin life fruit scripture as rewards. The way he spoke was devoid of sincerity. I am a human cultivator. This book is useless to me. In my opinion, the champion of this alchemy gathering will definitely be Zhen Wang. Zhen Ming then revealed the purpose of her visit.
You and Zhen Wang can be considered fellow Taoists. Zhen Wang naturally wouldn't let you suffer.
She lowered her head slightly. Whatever you desire, the prince will try his best to satisfy. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In that case, if Zhen Wang is willing, he looked directly at Zhen Ming with a determined gaze. I want to borrow the Yuan Jin life fruit scripture for a look. Zhen Ming was stunned, as if struck by lightning, her expression blank. Taoist Zhang Yan waved his hand casually, explaining, Shangguan, don't misunderstand, I just said, this book is useless to me. I'm only reading it to resolve my doubts. Of course I won't let my teacher refine a pill called transformation pill for nothing, he continued to explain. Demon clans, with enough cultivation, can use this pill to transform. I am willing to exchange this pill for a chance to read the scripture.
Zhen Ming was quite surprised upon hearing this.
She started struggling to decide. Only after the demon race transforms can they cultivate profound methods. But in the Water Nation, even the direct descendants of the royal family might not be able to transform. This transformation pill, if, as Zhang Yan says, its value to the royal family is inestimable. She remained very sober. I can't decide on this matter, and need to report to Zhen Wang before I can reply. It should be so. After a long while, it was late at night, and only the light of lanterns filled the Water Nation. The Yuan Jin life fruit scripture was already in Zhang Yan's hands. Holding the book, he still couldn't believe it. I thought exchanging the pill for the book would take at least 10 days or half a month, but I didn't expect it to be delivered tonight. He presented the book to fellow Taoist Luo.
No wonder people say this.
Zhen Wang likes to act absurdly, treating pills as life. She looked through the book once. As soon as Zhen Wang learned that young master had a spiritual transformation pill, she immediately sent someone to deliver the book. It seems that when interested, she doesn't care about anything. Suddenly, his expression became serious. Fellow Taoist Luo, has anything unusual happened in the city recently? Her voice also became somewhat serious. I investigated during the day. She looked at him and recounted everything. Apart from disciples from various overseas demon factions,
there are also quite a few highly skilled cultivators gathering in one place, and their actions are a bit suspicious. His gaze darkened, with a hint of worry.
Zhang Yan stood up, opened the door, and looked outside. Rain is coming, and the wind is howling through the building. Then he made a statement that left her stunned.
Fellow Taoist Luo, return the Yuan Jin life fruit scripture to Zhen Wang, and then we will leave quickly.
She began to wonder, even if the Water Nation has internal strife, young master is an envoy of Ming Sheng, and there are disciples from various factions here to celebrate longevity. Could someone be deliberately making things difficult for young master?
He didn't say anything immediately, just turned around, then lowered his head and explained to her.
Zhen Wang acts casually and straightforwardly, which is not the demeanor of a gentleman. I'm afraid something will happen at the alchemy gathering.
If he is forced to abdicate, or even be replaced, even small things from the past could become major crimes. Fellow Taoist Luo listened attentively. Like borrowing the golden scripture for a look today, once exposed, it would be a very serious charge. If I don't leave, am I supposed to sit and wait to be implicated? After hearing this, she hastily agreed.
What young master says makes sense. I'll quickly go prepare a boat. As she was about to step out the door, Zhang Yan suddenly raised his hand to stop her.
She also understood his intention. Hey, you're doing this to use the Water Nation's demonesses to help me conceal my identity. Zhang Yan was overjoyed.
Fellow Taoist Luo is truly my soulmate, understanding without me even needing to speak. In the future, you can openly appear in the Ming Sheng faction. After a while, he stepped out onto the balcony with a regretful mood.
It's a pity. With just 3 more mouthfuls of spiritual energy, I could break through the 3rd level of the Minghua realm. Now it seems I must leave, truly wasting the dark and cold energy of this geomantic vein. The rain in the night was heavy.
Then it gradually dawned, and the rain also stopped. Zhang Yan and fellow Taoist Luo boarded the boat early in the morning.
Their boat drifted on the vast water beneath the majestic cliffs, a hint of regret lingering on his face.
Luo Daoyu told him, once we pass this small shoal, we'll officially be out of the Dengyu Water Kingdom. Without the geomantic yuan magnetism, we can use our flying shuttles to return. Suddenly, she looked back. But hubby, she pointed towards the boat behind them. Ever since we set off, that boat has been tailing us. I'm afraid they don't come bearing good intentions. There's a pretty fly dude standing at the bow. That man's name is Shen Yuefeng, and he's got a huge sword slung over his shoulder. He waited for their boats to get close to Zhang Yan. Then, as the distance between the two boats closed, he suddenly summoned the sword from his back. The sword hurtled towards Zhang Yan at Shen Yui's command, leaving both him and Luo Daoyu bewildered. She stepped forward, creating a shield of energy against the sword. But the sword wouldn't stop, piercing through the shield, forcing Luo Daoyu to amplify her power. Zhang Yan then exclaimed, clearly annoyed, "Who might you be, honored guest?" The man frowned, showing his hatred for him. "Zhang Yan, do you remember Shen Jingyu?" Without hesitation, Zhang Yan replied, "Of course I remember Shen Xianxia from the Guangyuan sect. I once had a debate with Shen Xianxia at the Huiwen Dharma Assembly."
Shen Yuefeng began to cast a spell, manipulating his sword. "I am Shen Yuefeng, the older brother of Shen Jingyue. Back then, beneath Yunfeng Peak, you caused my little brother to cough up blood and die. Today I've come to claim your life." Dozens of swords were summoned by him, his expression filled with rage. "Eat this!" Luo Daoyu began to feel pressure. "Zhang Daoyu, let me handle him for a bit." As the swords came hurtling towards them, she flicked her sleeve, unleashing a surge of power. But that wasn't enough to stop the sword rain attack. She had to increase her power tenfold to deflect the swords. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Zhang Yan tossed the star all over. "Luo Daoyu, take this!" She swiftly caught it. As the swords continued to fly, Luo Daoyu fearlessly faced them head-on, leaping up and twirling the awl, smashing all the swords to pieces. In a flash, she was graceful and quick as lightning, completely obliterating the fragments of the swords as they fell into the water. Shen Yuefeng gnashed his teeth in frustration. Such a powerful magic item, it seems to be a Dharma treasure specifically for breaking flying swords. Ordinary flying swords are useless against it.
Then, he closed his eyes and chanted a spell, the kind that could only achieve a swift victory to take Zhang Yan's life. Behind him, strands of Kili emerged, emitting a golden light. Those strands of light connected, forming a wheel, blasting upwards under his command. "Kill." Luo Daoyu was slightly panicked, worried for him. "Hubby, be careful, that's a sword wheel." A look of concern also flashed across Zhang Yan's face. A sword wheel. I remember reading in the scriptures that after a cultivator forms the Xuanguang stage, they use refined metal to condense a sword wheel. A cultivator must reach a certain realm to perfect the technique, undergoing many sacrifices so that the mind can be unified. After being blessed by Xuanguang, it can be transformed into a deadly weapon. Zhu Feng's sword ring is heading straight for fellow Taoist Luo. Zhang Yan's also bracing himself. "Yeah, can't underestimate that sword ring." Fellow Taoist Luo's trying her best to block the sword ring with her refined pestle. The sword ring whizzes past her, closing in on Zhang Yan. The boat's hitting a major curve in the river right now. His sword ring lost its bearings and slammed hard into a rock. Fellow Taoist Luo's, kinda relieved, hops back onto the boat. "Lucky for us, his sword ring ain't that smart, can't pick up on our auras." She still looks super worried. "Too bad I cultivate chi. If I trained in some hardcore strength technique, and my whole body was as tough as metal, and I had a divine weapon in my hand, who'd be scared of his white star sword ring?" Zhang Yan looks at her, lost for words for a sec, still calculating. Then, he whispers in her ear, "I got a plan. Might just dodge his sword ring." After hearing the plan, fellow Taoist Luo gets it quick. "Gotcha." She turns back, reminding Zhang Yan, "Hubby, wait a sec, I'll be right back." No sooner said than done. She straight up jumps into the water. Zhang Yan stands on the boat, closes his eyes, and activates the Misty Haze art. Instantly, white mist rolls in, covering the whole river area. Now totally shrouded in thick fog, can't see jack. Shen Yuefeng's starting to freak out, turns around and only sees the bow of Zhang Yan's boat, but no sign of him. Suddenly, his boat gets rocked by a crazy impact, sending him into a panic. Shen Yuefeng glares bitterly at the boat, with the huge hole. It's holed. It's holed. He takes a deep breath, gearing up for the next move. "Think some petty tricks can stop me." His foot taps once. Shen Yuefeng leaps up, ditching the holed boat. His feet touch the water surface super lightly. He chases after the only clue he can see. Don't even think about running. Just then, Luo Daoyu returns, jumps on the boat, her face full of joy. "Hubby, you hold his boat." From within the mist, the two can still see his blurry figure. "Nice one. He's a fish in a barrel now. Just stick to the plan, fellow Taoist Luo." He's holding a talisman in his hand, then leaps high. He slaps the talisman into the air, where there's lots of fog. Break. Then, streams of power erupt from his body. His power is gradually dispersing the fog. The fog around him starts to thin. Shen Yuefeng can see Zhang Yan clearly from above. His face is now twisted with utter frustration. "Zhang Yan." He looks up and interrupts him. "Shen Yuefeng, your death day has arrived." Shen Yuefeng summons his sword ring and flies straight over. "Zhang Yan, pay with your life." "I'm not giving up either," said Luo Daoyu, pulling out her swan ming brush, her face filled with determination. "You impudent fool, get past me first." The sword ring and the Xuanming brush shot straight at each other. In the end,
The Xuanming brush completely missed the sword ring. It flew straight towards Shen Yaofeng, startling him.
He raised a finger, preparing to recall his sword ring, and sneered, "Trying to fight my sword ring, how laughable." Instantly, his sword ring appeared in front of Zhang Yan.
It was about to pierce his chest, and he couldn't dodge in time. The jade pendant he wore suddenly flew out, blocking the entire sword ring. Even Zhang Yan couldn't believe his eyes. Shen Yaofeng was even more shocked. "What is that thing that can block my sword ring?" Taking advantage of his distraction, the Xuanming brush flew towards him at lightning speed. Shen Yaofeng was indeed skilled. He dodged the fatal attack. Both of his hands then summoned a plethora of talismans. He sat down, channeling his energy into the talismans, swirling, as if wanting to devour Zhang Yan. The power released from the countless talismans erupted fiercely, covering a vast expanse. The Xuanming brush was now completely lost in his power. The Xuanming brush was being drained, and Luo Daoyu had no choice but to recall it.
Zhang Yan's jade pendant was still fighting against Shen Yaofeng's sword ring. The two treasures clashed, their power probably around 191. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Yan blew a strong breath. The spiritual energy in his breath caused cracks to begin appearing on his sword ring. Luo Daoyu realized the moment had come. Good chance. She grabbed the star awl and jumped up. Luo Daoyu used all her strength to smash the sword ring. As it suffered such a powerful blow, Shen Yaofeng felt the same pain. He spat blood on the spot, his body trembling, his hands clutching his chest. The sword ring shattered and fell onto the boat, and Luo Daoyu gently landed. Zhang Yan regained all his confidence. "Shen Yaofeng, your sword ring is broken. What else can hurt me?" He trembled in pain. "Zhang Yan, you little bastard." Then, he frantically summoned hundreds of talismans, swirling around him. "I won't get your life, huh?" The number of talismans multiplied, forming a vortex from above that was gradually attacking Zhang Yan. Luo Daoyu, without a hint of fear, held the Xuanming brush in her hand, preparing to meet the attack. She gracefully spun around. The Xuanming brush created an unparalleled stream of power. The large strokes of ink from the Xuanming brush weaved into each talisman, then swept across, destroying countless magical charms. Gradually, Shen Yaofeng's talismans were completely destroyed. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Yan quickly released the treasure in his sleeve. The Ruyi shuttle. His treasure decisively pierced through the talisman. Ruyi divine shuttle went straight for Shen Yaofeng, startling him. He circulated his energy throughout his body, then created a shield in front of him, blocking the fierce power of the Ruyi divine shuttle. At this moment, fellow Taoist Luo continued her attack with the Xuanming brush. The Xuanming brush treasure flew out of her control. She's dealing with two magic weapons at once. Let's see how long you can hold out. Shen Yaofeng's Yuan Zhen suddenly burst into flames. Fellow Taoist Luo, seeing this, was suspicious. His Yuan Zhen seems endless. Does he have a treasure to replenish his energy? She didn't think much about it, and summoned her own Yuan Zhen, a black python. Then let you taste the Manhwa poison needle, made from poison under the full moon. She circulated her energy and poured it into the stiletto, stabbing it straight towards him. Shen Yaofeng was completely stunned, to the point where he couldn't dodge. He gritted his teeth and summoned a Q shield in front of him. The stiletto and fellow Taoist Luo's Manhwa poison needle power are constantly clashing fiercely. Finally, Shen Yaofeng couldn't bear it, and the stiletto struck his hand. Immediately he felt extremely pained, and fellow Taoist Luo's poison gradually entered his body. His entire arm seemed to be paralyzed. He had fallen into a painful state, and the stiletto still hadn't stopped there. His eyes were horrified when he saw the stiletto return. It rushed towards his head, but he was still quite quick, dodged it, but because of the loss of balance of power. So he was hit in the shoulder by the stiletto, and staggered and fell in front of Zhang Yan. Shen Yaofeng fell into the water in humiliation. He quickly turned to her and said, "Fellow Taoist Luo, don't let him escape." She nodded and took out the magic treasure, Yan Zhen Hun. Fellow Taoist Luo threw it into the air, and then Yan Zhen Hun transformed into a giant. It fell into the water, creating a terrifying wave. But Zhang Yan and she, standing on the boat, were still safe. The wave gradually weakened over time. After a while, the water began to return to its peaceful appearance. Fellow Taoist Luo quietly stood observing the water. Yan Zhen Hun flew from under the water and returned to its original small form. Then, she directly jumped into the water to verify. Zhang Yan stood on the boat with a worried look. After a while, she also safely surfaced. She also had a red pouch in her hand. This person's body is shattered, and their Yuan Ling has dissipated. She reached into the pouch and rummaged around. Let's see if there are any treasures left in his Qiankun pouch. Fellow Taoist Luo took out a book and handed it to him. Oh, this is the secret recipe for making talismans from the Guangyuan sect. Zhang Yan opened it and read through it. It's written with dedication. Even the important incantations have detailed explanations. Fellow Taoist Luo also took out another book, Lang Jun. Look, it's a Yuan talisman. Her face lit up with joy. This is an exclusive item of the Guangyuan sect, refined by the elders of the sect, capable of channeling Yuan Zhen's spiritual qi into it, for use in duels.
She kept explaining about the book, while he picked it up and stared intently. This guy's spiritual energy was surging non-stop earlier. He must have relied on the power of the Yuan talisman.
He opened this book too. Isn't this equivalent to the power bank I used to use back in my previous life? A month later, the overlapping, majestic mountains remained as grand as ever. At the Ming Kang sect, the Duo Ning courtyard was just as silent.
In the middle of the lake, a familiar pair of feet stepped into the great hall. Senior brother Zhu Chongju, who was sitting at the desk, engrossed in looking at the ledgers, couldn't help but be surprised to hear the voice. He looked up and saw Zhang Yan standing before him. Zhu Chongju put down the ledger he was reading.
Junior brother, you've only been gone for 5 months, and you're already back.
He sat down leisurely. It's a long story. Right now, the situation in the Shui kingdom is turbulent, and the tribes are buying large quantities of fine gold and sharp blades.
As Zhang Yan spoke, he took a letter from his robes. At first, I didn't pay attention, but later I saw that Zhen Wang was not discreet in his actions, not like a true ruler, and the lustful atmosphere in the city was rising, so I decided to return as soon as possible.
He stepped forward and handed the letter he had just taken out to Zhu Chongju. Fortunately, the Shui Kingdom Sealmaster agreed. This trip, I can consider that I didn't disgrace my mission. Zhu Chongju took the letter and carefully read it, while Zhang Yan recounted. This seal letter was given to me by Zhen Wang, hidden in the illusionary void Dao and tent robes he gifted me. He's afraid that some tribal leaders in the Shui Kingdom won't agree to share the Yingyun Beichang with our Mingkang sect, but Jiju Sheng is preparing to enthrone Zhen Wang, and fears that the Mingkang sect will turn against him at this time, so he's hiding it from the tribal leaders.
A trace of worry appeared on Zhu Chongju's face. The tribal leaders and Jiju Sheng are at odds with each other. Once the Shui Kingdom descends into internal strife, we will have to fight the Sanbo Lake demon once more. This seal letter is as good as useless, however. We can stand firm on great righteousness, so this can be considered you fulfilling your mission.
Suddenly he remembered something. That's right, I heard that the envoy was ambushed by the Shui demon Shen Xinjian on the way, and the Su clan sent someone to save them, but the Su clan lost another disciple this time. Is this true? Zhang Yan heard the story and felt it was preposterous, so he let out a long sigh. The Su clan, on the contrary, put on a good show.
Zhu Chongju was quite surprised to hear this. Then he pointed to the letter.
This letter will be handed over to the sect leader by me. Now that junior brother has returned, feel free to visit the Qingyan Bizhao on Yingluo Island to listen to the Dao.
He gestured, recounting recent events. Today, it happens to be Elder Chen imparting the flying sword technique. Later generation disciples can all go listen to the lecture, a rare opportunity once every 16 years. Oh, imparting the flying sword technique.
Zhang Yan secretly recalled the technique he had recently witnessed Shen Yuefeng use. Back then, among the 16 great sects of Donghua continent, only disciples from 5 sects in the Ming Qi stage could control flying swords, and the Ming Kang sect was among them. Now that I've just returned, someone is imparting the flying sword technique. I really should go.
The lake of the Ming Kang sect was extremely still, and Zhang Yan was extremely excited. Then this junior brother will take his leave.
Yingluo Island of the Ming Kang sect is a small island floating on the water.
On the island, there is a super large monument, and hundreds of students have already gathered below to listen to the lecture. Zhang Yan was also present at this time. He looked around, is the only empty space at the top.
Suddenly, a small hand pulled on his sleeve. Zhang Yan turned around in confusion. The girl was much younger than him. This senior brother, the front, is the seat of senior brother Yuan and senior brother Meng. She smiled and pointed to the side. If senior brother doesn't mind, you can sit next to me. There is an empty seat here.
Zhang Yan politely clasped his hands in front of his chest. Thank you, junior sister. When the two sat down together, he asked her name, causing the girl to blush. I still don't know junior sister's name. Senior brother is too polite. I am Xin Nan. I don't know who senior brother is. Suddenly, a resounding voice came. Yi stood on the platform, tapped the bell with a mallet, and said slowly, the time has come. The founder opens the altar to impart the Dao. All disciples are not allowed to be noisy.
Kang Nan, hearing this, put her hand to her mouth, signaling silence. Zhang Yan watched, seemingly amused.
A moment later, Elder Chen appeared on the lecture hall platform. In his hand he held a whisk, and he sat down slowly.
This sword technique is called the Zhengyuan Sword Sutra. Today, after listening, you disciples are not allowed to secretly exchange notes, or you will be severely punished according to the sect rules.
After speaking, he placed his index finger on his forehead, and a golden light appeared. Then, a sphere resembling a sword ring appeared from his forehead, and flew up high, so that all the disciples could observe. Look closely, all of you.
Elder Chen's sword ring flew around, broadening the disciples' horizons.
Kang Nan also watched with great interest, following it with her eyes. Elder Chen's eyes slowly opened, and then he pointed to a disciple, Feng Ming, can you see clearly? Feng Ming seemed very modest. Yes, I can. Then come up and demonstrate it once.
Feng Ming accepted the sword ring from Elder Chen's hand.
Yes. He raised 2 fingers and began practicing controlling the sword ring.
Seeing this, Zhang Yan was extremely puzzled. Who is this guy? Senior brother? Don't you know senior brother Feng Ming? Why are you staring at him like that? Kang Nan blushed. But he is a genius, having reached the 3rd level of the Ming Qi realm after only 5 years since joining the sect. Rumor has it that today he found Yun Sha to condense the profound light seed, and is someone the esteemed masters all value.
Above the field, Feng Ming lightly performed a few simple sword ring movements. After practicing, he slowly bowed his head to Elder Chen. He smiled slightly and stroked his beard in praise. This, Zheng Yuan Sword Sutra, is indeed our sect's introductory flying sword technique, but for you to be able to demonstrate it once in such a short time is not easy. The other day, Elder Shun was training 10 Tianshen Star Sand Sword rings, and he told me if he got more than he needed to give me one.
He pointed up high with a determined look. Within 10 days, if anyone can comprehend 1/2 of this sword technique, I will bestow this item as a reward. The disciples below, hearing such a great reward, cheered loudly.
Elder Chen was very pleased to see the disciples' eagerness. Then, he raised his whisk high, and a series of sword rings were released. Disciples, receive the swords. Zhang Yan and Kang Nan also received swords.
Zhang Yan looked at the sword ring in his hand.
If we're comparing Xuangong cultivation, I haven't reached the perfect 3rd level of the Ming Qi realm yet, so I'm still a bit behind. But in a competition of comprehending sword techniques, I'm not afraid of anyone. Although there are only 10 days outside, it's more than half a year inside the broken jade. Let me slowly comprehend it.
Suddenly, Kang Nan, sitting next to him, exclaimed, startling him. She began to control it a little, and unconsciously smiled happily, clinging to Zhang Yan's shoulder. Senior brother, look! She suddenly realized her actions were a bit strange and awkwardly blushed, releasing her hand.
Kang Nan covered her face, embarrassed. Senior brother, don't be angry. This junior sister was momentarily overjoyed. It's okay. When I condensed my first wisp of clear qi, I was just as happy as you. People around them were all wailing and crying because they couldn't manifest clear qi. He turned to look at her. This Kang Nan junior sister. To think that in such a short time she could rely on a wisp of clear qi to make the sword ring float, even if she couldn't advance further. That's only because her cultivation is limited. Her aptitude is absolutely outstanding, entirely because she has a selfless heart, without any desire for gain or loss, single-mindedly using her divine talent to harmonize with the sword.
He observed that those sitting in the first 2 rows, these 2nd and 3rd level Ming Qi disciples, were already able to control the sword rings to go up and down.
He lowered his eyes slightly, his determination clear in his heart. All right, I won't waste any more time.
Zhang Yan's eyes became increasingly firm. To practice, he stood in the inner world, with the sword ring flying behind him. Practice makes perfect. Within 10 days, I want to practice the Zheng Yuan Sword Sutra 10,000 times.
The sun had risen high, and hundreds of disciples were sitting seriously under the open-air lecture hall to listen to the elder above lecturing. The disciples present were all silently listening. A disciple next to the elder spoke up. 10 more days, and we disciples will stop. The elder sat solemnly, holding a long white whisk in his hand, observing the disciples below who were listening attentively. The elder glanced around and stopped at Feng Ming. Feng Ming, how's your practice going? Can you come up and perform once for me to see if you've improved compared to 10 days ago? Feng Ming stood up, cupping his hands with a confident expression. Reporting to the elder, although I still don't fully understand the reasoning behind it, I found a few ways. Feng Ming looked up at the elder and the disciple standing next to him and began to explain. If it's just practice, it won't show anything. This disciple is willing to use this newly learned sword technique to compete with fellow disciples to prove what I've realized in the past few days. The old elder listened and found it reasonable, stroking his long beard. That's good too. Then Feng Ming turned around and looked down at the other disciples, hinting at wanting to compete. Among you senior brothers, is there anyone who thinks they have a unique understanding of this sword technique and wants to compete for the Star Spirit sword ring? You can come up and compete with Feng here. Wang Kun, upon hearing the suggestion, boldly stood up and pointed at Feng Ming. Senior brother Feng, although you entered the sect 2 years earlier and are one step ahead, this junior brother also has a thirst for improvement and is willing to try your skills once. Feng Ming's face was full of confidence. So it's Wang Kun, junior brother Wang. I almost didn't see you. You originally came from Wangxi House Street, so I imagine your family has traditions. This senior brother will learn from you here. Wang Kun heard this and felt it was like a provocation, and his expression darkened. Wang Kun gritted his teeth and raised 2 fingers to cast a spell. Senior brother Feng, watch out. A purple spiritual energy of Wang Kun directly radiated outwards. Feng Ming didn't stand still either, and also unleashed his spell. Feng Ming's face was serious,
and 2 fingers emitted a golden spiritual energy. The 2 spiritual energies, one gold and one purple, directly collided with each other. Having cultivated earlier, Feng Ming's power shattered Wang Kun's attack.
Wang Kun was frightened, his face darkened, and he was speechless.
Seeing that he had won, Feng Ming revealed an arrogant expression. Junior brother, your 1 Qi A Thon practice is not bad. Unfortunately, you originally wanted to subdue me with force, but in your chest you only have at most 24 mouthfuls of spiritual energy. No matter how you gather it, how can it compare to the 49 mouthfuls of spiritual energy in my chest? The other disciples buzzed with discussion, ignoring Wang Kun, who was gritting his teeth in anger. This Feng Ming actually secretly cultivated 49 mouthfuls of spiritual energy. What kind of talent is this? Even for a designated successor disciple, it's not easy to reach 36 spiritual energy in the chest. Having 49 mouthfuls of spiritual energy, this Feng Ming's future is limitless.
Although Wang Kun was unwilling, he still had to accept it, and bowed his head. My skill is not as good as yours, I admit defeat.
Feng Ming smiled and raised his hand to his chest.
Junior brother doesn't need to be discouraged. In sect competitions, winning or losing is normal. You must not dwell on it in your heart, obscuring your spiritual insight and ruining your cultivation.
Elder Chen above now had a satisfied smile,
gently stroking his beard.
In a distant corner, Zhang Yan was still silently observing everyone's actions, thinking to himself, it seems that this sword practice, before the Qing Bai Zhaobi is arranged. The main purpose is for Feng Ming to obtain this star spirit sword ring. Zhang Yan's face didn't change, still pondering. Otherwise, why did Elder Chen repeatedly call out his name without mentioning others? The meaning behind it is self-evident.
Zhang Yan crossed his arms and smiled lightly. But the path of cultivation is not gentle at all. It's about fighting, it's about plundering, not missing a single opportunity. 1 step slower, and you'll fall behind step by step. At this time, all worries should be abandoned.
Feng Ming continued to speak,
hinting at wanting to compete again. Is there any other junior brother who wants to come up and try?
Not receiving a response, Feng Ming turned back to Elder Chen.
If not, then I. Before he could finish, Feng Ming was interrupted by Zhang Yan.
Let me try. Feng Ming was a little surprised, and glanced back. Feng Ming closed his eyes and began to clasp his hands. This junior brother is interested. Please come up and verify with me.
Zhang Yan, with a handsome face, radiated confidence, and walked up. Then please, senior brother Feng, be willing to guide me.
A woman behind looked up at Zhang Yan with a surprised expression.
Zhang Yan was now standing opposite Feng Ming.
This junior brother, please make your move first. Zhang Yan also didn't hold back, and immediately agreed to display his technique.
Alright, I won't be polite, senior brother. Be careful.
He got serious, spiritual energy appearing at his fingertips, forming a ball above his head.
I've already seen his moves, but he knows absolutely nothing about me. If I suddenly launch an attack, I'll definitely grasp his every move.
Zhang Yan pondered while directly making his move, flinging the ball of spiritual energy far away. But today isn't about who's stronger. The key is who comprehends the Zhengyuan Sword Sutra more deeply. I can only use genuine swordsmanship to defeat Feng Ming, so he doesn't show favoritism. Zhang Yan's spiritual energy rushed towards Feng Ming, startling him a bit.
The spiritual energy was so fast that Feng Ming frantically gritted his teeth, unable to react in time.
This is bad, I'm too late.
The disciples below who were attentively watching were all horrified. Hongguang Tianmang. It's converting most of the spiritual energy on the sword into pure qi, requiring a sword slash to instantly reach extreme speed. The more pure qi, the faster the speed.
Feng Ming, with a terrified face, tried to block the attack with his bare hands. Before the spiritual energy touched Feng Ming, it suddenly reversed direction. Zhang Yan withdrew his spiritual energy, smiling with satisfaction.
Feng Xixiang, don't get distracted.
Feng Ming was stunned, speechless, only daring to think. From that one attack, I can see that this guy's control speed of his sword rings is a level faster than mine. I definitely can't compete with him in speed. Feng Ming gritted his teeth, a scheming look on his face. I have 49 mouthfuls of spiritual energy in my chest, forming the Yi Qi A Cheng. No one can stop me from attacking here. Overpowering him is what I should do. Feng Ming regained his initial arrogance, and began to display golden spiritual energy with 2 fingers. Shidi's swordsmanship is superb, but you won't have such good luck next.
Zhang Yan frowned, displeased with his words. He flicked his 2 fingers a few times. Child's play. The Hongguang Tianmang spiritual energy from before reappeared, directly attacking Feng Ming. Feng Ming also refused to lose, pushing his spiritual energy to confront Zhang Yan.
Zhang Yan's spiritual energy was too superb, weaving from this side to that side. Feng Ming watched, beginning to feel fear. Zhang Yan's ball of spiritual energy passed through Feng Ming's spiritual energy, again and again. The spiritual energy repeated continuously,
creating loud noises in the air in front of Feng Ming. The other disciples gaped in astonishment. Chong Lang Gao Dai. It's the most difficult Mingqi skill to master in the Zhengyuan Sword Sutra.
Feng Ming frowned, starting to tremble all over. This guy is really powerful. He can continuously change moves 28 times. Feng Ming continued to observe every action of Zhang Yan that was happening. He gritted his teeth, his 2 fingers still raised to display his technique. But Chonglang Gao Dai cannot exceed the limit of his own amount of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in his chest is at most from 36 to 42. Feng Ming's face was ugly and wrinkled like an old man, thinking, in that case, the sword rings can at most move 42 times. I don't believe he can beat me in terms of spiritual energy.
The spiritual energy of the 2 people was still stabbing at each other. Suddenly, it weaved to both sides, forming a figure 8. The expressions on both faces were completely opposite. Zhang Yan was relaxed and teasing, while Feng Ming was fearful, afraid that he would lose. Zhang Yan confidently controlled his spiritual energy. On the other side, Feng Ming was trembling, raising his fingers, trying hard to display his technique.
He seemed to be about to run out of strength, unable to withstand it anymore.
His spiritual energy was directly stabbed by Zhang Yan's spiritual energy. Then that spiritual energy weaved towards Feng Ming, startling him. Without needing to take too much time, Feng Ming was stabbed straight into his chest by Zhang Yan's move.
Feng Ming's footsteps were forced back. Feng Ming was heavily injured, painfully clutching his chest.
Zhang Yan, relieved, said, "Xianxia yields." Elder Chen's expression, which had been observing, suddenly changed. He looked down at Zhang Yan and asked, "Tell me, have you ever learned this flying sword technique before?" Zhang Yan's face didn't change as he shook his head. "Never, Elder Chen. You really know nothing." He waved his white whisk, angrily. "Still dare to lie to me? Seeing how skilled you are with the sword, turning and maneuvering as you wish, it's clear you've gone through years of training to achieve such a feat. Honestly, who exactly taught you?" Zhang Yan clasped his hands in a salute and spoke in his defense.
This disciple entered the upper hall less than a year ago and broke through to the 2nd level of the underworld Qi realm. Not even a month ago, I recently returned to the upper hall after visiting the Shui kingdom. I don't know when these supposed years of training began.
Upon receiving the answer, Elder Chen stroked his beard again. Entered the sect less than a year ago. What's your name? Whose disciple are you, and what is your position?
Zhang Yan seriously answered the elder's questions. This one is Zhang Yan, shamefully a supervisor in Danding Courtyard. Currently, I am the head of Danding Courtyard.
After hearing this, Elder Chen couldn't hide his surprise and exclaimed loudly, "So you're Shishuju's disciple?" The elder fell silent, looking down at Feng Ming, who was clenching his fists in anger.
He stroked his beard again and turned to look at Zhang Yan.
"All right, Zhang Yan. This is your opportunity." Elder Chen raised 2 fingers and transferred the azure jade to Zhang Yan. "Keep this stellar sword ring safe, and I hope you'll resolve things peacefully." Zhang Yan observed the shining stellar sword ring in his palm.
At this time, in the open-air lecture hall, hundreds of disciples had been dismissed to cultivate, but 2 elders were still sitting on the platform talking.
Elder Chen stroked his beard, quietly listening to Elder Shun's analysis. "Forget it, Chen Shidai. What he deserves will always be his, and what he doesn't deserve he can't take even if he wants to."
Elder Shun's face showed a hint of fatigue.
"This Zhang Yan is Shishuju's disciple, and he's also cultivating the Lan Yun's secret manual of the Grandmaster's disciple. Who knows, it might be a dark scheme set up by the Grandmaster's disciple. No matter what, we can be considered teachers and disciples of the same lineage."
Elder Chen continued to stroke his beard,
closing his eyes as he spoke. "Alas, currently, among the top 10 disciples in the sect, only 4 are originally teachers and disciples of the same lineage as me. Feng Ming is one of my disciples. And you also value him, and were preparing to support him. If he himself wasn't willing to compete, then that's fine. But this time it wasn't his fault." Elder Shun sat opposite Elder Chen, silently listening to him speak.
"In another 2 years, it will be the grand competition within the sect. If we can't cultivate a few capable disciples, we'll sooner or later be suppressed by the aristocratic families and won't be able to stand up."
Elder Shun then took something out from his sleeve. "How about this? My big brother forged a set of stellar sword rings for me. This is the sword ring I used before. You can give it to Feng Ming for me, so he can calm his mind and cultivate, and have fewer distracting thoughts." Elder Shun took out an azure jade, and Elder Chen reached out to receive it. "His aptitude is excellent. If he can live up to my expectations, he will definitely be able to get a place in the grand competition."
Elder Chen held the jade, which was the size of 2 fingertips, and observed it. I saw that when he left, his spirit was downcast, and resentment was accumulating in his heart. I hope he can think through Shixiang's good intentions.
Elder Shun then laughed heartily. He sat seriously cross-legged on a mat. Fate is predetermined, and the great Tao follows the heart. If he can't even pass this hurdle, how will he resist the disciples of the aristocratic families in the future?
This change is precisely for us to clearly see his temperament and whether he deserves the praise of the elders.
A month later, at Danding Courtyard, before seeing anyone, they heard a voice. Zhang Shidi, you've only entered the sect for less than a year, and you're already at the 3rd level of the underworld Qi realm. Truly a genius, the former seniors. Judgment wasn't wrong. We have hope for revenge in the future.
Inside the room, Zhang Yan's Xianxia spoke seriously. I guessed that you would definitely come looking for me these past few days. But you want to ask about the Shuangguangqi tomb? Zhang Yan hurriedly clasped his hands in a salute, his face unchanging. Xixiang's prediction is correct. Shidi has come for this matter.
The Xixiang walked towards the chair in front of him, intending to sit down. According to the rules of the sect, this cloud sand was originally for senior brothers to do in place of searching for disciples. But I don't have one.
The Xixiang sat down on the chair,
leisurely stroking his beard. I only know its origin, but it's a bit dangerous. It just depends on whether you, Shidi, dare to go or not.
Zhang Yan wasn't afraid, only curious about his Xixiang's ambiguous words. The road to the great Tao has always had obstacles. What's the logic in avoiding difficulty? Xixiang, just speak plainly.
The Xixiang stood up, satisfied with the answer, and slammed his hand on the table.
Good. The Xixiang stood in front of Zhang Yan and began to instruct. You leave the sect gate, go north along Ningkang, and past Xiaolang Mountain there is a place called Zhao Yu, Heavenly Pool. 100 zhang underwater is what you want. Zhang Yan still had some doubts,
so he asked, Zhao Yu Heavenly Pool? Isn't that the territory of Gikong Niu, one of the 3 Lakes bandits?
The Xixiang looked away, but his hand still stroked his beard.
Although it's said that Lao Baba is the one with the highest cultivation among the 3 great demon lords, he's never had any disciples or descendants. Moreover, he loves to sleep. As long as you don't disturb him when you take the cloud sand, nothing will happen.
Zhang Yan thought for a moment before speaking up.
Although senior brother says this matter is extremely dangerous, there must be other secrets involved. This junior brother will go right away.
At this moment, a boat appeared in the sky carrying 2 people above it. At Xiaolangshan, the mountains rise and fall in the hazy mist. Fang Zhen and Feng Ming have arrived here. This, Zhang Yan, who comprehended the sword scripture within 10 days, and can actually defeat junior brother Feng. Since you have the opportunity, I also want to learn a thing or two. Feng Ming then shook his head, his face a bit cunning. Back then, Elder Chen said not to provoke Zhang Yan. Moreover, this person is a disciple of Din Zhu, and his status is a bit special. It's better not to confront him if possible. Ignoring Feng Ming's prior warning, Fang Zhen turned his face and smiled, then raised his fingers in a thumbs up. Don't worry, junior brother Feng. When I get that whole sharkskin suit this time and collect enough 15 contribution points, I can get a position in the merit hall. At that time, even if I meet elders in the sect, I won't need to talk about so many rules. Suddenly, another boat carrying 1 person appeared above the heads of the 2. It turned out to be Zhang Yan, also arriving here, his face without any expression. Feng Ming looked up, his mouth agape, a little worried. Seeing Feng Ming's bad expression, Feng Zhen asked, Junior brother Feng, what's wrong? Do you know that senior brother opposite us? Feng Ming glanced away, his face darkened, and he stammered. Senior brother Feng, this person is Zhang Yan. Feng Zhen was surprised, and turned to look at Zhang Yan's receding back. Oh, that is Zhang Yan, the direct disciple. Feng Zhen raised his eyebrows, raising his hand as if lost in thought. I see this Zhang Yan, except that I can't see through his cultivation base, and he seems to have some tricks up his sleeve. There doesn't seem to be anything special. Seeing this, Feng Ming spoke up in a hurry. Feng Zhen also rode the wave and chimed in. Looking at this Zhang Yan, he seems to be going to Xiaolangshan as well. Could it be that he also wants to take action against that demon spirit? The transformation failed, and its strength greatly damaged. Senior and junior brothers who learn this news will run here from anywhere. Based on what? At that time, we'll rely on our methods. With that said, Fang Zhen took out a golden card. Suddenly, the boat carrying Fang Zhen and Feng Ming flew at warp speed. We speed up and go ahead of him. Could it be that he can insist on snatching it based on his status as a direct disciple? The boat of the 2 directly flashed past Zhang Yan's boat, getting farther and farther away from Zhang Yan's boat, leaving him confused as to what was happening. Fang Zhen still firmly held the card in his hand, flying as fast as the wind. Suddenly, a boat carrying another person blocked the 2 people from afar. Please stop, fellow senior brothers. Fang Zhen's boat, which was flying fast, had to stop suddenly in front of that fellow brother. Fang Zhen and Feng Ming shouted angrily, Who are you? What do you want? That fellow brother clasped his hands and spoke. My Xinlang is clearing the demon race in front of Xiaolangshan. It is inevitable that some demons will slip through the net and accidentally injure fellow disciples. I am ordered to welcome the senior brothers here, and after the matter is over, my Xinlang will meet with the senior brothers. Fang Zhen's face was gloomy and unwilling to listen. Clearing the demon spawn. Don't use this to fool me. You clearly want to monopolize the demon spirit. With that said,
Feng Zhen pointed at that fellow brother and introduced himself. I am Feng Zhen, a disciple of Yan Zhenren in Wei Ming Dong Tian.
Why don't you quickly get out of the way?
That fellow brother closed his eyes and shook his head. I heard that last month Yan Zhenren accepted a disciple with outstanding aptitude, which turned out to be senior brother Feng. However, Shi Mao's family name is Shi. I am sure senior brother has heard of it. Feng Zian frowned, showing discomfort. The surname is Shi, Xilang. Could it be Shi Zongyuan of Yushuan Shi? That fellow brother received the answer. His attitude was much brighter. Exactly. Feng Zhen's face turned pale. Feng Ming leaned into Feng Zhen's ear and asked in a low voice, Senior brother Feng, what do we do now?
Feng Ming continued to whisper a long string. The matter of the demon spirit was reported by Elder Shun through a letter, implying an assessment. If we retreat like this, it is inevitable that Elder Shun will look down on us.
That fellow brother suddenly spoke, making both of them jump. Is that senior brother also traveling with you?
At this moment, Zhang Yan arrived, causing Feng Zhen and Feng Ming to look up. Xu Feng immediately changed his attitude, shaking his head. Once you start bad-mouthing him, he's hard to shake off. His name is Zhang Yan, and he's a core disciple of the sect. He's a real pain in the ass, so you gotta be careful.
The guy frowned, a little confused. A core disciple?
Xu Feng, looking satisfied, watched the guy fly his ship over to Zhang Yan. With him sticking his nose in, I can stir up some trouble for myself.
The guy arrived in front of Zhang Yan, clasping his hands in a respectful greeting. Then they talked for a bit, and suddenly shook hands, which caught Xu Feng totally off guard. After that, Zhang Yan held up a small red pouch and gave a thumbs up.
Xu Feng panicked, not believing his eyes. No way.
Zhang Yan glanced at the small pouch with satisfaction and smiled. This bitch Chen pill is Shi's secret recipe. Even Dan Ding Institute doesn't have it. Score. Gotta seize the opportunity when it knocks on your door. Zhang Yan then slipped it into his sleeve, thinking, I'm not here for the demon anyway. Just passing by. Zhang Yan looked towards the distant mountain, where a group of people appeared, carrying something. Leading the group was Xilang. The people behind him were carrying a huge golden Jiao dragon. The young guys strained as they carried the golden Jiao, which was wrapped in chains.
Xu Feng, looking down from afar, couldn't hide his surprise. It's an ancient mutated golden Jiao. Xilang also looked up and saw the group of people standing on the ship above. Xilang clasped his hands in a respectful greeting, giving a bright smile. Fellow cultivators, Xilang will take my leave first. I am sorry for the simple farewell gifts, but when I return to the sect, I will send you more generous gifts. Suddenly, a beam of light burst forth from the water. The light broke through the water and flew into the sky. Zhang Yan sensed something was wrong and shouted, Lang Jun, get out of the way. Zhang Yan flew off the ship, directly blocking the unexpected attack. The unexpected attack went straight for Lang Jun's ship, and in no time, the ship was completely destroyed. A stranger named Kuai Chang appeared, holding a 2-meter-long sword, looking eager for a fight. Shi Zongyuan looked up, utterly terrified. Zhang Yan had already quickly flown away from Lang Jun's ship. Zhang Yan watched Kuai Chang's movements with a straight face. Zhang Yan leaned against a nearby cliff face, recognizing the stranger. La Daoyu, do you recognize this demon? This person is Quan Chang, son of Quan Ba of Ju Quanji Palace. How can Shen Xin sect appear here? Zhang Yan hadn't acted yet, only observing quietly. Wasn't Ju Quanji Palace defeated by Su Yehong? Even if some escaped, they should have run far away. How could they show up here? The Golden Jiao and Kuai Chang appearing together here can't be a coincidence, right?
Kuai Chang suddenly laughed gleefully, looking towards the mountain, seeing the group carrying the Golden Jiao on their shoulders. Kuai Chang looked satisfied, happy as if he'd struck gold. He darted like lightning towards the group on the mountain, startling and panicking them.
3 of Shi Zongyuan's disciples stood in front of Kuai Chang. Before he swung his 2-meter-long sword fiercely, slashing at the disciples. Singalang stood behind, directing the people to charge forward. Everyone, capture this demon. Kuai Chang didn't care about the others. All he wanted was the Golden Jiao lying there, wrapped in chains. Before he could even touch him, a disciple shoved the golden saber aside. Kuai Chang smirked with glee, feeling like the good show was just getting started. With a single slash, the disciple was cleanly bisected. The other 3 brothers witnessed the bloody scene before them and were stunned. The 3 of them began to cast spells, preparing to fight. This one's got a divine weapon in hand. Get out of the way, use a magic sword to test him. With that, 3 swords simultaneously shot towards Kuai Chang, but with a single strike, he completely shattered the 3 swords, sending them flying in different directions. Suddenly, another sword appeared, aiming directly at Kuai Chang's head. The sword slammed into his helmet, creating a loud bang. Kuai Chang's face was no longer triumphant. Instead, he frowned, but those attacks didn't hurt him at all. In a hidden corner, Zhang Yan continued to observe everyone's actions. Laha, fellow cultivator. Could it be that this demon's path is based on brute strength, making him immune to flying swords? Correct.
Xuan Guang is also known as the essence within Qi. Without an external object to rely on, like some kind of cloud serpent, it'll enter the bones and merge with the blood, walking the path of force. Quan Chang started to get angry, clenching his teeth, filled with resentment.
He now held his sword, turning his attack towards Yi Zongyuan. Quan Chang must have cultivated to the third level of the Xuanguang realm. The Xuanguang essence has merged with his entire body becoming as hard as refined steel. Ordinary magic flying swords can't cut it. Xie Zongyuan stood analyzing Quan Chang's body, then raised 2 fingers, using his spiritual energy to suppress the Qi-suppressing tablet. Xie Zongyuan seriously flung the tablet away. Go!
The tablet sped towards Quan Chang, growing larger and larger. Quan Chang yelled out in pain, raising his sword with both hands to block the blow.
The weight of the tablet was immense. Making contact with Quan Chang's sword, the ground completely shattered, as Quan Chang struggled to hold up the massive Qi-suppressing tablet. But he tried too hard, and ended up being crushed under the large tablet, before everyone's eyes. Feng Ming was a little puzzled, and turned to ask, Feng Xian, Feng's senior brother, what kind of magic treasure is that? It's unexpectedly so powerful. Feng Zhen crossed his arms and began to show off his knowledge. This treasure is called the Qi-suppressing tablet. It is a spiritual artifact, but Xie Zongyuan only has the cultivation of the second level of the Ming Qi realm, so he can't unleash even 1/10 of the power of this treasure, otherwise he would have crushed this demon cultivator to death by now. How could he be struggling? Turns out they underestimated Quan Chang's strength. He wasn't fazed at all, directly pushing the tablet upwards, making Xilang grit his teeth in anger. One of the brothers, who had been blinded in one eye, drew the sword in his hand. I, Xinalang, will go and finish him. Quan Chang again showed a triumphant smile, looking down on his opponent. He stood still watching that brother charging towards him from afar with his sword. Before that brother could even touch him, Quan Chang cut his body in half. Xie Zongyuan stood frozen, not believing his eyes. How could this be? The Qi-suppressing tablet suddenly flew into the air, and a strange object appeared below. It was a golden card emitting spiritual energy. Quan Chang didn't wait any longer, immediately jumped high into the air, heading towards Sirilang and the disciples again. Sirilang, run, we'll cover your retreat. Xie Zongyuan was still completely shocked. Xie Zongyuan clasped his hands and bowed, looking up at Feng Zhen and Feng Ming's boat, begging for help. Feng, senior brother, I know you have a magic treasure in your hands. Please follow me and kill this demon together. She will definitely repay you handsomely.
Feng Zhen crossed his arms, with a mocking smile on his face. Haha. Feng Ming stood behind him and said nothing, only to flinch when Xu Feng whips out a badge. Zhang Yan, down below, cranes his neck, observing their every move. This dude was plotting against me just now, thinking I couldn't hear. Since I didn't bother messing with you, you actually want to run.
Zhang Yan, now visibly annoyed, finally speaks up. Xu Feng, as a disciple of the Weiguang cave, you're retreating in the face of battle. Where do you place your fellow disciples' lives? Where do you put your master's reputation? Do you have any face? Do you have any shame? What use is the sect for keeping you around? Xie Zongyuan glances over upon hearing the voice.
Zhang Yan's words echo across the mountains and rivers. What use is the sect for keeping you around?
Those 4 words,
what use is the sect for keeping you around, hit Xu Feng like a truck while he's trying to escape.
Feng Ming, looking a little worried as Xu Feng grinds his teeth, on the verge of exploding. Senior brother, what do you think about us? Xu Feng, enraged, whips his head around, snapping at Feng Ming.
Humph. If this Zhang Yan wants to court death, let him. You want to join him? Xu Feng, face dark, crosses his arms, uncaring. So what if I have a magic treasure in my hands, but don't want to help them?
Xie Zongyuan watches as their boat sails into the distance, sighing helplessly.
Xie Zongyuan raises 2 fingers, emitting a green spiritual energy.
Seeing Zhang Yan approach, Zongyuan offers a word of caution. Many thanks, senior brother, but this isn't a demon that can be suppressed with magic treasures. Staying here will only waste your life. It's best you leave now. Zhang Yan points a finger toward the disciples struggling against Quan Chang. Seniors, yay. There's still a chance to leave at this moment. Xie Zongyuan turns to look in that direction, only offering a wry smile. I, as a disciple of the Yu Xuanxi clan, would never abandon comrades like Xu Feng today. Even if I die here, someone will avenge me. No need for further words, senior brother. Just leave.
Zhang Yan doesn't say much, only thinking to himself. Xie Zongyuan already used a talisman to summon experts from his clan. He has backup plan. Zhang Yan closes his eyes, sighing. Even if they're experts, they probably won't arrive in time. That move won't be of much use. Xie Zongyuan's courage isn't fake. Zhang Yan sees that Xie Zongyuan is upright and honorable, and decides to lend a hand using his spiritual energy. I see Xie Zongyuan is very responsible. He is calm in the face of danger. Why don't the 2 of us find a way to lure Quan Chang somewhere else to fight, seize the treasure suppressing the ocean suppressing stele, and consider it a favor given to him? Quan Chang continues to hack and slash, then kicks another disciple. The disciple is sent flying, terrifying those nearby. Quan Chang leaps high, swinging his longsword, preparing to behead another person.
Suddenly, a strange object comes hurtling toward Quan Chang. The object smacks him directly in the face, causing him to cry out in pain. A single light smack is enough to draw blood from his face, forcing him to wipe it away hastily. Quan Chang looks toward the direction where the object is flying back to Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan uses 2 fingers to retract his spiritual energy, a slight smile on his face. Suddenly, Zhang Yan flies into the air, startling Quan Chang, who doesn't have time to process what's happening. Zhang Yan jumps onto a boat, speeding off in another direction, infuriating Quan Chang. He swings his sword with a fierce expression, wanting to kill. He chases after the talisman that suddenly escaped from beneath the ocean-suppressing stela. Quan Chang, so he was retrieving the talisman into his hand at the same time. He begins to chase after Zhang Yan's boat. In an instant, the sky is clear, the air is still, and the mountains rise and fall. Suddenly, a loud explosion shatters the originally peaceful atmosphere. La Daoyu picked up Zhu Cheng's sword, the latter lying motionless at her feet. La Daoyu, holding the sword, smiled and pointed it towards Zhang Yan. "Congratulations, Lang Jun, you've gained another treasure." Zhang Yan took the sword from La Daoyu, his expression unchanged. "But this item has a trace of spirit. It needs to be brought back and slowly refined before it can truly belong to Lang Jun." Zhang Yan held the longsword in his hand, examining it. "Now that it's fallen into my hands, there's no rush. First, let's clean this place up, to prevent people from the sect investigating and seeing through our flaws." Having said that, Zhang Yan stood on the boat and flew quickly towards another direction. Zhang Yan went to Shi Zongyuan's place. Just now, Shi Zongyuan and a disciple looked up at Zhang Yan, then immediately jumped off the boat and stood in front of Shi Zongyuan. "Xianxia is still here." Shi Zongyuan's face was a little worried, and he said softly, "Zhang Xixiang accepted the danger for me. How could I abandon you? I'm not Feng Zhen." Seeing that Zhang Xixiang is safe and sound, I'm relieved. "Where is that demon cultivator now?" Zhang Yan crossed his arms and shook his head, feigning ignorance. "I spun him around a few times in the forest and then dumped him. This demon cultivator seemed to have lost his mind, and I don't know where he went afterwards." Shi Zongyuan didn't press further, but was a little regretful. "Is that so? What a pity. If he dares to come back, I'll definitely let him have it." The disciple next to Shi Zongyuan suddenly spoke. "Cough, cough, Xin Lang is fine now. We should go back early, so as not to worry the second uncle." Shi Zongyuan waved his hand to signal the others. "Hold on, I have one more thing. Carry it." Those disciples immediately obeyed, hurriedly carrying the motionless Jin Jiao. Zhang Yan observed, somewhat not understanding their actions. Shi Zongyuan quickly cupped his hands in salute to Zhang Yan. "Today I tricked Zhang Xixiang into staying to help. There's no way to thank you, so I'm giving this Jin Jiao to Xixiang." On the other hand, Shi Zongyuan's face became serious. "In the future, if Zhang Xixiang has any business, just say the word, and I, Shi Zongyuan, will do my best." 2 days later, at the Wuya Dian, where the great cultivators were seated, refining themselves, Meng Zhenren, sitting with 3 cultivators, suddenly spoke. "Regarding the matter of the disciples being attacked this time, it seems that the demons in the Sanbo Lake have been restless recently. Shidis, you should inform your disciples to be prepared." Meng Zhenren, with his silver hair, his face showing a hint of fatigue. On the other hand, in this matter, Feng Zhen didn't pay attention to the safety of his fellow disciples, and left on his own, it can be seen that this person's aptitude is high, but his temperament is unstable. Meng Zhenren looked towards Yan Zhenren and hurriedly asked, "Shidi Yan, how did you deal with your disciple?" "It's up to you." Yan Zhenren's face was cold, and he reluctantly replied, "Da Shixiong. I have taken back the Wu Huo Shenbing fan that he was given, and also punished him to think about his mistakes in his room." Sun Zhenren, sitting next to him, gently continued, "I heard that a disciple named Zhang Yan took the initiative to lead the demon away to prevent my disciple from being killed. Zhang Yan bravely shouldered the responsibility, and thus made a great contribution." Zhu Zhenren heard and smiled with a little bit of unfriendly face. Then both Yan Zhenren and Zhu Zhenren turned their eyes to each other, showing that they understood each other's meaning. Zhu Zhenren changed his attitude and became uncomfortable, which made Sun Zhenren a little surprised. Zhang Yan is a disciple of Zhu Zhangyuan. Why is Shidi Sun so concerned? Even if he has made a contribution, I think it's just a small one. Zhu Zhenren heard Meng Zhenren's voice and turned to listen. He said, "Although this person worships as a disciple of Zhu Zhangyuan, he cultivates Sun Shidi's Lanyun Miwce, so he can also be regarded as a branch of us." Yan Zhenren sat on the side, observing Zhu Zhenren's attitude to see how he was. Then Yan Zhenren coldly smiled and said, "This time it was my disciple who lacked virtue. This Zhang Yan has now reached the Mingqi triple realm, and must condense the Xuanguang Zhizhong." The other 3 people all concentrated on listening to Yan Zhenren's analysis. "I will give him a top-grade Yunshan to help him. What do you all think?" Sun Zhenren didn't like to talk much and agreed, "That's fine." On the other side,
Meng Zhenren saw that Zhu Zhenren's attitude seemed to be dissatisfied. Meng Zhenren then followed the crowd.
Since that's the case, then Shidi Yan should go and arrange it.
Yan Zhenren then stood up, cupped his hands, and said goodbye to everyone. In less than 3 seconds, Yan Zhenren disappeared from his place in a puff of blue smoke. At this time, in the Weiguang Huading Da Ming Dong Tian, a small gate was located right in the middle of the mountain. Yan Zhenren was sitting with his eyes closed, cultivating his spiritual energy when someone was approaching. Turns out it was Feng Zhen who had arrived, his face covered in sweat from fear.
Yan Zhenren cultivated his energy, causing his spirit to leave his body.
Seeming to detect someone, his eyes slowly opened.
Feng Zhen felt uneasy and shouted, "How's father doing?" Yan Zhenren immediately showed a look of anger at Feng Zhen's words.
"Didn't I tell you that in this place you and I are not allowed to address each other as father and son?"
Feng Zhen returned to a respectful demeanor,
bowing his head reverently. "Yes, master," Yan Zhenren seriously explained to Feng Zhen.
"If it weren't for Zhang Yan, this matter of yours would have been a small thing.
Now that senior brother Meng has asked about it, I can't be too biased. For the next few months you are not allowed to go anywhere. Peacefully cultivate the Kun Yu Wei Chen Gong I have taught you in the cave."
Feng Zhen truly didn't know what's good or bad. His heart and morals were not good, he shouted. That Zhang Yan is truly deserving of death.
Yan Zhenren could only sigh helplessly. This Zhang Yan is also a jinx. Senior brother Meng and junior brother Sun seem to have intentions of nurturing him, so don't make too much trouble.
Feng Zhen refused to yield and still argued.
"Master, could it be that this matter will just be dropped?"
Yan Zhenren was about to lose his initial composure.
"You shouldn't be anxious. How could I let him cause so much trouble for my disciples? I will vent my anger for you."
Yan Zhenren's face became scheming and dangerous. Moreover, with his identity as a true disciple, once his cultivation achieves success in the future, he will surely disturb my original plans. We are all from the same lineage of teachers and students. If you want to be at the top in the future, you must suppress Zhang Yan.
Feng Zhen smiled in a demonic way. "I wonder how Maester will deal with him."
Yan Zhenren began to use petty tricks and dirty schemes little by little. "I will bestow upon him a yunsha to help him form his xuanguang early."
Feng Zhen panicked, not understanding his intentions.
"You want to help him?" Yan Zhenren then became angry with his slow-witted son. "What do you understand? He is a true disciple. Whether it's going abroad to kill or establish meritorious deeds under the Xuanguang realm, he can refuse. How can I let him cultivate in peace, when the grand competition in the sect comes?" Feng Zhen put his hand to his chin and began to rack his brains. "You mean to let him reach the Xuanguang realm early? Order him to establish meritorious deeds for the sect? Arrange for him to go and kill those demonic fiends?
Even if he is lucky enough to save his life for a moment, the more times he fails, the less strength he will have to rise again." Yan Zhenren then felt happy because he finally understood. "I finally understand. A good swimmer drowns in water."
This is like someone who knows martial arts in the world. Ordinary people who are not good at boxing can live peacefully their whole lives, but once they understand boxing, they can easily meet with sudden death if they are not careful.
Yan Zhenren laughed demonically, scheming and insidious. "This method is a grand scheme in the open. Senior brother Meng and junior brother Sun know my intentions, and they will definitely not stop me." Zhang Yan held the yunsha in his hand and observed it for a while, a hint of suspicion.
"They actually rewarded me with yunsha."
Luo Daoyu, who was sitting cross-legged next to Zhang Yan, spoke up. "A strange cultivator in the sect personally handed this to us, only saying that Lang Jun saved over 100 fellow disciples and was rewarded by a certain Zhenren, but didn't say who exactly. According to me, this person's expression was not unusual. Either he didn't know, or he was reminded to deliberately hide it." Zhang Yan closed his eyes tightly, turning the jade to feel it.
"First of all, this yunsha can still nourish and transform essence without any external influence. Just placing it in the palm of my hand, I can feel the essence about to liquefy, as if it can absorb spiritual energy. According to the records, this yunsha is indeed top grade."
Zhang Yan changed to holding the jade, his face beaming as he thought to himself, "It's okay. I need to condense 2 seeds of xuanguang, one taking fire properties and the other taking metal properties. This yunsha will help me a lot and save me a lot of effort. Even if the other party is playing tricks, I have the remnant jade in my hand. What is there to fear?" Without thinking much more, Zhang Yan had to stand up. Zhang Yan stepped forward, saying something that made Luo Daoyu a little confused. "As for the fire-attributed yunsha, I remember the experience of the tyrant Bao from last time being killed by me. He cultivated fire-attributed techniques, and could even reach the 3rd level of Ming Qi. Wouldn't he have prepared a treasure trove of experience early on?"
Zhang Yan took another step forward, still continuing. "Moreover, there are quite a few people in the Wang family who cultivate on Xianxia Island. There must be fire-attributed yunsha in the family. I have the Qixia Dan fire scroll in my hand. If I exchange it with the Wang family, they will definitely not refuse." At this time, on the outside,
Jin Jiao was swimming in the cool stream. Zhang Yan and Luo Daoyu stood from afar observing, its expression full of extreme joy. Zhang Yan coldly watched Jin Jiao's every move, and thought to himself, just a Jin Jiao that hasn't even transformed yet has such incredible power. If it were a true dragon, how great would its power be? Overturning rivers and seas would be a normal thing. Sumie Ung once said that under the Qiuquan Creek Palace, there is a dragon palace, and beneath it is Chu Chung Jin Jiao Dragon.
Could there be some connection? Jin Jiao flew up and then dived into the water, surprising Zhang Yan a little. This Jin Jiao's appearance is definitely not without reason. Maybe the key point is still a small stream. Suddenly shot into Zhang Yan's feet. Zhang Yan put on a serious face and went straight for it. Let me ask you this. You willing to acknowledge me as your master? The golden Jiao curled up, scrunching its face in displeasure. Why the hell would I acknowledge you? Your cultivation ain't even that high. If I'm gonna acknowledge a master, it's gotta be some high-level cultivator. Zhang Yan found its stubbornness amusing. Interesting. You've got some spirit. I know you weren't captured by me, and you only got locked up because of this tribulation, so you're not happy about it. But if you fall into my hands, would I really let you starve? Zhang Yan gestured to introduce fellow Taoist Luo behind him, and how useful she was, making her nod in gratitude. Look at this fellow Taoist next to me, she's also a demon prisoner. I reckon your blood essence would be super beneficial to her. If she devoured you, her cultivation could take another step forward. Thanks for the help, old master. Immediately, fellow Taoist Luo lost her previous charming demeanor, replaced by a ravenous look. The golden Jiao saw that horrifying face and started bawling its eyes out. The golden Jiao whimpered, begging desperately. Don't go, I'll acknowledge you. As my master, I'll acknowledge you. Fellow Taoist Luo, seeing that this trick worked pretty well and had subdued it, chuckled gleefully. You demon Jiao are so cunning, didn't think you'd be such a wimp. A little threatening, and you go all soft. Suddenly, Shi Zongyuan's voice rang out, startling the golden Jiao, which dove into the water. Is senior brother Zhang there? She's come to visit. Haul-ass, Zhang Yan, holding the nameplate in his hand, felt a bit cheerful. I was just saying I'd go look for him, and instead he's come knocking. Fellow Taoist Luo put on a ferocious expression, the complete opposite of the golden Jiao's fear. Can dodge the first, can't dodge the 15th. Drink today, get drunk today, drag it out as long as you can. The golden Jiao's personality is kinda interesting. Zhang Yan turned to fellow Taoist Luo, signaling that he wanted her to leave first. Fellow Taoist Luo, I'll go greet Zhi Zongyuan. It can't escape anyway, so there's no need to rush it. Just keep it around as a pet to relieve boredom. Just then, Shi Zongyuan's boat arrived in front of Zhang Yan. Shi Zongyuan clasped his hands in greeting, his face beaming, with Liu Tao standing beside him. Senior brother Zhang, we meet again. Zhang Yan saw the beautiful Liu Tao, and immediately asked, Senior brother Xie, may I know who is the senior sister standing beside you? Shi Zongyuan heard Zhang Yan's question and laughed loudly, quickly introducing Liu Tao to him. This is Liu Tao, senior brother Liu, cultivating in the Yingxian Dao. Senior brother Liu's appearance is beautiful. Indeed, even senior brother Zhang mistook him for a woman. I've long admired senior brother Zhang's great name. Zhang Yan, realizing he'd mistaken the face, just froze up awkwardly. After some playing, it's already dark, the moon already up high, a poetic scene on the lake with a large yacht appearing. Ahem, my junior brother misspoke. Now that it's getting late, please follow me to the yacht on the lake for a little something to drink. The three sat at the banquet table, enjoying the food and chatting intimately, feeling refreshed and delighted. Shi Zongyuan, with one hand picking up food and the other holding a wine glass with Liu Tao smiling brightly, said, Normally, I can't freely enjoy such delicious food like this. It seems I must visit senior brother Zhang more often. This delicacy alone makes this trip worthwhile. Zhang Yan also held a glass of wine in his hand, his face without a hint of expression. If the two of you can come often, that would be Zhang Yan's good fortune. Cheers! Drink up! Liu Tao then picked up his wine glass and took a big sip. Afterwards, Liu Tao took a paper to wipe his mouth, smiling lightly. Speaking of which, I wonder if you two senior brothers have ever heard of a place in my Mingkang sect called the Ci Demon Cave. Shi Zongyuan immediately explained, which surprised Zhang Yan a bit. I've heard elders mention it before. Beneath the residence of the Longyuan Great Swamp is one of the 10 great spiritual cavities of Donghua continent, but only the sect leader can cultivate in the cavity eye. In addition, there are the 4 great demon caves, filled with spiritual energy no less, with the 6 demonic sects occupying 6, and no one knows the remaining 4. Zhang Yan, after listening, was still a bit puzzled. This demon cave is actually in my Mingkang sect. Liu Tao held a wine glass and smiled, continuing to explain. In the far west of the Longyuan Great Swamp, there is a place where a Ci called the Xiaoming Palace exists, where a female immortal with high cultivation cultivates. The Ci may be one of the branch cavities of those 4 demon caves. The spiritual energy within can compare to a top-tier blessed land. If we can cultivate for 2 months, it's equivalent to cultivating for 10 years outside.
Not stopping there, Liu Tao continued, startling both Zhang Yan and Shi Zongyuan. It's just that in the demon cave, heavenly demons roam, their transformations are complex, they arbitrarily bewitch people's hearts, and they like to eat living flesh. 8 or 9 out of 10 disciples who go to cultivate can't return.
Shi Zongyuan then slammed his wineglass heavily on the table.
Zongyuan stood up, his voice clear and steady. Seeking wealth and danger, let's risk it.
Shi Zongyuan slapped his chest, turning his face towards Zhang Yan.
Zhang brother, are you willing to follow us?
Zhang Yan clenched his fist, his face beginning to show a competitive spirit.
We cultivate the Tao of longevity, which is inherently going against the heavens. Dangers and obstacles are all tempering. Now that there's a convenient door in front of us, how can we not go?
At this moment, in the Danding Institute,
before seeing the person, the shout was already heard. What? You want to go to the CI Demon Cave to cultivate?
Senior brother stood by the window frame. Zhang Yan was quietly behind him. Right now, going to the CI Demon Cave is a bit troublesome. Senior brother turned around with a worried look. Junior brother, I ask you, what attribute is the Yun Sha that Yan Gongzhen gave you?
Zhang Yan clasped his hands and reported, then thought to himself. Another metal attribute? Yun Sha. Yan Gongzhen, so that's your real name, gave me Yun Sha. Never heard of it.
Senior brother seriously started to feel a bit suspicious. I know his heart is narrow-minded. You offended his disciple, how could he be so kind? Senior brother frowned, explaining bit by bit, which surprised Zhang Yan a little. That year, the predecessor passed down a technique, wanting me to pass it on to someone with great misfortune. There's a key point in this matter. You need to find Yun Sha of the 5 elements in the profound light realm.
I originally wanted you to cultivate peacefully, slowly find all of them, and then give them to you.
I was also happy when Yan Gongzhen gave you Yun Sha.
Zhang Yan clasped his hands in thanks. But in his heart, he thought, Senior brother definitely wouldn't harm me. I wonder where the trouble lies. Logically speaking, my aptitude isn't great, and I've never revealed that I can cultivate. Senior brother Zhu has such faith in me. So that's the reason.
Senior brother led Zhang Yan to a table with 3 different jade stones. Senior brother then pointed to each stone to introduce them.
It's just that today, I only managed to gather 3 elemental Yun Sha. The distance to complete the 5 elements is still lacking 2, 1 water attribute, 1 fire attribute. Zhang Yan frowned, raising his hand to ponder. I actually have a way to find fire attribute Yun Sha, but I don't know where to find water attribute in a short time.
Suddenly, Zhang Yan had a new idea, his face beaming. Oh, you can find fire attribute Yun Sha, that's great. Senior brother then continued to explain to Zhang Yan. Since that's the case, you need to go to the summoning abyss pool I mentioned last time. Hundreds of feet below the summoning abyss pool, that water attribute Yun Sha is at Summoning Abyss Mountain in Donghua Province.
After a long luo through the air, Zhang Yan and Luo Xiao quickly arrived.
This place is full of spiritual energy, not at all inferior to Spirit Creek Island. The sea of clouds is surging. There's a kind of illusion that you can touch the sky with just a reach, making people want to open their hearts and embrace this land. Zhang Yan, with a soaring tone, recited a poem. Demonic skies mock the clouds, nourish essence and swallow ki. Immortal cliffs swallow immortal herbs. Hao Ran decides to await the opening of the heavenly gate. Lang Jun is so spirited, surely this search for Yun Sha has been carefully calculated. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, Zhang Yan sadly shook his head. If this summoning abyss pool was only 100 miles in circumference, that would be easy to say. But this place is boundless. Senior brother Zhu only said that the water attribute Yun Sha is hundreds of feet underwater. Who knows where it is?
Luo Xiao then offered an idea. Lang Jun, how about we split up and search? Having bloodline essences on our bodies makes it easy to find each other. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Xiao immediately transformed into a Katai Yao demon spirit before Zhang Yan's surprised eyes. Then he watched her dive straight into the water, unable to help but exclaim, "You're so enthusiastic. Looks like you're going on a spring outing." And at the same time, Zhang Yan also channeled his internal energy, using the minor separation technique, then jumped down, his whole body gradually sinking beneath the vast sea of water. Deep under the sea, there are many diverse and rich creatures. Observing the surrounding area, Zhang Yan pondered in his heart. Perhaps this senior brother of mine wouldn't deceive me casually, so I can only rely on myself to search slowly. Suddenly, there was some noise near him. This made Zhang Yan pay attention, and he quickly swam towards the sound. It's a whole area of Yun Sha, Zhang Yan exclaimed in shock. There's so much Yun Sha here. Next, he went to a nearby Yun Sha. This one wasn't large, but it was full of spirituality, infinitely bright, as if it had life. Holding the Yun Sha in his hand, he smiled in satisfaction. I didn't expect to find it so easily. While he was trying to deal with those Yun Shan, Suddenly there was some noise.
In the next second, a burst of power flew over, blowing away his clothes,
And he was knocked over and floated in the water by that power. This power is too strong, completely unstoppable. Then, those Xianxia gradually closed. Finally, Zhang Yan was trapped inside. Before his eyes was darkness. A moment later, an eye slowly opened. Zhang Yan groggily woke up, blankly looking ahead. At the same time, a voice spoke. "You're awake." The Taoist priest smiled, looking at him.
"Judging by your attire, you must be a disciple of the Ming Kang sect." Xu Feng didn't deny it. "That's right. How should I address you, senior? This old man is Gi Kongyao."
Hearing this, Zhang Yan recalled in his mind, Gi Kongyao, one of the 3 overlords of the demon marsh, master of the dark pool, a great demon who was cultivated for thousands of years. Who knew he wouldn't have a hint of demonic aura, and instead resemble an enlightened cultivator?
Then, Zhang Yan respectfully introduced himself.
"So it's Lord Gi, Jr. is Zhang Yan, from the Ming Kang sect." Paying respects to senior, Gi Kongyao smiled. "Let me ask you, was it you who took the Xianxia stone outside my mountain gate?"
Hearing the question, Zhang Yan thought to himself,
"In front of a great demon like this, with my cultivation level, hiding it would be pointless." Thinking this, he frankly admitted, "It was me who took it."
Suddenly, Gi Kongyao burst into loud laughter. "Good fortune has arrived. Good fortune has arrived."
Seeing his expression, Zhang Yan didn't understand what was going on. Gi Kongyao then explained,
"Fellow Taoist, you needn't be suspicious. The Xianxia stone you took was left behind by a great master who passed through this place 150 years ago. He once said, 'If someone comes to take it after 150 years, that person will be the noble in my destiny.'" Zhang Yan realized in his heart.
"Brother Zhu told me to come to the dark pool. Could it be because of this reason? It must be so. Otherwise he would definitely not be at ease letting me come and take something from the territory of this great demon. If that's the case, the noble in Gi Kongyao's words must be the old Taoist who guided me to the Ming Kang sect." Gi Kongyao suddenly sighed. "Who knew you would be the one to kill me?"
Hearing him say that, Zhang Yan's jaw dropped in shock.
Then he smiled. "Don't you think my cultivation is too low? Even if I cultivated for hundreds more years, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match for senior." Gi Kongyao burst into laughter. "Don't be afraid, there's another way to look at it.
Since I first gained spiritual energy, I've cultivated for over 2,000 years, living a total of 3,649 years. But because my innate talent is limited, my cultivation has been difficult to improve for hundreds of years. My lifespan is coming to an end, and thousands of years of hard work will all turn into a pile of dry bones." Gi Kongyao shook his head helplessly. "But that day, that great master told me that my roots were insufficient, and that there was no hope in this life. However, if I found someone with great luck at the moment my lifespan was about to end, and they helped me break down and be reborn into another life, I would have a chance to attain enlightenment again." Hearing him say this, Zhang Yan stood there silently, not saying a word. Gi Kongyao then pointed at him. "So I asked, where do I find that person?" He left behind this Xianxia stone, saying that the day someone picked it up would be the day that person arrived. "Fellow Taoist,
there are still half a year before I break down. It's not the final moment yet. How about you stay here with me first, and help me break down when the time comes?"
Hearing his suggestion, Zhang Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully.
Then, without a word, he resolutely shook his head.
Seeing this, Gi Kongyao spoke up. "Could it be that fellow Taoist despises this poor Taoist for being a demon, and has sectarian prejudices, and therefore is unwilling to help this poor Taoist? I've cultivated for thousands of years, and I have quite a few treasures in my hands. I'll give them all to you after I break down, and also my cave dwelling, and the body I shed after I die. I can give them all to you, you see." But before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yan interrupted him. "Senior, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you, but I already made an appointment with a friend to go to the Ci Demon Cave together to cultivate. If I stay here for a long time, I'm afraid I'll miss my appointment." Hearing him say this, Gi Kongyao understood the problem. "So that's how it is. I've heard of the Ci Demon Cave, but I've never been there. I've only heard that it's extremely dangerous, and if you're not careful, you'll be buried there." Gi Kongyao continued to display his magic. "If you want to go cultivate, I'll give you something to help you a little bit." Zhang Yan then took the magic treasure in his hand. He explained, "This treasure harmonious Qi pure shroud was refined using the broken shell on my body after I underwent tribulation. It can both block calamities and ward off supernatural powers. Today, I'll give it to you. In addition, I know that in a few months, your Ming Kang sect will mobilize disciples to completely eliminate the 3 overlords." Hearing this, Zhang Yan was stunned. "My Ming Kang sect signed a peace treaty with the Deng region Water Kingdom a long time ago. Back then, I was the one who brought back the Golden Seal letter. I didn't expect that we'd want to start a war again so quickly. It must be because of Quan Chang killing the disciples of the Ming Kang sect, right?" But Gi Kongyao shook his head.
The Millennium Demon Tribulation of Donghua Continent is approaching. In order to prepare for the tribulation, the Ming Kang sect will definitely think of every possible way to increase the strength of the sect. Quan Chang's matter is just a pretext for the Ming Kang sect to attack Sanbo. When they besiege Sanbo, the merit hall of the Ming Kang sect will definitely offer a reward for my head. When that time comes, you can come back here, kill me, and I will give you a great achievement. 5 days later, inside the spirit cave, Zhang Yan held the letter in his hand.
Shi Zongyuan sent a letter inviting me to gather at Red Goose Beach on Benjiang Island in the west of Longyuan Marsh in 10 days to enter the demon cave together. He also said that he had obtained the cloud sand fire and would personally hand it over to me.
In that case, these 5 cloud sands will be complete. Zhang Yan noticed Luo Xiao's attitude and explained, Luo Daoyu, it's not that I don't want to take you with me, it's just that I heard that the female immortal Peng Zhenren in the Xiaoming Palace is also a highly cultivated person. Anyone who goes to the island will be seen through. That's why I can only go alone this time. Oh yeah, even old man 33,000, Gi Songyao, one of the Sanbo demon kings, has to obediently stretch his neck to be raised and then killed by me. How dare he not listen? Luo Xiao turned aside in anger. I'm afraid that from now on, this servant will have to change her words and call you master. But she couldn't stay angry for long, and she went straight to the point. There are several kinds of demon heads in the demon cave for Ming Qi level cultivators like Lang Jun. Yin demons are the most common. This time, I can't follow to protect you. Before Lang Jun sets off, he needs to bring a lot of mind-calming pills from the Danting courtyard and prepare for when you need them, I understand. While I'm not on the island, I have to trouble Luo Daoyu to look after the house and change the scenery. On Benjiang Island, above the island, Liu Tao looked ahead and found that it was senior brother Zhang who had arrived. At the same time, Zhang Yan was riding a majestic imperial ship, flying over.
Seeing Zhang Yan jump down, Liu Tao hurriedly stepped forward, senior brother Zhang. Then, Liu Tao pointed to Zhao Zhen and introduced, Come, let me introduce senior brother Zhang to you.
This is senior brother Zhao Zhen, who comes from the Zhao family of Suiding. We still need to rely on his agarwood boat to go down to the eye of the sea this time. Then, he pointed to Zhang Yan, senior brother. This is Zhang Yan, the Zhang Yan I've told you about. He is a direct disciple of our sect. Hearing this, Zhao Zhen clasped his hands respectfully. Greetings. Then, Zhao Zhen crossed his arms in front of his chest. Now we're only missing senior brother Shi. Trisk, Xuan Shi, really has a big air, making us wait for him alone. Senior brother Zhao, don't worry, there's still a day before the appointed time, let's just wait a little longer. Zhang Yan didn't speak at this time and secretly assessed.
Although the Zhao family of Suiding is considered a large clan among the 12 great families, they are ranked last. This person can befriend someone of ordinary origin like Liu Tao, so he must not be a direct descendant, but a collateral branch of the clan. This person seems to know his place quite well, and is quite interesting.
At the same time, Liu Tao pointed forward. There he is, senior brother Shi is here.
Following the direction of his hand, Shi Zongyuan was riding a magnificent imperial ship towards them. Then he jumped down.
I've really kept everyone waiting. This junior brother of mine is one step late. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. Liu Tao had a bright smile on his face. Not at all. Senior brother Shi has arrived at the right time.
Zhao Zhen behind him seemed uncomfortable and said,
Are we still going or not? Shi Zongyuan generously addressed Zhao Zhen. This must be senior brother Zhao, right? Senior brother Liu has mentioned you to me several times. I heard that the elders in your clan have also been to the demon cave. I still hope you will do your best this time, Zhao. Zhen still looked uncomfortable. Not at all. Not at all. Zhang Yan on the side secretly observed. Also children of the aristocratic families, Shi Zongyuan is generous and forthright, never pretending to be noble, and doesn't care about the origins of others, and is quite considerate and attentive to his friends. He is a person worth making friends with if you compare them. Zhao Zhen is much worse. Not only does he show his likes and dislikes, but he also thinks highly of himself.
If there are any mistakes this time, they will probably originate from this person. Immediately afterwards, everyone got on Xie Zongyuan's imperial ship together. Very quickly, they arrived at the Xiaoming Palace, which was surrounded by abundant spiritual energy. Xie Zongyuan couldn't help but be delighted at this time. Surging spiritual energy, this Peng Zhenren's cultivation is really profound. When circulating profound techniques, I can actually sense heaven and man accompanying the clouds. I'm afraid that before long my Ming Kang sect will have to change to the 10 great Zhenren. But Zhao Zhen showed a contemptuous expression.
How could it be so easy? It looks like one step, but it's as far as heaven and earth. My ancestor once said that if Peng Zhenren can pass the barrier within 100 years, it would be easy to say, but if not, I'm afraid there's no hope in this life.
Xie Zongyuan didn't say anything more, just smiled secretly. We're almost in front of the Xiaoming Palace. Saying too much will lead to mistakes. If Peng Zhenren hears it, it will instead provoke a lot of trouble.
Zhang Yan secretly looked at Zhao Zhen on the side. The whole way, every time someone brings up a topic of conversation, this Zhao Zhen will definitely come forward and say the opposite. The more he argues back and forth, the more excited he becomes. Which is really disgusting. If it weren't for the fact that we still have to rely on this guy to lead the way this time, I'm afraid he would have been kicked off long ago.
And then, Zhang Yan's group entered inside together.
Unexpectedly, a figure flashed past, drawing Zhang Yan's attention.
He hurriedly called out to the person, "Senior brother Feng, long time no see." Feng Ming turned around with a helpless expression and greeted,
"Oh, it's junior brother Zhang." Zhang Yan started the conversation in a friendly manner. "I didn't expect to see senior brother Feng here. To run into you again after Little Lazy Mountain, looks like we're really fated, huh?"
Zhang Yan was silent for a moment, staring intently at him, then stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "This time the demon cave is super dangerous. Senior brother Feng is an elite in the sect, but still, gotta be careful. With senior brother Feng here, there's not much to worry about, though." But before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yan quickly left. "Senior brother Feng, it really feels like we've known each other forever. It's just a pity. I have other teammates today, so I can't chat for long. Another day we'll definitely have a heart-to-heart candlelit session."
Watching Zhang Yan's retreating figure, Feng Ming looked puzzled. When did we become so close? Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded behind him.
"Junior brother Feng, you and junior brother Zhang are really close, aren't you?" Feng Ming turned around, quickly explaining.
No, it's just a chance encounter on the road, senior brother. Don't misunderstand." The other person grinned sinisterly. "Oh, so that's how it is." Then, he stepped forward and patted Feng Ming's shoulder. "Junior brother Feng, don't worry, Zhang Yan's group won't live much longer. Why should we care about a bunch of people about to die? What do you mean by that, senior brother?" The other person continued to watch Zhang Yan's group leave. "Do you really think the demon cave is easy to get through?" Shi Zongyuan and the others only know some fragmented information.
Not to mention the yin demons and the xing demons inside, there are also many complete zen demons.
If they encounter one, killing a bunch of us Minqi cultivators would be as easy as flipping their hand.
Back when senior brother Zhuang was cultivating in the demon cave, there were still some places with restriction formations set up so we could cultivate there in peace. But Shi Zongyuan and the others don't know this.
For this cultivation trip, I also brought the 5-fire divine binding ring. Even if Zhang Yan and Shi Tongyuan are lucky enough to not be targeted by a demon, I will conveniently settle the grudges between us. Feng Ming's face was covered in sweat, worried. This may not be appropriate. Among the companions, there's also a descendant of the Han family, Han Qi. I'm afraid that a lot of changes will occur if this is revealed. Before Feng Ming could finish speaking,
the other person waved his hand. "You don't need to worry. That guy doesn't need to be afraid of the name of the Han family. From what I see, 8 or 9 out of 10 times this guy will die here. By that time, if he gets in the way, then we'll kill him together. Junior brother Feng, Zhang Yan's group, and even Shi Zongyuan are just skeletons in a tomb. Sooner or later, the future of the Mingkang sect will belong to you and me, as long as you follow me obediently. This time you will successfully advance to the Shuangwang realm, and show your skills in the Sanbo battle to earn more credit. In the future, if I establish a mansion, there will definitely be a seat for you." Elsewhere, a female cultivator came out to announce, "Senior brothers, the guest house is full, and the nuns in the Xiaoming Palace are all female cultivators, so it is not convenient to receive guests from outside. You are all cultivators who eat wind and drink dew, so you probably wouldn't mind sleeping outside for a night, right?" Hearing this, Zhao Zhen resentfully growled, "How can this be? I clearly saw another group of people go in just now." Zhang Yan cursed inwardly. "Who told you to have such a foul mouth and offend people?" Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Senior brother Zhang Yan, was surprised to see Qin Nan, junior sister Qin. "You are cultivating in this place." Qin Nan then turned to the person next to her and instructed, "These senior brothers are guests from afar. If the guest price is full, then prepare a side hall for them to rest in." "Yes, Shishu." Zhang Yan was even more surprised to hear this. Shishu? So junior sister is actually a top disciple under Peng Zhenren. Then he thought to himself, "It hasn't been half a month since we separated last time. But unexpectedly she is already at the peak of the first level of Ming Qi, and judging from this situation, she will soon break through to the second level. It's really unimaginable how quickly her cultivation has increased." Xin Nan scratched her head shyly. "Originally I was a registered disciple under Chen Xixiang. But later, Zushi saw me, and accepted me as a direct disciple." Shi Zongyuan said from the side, "If Shidi has happened to meet an old friend, there must be a lot to talk about. We'll take our leave first. This is also the first time I've come to Xiaoming Palace. I don't know what wonderful scenery there is, so it's just right for Zhao Xiang to take us around." After the group left, Xin Nan stepped forward to ask Zhang Yan, "Senior brother, are you also here to cultivate in the demon cave?"
That's right, have you been there before, junior sister?
Shannan didn't hide anything, with a look of excitement on her face, then revealed, I used to cultivate there every day.
Then, she turned to rummage for something in her bag. Oh, that's right, senior brother. Wait for me a bit.
After that, Nan brought a map to him.
This is a map of the demon cave that I saw in Shifu's study. I secretly drew a copy, but I don't know if it will be of any use. Take it if you don't mind, senior brother.
Zhang Yan gently rubbed her head.
Then thank you very much, junior sister. You're too polite, senior brother. I still want to practice swordplay with you together sometime in the future.
At this time it was already night. Inside the house, Shi Zongyuan placed a yunsha on the table. Senior brother Zhang, Zongyuan did not disgrace his mission. Here is the fire attribute yunsha. Zhang Yan whips out a pill bottle too. My thanks for the hard work, Xianxia. Then, he puts the bottle on the table. These are mind-stabilizing pills personally concocted by my benefactor master. Please pass them along to the other Xiangs. With these pills, we won't have to worry about those pesky yin demons. Zhang Yan continues, all serious. Those yin demons are easy to provoke. If that Feng Zhen and his lackeys from the Vice Division find out we're going to the demon cave, who knows what sneaky stuff they'll pull behind our backs. I'm afraid this trip won't be smooth sailing. What do you think, Xixiongji? Zhi Zongyuan replies, Am I the type to go easy on anyone? Please set your mind at ease, Xixiong.
Time flies. And soon, it's 2 days later. The CI opens. Zhang Yan is standing in front of the Flying Crane Pavilion. Then, he steps inside and the place is packed. That guy Feng Zhen's face is all twisted with displeasure when he sees Zhang Yan. Looks like he's plotting something. Zhang Yan's also secretly checking out someone up front. That person seems to be from the Ren Han clan. The people surrounding that young cultivator look like followers, but their faces ain't showing much respect.
Suddenly, the crowd's commotion makes Zhang Yan curious, and he turns to Zhi Zongyuan.
Yo, Xixiongji, what's up? Zongyuan walks closer and whispers. That's Madame Chen. She was originally a disciple of the Gongxiaoming Palace. Her husband got promoted and entered the CI, but never came back. So, she's begging everyone to take her with them into the demon cave. Even though she's a cultivator, her feelings for her husband are true. Zhang Yan's a little bummed out. Cultivators? Yeah, we cultivate, but we're not all transcendent beings, are we? We still got our 7 emotions and 6 desires. Some people want fame, some want fortune, some want power, and this Madame Chen here, she's just chasing after that one word, love.
Hearing that, Shi Zongyuan gets a little interested. So, what is it that Xixiongzhang is after?
Zhang Yan smiles. Nothing much, just eternal life. Suddenly, the CI erupts, shooting water sky high. Then, it forms a deep vortex. Here it comes. A group of people use their inner force to fly over. It's time. The CI is open. Over here, Han Qi immediately pulls out a magic treasure. An aura bursts forth and shoots straight down into the CI. Liu Tao urges Zhao Zhen, Xixiong Zhao. We can set off now. Hearing that, Zhao Zhen immediately takes out a command token. In the next second, a fancy imperial ship appears from the token. Then, Zhang Yan's group gets on the ship, ready to leave. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yan turns to Zhe Yuanzong, Xixiongji. Madame Chen is a disciple of the Gongxiaoming Palace, so she probably knows her way around the demon cave. That'd be useful for us. Why don't you bring her along? But Shi Yuanzong shakes his head. Helpless, I thought about it too, but the Allowswood ship can only carry 5 people max. Can't take her. Zhang Yan offers a solution. That's easy. I have the illusionary void Taoist robe that the true King Water Kingdom gave me. It can ward off water, fire, metal, and wood. Xixiong, you take her ahead, and then I'll meet up with you later. Having a guide is always better than relying on one person alone. It's just that it'd be a bit unfair to Xixiongzhang. As planned, Zhang Yan heroically jumps alone into the CI. A moment later, he realizes that ahead of him is the demon cave. Sensing an intruder, the demon cave uses water to push Zhang Yan upwards. He nimbly jumps to the side to dodge, and he continues to observe the situation around him. At this moment, he senses
the spiritual energy here is like it's fighting to get into my pores. In an instant, it's replenished all the spiritual energy I just used. And this is just at the entrance. If the spiritual energy inside the demon cave is this intense, and almost twice as dense as the spiritual energy on Spirit Orchid Island, if I venture further in, I wouldn't be surprised if I reach the profound light realm in just a month. Zhang Yan zoomed forward. The sight before his eyes was stunning. From behind, Xi Zongyuan arrived too, blurting out, Senior brother Zhang, you made it. Zhang Yan channeled his inner energy and pulled out a spirit pill. Just got here. Too bad. This is a classic case of good intentions gone wrong. Then, Zhang Yan unleashed his spirit energy and flew straight ahead, and the barriers gradually cracked and crumbled. He secretly observed, those things from before were definitely illusion demons, no doubt about it. Heard those demons can sense the desires in people's hearts, turning into illusions to bewitch their prey. Guess it's true. Just now, I had the thought of finding those guys, and the obsession with pursuing the great Davio popped up, and the demon immediately sensed it and manifested.
But clearly demons can't dig deep into people's hearts, only taint the surface a little. Seriously, how could Zhao Zhen, the ancestral security top scholar, ever smile at anyone? That's a joke. Seems like as long as you're alert and prepared, they aren't too hard to deal with.
Shi Zongyuan values his promises. He said he'd meet here, but he's not around. Could something unexpected have happened? Or did Feng Zhen's group make a move? Senior Sister Qin marked a few hidden cultivation caves for me. I should check those out first. Even if I don't find Shi Zongyuan's group, I can stay there for now, and it won't delay my cultivation. While moving, Zhang Yan noticed something ahead. After taking a look around, Zhang Yan went over to investigate, and immediately discovered, isn't that one of those Han clan guys? At the same time, voices echoed from the distance. Junior sister, what do you think of my newly refined blood soul amulet? Seeing this, Zhang Yan quickly hid to see what was going on, and the footsteps of the two people got closer and closer to him. The female cultivator looked at the other guy's blood soul amulet, and her face was filled with contempt. Senior brother, you call that a blood soul amulet? Not only is the shape scattered and the chi weak, but it doesn't even release any spiritual awareness. At best it flies a couple of meters. Who knows if it can even hurt someone? That guy retorted right away. Of course it can't compare to your blood soul amulet, junior sister, but I haven't been refining it for long. Give it time, and it might not be weaker than yours. The female cultivator's eyes lit up, and she smiled. Our master is the best. Just one blood soul amulet was enough to subdue 3 Ming-Chi triple realm disciples from the Clear Firmament sect on the spot. The guy assumed that those Clear Firmament sect cultivators are pretty strong, especially the one holding that fire-breathing divine ape. Not only did it burn a wicked soul amulet that I painstakingly refined, even Master's blood soul amulet was injured by him. I am afraid it will take a year and a half of congealing before it can be used again. After a while of observation, Zhang Yan realized these two were actually disciples of the Blood Soul sect, one of the 6 major demonic sects. Shi Zongyuan's group probably ran into these guys and had to leave. But this is under the CI of the Clear Firmament sect. How did they get in here? Is there another path? The female cultivator smugly turned to her senior brother. Let those Clear Firmament sect disciples hop around for now. In half a month, when Master Han is done subduing that demon, they'll rush over, and they won't escape their doom. Hey, we originally planned to search for the Grand Demon Aperture through the small demon aperture of the branch, but unexpectedly, this place leads directly to the center of the Clear Firmament sect. Unexpected luck can't be revealed outside. It'll be a big help in the future, and the elders will reward us when we get back. As if remembering something, the female cultivator wondered. Senior brother Lai and the others said they'd meet here in 3 hours. Why aren't they here yet? Did they run into a tough demon or something? Zhang Yan secretly assessed. These two are probably still in the Ming-Chi stage, but there's another senior brother Li coming. That's troublesome. If other Blood Soul sect disciples arrive, I might not be able to leave even if I wanted to. I have to make a move now. I just mastered the underworld yin heavy water not long ago, might as well test it out on you. With that, Zhang Yan jumped out and unleashed his ultimate move. The blast of spirit energy rushed over, scaring the other guy out of his wits. Due to being attacked by surprise, he couldn't dodge. So Zhang Yan's underworld yin heavy water hit him directly in the chest, and his whole body flew far away, slamming hard into the stone wall behind him. Seeing this, Zhang Yan couldn't help but marvel. Is this thing really that strong? The Orchid Cloud Manual records that after reaching the Ming-Chi second realm, one can use 16 apertures of clear and turbid chi to condense and refine underworld yin heavy water. This kind of Taoist art is relatively complex to cultivate, requiring 16 apertures of clear and turbid chi to continuously fill the chest. Every day during high hour, one must absorb the dark yin chi transferred from the cold water deep underground. After 108 days, one can condense a drop. At the same time, while refining, can't use just any attack, or it'll be a total waste of effort. But once you refine just one drop, it packs 1,000 pounds of punch. Seriously hard to stop. If you've got 10 drops, you'll be stomping your peers. And 100 drops, you could make waterfalls flow upwards and rivers change course. Zhang Yan kept launching that dark yin heavy water. I was in such a rush to level up before, I didn't give this stuff a second thought, didn't realize it was this powerful. If I'd refined like 2 or 3 drops earlier, one hit could have KO'd these two at the same time. With that, the dark yin heavy water kept gunning for that female cultivator, but she noped out Kata there, FAST, leaping into the air to dodge that attack. Then she roared, totally pissed. Who the heck's trying to gank me? She was seeing red, channeling her inner energy, and put her hand on her stomach. Her blood soul thingy slowly materialized, ready to throw down. The blood soul's energy locked onto Zhang Yan and zoomed in for the attack. But he wasn't sweating it, stood his ground, ready to throw down some moves. A circular sword grasp, Yuan Jian Zihi, went flying to meet it. When the circular sword grasp got close,
She just booted the sword out of the way.
No matter which way the sword grasp came, she blocked them all.
Meanwhile, Zhang Yan seized the moment to deal with the blood soul. He thought to himself, this blood soul thingy is kinda real, kinda not. It's way stronger than those mindless demon creeps. Guess this is a signature move from the blood soul sect. My circular sword grasp hasn't leveled up with the Xuan light yet. I still can't break through this kind of shape, but no substance stuff in one hit.
Back here,
the female cultivator sent Zhang Yan's circular sword grasp, flying with a kick. Senior brother, watch me kill this guy to avenge you. Zhang Yan kept chucking his calligraphy brush magic weapon to deal with the blood soul. Then, the magic weapon went right through him. The blood soul was injured.
Her body took a critical hit too, coughing up blood on the spot.
But she wasn't giving up. Still powering up. Finally, Zhang Yan whipped out both the sword ring and sword grasp, blasting them forward. A massive force sent her flying backward.
Sensing danger, she got all sneaky and hid behind a boulder.
Zhang Yan thought, this chick's hurt, but she's still so composed she keeps moving around in here, probably stalling for that senior brother lie. Does she really think she can stop me? With that thought, he instantly unleashed a fatal chop with his divine weapon. After taking care of her, Zhang Yan chuckled to himself.
No wonder so many cultivators are into the might makes right path. Got a divine weapon in your hand, and top-tier Zhuan arts to protect you. Screw magic weapons and flying swords, just charge in, swing your blade, and bam, another one bites the dust. So freaking satisfying.
I thought about grabbing a prisoner, but those demon sect guys are tricky AF, and who knows if what they say is even true. Plus, they probably have some soul-tracking stuff. That would be a total backfire. Better to just kill AM. Just now, listening to these two, it sounded like their master will be here in half a month. This guy can send a strand of his soul out thousands of miles and control a bunch of Ming-Chi cultivators at once. That's seriously scary. I wonder what level he's at. The techniques recorded on the Supreme Oneness Golden Tome can only display its power when reaching the Xuan Light Realm. With my current cultivation, I have absolutely no chance of winning against this master. I should find a safe place to stay and rush to improve my strength. If I can practice it as soon as possible, then I will have the strength to fight. Inside the cave, one named Li Weide was slowly flying down. Following that, he silently didn't speak a single word. Upon seeing Li Weide, everyone down below kneeled down together. Respectfully, greetings. Senior brother Li Wei.
This is the disciple we captured from the Mingshang sect. We specially brought him to hand over to senior brother to deal with. Right after, Li Weide used his skill. A magical hand rushed to grab Zhao Zhen, and then spoke coldly.
I ask you, how many people are there this time at the Devil's Cave? What are their names, and what are their capabilities? Zhao Zhen, hurting like hell, still snorted, all tough. Look at your dying man act. You're clearly practicing blood origin art, turning yourself into something not quite human, not quite demon. You ain't worthy to interrogate Zhao Daddy here. Just get it over with. Hearing this, Li Weidi chuckled softly. Alright, got some backbone? Guess I'll grant your wish. With that, the magic hand squeezed real tight, making Zhao Zhen's face scrunch up like a monkey's. Before long, Zhao Zhen was totally poofed into smoke, gone without a trace. Then, Li Weide told the crew, Shifu's refining a true demon, and my fellow disciples are helping. You guys search all around. If you spot any Ming Kang sect disciples, report back ASAP. After getting the order, those underlings scattered.
Zhang Yan was chilling in the cave, practicing his skills. Under the control of the 10 righteous sects for hundreds of years, the 6 devil sects acted cautiously. Even a lot of the cruel and evil arts were forbidden. The righteous and devil sides kept up a balance. When you talked about cultivation sects in Donghua Stream, you always called them the 16 great sects. But lately, there's been this rumor spreading around the sect. The millennial devil calamity is coming. The devil heads in the devil's hole will keep multiplying, and the other 4 devil's holes that no one knows where they are going to pop up one after another. So the sect leader decided to snatch Sanbone, to boost the sect's power to deal with the calamity. If that's really how it goes, then it'll totally break the current balance in Donghua Stream. A brutal war between the righteous and devil sides is just a matter of time. The devil calamity is also the people's calamity, and the devil heart is the people's heart calamity rising up. How isn't it an opportunity for us cultivators? When the time comes, maybe the only ones actually worried about this are those Xuan Men clans, always scheming to keep things the same. All that's still in the future. What's happening right now is that, to keep things secret, they can get into the devil's hole, so the Blood Phantom sect is definitely going to try and wipe out all the Ming Kang sect disciples here. They might even post guards at the CI exit on the 15th. When that happens, there's going to be a clash for sure.
I'm out of options now. I just got to do everything I can to level up. With that thought, Zhang Yan started to circulate his inner energy and finally condensed a seed of profound light. After this, all he needs to do is keep using magic to refine it, nurture it, until even the heavy presence or light of this seed can shine bright. Then he'll be able to reach the first realm of profound light, initial spiritual illumination. With a profound light seed, I can also transform the sword intent around my body and fly away. With this, if I meet a strong cultivator, even if I can't win the fight, I can still bail real far and not just sit around and die. Awesome. If things are going so well, why not just go all the way and refine all the Xianxia while I'm at it? At this moment, in the world inside the Jade Orb, Zhang Yan realized, whoa, this is an Earth-type, profound light seed, and it can transform all on its own without needing Xianxia. The 5 elements boost each other. After the metal-type seed was condensed, it boosted the metal energy inside. When condensing the water-type seed, it was a few minutes faster. Later, keep using water energy to nurture the wood-type, and the wood energy will help the fire-type. Once the 4 types are successful, reactivate all the remaining source essences. With nowhere else to go, it'll turn into Earth-type. So, it's obvious that for this last one, I don't need to keep using Xianxia. It'll naturally be a piece of cake. No wonder it's been getting faster and faster to refine the profound seeds. Turns out it's because of this reason. If all 5 types are complete, once I break through to the profound light realm, I can cultivate the 5 directions, 5 elements, grand profound true light. Suddenly, there was a sound in the cave. Could it be disciples of the Blood Phantom sect? Then he cast his spiritual energy. Next, he zoomed up to check it out. After taking a look, he found out it was actually this guy. Down below, a bunch of people were surrounding Han Chi. Han Chi, today we're taking your life. We're just following orders. Don't blame us. If you're willing to wait to be chopped up, we can grant your wish. Let your original spirit leave on its own. Han Chi chuckled faintly. So, it really was my father who told you guys to do this. I thought you'd just let me live or die here. The atmosphere was looking pretty grim. Han Chi clenched his fists, moved. Han Quan Day, I know that father has never liked me since I was young, and even tried to find excuses to kill me. Luckily, mother protected me many times to survive, but I just don't understand, why does father want to push me into a dead end? Can you tell me? Han Quan Day confessed honestly. I won't hide it from you today. Back then, when you weren't even born, I invited a master of divination in the sect to predict your fate. The result of the hexagram was that you would harm your father. Understand? After hearing this, Han Chi's whole body shook, and his face darkened. Just because of this reason. Then he clutched his clothes, laughing like he was going crazy. Then, veins popped on his forehead. Han Chi swears to the heavens right here, if I don't die today, I will definitely exterminate the entire Han family in the future. Han Quande lost his patience, and immediately ordered, Do it, Zhang Yan. Standing above, witnessed everything. Then he remembered the contemptuous and dismissive words those people had once said to him. Noticing that Han Chi was falling into the same situation he had been in, he decided, guess I have no choice. I'll save you this once. Thinking this, he used a robe, and then cast Sword Dance. A white shadow moved at lightning speed towards the group. Han Quande sensed something was wrong, and glared upwards. The group hurriedly shouted, Something's wrong, it's someone from the Blood Soul sect, catching up, run. After the group had all fled, Zhang Yan also jumped down, thinking to himself, luckily, that Blood Soul sect disciple's pouch had a sect robe. Then he asked, Han Chi, are you all right, Zhang Xixiang? Just now, that was. Hearing him call his name, Zhang Yan was a little surprised. You know me. Thank you, Xixiang, for saving my life. Zhang Yan didn't want to stay long and turned to leave. This place is exposed. Let's go inside. I still have some things I'd like to ask Han Xiang for guidance on. I wouldn't dare. If Xixiang has any questions, I'll definitely answer them if I know. Then the two of them went inside together. At this time, Zhang Yan asked, Did Han Xiang happen to see Xixiangji Zongyuan's group when you entered the demon cave? Of course. Not long after we entered, we ran into people from the Blood Soul sect. The opponent had an extremely powerful blood soul, and after we were driven back, we were separated. Han Chi recounted that blood soul's appearance, besides floating, is exactly like a real person. Its true form is definitely a Huadan cultivator. No doubt about it, Zhang Yan thought. If that's the case, it seems I can cultivate here for a while, and then, on the 15th, when the Eye of the Sea opens, I'll fight my way out. If that's the case, I'm afraid it will take another half a year to cultivate to the profound light realm, which will be too late for the battle to eliminate Sanbo. Hearing this, Han Chi fell silent, as if he was contemplating something. Then, he took the initiative to suggest, Xixiangzang saved my life, and Han is unable to repay the kindness. If Xixiang trusts me, I will find a way to help you extend the time by 2 months, to assist your cultivation. Zhang Yan looked puzzled. Oh. May I ask how Han Xiang will do it? Han Chi immediately took out a vial of pills. This is the Xuan blood pill, refined by Ru Huang Zhenren of the Blood Soul sect. My ancestor participated in the extermination of Ru Huang Zhenren back then, and this Xuan blood pill was taken from that demon's body. This pill has no effect on us Xuanmen cultivators, but for demon sect disciples, it is a supreme spiritual pill. If that expert from the Blood Soul sect sees this spiritual pill, he will definitely swallow it immediately to refine it. and it will take several months to fully gain its power. Thus, it can help Xianxia by at least 2 months of time, Zhang Yan asked. Han Xiang actually carries the Xuan blood pill with you. Could it be that you had other plans from the beginning? Han Qi did not hide anything and recounted. When I was in my mother's womb, I was injured, and my aptitude is insufficient. My hope of continuing to develop on the path of Xuangong cultivation in this life is hopeless. Fortunately, last year I had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a demonic sect scripture. If I defect to the demonic sect, perhaps there is still a chance to achieve enlightenment, and this Shuyan blood pill is the entrance gift. Hearing this, Zhang Yan secretly assessed. To switch to demonic arts is to abandon all the methods that one has cultivated before, start over, and make 20 or 30 years of hard work vanish like smoke. You can be so ruthless, not many can. Zhang Yan looked worried. Han Xiang, have you made up your mind?
Han Qi clenched his fist. Xianxia, you were born a commoner, but you were able to join the lower house and then become a true disciple all the way. Truly a once-in-a-century event. Although I, Han Qi, am not as good as Xixiong, I do have a burning will. How can I be at peace if I don't try?
Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Who do we have here? In front, a figure was approaching. So, it's the little thief, Zhang Yan. What tricks are you up to?
Behind him, it turned out to be Han Quande, and he looked at Han Qi again.
Han Qi, I advise you to obediently accept your death and avoid causing more trouble. Han Qi angrily shouted. Han Quande, since you left, why did you come back to die?
Hearing his name, Han Quande burst out laughing. Zhang Yan, you dare to meddle in the affairs of my Han family? No wonder Shi Difeng said you'd be a stumbling block for our clan in the future. Seems he wasn't wrong after all. But he only got half of it right. If you die here today, then none of that matters anymore.
Zhang Yan held the sword hoop, thinking to himself, Shi Difeng, Han Quande, smugly addressed the two next to him. Let's attack together, brothers. Killing these two and reporting back to the family head will surely earn us a generous reward.
Seeing the group preparing to attack, Han Qi hurriedly reminded him, Xixiongjiang, be careful, that's the ex-Guanyunba defense formation, and the Xinjiang He Yu Luo, Han Quande, the great madam, is clearly guiding you from behind, or else where would you get this Xinjiang He Yu Luo? Han Quande excitedly shouted, Han Qi, you only realized it now. I'll tell you the truth. The reason your dead mother could steal the Xuan blood pill and cultivation technique was because the great madam intended it that way. She also secretly had someone report it to the old master over there, so they conveniently killed her.
Han Qi was so enraged that veins popped out all over his face. He enunciated each word with anger. Bastard, Han Quande, you! But suddenly Zhang Yan patted his shoulder to calm him down. Han Xiang, you go first, I'll handle this place. Han Qi was deeply moved before leaving and assured, Xixiong, I understand your intention. My Xuan cultivation is too weak to be of any help, and I can't drag you down. I, Han Qi, am a man of my word. I will definitely find a way to fulfill what I promised you earlier. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Qi quickly flew up, drawing the attention of the group. Trying to escape, Han Quande ordered one of the people beside him, Fushi Di, go ahead and stop him, don't let him get away. But before that, Fushi Di could fly to stop him. Han Qi was blasted backwards by Zhang Yan's move, then crashed hard onto the ground, shocking the other two.
Han Quande worried in his heart. This Zhang Yan has condensed the Xuan light seed, allowing his sword to change at will. If he had targeted me from the start, I might have already been cut down, but he still roared fiercely, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and throw out the Yanju Sha! Following orders, the bald man took out the Yanju Sha and created a massive shield in front of him. Seeing this, Han Quande revealed a smug smile.
At this moment, he flew erratically around Zhang Yan and shouted triumphantly, Zhang Yan, you have the sword blink in your hand, which can turn into light and let you escape. There's nothing I can do to you, but now the surrounding area is covered in mist. It can be called an inescapable net. Where do you think you're going to run? At this time, the Yanju Sha was rushing down from above where Zhang Yan was standing, but he wasn't afraid at all, and gently took out a magic treasure. You think you can stop me with just this? The magic treasure instantly evolved, gradually growing bigger,
preventing the Yanju Sha from assassinating him.
Then, Zhang Yan stomped his foot hard on the ground, and he used another magic treasure, launching it forcefully at that person. As a result, that person was hit directly in the face by the magic treasure with no time to dodge.
Seeing this, Han Quande exclaimed in shock.
What? Zhang Yan laughed triumphantly at this moment. Another spoil of war? Recognizing this situation, he worried in his heart. Not good. Zhang Yan quickly launched the sword hoop while he was already trying to escape. Not intending to let him go, Zhang Yan continued to launch two magic treasures, pursuing him relentlessly. While Han Quande was running away, Zhang Yan's two magic treasures were getting close to him. This made his mouth gape in surprise.
Seeing that the situation was not good, he took out the Hongyan cloth to block it.
And just like that, sword flash froze, while sword rings shot off elsewhere. At this, he angrily growled, Zhang Yan, We have no grudges between us. Why must you push me around so hard? If you let me go, I'll remember your kindness, and definitely repay you in the future. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the bitter end today, and you won't get anything out of it. While he was running his mouth, suddenly, a sword ring shot over like a rocket. He was caught off guard and didn't have time to react, so he was attacked by the sword intent, and finally tumbled backward. Thereupon, Zhang Yan caught the rouge cloth, grinning. This item is suitable for female immortals. Might as well bring it back as a gift for fellow Taoist Luo. Inside the cave, she stood imposingly, staring at someone in front, a wave of aura shining down on the three people kneeling there. Li Wei-Dai respectfully said to Yunji Shi, Master, luckily, I didn't disgrace my mission. I've brought him here.
Yu. She coldly spoke. You are the Yun Lang Han clan's Han Chi.
Hearing his name mentioned, Han Chi hurriedly replied, Reporting to Senior, this humble one is Han Chi.
Yu.
She laughed loudly. Good. Truly a handsome face. My blood soul sect has always been expanding its disciples. If you are willing to take me as your master, I will not refuse. Disciple greets master.
Yu.
She generously waved his hand. No need for formalities, stand up. Right now I'm just a blood soul incarnation. There are many inconveniences with the rituals. I'll first accept you as a registered disciple, and after meeting my main body, we'll perform the official initiation ceremony. What do you think? Everything is up to master. Li Wei-Min, standing at the side, also spoke up to report. Master, I became close with Junior Brother Han as soon as we met. Knowing that he wanted to join our sect, he even offered a profound blood pill, so I immediately sent a message talisman to you, old man. You didn't hesitate at all, Swallow.
Suddenly, Li Wei-Dai stepped forward and patted Li Wei-Min on the shoulder, reminding him,
Wei-Min, did master ask for your input? Why don't you step back?
But Yunji.
She didn't mind, smiling and praising. It's okay, Wei-Min has done a good deed, Wei-Dai. You don't need to be too harsh.
Then, he approached Li Wei-Dai, instructing,
Today you set off all night, personally escorting Junior Brother Han to my place. This matter is important, and we can't afford to lose him, do you understand? But Li Wei-Dai thought, if I'm not here, I'm afraid my senior brothers and I won't be able to stop the attacks of the Ming faction cultivators. Normally it's fine. They are scared of me and don't have the guts to provoke us. These days, there's no need to provoke them. Just bring Junior Brother Han over, and I'll send someone to meet you then. Try to be back before the 15th, remember? Then, before leaving, she instructed. The spirit soul in my blood soul is being eroded by the void fire, and I can't take it anymore. The 5-fire divine soldier bracelet is indeed a profound artifact. Be careful when you meet it again in the future.
Hearing this, Li Wei-Dai didn't dare to disobey, and immediately obeyed the order.
After Shi left, Li Wei-Min laughed triumphantly. How is it, big bro? I did a great deed this time, didn't I, Wei-Min? When I'm not here, you must stop the Ming faction disciples. Absolutely do not let a single person escape. Otherwise, all the previous efforts of the other junior brothers would have been in vain. Li Wei-Min smiled, guaranteeing, Got it, relax, big bro. You quickly take Junior Brother Han on the road. Don't make master impatient.
After giving his instructions, Li Wei-Dai patted Han Chi on the shoulder, announcing, Junior Brother Han, let's hurry and go.
With that, the two of them flew away together.
Scene change. At this time, on Shi Zongyuan's imperial boat, inside, Liu Tao looked at Zhang Yan. Senior Brother Zhang is really lucky. After just a few days apart, he has already cultivated the profound light seed. It seems that it won't take a year to enter the profound light realm,
Zhang Yan recounted with a serious face. That day, I went down to the CI, but didn't see you senior brothers, and was chased by 2 blood soul sect disciples, forced to flee into a secluded cave. Never thought that place was actually a good place, burying myself in cultivation for a few days. When I came out, I had formed the profound light seed. It was also very lucky.
Shi Zongyuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, exclaiming, What luck! It's clearly that Senior Brother's opportunity has arrived. Others can only be envious. These past few days, we've been running east and west, hiding from the Blood Soul sect disciples chasing us. Although riding the Dragonfang flying boat, we don't have to worry about being caught up, but our hearts are always as tense as a bowstring, and ultimately, we can't completely calm down and cultivate.
With that, Liu Tao looked at Zhang Yan, secretly evaluating. Senior Brother Zhang can quietly cultivate alone, and even condense the profound light seed. His state of mind is far tougher than ours. No wonder he can become a true disciple.
Shi Zongyuan raised his hand and rubbed his chin. Senior Brother Zhang, judging from the current situation, 15 months later, the day the CI opens, if we want to get out of the devil's hole, there will definitely be a fierce battle.
But Zhang Yan thought, but if just one of us rushes out, this battle will be considered a victory. Liu Tao also agreed with Zhang Yan. Exactly. The reason why the Blood Soul sect disciples want to kill us is just to cover up the news. that the Devil's Hole is connected to the outside. As long as one of us gets out, and the sect learns the news, they will definitely send cultivators with high cultivation to come here. If the Blood Soul sect cultivators are still reluctant to leave, the outcome can be predicted.
Shi Zongyuan turned to Zhang Yan to ask for his opinion. That makes sense, but according to senior brother Zhang, who among us is the most suitable to get out? Zhang Yan raised 3 fingers. It's not up to me. If everyone wants to leave, no one can leave. But if we're talking about going all out to get 1 to 3 people out, there's still hope. But
it's not something we can decide either. Then, he looked at Fang Zhen. Without senior brother Fang's 5-fire divine soldier charm to pave the way, who dares to say for sure they can get out?
Fang Zhen twitched his brow and said, "Oh, senior brother Zhang, you're a direct disciple, so surely you should be the first to go out."
But Zhang Yan refused outright. "Senior brother Fang, why would you say that? Of course I won't go."
Fang Zhen was thunderstruck, blurting out, "What?"
Zhang Yan continued his reasoning. "As a direct disciple, I usually live the good life in the sect. Now that we're facing a crisis, how can I abandon my fellow disciples? There's no way that's happening." Fang Zhen felt like he'd been called out, and he cursed in his heart. That damn Zhang Yan, is he subtly mocking me for retreating in the face of battle at Xiaoling Chun last time? Zhang Yan secretly calculated. The spiritual energy surplus in the Devil's Cave is a cultivation treasure. With Han Chi's help, it'll be at least a month before core formation cultivators can reach this place. If profound light cultivators come, at worst I'll just find a hidden cave to hide in. I don't believe the Devil's Cave is so big that they can find me. Once I reach profound light, I definitely won't leave this place. At this moment, Feng Ming hesitated, as if he wanted to say something, but before he could speak,
Liu Tao cut him off.
"Actually, I think we should let senior brother Shi go out first." Feng Zhen pointed at Liu Tao. "Hey, Liu Tao, I remember you're from Hanpu. Since when did you become a vanguard for the Ji family?"
But Liu Tao wasn't angry, retorting, "Let's talk about the matter at hand. I have my reasons for saying this, senior brother Fang. Why do you need to be sarcastic?" "All right then, I want to hear your reasons." Xie Zongyuan looked worried.
"Junior brother Liu, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Liu Tao explained to Shi Zongyuan.
"You're a disciple of the Ji family. After you report the situation here to the sect, even if the sect doesn't have time to react, you can invite experts from your clan to come and rescue us. So, only after you leave can we feel at ease, no one else."
"This is senior brother Zhao Zhen's sandalwood boat. Our lives depend on him."
Shi Zongyuan looked at Feng Zhen. "What do you think, senior brother Feng?" "Ah, senior brother Shi, just take it." Liu Tao's point makes sense.
Feng Zhen seemed to have a plan, glancing at Feng Ming. "But it's not safe for senior brother Xie to leave the Devil's Cave alone.
I think we can add junior brother Feng, who is a disciple of Elder Jun. What do you all think?" But Feng Ming, afraid of death, shirked responsibility. "Senior brother, you go first. I have the 5-fire divine soldier charm in my hand. What's there to be afraid of? You can rest assured." Zhang Yan then smiled slyly.
"Junior brother Feng has outstanding talent and limitless future. He definitely can't die easily in this place. I think this is a good idea."
Shi Zongyuan looked at Madame Chen. "Then Madame Chen, what about you?" Madame Chen looked gloomy.
"I am very grateful for your care these days. I came to the Devil's Cave to find my husband. I haven't found him yet, so I certainly won't leave."
Receiving confirmation, Shi Zongyuan took out a token and placed it in Liu Tao's hand. "All right, let's decide on that. We will proceed this way in 5 days."
Shi Zongyuan, "If I get out of the Devil's Cave, I will not let you down." At this time, a voice came from inside the room.
"I'm here tonight to ask a favor of you, senior brother." Zhang Yan looked at Shi Zongyuan, putting on an act. "Senior brother, you don't need to be polite. Please speak." Shi Zongyuan didn't beat around the bush, going straight to the point. "Senior brother Zhang, you also know that the battle in 5 days is very dangerous. We don't know how many of us can survive. I have a junior, both parents died when she was young, and I've been taking care of her for the most part. If I die in this battle..."
"I want to ask senior brother to pass this on to her." Zhang Yan thought to himself. "Is he asking me to help after he dies?" Then he politely refused. "Senior brother Liu, I might be the one staying in this Devil's Cave. I have no next generation, and my life is unpredictable. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to give this to Shi Zongyuan than to give it to me?" But Liu Tao believed, "Originally, I also came from a poor background. My sect has been in decline for a long time. At the age of 5, I was fortunate enough to be led by my benefactor, so that I could cultivate on Xianxia Island. And my junior has extremely high talent. My benefactor once said that no one on Xianxia Island can be her teacher. I heard that senior brother is a disciple that true person's son's Heian values, and is close to senior brother Ning Chongshuan, and is a direct disciple of court head Zhu, who is of the same generation as the sect leader and the founder, and also has a wide range of acquaintances. If senior brother can casually mention it in front of him, perhaps he can find a good teacher for my junior."
Hearing this, Zhang Yan was silent for a moment and then said,
"If I can safely escape this battle, then I can pass on this jade pendant for senior brother. As for the rest, it depends on fate." Receiving agreement, Liu Tao clasped his hands gratefully. Many thanks, senior brother. Liu is eternally grateful. Hour of Sea, November 15th. At the entrance of the demonic abyss, Li Weimin discovers Zhang Yan's group has finally arrived. Then, he waves his hand, ordering,
"Go see the skills of these disciples from the Mingkang sect. Stall them for a bit.
Once my big bro Li Wade returns to deal with these guys, won't it be a piece of cake?" Following that, those two immediately unleash blood phantoms, launching a massive attack on Zhang Yan's group. Zhang Yan deploys his sword rings to deal with them, while Feng Zhen casts the 5-fire divine soldier ring, creating a golden vortex that sucks the blood phantoms inside Li Weimin. Seeing this, can't help but be surprised, as Zhang Yan's sword ring pierces through the body of a cultivator, causing him to vomit blood and die on the spot.
Li Weimin clenches his fist in fear. 2. OP. No wonder Big Bro told me to be careful, one slip up and a disciple gets killed. If we face them head on, without Big Bro here, it'd be really tough to stop them. After taking out one guy, Zhang Yan retrieves his sword ring, then looks at Shi Yuanzong. Senior brother Shi. It seems like the core formation and profound light cultivators on their side aren't here. Can we go all out? Huh. How can you be sure? Zhang Yan explains. If they were here, there'd be no need to put on such a defensive show. Shi Yuanzong observes the situation, before turning to Feng Zhen. This bone mist seems unusual, senior brother Feng. We'll have to rely on your 5-fire divine soldier ring to lead the way. Yeah, I know. Following that, Feng Zhen casts the 5-fire divine soldier ring, creating a golden vortex, then raises his hand and shouts, "Protect me!" At this moment, streams of 5-colored fire burst forth like rain, severing the flags that form the dense mist in half. Li Weimin laughs with delight. I buried a piece of spirit-gathering jade plate under the sand and rocks here, which can absorb the endless stream of spiritual energy from the surroundings, supplying it to this magic treasure, as long as the main flag isn't destroyed. And the flag holder is still there. Even if the auxiliary flags are damaged, they can be condensed again at any time. Liu Tao stands on the boat, observing the surrounding situation. The moment the CI activates is getting closer and closer, but without dispelling that thick layer of clouds. Who dares to recklessly charge in? Who knows what killing intent lies inside? Zhang Yan looks at Feng Zhen and asks, Senior brother Feng, based on your observations just now, if you go all out, how many flagpoles can you blow away in one go? There are 36 flagpoles in total. If I attack head-on with all my strength, probably no less than 18. Hearing this, Zhang Yan smiles with satisfaction. Then we can blow away half of them, that's enough. Do you have an idea, senior brother? Zhang Yan points to the flagpoles ahead, explaining. Senior brother Xi, just now, when senior brother Feng blew away a small corner of the mist, I vaguely saw a person holding a large flag in the center. After this person waved the flag, the mist gathered again. He must be a key figure in this formation. We need to find a way to kill him. Fang Zhen crosses his arms, sneering. Junior brother Zhang, this person is deep inside the clouds. If we want to go in and kill him, we definitely need to blow away the clouds first. If we could blow them away, why would we still be standing here? Liu Tao steps forward, asking Zhang Yan, does senior brother Zhang have a plan? I think we can still take advantage of this mist. If senior brother Fang's divine soldier ring can blow it away again, I can also take advantage of the brief moment when the mist hasn't had time to close up, use sword escape to go inside and kill this guy. Feng Zhen confirms in surprise. Junior brother Zhang, have you thought this through? If you go in and fail, we won't be able to rescue you. Zhang Yan smiles affirmatively. Of course I've thought it through. Right now, their profound light cultivator isn't here. If we don't dare to try, once he returns, we won't even have a chance like this. Hearing his confident words, Fang Zhen declares heroically. Alright, if junior brother Zhang, you have such guts, Fang Zhen, I won't back down either. Today, I'll let you see the true power of my 5-fire divine soldier ring. Suddenly, the spirit boat trembles violently, and a towering waterspout appears. Shi Yuanzong quickly announces. The grand entrance to the CI has opened. Liu Tao also begins to urge. Senior brother Xie and junior brother Feng take advantage of the moment and quickly get on the agarwood boat. What senior brother Zhang is about to do, he must have a good grasp of it. Once the formation is broken, don't hesitate. Use all your strength to jump into the waterspout, follow the reverse flow of water, and escape from the demonic abyss. Ji Yuangxin clenches his fist resolutely. Understood. Sensing that the time has come, Zhang Yan also looks at Feng Zhen. Senior brother Feng, prepare to attack. Thereupon, Feng Zhen continues to use the 5-fire divine soldier ring technique. The golden ring grows larger and larger, covering an entire area, causing Li Weimin to gasp in shock as he looks up. Feng Zhen continues to raise his hand, commanding, open.
This time, even more streams of the five fires energy are raining down than before.
Seeing this, Li Weimin also frantically waved his flag to counter Feng Zhen's move.
The image of Li Weimin in the misty haze becomes clearer and clearer. Noticing this, Zhang Yan calculated inwardly. Now's the time. Then he unleashed his flying sword, rushing down at lightning speed. At the same time, Lu Tao exclaimed in surprise. Not good. That profound light cultivator is back. Li Weimin and his fellow disciples shouted with joy, "Senior brother is back! Senior brother Li is back!" But Zhang Yan's flying sword didn't stop, still rushing forward. This caused Li Weimin to be terrified after only a moment of joy. In the next second, Zhang Yan's flying sword pierced through his neck and continued flying through the heads of the two people behind him at a terrifying speed. Madame Chen pointed forward and shouted, "Look! The mist is gone." Lu Tao also hurriedly turned around and urged, "Senior brother Xing, go quickly." Senior brother Zhang succeeded.
Accordingly, taking this opportunity, Shi Yuanzong's group quickly flew into the safe zone.
Feng Zhen watched the spirit boat. His face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Could it be that the blood spirit sect's disciples have no backup plans? Shi Zongyuan doesn't know that this is just seeking death. I don't want to die with him.
Their spirit boat quickly rammed into the water column,
then floated on the surface of the water and finally managed to escape. Feng Zhen was stunned with his mouth open. They actually managed to escape just like that. Then, Feng Zhen stood on top, observing the group of people below. Suddenly, something flying from above caught his attention. He frowned tightly, cursing inwardly.
Damn it, it turns out I was overthinking it. If I had seized the opportunity just now, I might have been able to rush out in one go, but as it stands.
Thinking this, he angrily gritted his teeth and shouted his orders. "Follow me. Break through the encirclement."
Seeing this, Lu Tao quickly called out, "Senior brother Feng!" According to the initial plan set by the Clear Firmament sect, the goal of getting Zhi Feng and Feng Ming out has been achieved. At this time, we should retreat quickly to avoid facing the Blood Spirit sect's disciples who have profound light realm cultivators, and then patiently wait for the Clear Firmament sect to send high-level cultivators to rescue us. But after all, staying in the demon cave is too dangerous. Taking a step ahead might allow us to leave this place. The hope of survival is right in front of us. Shi Zongyuan and Feng Ming left so easily, Feng Zhen's group couldn't resist this temptation in their hearts. Feng Zhen then unleashed the spirit energy fire godly weapon hoop technique. This is the line between life and death. If that profound light cultivator catches up in time, we won't be able to leave. Accordingly, Feng Zhen's move quickly attacked Li Weimin's group.
Feng Zhen held the five fires godly weapon hoop in his hand, approaching the water column. But unexpectedly, a red rope suddenly rushed over and wrapped around Feng Zhen's hand.
The rope became tighter and tighter, causing him to scream in pain. Feng Zhen hugged his painful hand, grimacing as he looked at the person in front of him.
It turned out that the move just now was Li Wide's. All of Feng Zhen's group were stunned by Li Wide's appearance. Then they simultaneously unleashed the Roaring Tiger and Bear attack and rushed forward together. Unexpectedly, Li Wide's whole body burst out with aura. Right then and there, that aura exploded, unleashing a wave of oppressive force forward.
Feng Zhen watched this scene in horror, sweat pouring down his face.
This is it, the overbearing power of a Xuanguang cultivator.
If a Ming Qi cultivator doesn't have a top-tier magic treasure to protect them, just a brush of Xuanguang would be enough to end them, body and soul destroyed.
Not intending to let Feng Zhen off the hook, Li Wide followed up with consecutive attacks,
sending a strand of Xuanguang straight into Feng Zhen's back, making him wince in pain. Li Wade sneered.
"You think having a protective armor can save you?" Not willing to give up, Li Wade cast a giant hand.
It rushed over and grabbed Feng Zhen's body tightly.
Ling Wide's face darkened as he watched Feng Zhen being tortured. A moment later, the power of that hand was about to separate his soul from his body, but unexpectedly, Feng Zhen's Yuan Ling suddenly flew away, and at the same time, the five-fire divine soldier ring began to shake violently, and also shot off after him. So both of them headed straight into the water column at the same time, then immediately disappeared.
Seeing this, Li Wide realized, this guy must have a great power cultivator protecting him, otherwise his Yuan Ling would have been destroyed. Li Wide then switched his target to the Imperial ship in the distance. Realizing the situation was bad,
Lu Tao shouted, "Madame Chen, get going!"
The Imperial ship then ran at full power,
rushing like the wind, but Li Wade wasn't going to let them off so easily.
He risked everything to unleash a strand of Xuanguang to attack the group. The Xuanguang quickly caught up with the Imperial ship, piercing through Lu Tao and Madame Chen at the same time, causing the command token to fall.
Zhang Yan quickly landed with the command token in front of him. Unexpectedly, the Xuanguang gradually shifted its target to Zhang Yan. Seeing this, he immediately used the Xuan Niao shield skill to resist, but the Xuanguang was more powerful, shattering the Xuan Niao shield.
Faced with such a dangerous situation, Zhang Yan luckily managed to take out a magic treasure in time,
immediately creating a protective magic circle.
The Xuanguang tried its best, but still couldn't penetrate his protective circle.
Zhang Yan quickly grabbed the command token and used a secret technique, so the flying ship continued to accelerate, escaping the attack of the evildoer. Seeing this, Li Wide angrily looked up, his eyes bloodshot. Wei Min, don't worry. Even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth, I will kill this guy to avenge you.
16 days had already passed. Right then, Zhang Yan was inside the Dragon Fang airship, in the hold, cultivating his technique.
His eyes slowly cracked open. Here we go again. It's been 16 days. Days spent running and dodging chasers. Looks like this guy won't quit until he's killed me.
That Li Wei went totally ballistic,
unleashing his profound light attack.
Zhang Yan casually whips out a magic artifact to block his signature move.
I don't get it, though. It's past December 10th already. Shouldn't the CI open up again? In theory, the Bright Trade sect would send down some high-level cultivator to bail me out, or at least send someone down to check things out. But so far, not.
Zhang Yan's sword quickly sliced the profound light string in two. Battling back and forth with this dude the past few days, I've figured out the quirk of this bloodline. This stuff actively devours anything with spirit energy or spiritual properties. If it munches on flesh and blood, it's like getting a nutrient boost. But if it runs into a top-tier magic item, the spirit energy will completely deplete the bloodline itself.
If there's one thing I don't lack, it's magic flying swords. I mean, ever since I got the Starry Sky Sword ring, I don't even need these anymore.
After a brief skirmish, Li Wei panted, "This guy's seriously loaded. Using low-grade spirit-infused flying swords to block me, one after the other, like he's just tossing out scrap metal."
Then, glaring ahead, he clenched his fist. "Punk, I'm gonna kill you for sure."
Meanwhile, Zhang Yan sat deep in thought.
Having a magic airship on hand really takes the fear out of fighting enemies. His hand, resting on his thigh, gradually moved, and deep down, he has an unanswered question. But I've clearly accumulated enough profound light already.
So why can't I break through this final bottleneck?
Could it be that the divine intent of the Tai Golden Tome leans towards the paths of metal and fire, each having a fierce will? It's a path of strength and determination, but these past few days, I've been holed up in the Dragon Fang airship, always running and dodging. It looks dangerous, but it's actually safe and sound. With an escape route always available, the will to fight to the death in the mind isn't triggered. Because of this, the divine intent isn't aligning, and I can't achieve that perfect union with profound light. As a result, I'm not making any waves, and I can't complete this final step.
Got it.
My path this time is about advancing through hardship, destroying to create anew. Now that I've come this far, the only way is to seek life and death. Realizing the secret, Zhang Yan quickly picks up the command token, Su Ye Ang, you there.
The command token in his hand lights up.
Su Ye Ang replied respectfully, clasping his hands. What are your orders, master?
Suddenly, Su Ye Ang's nascent spirit appeared before Zhang Yan's eyes, catching him by surprise. Su Ye Ang hurriedly knelt on the ground. It's all thanks to you bringing me here, master, that I am where I am today. This place is devoid of sunlight, and the underground is filled with gloomy energy, which is a great tonic for a spirit body like me. These days have been very comfortable, and my damaged nascent spirit has gradually recovered.
Zhang Yan crossed his arms and smiled. It's just that your opportunity has arrived. Listen carefully. This time, I need to attempt a breakthrough, and there can be no mistakes. You'll help me keep an eye on the situation outside. You must observe carefully, understand.
Su Ye Ang excitedly grabbed Zhang Yan's arm, tears streaming down his face. Master, why only now do you allow me to contribute my strength? I've always been itching to do something. Today, finally, I have a chance to shine. I will definitely do my job honestly, and I absolutely won't dare to make even the slightest mistake.
Zhang Yan laughed heartily. You kid, you've really gotten used to bootlicking.
The airship continues on its journey. Zhang Yan jumps down from the airship thinking, this time, I've basically cut off my retreat. I'm burning my bridges.
In 3 to 5 days at most, that profound light cultivator from the Blood Soul sect will catch up. If I can't break through this step, then my soul will be destroyed.
Su Ye Ang flew closer.
Zhang Yan pointed forward. Master, there are many yin fiends around here. Am I allowed to touch them? They're ownerless? Use them as you wish? Cultivate yourself. You don't need to ask me.
Finishing, Su Ye Ang then seized a yin fiend and prepares to put it in his mouth, causing Zhang Yan to be surprised. Su Ye Ang then explained,
yin fiends are originally formless and immaterial, and are originally transformed by nether stars. For ordinary cultivators, they avoid them as if they were a plague, but for spirits like us, they are a great tonic. In the demonic sect, there is also a method of cutting off the flesh to cultivate the soul, but that method is extremely dangerous. But I am originally a meridian opening cultivator, and my nascent spirit is something that ordinary people cannot compare with. Whatever you say, cultivating in the devil's lair is a privilege only disciples of the demonic sect leader get. Still, this is just a small devil's lair, nothing like a true devil's eye, but it's on par with a normal cave abode, and the demonic cultivator inside is one of a kind.
Zhang Yan then recalled what Han Shi had said before. If you rely on the demonic sect, you might just have a chance to achieve enlightenment. Inside the cave, droplets of water fell, drip drip drip. While Zhang Yan was concentrating on his cultivation, Su Yang noticed he was about to arrive. Seeing no reaction from him, Su Yang was burning with anxiety, waving his arms and legs. Master, master, he's here, he's here.
But Zhang Yan remained still, unhurried. Right now, the profound light occupying my mind is like a stagnant pool. I have to stir it up. Use this profound light to stimulate the spirituality within bit by bit.
These first steps are the hardest. It's not about standing still, but about not reaching the required level. It's like adding firewood to boil water, melting iron to liquid. You have to have enough patience. Su Yang then saw Li Weide and shouted, Master, he's here, he's right in front of us.
Li Weide floated in the air, secretly observing this place. Clearly a dead zone, this guy is always crafty. Before he escaped easily after several fights. Why did he suddenly dig his own grave? Is he up to some tricks again? A powerful enemy at the door?
The most crucial moment has arrived.
Whether we can overcome it or not, it all depends on this one time. At this time, Zhang Yan was trying to concentrate to the extreme, to quickly break through the realm. Two streams of ice and fire spiritual energy intertwined, surrounding him. Finally, he succeeded, and a surging aura burst forth around him, very intense. Then, he opened his eyes wide. Profound light of the first level. Voice of spiritual illumination has just started. Zhang Yan stretched out his arms and shouted. Profound clarity illuminates the essence of the sect. Spiritual illumination transforms the mortal form. The golden wind rises, scattering fire feathers. The profound light flies, and crimson clouds roll. Suddenly, at this moment, a burst of energy erupted from that place, terrifying Li Weide. Seeing this, he immediately cast out a hand of darkness to block it, but the mighty energy and pressure made his hand of darkness unable to stop it. Zhang Yan had also appeared in front of him, giving Li Weide another scare. Profound light. Then, he gritted his teeth and wiped the blood from his mouth. This junior was clearly just a mind aperture cultivator. How did he instantly transform into a profound light realm cultivator, with the exact same cultivation as me? Zhang Yan continued to unleash his powerful profound light. This blood soul sect cultivator has been chasing me for days. I'll just use you to test the power of my profound light a little, and take this opportunity to vent my frustration. The profound light continued to rush forward. Li Weide's hand of darkness was corroded by the profound light, and he was struck by the pressure of it. Li Weide gritted his teeth and resisted, unable to believe it. This guy just mastered the profound light. Why is it so powerful? Li Weide then released a magic treasure and shouted, Junior, how can I let you run wild? The huge evolved magic treasure rushed to attack Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan held the profound light in his hand, unafraid. He suddenly remembered. It is rumored that the profound light of the first level, in the Tai Golden Scripture, can be compared to a flying sword magic treasure. I don't know if it's true or false. Now I have to test it a little. With that, Zhang Yan unleashed the profound light of the first level and instantly shattered Li Weide's magic treasure. Seeing this, his jaw dropped in shock. I don't know what supreme cultivation technique this guy cultivated. How is the profound light of the first level so terrifying? This kind of profound light has truly unleashed the power of two worlds of metal and fire to the extreme. What kind of movement techniques are even needed in battle? It would be extremely unwise to continue fighting. Seeing Li Weide abandon his possessions and flee, Zhang Yan cracked a faint smile. In a flash, he vanished, and with a swift, fluid movement, Zhang Yan appeared before Li Weide in less than a second. The surge of profound light suffocating and oppressing him, he scowled and cursed. Damn it, you little brat are toying with me. A man can die, but not be humiliated. With those words, he resolutely charged forward. Zhang Yan unleashed another powerful wave of profound light. If you're in such a hurry to die, then I'll grant you your wish. With that, the oppressive force of the profound light swept everything away. After annihilating them, Zhang Yan pondered. The remnants of the Blood Fiend sect, the people from the Blazing Spear sect, Liu Tao, Fang Zhen, and also Lady Chen. I know their names, but not the last one. All of them have turned to dust. The path to immortality is truly too ruthless. The road of cultivation is still long. The path to the grand Davio ahead is only just beginning. At this moment, the essence crystal in Zhang Yan's hand burst forth with a powerful surge of spiritual energy, and suddenly, the essence crystal shattered into countless fragments. Now he was surrounded by spiritual energy, which gradually streamed into his forehead, fusing with Zhang Yan's body before he let out a long breath. This is one of the sword control methods of the profound light, recorded in the Corrective Origin Sword Scripture. The parting light, recombining method. This technique allows the sword light to split when facing an opponent's energy, harming them. 2 become 3, 3 become thousands, thousands become tens of thousands, until it returns to its origin. Every single grain of spiritual sand, can be considered a sword orb. However, to use it proficiently, one must slowly refine the sword orbs with profound light, and absorb them into the body to merge with the profound light. For now, using it is a bit of a stretch. Today is December 12th. I have 3 more days before I can use the power of the water flow from the Fiend Lair Island to return to the Dragon Abyss Manor.
It's just that I still don't understand why there has been no reaction from the Blazing Spear sect until now.
Not to mention the other disciples trapped here. Just me, a core disciple of the sect. They couldn't possibly abandon me after finding out. What's more, once Senior Brother Zhu finds out, even if he can't come himself, he'll invite other experts to rescue me. The most likely possibility is that Shi Zongyuan's group ran into trouble on their way back, and couldn't bring the news to the sect.
Since this place is so rich in spiritual energy it's perfect for cultivation, I might as well stay for a few more days and raise my power. As for the people from the Blood Fiend sect, except for that core formation cultivator, the rest are no match for me now. If I see one, I'll kill one. If I see two, I'll kill both. Besides,
there's another issue I need to resolve. The great ultimate golden tome that I'm cultivating is of unknown origin. As soon as I unleash the profound light, anyone with sharp eyes can tell it's an extremely profound cultivation technique, which will inevitably arouse suspicion. If I want to conceal it, I have to condense the water elemental profound light from the Blue Cloud secret scroll. Unexpectedly, Su Yeqing spoke up and called to him. He proactively suggested, "Master, I want to stay here." Hearing this, Zhang Yan was confused and wanted to know the reason. Su Yeqing explained, "Master, I've lost my physical body now. Returning to the sect will probably not help you but rather become a burden. After much thought, it's better for me to stay here. By following the path of the demonic Dafio, I might even be able to become your aid within this demonic fiend lair in the future. In 100 years, I can become a phantom fiend. In another 100 years, a true fiend. After 300 years, a fiend can gain sentience, just like a living person. It's rumored that there are several realms above the true fiend, and one can even cultivate to the legendary heavenly fiend. Their divine abilities and power are in no way inferior to those great cultivators."
Su Yeqing continued, "Master, after cultivating for a day in this fiend lair, I'm now able to split a fragment of my true soul to serve you. This soul and my main body are one, so if anything happens I can be summoned at any time, and this fragment will be no different from my main body."
Hearing this, Zhang Yan secretly calculated. Su Yeqing had no physical body, and without this true soul, he would surely lose more than half of his consciousness and become dull, just like an ordinary fiend. He would also lose more than half of his advantage over other fiends, and his fate could be imagined. By saying this, he was expressing his loyalty. However, leaving Su Yeqing here was a hint that he would have a use for him in the future.
Thinking this, he no longer made things difficult for him, and agreed to let him cultivate here. Then he added a warning.
"I'm going to enter secluded cultivation for the next few days. You stay here and act as my protector. If there's any disturbance, inform me immediately."
First Han Qi and now Yeqing, the demonic Tao of the Blazing Spear sect, has more and more people. They're using up all their resources to seek the great Tao of immortality. I'm not the only one. After that, Zhang Yan began his cultivation.
As the streams of spiritual energy were continuously absorbed into his body, after finishing his cultivation, he secretly mused. His progress has been phenomenal these past few days, enough for concealment. It would be even better if he could spend a few more days to condense some of the profound yin-heavy water. Suddenly, Zhang Yan seemed to notice something. Is it time already?" Zhang Yan blankly stared at what was in front of him.
Noon on the 15th, the day the CI opens.
Even though it's not the first time Xu Feng's seen this, he still feels the wonder of creation every time.
This makes him think, how many magnificent and rare sights are there in the world? Of the 9 provinces, Donghua province only occupies a corner. If I become a powerful cultivator in the future, I'll travel the world to broaden my horizons and deepen my understanding.
All of a sudden, a shocking burst of spiritual energy erupted, a sight that stunned Zhang Yan.
Standing there, Qi Yuntian slowly appeared within that surge of spiritual energy.
"Then," he said coolly, "you must be Zhang Yan, junior brother Zhang." Zhang Yan didn't deny it. "That's right. How should I address you, senior brother Zhang? I am Qi Yuntian."
Hearing this name, Zhang Yan thought to himself, Qi Yuntian, the leader of the Ming Kang sect's senior disciples.
This guy is the first disciple of Meng Zhenren, and Meng Zhenren is the chief disciple of the sect leader. In other words, Qi Yuntian is likely the future sect leader of the Ming Kang sect, which shows his status. Originally, senior brother Ning Chongshuan wanted me to become his disciple, but I never thought that master and disciple would send this person to fetch me. Qi Yuntian looked around and asked. According to the report from the 2 junior brothers, there were 7 people with junior brother Zhang. Where are they now? Zhang Yan shook his head and recounted. That day, while seeing off senior brother Zhe and the others, we lost several senior brothers. Afterwards, we fought with the Blood Fiend's sect disciples, and now only I remain. Have the Blood Fiend sect disciples appeared in the last few days? Hearing this, Zhang Yan replied, I could still see them at first, but I haven't seen any trace of them in the last few days. They're probably wary of our Ming Kang sect sending people here and don't dare to stay for long.
Qi Yuntian was furious when he heard this. The Blood Fiend sect dares to kill our Ming Kang sect disciples for no reason. When I return, I will definitely report this to the sect leader and demand justice for the junior brothers. At this time, Zhang Yan had a question he wanted to clarify. Senior brother must be here to save us, but senior brothers Xi Feng left the Devil's Cave 15 months ago. The sect should have known about this long ago. Could it be that something unexpected happened along the way, causing such a long delay? Qi Yuntian shook his head and explained. Those junior brothers were unlucky. Peng Zhenren of the Xiaoming Palace was about to break through. So to avoid interference, he ordered a lockdown of the island, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Therefore, even though Shi Xixiang and Feng Xixiang had left the demon cave, they could not leave. And the sect did not know the news until a few days ago, when Peng Zhenren lifted the ban.
Zhang Yan pondered. Indeed, when I first arrived on the island, there was an omen that Peng Zhenren was about to break through. I didn't expect it to be so timely. How unlucky,
Qi Yuntian continued.
After I heard about this, I thought it was too late after so many days of delay. But Ning Shidi said to me, maybe others would be difficult to escape, but Zhang Shidi, you will definitely be safe. Maybe you can escape on your own without us. I asked him why he said that, but he smiled and didn't say anything. I made a bet with him, and now it seems to be true.
Zhang Yan was also sure that Qi Yuntian was probably set up by Ning Xixiang. Others don't know my life and death, but Ning Xixiang must know why he's smiling. He explained that back in the day, senior brother Ning once gave me a divine Ruyi shuttle for protection. If I were to die, the shuttle would definitely be taken and refined by someone else. At that time, senior brother Ning would certainly sense it. That's why he dared to speak like that. What a move by junior brother Ning to make me miscalculate.
Zhang Yan gratefully clasped his hands respectfully.
In any case, I must thank senior brother for coming to help. It seems that my junior brother can return to the sect today.
Finishing speaking, Qi Yuntian urged, Junior brother, close your eyes. Following that, Zhang Yan closed his eyes tightly. Qi Yuntian also began to circulate his inner strength, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that enveloped him. After a while, Zhang Yan slowly opened his eyes when he heard Qi Yuntian's voice. Junior brother, you can open your eyes now. He was standing on a cliff, and below were different cliffs, with misty clouds overlapping. Where is this? Zhang Yan's expression was surprised at the scene before him. In such a short time, he had already left the sea. I heard that if you reach above the Huadan, you can generate mana around your body to create a channel. I wonder what Dharma Qi Yuntian just used. Seeing that Zhang Yan looked surprised, Qi Yuntian stepped forward. Shidi, this technique is called Little Na Yi Crossing Technique, which is a small supernatural power developed from the 5 elements escape technique.
Qi Yuntian smiled and explained patiently. In Ming Kang sect, in addition to all kinds of authentic Dharma formulas, there are also superior Dharmas like the 5 skills, 3 sutras, and 12 divine powers. After you have made merit, you can also choose a secret book in the Lingji Institute to practice. He stepped forward and put his hand on Zhang Yan's shoulder. I know that although Shidi's aptitude is not considered extremely high, his mentality is very good. If you can maintain your original determination, the great Dao will have hope. But the path of cultivation not only requires superb Dharma, but also requires a fellowship to guide you between. You cannot go alone. Zhang Yan bowed his head leisurely after hearing, Please keep Xixiong's teachings in mind. Before entering the Devil's Cave, he never heard the news that Qi Yuntian had left the customs. He must have just left the customs and ran to this place. Zhang Yan was still thinking with his head down. The top 10 disciples in the sect mostly have their own members. This obviously wants to win me over to join his faction. If Qi Yuntian is cultivated like the future headmaster, then he raised his eyes to see that Qi Yuntian was still smiling kindly. The master-disciple faction is very likely to cultivate himself like an assistant headmaster, that is, the future elder of Deng Tiancheng. Now that you've entered the profound light realm, Shikodi, if you can snag some major merits in the Sanbo War, I can grease the wheels for you back here. But heads up, my fellow Xixiong's disciples are also total beasts, and they're your rivals. Don't fall too far behind, got it? Got it. A moment later, Zhang Yan and Qi Yuntian walked down the long steps. The air here was incredibly peaceful. Qi Yuntian looked up at the sky and recounted. Last month, Peng Zhenren achieved great merit. From now on, our sect has another Dong Shenren. Qi Yuntian looked a little troubled. Before I even got here, someone from the Peng family came to congratulate Zhenren, but she refused to see them. Looks like family ties are never really forgotten. Zhang Yan, seeing his Xixiong's troubled expression, thought, I heard that Peng Zhenren was originally from the Peng family of the aristocratic clans, but later had a falling out with them, so she was kicked out of the house. Only after receiving the headmaster's care was she able to cultivate in Xiaoming Palace. But this time, after successfully breaking through, becoming a Dongshen Zhenren,
The Peng family sent people to congratulate her, and she didn't refuse at all. The hidden meaning behind this is worth pondering. Qi Yuntian, being the headmaster's direct disciple, must be feeling a bit salty. Zhang Yan's mouth suddenly curved into a smile. Now the situation in the sect is getting more and more complicated, the opposing factions are getting stronger, and the Shifu disciple side needs more help. This gives me more room to survive. This is the biggest opportunity. At this moment, a group of people came over and bowed to Qi Yuntian. If it isn't Qi Shixiong, greetings. His expression remained unchanged. Zhang Shidi, you go ahead first, I'll come find you another day. Yes. Qi Yuntian nodded, returning the greeting. As Zhang Yan brushed past, he suddenly glanced at him, probing. You're the disciple Qiqiang rescued from the demon cave. I see the Xuan Guang on your body is weak, but is it worth Qiqiang lowering himself to take action? Zhang Yan silently left, ignoring his words. Where have all the talented men and beautiful women of the sect gone? He walked out of the main gate, looking up at the sky. When I arrived on this island, it was deserted. Except for those 10 disciples, there was no one else. He looked at the remaining disciples there. Now that Peng Zhenren has just become a Dongjechin Zhenren, they're rushing to fawn over her, afraid they'll be too late. The corner of his mouth turned up in a soft smile. Life is like a dream. Since I'm wholeheartedly pursuing the Dao, what does it matter what others do? Zhang Yan thought as he disappeared before the disciples. Wait 100 years and look back, and this will all just be a joke. In a short time, he returned from the escaping immortal realm to Lingxi Island. Zhang Yan's appearance was still as calm as ever, without any worldly concerns. Luo Daoyu was already waiting there. Congratulations, master. On entering the profound light realm, this servant congratulates you. Seeing this, Zhang Yan smiled wryly. Luo Daoyu is too polite. The two walked and talked. So were things peaceful in the manor for the past 2 months? Luo Daoyu walked behind him, answering leisurely. Reporting to master, I've handled everything in the manor perfectly. All the forces have never gone hungry or cold, and I've even opened 2 more pavilions in scenic spots. Master can visit them when you're free. The two passed through the large door, entering a room with a table on which was placed a wooden box. I've always been at ease with you. She smiled, then took out a letter. There's only one thing. 17 days ago, the Jie family sent someone to deliver a letter, and it also included a satchel. Aside from that, nothing else. Zhang Yan took the letter and sighed. Xi Shixiong, why did he have to do this? It was because Shi Zongyuan couldn't deliver the news that you were in danger in the demon cave in time. Then she pointed to the wooden box. Although you can't blame him, he couldn't avoid feeling ashamed and felt embarrassed to see Master again, so he sent a letter of apology and also gifted an item to compensate for the remorse in his heart. The item he gave you is on the table, and I've never peeked at it. Zhang Yan put the letter in his robe. You've already read the letter. Is a gift missing? It doesn't matter if you look, it's just a few things Xie Shixiang gave me. Zhang Yan waved his hand, and 3 rays of light appeared on the table. Speaking of this time I went to the demon cave to cultivate, and I also obtained several magical treasures. I can't use them all myself, so I'll just share them with you. He pointed his hand at the rare items on the table. Come and see these magical treasures. Take what you like. Lu Daoyu was excited, her eyes as bright as stars. Whoa, is this suddenly getting rich? Did you meet some powerful cultivator on this trip? How is it a top-grade spiritual item? Zhang Yan looked at her, and she immediately noticed something strange. The other 2 are just so-so, but this one, I specially snatched it to give to Luo Daoyu. Later, when you and I are outside, when facing enemies, we can also have a few more handy magical weapons to defend ourselves. She lowered her voice, wondering. Just now, Master said you wanted to go out with this servant. Do you want to go destroy Sanbo? Zhang Yan was at a loss for words after hearing this, and after a while he explained, Luo Daoyu, I know that it's really hard to kill your former clansmen with your own hands. You don't have to go to this war, but I still want you to redraw the roads in Sanbo so that I can act. Although this servant is familiar with the routes of the Bixu Pool, I don't know all of the secret water mansions. She chuckled. But I know a fellow cultivator who can definitely lend you a hand. Master? Zhu Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh. Who's that? She snickered. Could it be Master's forgotten? That fellow cultivator is still chilling under the river, waiting for the day he gets to be a servant. Her eyes crinkled with amusement. His old lair is under Sanbo, so while he might not know every nook and cranny, he's definitely familiar with all the secret caves and whatnot. Xu Feng finally remembered. Oh snap, you're talking about that golden flood dragon under the river. Been busy cultivating, totally spaced on that. He turned to her, puzzled. How do you know he's familiar with Sanbo? I've been remembering Master's orders for the past 2 months, not loosening the restriction or going outside. When I'm free and bored, I occasionally seek out fellow cultivator APO to chat, and because of that, we have lots to talk about.
Xu Feng felt a little more relieved now. Niece, no time to waste, I'll go tame him now.
Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if realizing something, and right away, Xu Feng zoomed toward the lake. Just then, Faran Shixiong and Shi Yuntian arrived, looking down at a huge golden flood dragon in the river. Junior brother Faran has always had an eye for talent. Is that golden flood dragon an ancient freak of nature? I heard that everywhere in our sect was this type of different species 10,000 years ago, but now it is difficult to find one. Fan Chongqing grinned from ear to ear. This thing can summon clouds and ride the wind, split waves and part the water, go to the North Sea of Ice, and swim in the fire pit of Nanya.
If you use it as a mount, you can travel around the world freely in the future. Junior brother Zhang is indeed lucky to have one like this. Xu Feng flew over.
It's just a golden flood dragon. If you two senior brothers like it, you can take it.
Fan Chongqing thought he was joking.
Junior brother Xu, don't tease me. This golden flood dragon has already recognized you as its master. How can you give it to me?
Fan Chongqing said while smiling, while Xu Feng asked,
"What is your honorable name? I heard that senior brother Qi is the son of Dean Zhu. Why not just take some pills? It's more useful." "I don't know what this senior brother is called." He nodded slightly. "I am Fan Chongqing, under Master Meng, originally a classmate with senior brother Qi."
Xu Feng pointed towards the mountain. "So it's senior brother Fan.
If you two are here, why not come to my cave for a while so I can fulfill my duties as host? That's what I wanted."
Xu Feng's cave was on a tall mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist. Qi Yuntian crossed his arms in front of his chest. "This time I came to visit to inform my junior brother that this time he returned from the demon cave and practiced Xuanguang. The sect will naturally order him to go to Sanbo to kill demons and make contributions."
The three sat down and talked together, and Luo Daoyu gently placed the plate of fruit down. "It's just that my junior brother has not been in the sect for a year, and he lacks the support of his fellow students, so it is inevitable that it will not be good. I specially called senior brother Fan here, so that the two of them can take care of each other."
Xu Feng looked at Fan Chongqing. The man's whole body was full of vitality, and there seemed to be murderous aura emanating from him. Obviously he was a cultivator who had transformed himself, and his cultivation far exceeded his own. Xu Feng kept his courtesy on the surface but thought deeply in his mind. The so-called care for each other is that the other party takes care of him. It's just that Qi Yuntian is afraid that my temperament is arrogant and I won't appreciate it, so he said it euphemistically. Fan Chongqing also greeted with a smile, and Xu Feng reached out and took the wine glass.
"However, I will certainly not be so anxious as to reject such kindness." He stood up and said gratefully, "Please give me more advice in the future, senior brother."
Fan Chongqing was also happy and showed that he was very natural. "I dare not accept it." The eldest senior brother deliberately went down to the demon cave to pick up senior brother Zhang, and now he comes to his home in person. It can be seen that he attaches great importance to this senior brother.
The two of them raised their glasses and drank. "I heard that this junior brother Xu is practicing the Lan Yun secret book of Uncle Master Sun, and he is a direct disciple. Obviously, he is very valued by his mentor and Uncle Master Sun. Once his cultivation improves, his status will be above mine. I cannot be arrogant. Only by having a good relationship early on is the right thing to do."
Fan Chongqing smiled. "Junior brother, you can't be merciful in this battle. If you have any tricks, you have to use them. Don't be afraid to fight for as much credit as possible. I know you just came back from the demon cave, so I'll give you some time to arrange trivial matters. In 10 days, you come to Chengwang Peak to find me." After saying that, Fan Chongqing put down his wineglass. "I will take you to Sanbo to crusade for a while." After that, Qi Yuntian and Fan Chongqing left Xu Feng's place.
After seeing off the two senior brothers, he turned around and returned to the lake. At this time, he called, "Golden Flood Dragon, please come out and meet me." Under the quiet water, there were strong tremors. As soon as the Golden Flood Dragon poked its head out, Xu Feng hurriedly asked, "You must know why I came here today."
Then he went straight to the point.
"Didn't you declare in front of senior brother Fan that you would recognize me as your master? Are you going to change your mind?"
The Golden Flood Dragon stretched itself high, glaring at him.
Luo Daoyu stepped forward to explain. "Fellow cultivator Ao, I have said many things to you over the past few days. Have you forgotten them all?" She wasn't flustered at all, but very gently said, "Don't think that the old master necessarily wants you as a servant. He just sees that you're an ancient rare breed, and is fascinated by the novelty."
You can also see that the old master's cultivation is progressing very quickly.
When his cultivation is higher, and his horizons are broader, do you think he'll still care about you? Follow the old master early, and who knows, you might get a lot of benefits.
She conjured a treasure in her hand, which then transformed into a ribbon of the highest quality.
"Look, this is the high-grade spiritual artifact the old master just bestowed upon me. I also come from the demon race, and it's not like I don't know how poor we've always been. Besides our bodies, what family fortune could we possibly have?"
Jin Jiao suddenly realized that Daoist Lei's words were very correct. To completely convince it,
she even put on an angry face. "Do you really think you can still escape? Your transformation failed. If someone else takes you, at most they'll skin you, tear out your bones, and pull out your tendons. It won't be of much use. It's only my old master who still wants to raise you. If it were me, I would have swallowed you in one gulp a long time ago, cleansing my bloodline and increasing my cultivation. Wouldn't that be better?
Jin Zhao, hearing this, helplessly nodded in agreement. Okay, I got it. Then Jin Zhao spat out its own source energy and sent it to Zhang Yan.
Ao Tong is willing to acknowledge you as master.
Zhang Yan's face was satisfied as he received the source energy.
Now that Taoist Ao has decided to consider this place as home, then there's no need to be polite.
He reached out and drew a command token. If you feel troubled, you can take a trip to the Longyuan Great Marsh.
Ao Tong seemed to recognize something. Then it twisted its body and dove into the lake.
Zhang Yan returned to his residence.
Lost in thought, while sitting on a chair, Zhang Yan opened the bag that Xi Yuntian gave him. Senior brother Xi is really thoughtful. He knows I have a Jin Zhao but no way to ride it, so he gave me this to control and raise it. This can also be considered a low-grade spiritual artifact.
He put the red saddle on the table. The time when I drank wine under the moon and chatted with senior brothers Liu and Shi seems like it was just yesterday.
Zhang Yan went outside to breathe the fresh air, his mood a little regretful. Only in the blink of an eye, senior brother Liu has already died and his Tao has been extinguished. Not even his nascent soul could escape. He stood in the sky with a heavy heart. We Xuanmen disciples value cultivating together. In the end, we don't need anything, but once we fail, there's no chance to change things.
Zhang Yan took something out of his sleeve.
If a cultivator's nascent soul can escape, they can still be reincarnated as a person.
It was a small jade pendant. If enlightened by relatives and fellow disciples, there's still a chance to walk the path of eternal life. But senior brother Liu's soul dissipated in the heavens and earth, leaving no trace.
He carefully looked at the jade pendant engraved with the name Liu Tao. Senior brother asked me to leave the demonic cave with this jade and give it to his descendants. I left the demonic cave 3 days ago, and the day after tomorrow I have to go to Sanbo.
Then looked up at the vast sky.
Better to deliver this jade pendant first and quickly finish this matter. Only a moment later, Zhang Yan had arrived at Yingxian Island.
He looked around at the scenery.
On the island, there was a large mansion that looked very majestic and magnificent.
People in the mansion were walking in the courtyard.
Suddenly, Zhang Yan descended, and that person stepped forward and bowed.
I wonder what brings this senior brother here.
He also introduced himself unhurriedly. I am Zhang Yan of Lingxi Island. Did senior brother Liu Tao ever cultivate here? So it's senior brother Zhang. That brother looked sad. I'm afraid that senior brother Liu went to the demonic cave 2 months ago and has probably died. Senior brother has probably made a wasted trip.
Zhang Yan's expression wasn't happy either.
I'm here because I received his commission to find a descendant. I don't know if there is one here. That brother was stunned. Senior brother Liu's descendant. Hearing that senior brother Liu had died, the brother's words were a little awkward, so he returned to his hometown on his own. A hint of regret appeared on Zhang Yan's face.
That brother was surprised by the relationship between the two. I didn't expect senior brother Liu to have such abilities, to have a friendship with a true disciple of the Shuangwang realm. Those junior brothers of mine were wrong about that. After that, Zhang Yan left the island.
The descendant who followed that senior brother must have been driven away after learning the news of senior brother Liu's death.
In the short term, he definitely hasn't left the Longyuan Great Marsh, beneath the large river.
He spotted the boat. Looking down at the boat, he saw a small figure. It was a little girl, looking really sad, sitting all alone on the boat. Zhang Yan quickly descended in front of her. Looking her straight in the eye, he asked, "Are you the young lady Liu Yanyi?"
She stood up and bowed her head. Reporting to the immortal master, "This is indeed this little girl."
Confirming her identity, Zhang Yan produced the jade pendant. "Do you recognize this?" Liu Yanyi's eyes lit up, full of emotion. "This is my uncle's 7-heart dragon jade."
She was so moved that she couldn't stand properly and almost fell to her knees.
Zhang Yan was pissed seeing such a tiny woman doing hard labor on the big boat. "Before he left, my uncle told me that if anyone came with this jade pendant, I should listen to them in all things. Who's making you do heavy work here?"
His gaze became concerned.
"I'm here now, you don't have to worry, just tell me everything."
The boat owner, seeing this, immediately bowed his head repeatedly. "I didn't know she was the immortal master's family. This lowly one deserves to die. This lowly one deserves to die."
Liu Yanyi became flustered. "This has nothing to do with Uncle Boat Owner. Uncle Boat Owner was willing to take me thousands of miles back home without charging me any fare, so I voluntarily did these things to help out."
Zhang Yan, feeling like he was being a villain, used words to cover up his embarrassment.
"I'm not going to make things difficult for you. Consider this as your reward." The boat owner heard this, and then raised his head. But when he did, both of them had disappeared. "Thank you, immortal master." Zhang Yan took the little girl and flew high into the sky, at a speed the naked eye couldn't see. He looked into her innocent eyes. This little girl's eyes are as bright as the stars. Her skin is fair and delicate, and there's a 5-colored cloud above her head. Her aptitude is amazing, even Xinnan is far behind. He and the little girl landed on a beach, no wonder. Senior brother Liu said that the Taoists on Yingxian Island didn't dare to accept her as a disciple, suspecting she might be some great cultivator reincarnated, afraid that taking her as a disciple would be more trouble than it's worth.
Zhang Yan sat on the cliff, watching the little girl. But logically speaking, great cultivators' reincarnations would have fellow disciples, or at least some relatives and friends still alive, who would have come to guide them early on. Why wait until now? Female cultivators and male cultivators are different. Another year or two, and she'll miss the prime age for cultivation. After thinking for a while, he asked the little girl, Yan Yi, let me ask you, why did you want to leave Yingxian Island when you were living there peacefully? The little girl stood up and respectfully reported, Immortal Master, although the Liu family has declined, my uncle has accumulated some wealth over the years. I saw that after some uncles heard the rumors that my uncle was gone, they looked at me with bad intentions. I am young and weak and cannot protect those things, fearing that one day even I will be gone, so I might as well let go of these things and leave. Zhang Yan was very touched to hear this. You're so young, but you understand the principle that a commoner who possesses a jade ring is guilty. No wonder it was like this. You could have taken some money for you to use to return home. Why did you have to work as a chore on the boat? The little girl's expression was innocent. I am young, and the road back home is far. Afraid that bad people would mess with me, so I asked the captain to give me some work. If they don't know the situation clearly, they will think that I am a relative of the captain, and they will not bully me. Zhang Yan's eyes changed as he assessed the little girl. Truly a clever little girl with such intelligence. If I take her as a disciple, she will definitely be a great help in the future. Without hesitating any longer, he immediately asked her opinion. Yan Yi, I'll take you as a registered disciple. What do you think? The little girl's expression turned gloomy, and she sadly replied, Immortal Master, the other immortal masters who saw me all said that there was karma binding me, and they didn't dare to accept me. Zhang Yan laughed loudly. If others don't dare to accept you, what reason does Zhang Yan have not to dare? Then he turned to Yan Yi and said, You just need to say whether you agree or not. The little girl didn't think much, and immediately kowtowed 3 times. Master is above, please accept your disciple Liu Yan Yi. 3 again. When Zhu Chongju heard the footsteps, he immediately recognized that it was Zhang Yan. 2 months apart, and you've already become a Shuangwang cultivator. When he turned around and saw Yan Yi, he was a little surprised. Who is this girl? Zhang Yan gently touched the little girl's head. Come on, go and kowtow to your martial uncle. The little girl immediately stepped forward and kowtowed. Disciple Liu Yan Yi greets martial uncle. Zhu Chongju grinned, super happy. So you're the disciple Zhang Shidi took in. No need for formalities, stand up. Seeing that you don't shy away from calling me Xianxia in front of this little one, you must be planning to groom her like a personal disciple. Zhang Yan also looked pleased. In a few days, my Shidi has to go conquer Sanbo, 3 White area. And I'm afraid he won't have time to teach her on Lingxi Island. Too much murderous aura isn't suitable for her cultivation, so I can only leave her here with you, Xixiang, so she can receive your guidance regularly. Without hesitation, not minding at all, he pointed at a young disciple. Alright, follow him. Many thanks, Shibo. Then the 2 young disciples left together. Zhu Chongju and Zhang Yan watched them leave. Shidi found a good disciple indeed. She's got insane talent. I've cultivated for hundreds of years and never seen anyone like her. Though it seems like she's bound by karma, it shouldn't be a problem for Shidi. If we attack the Zhu clan in the future, she'll definitely be of help. Only recently did I realize that one tree cannot make a forest. If there are no trustworthy fellow disciples, and one gets hurt, the aristocratic disciples will always have family to care for them, while those on the teacher-disciple side can only trust their disciples and teachers. Zhang Yan turned to look at Zhu Chongju. Perhaps Xixiang has heard. Xixiang personally rescued me from the demon cave. I'm sure Xixiang can guess the deeper meaning behind that. Zhu Chongju stroked his beard calmly. After the Sanbo campaign, I fear the sect will blatantly take in more disciples. Then comes the great sect competition, plus the preparations to deal with the Millennium Demon Calamity. We'll need a lot of pills. Currently, over 70% of the sect's pills come from my Pill Cauldron Institute. The sect leader needs my help a lot, and I will handle everything well, so you just need to focus on your cultivation. Recognition flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes. No wonder Qiantian personally went to the demon cave. Thank you for your help, Xixiang. What are you thanking me for, if you weren't a true disciple and valued by the Grandmaster Hall? Even if I threw away my old face, I doubt Qiantian, as the leader of the 10 great disciples, would even glance at you. Later, Zhang Yan returned to his cave. Luo Daoyu, please write a letter for me to Yingxian Island. Tell them I've accepted Liu Hao's granddaughter, Liu Yanyi, as a registered disciple, and hope the cultivators on the island will return Liu Shixiang's belongings. Oh right, in the letter, you can intentionally reveal my relationship with Qi Yuntian and Fan Chengqing's group.
Zhang Yan sat on the bluestone, preparing to cultivate. The island lord of Yingxian Island is just a great-grandchild of Meng Zhenren. If he understands the stakes involved, he'll handle it properly. Yes, master. Hearing the instructions, Taoist Lu Telao left.
Zhang Yan started to ponder,
if I act alone, with the Yijin fire, profound light, and various magical treasures, I should be well prepared to deal with anything. But if I travel with Fan Shixiang and other fellow disciples, then I have to prepare a lot of other things. I can't let them see through me too easily. Then, he took out the talisman pouch manual. Besides the netherworld heavy water, the next thing suitable for cultivation is what I got from Shen Yue Feng.
I remember those talismans blocking magical treasures during the fight were super impressive. He looked at the book for a long time. Come to think of it, the Guangyuan sect was originally a big sect. Even though it's declined now, these techniques still have their unique points.
He placed the book on the bluestone. Might as well use these few free days to train in the broken jade space. That way, I'll have one more way to deal with enemies when the time comes.
He reached into his robe, searching for something. Just in time. I'm now a profound light cultivator, so this can be used. He took out a primal talisman.
But the way to use this primal talisman needs careful study. From the next batch,
Zhang Yan began to study the Guangyuan sect's talisman pouch manual from 1,000 years ago. Worthy of being a great cultivation sect, they do have their own unique stuff. The book emphasizes everything from the basics to advanced techniques of talisman creation. The Guangyuan sect's talisman crafting is divided into 5 categories. Those 5 categories are presented in detail in the book, and Zhang Yan gradually envisioned them. There are a total of 4 incantations for the pool category talisman.
Zhang Yan formed each item in his mind. There are also 4 incantations for the combat category talismans. Each item is like a step towards certain success. The various types of talismans are mixed,
clearly divided, with each type of talisman having its own specific incantation and talisman script. Only after becoming a true disciple of the Guangyuan sect and reaching the core formation cultivation level could one be taught a special incantation to refine a personal true talisman. He had completed the theoretical framework in his mind. The greater the power of this personal true talisman, the more supplementary talismans it can mobilize. Zhang Yan smiled confidently.
Every type of talisman requires the 5 elements divine sand to assist. The greater the power, the higher the quality of the divine sand needed. It might even require a large amount of cloud sand.
I'm afraid selling an entire sect wouldn't be enough to refine this celestial talisman. He flipped through the pages of the book, but after thousands of years of inheritance from the Guangyuan sect, there must be a cheating method. Using the power from the primal talisman within to condense a talisman seal. Zhang Yan's expression turned focused again.
When fighting, directly throwing the 5 elements divine sand into the talisman has 3 times the effect compared to drawing the symbols on the talisman beforehand. The only drawback is the waste of divine sand. This is the true way to use the primal talisman. I just need to practice until I'm proficient, then buy some talisman paper and divine sand, and I can use this technique.
Then he sighed slightly.
This talisman script actually uses true writing as its foundation for development. No wonder I felt so familiar when I read the introduction. His expression became more and more confident. True writing is my specialty. This supplementary talisman looks very mysterious, but after knowing the incantation, it's just a matter of hard practice for someone who understands it. If it doesn't work once, practice twice. If it still doesn't work, then just practice 100 times, 1,000 times. He took out a magical treasure from his person.
This book is concise yet profound. They actually abandoned this superb technique and went to cultivate the sword. What a waste of talent. In fact, just learning the 2 techniques of sword and soldier in the combat category talisman would make their strength no weaker than flying swords. The next second he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Although there are only 8 or 9 days left until the Sambo campaign, if I focus on cultivating in the broken jade space, in 6 or 7 days, I should at least be no weaker than Shen Yuefeng's original level. 8 days later, at Wangfeng City, floating in the sky, the scene was very peaceful. Even white storks were circling above the Ming Kang sect. Flying shuttle expert Fan Zhangqing was seated above, and the cultivators below had gathered in full.
What's the deal with this Zhang Yan? Why is he making me wait so long?
Fan Zhangqing closed his eyes, ignoring everyone's words. The 2 below were whispering to each other. Heard he's a newly minted inner disciple who just reached the profound light realm, favored by senior brother Qi, a real overnight sensation. These freeloading second gens probably haven't even faced demon cultivators in our territory. Who hasn't followed senior brother Fan through life and death to crawl out of bloody battles? What's this kid relying on to get here? Fan Zhangqing ignored them even if he heard.
Junior brother Jia's and junior brother Nian's flying shuttles already left early. If we delay any longer, they'll snag all the prey.
They continued to gossip.
Senior brother Ren must be. Senior brother Fan is confused. No, why did he bring someone like that along on this trip? Don't talk nonsense. Senior brother Fan values reason. Just sit tight and keep your mouth shut. Fan Zhangqing suddenly opened his eyes. Junior brother Zhang is here. A flash of light, Zhang Yan landed, representing the Ming Kang sect. With his eyes closed, he bowed his head to greet. This humble one is Zhang Yan. Greetings, senior brother Fan. Greetings, everyone. Fan Zhangqing's face lit up when he saw him. Come, junior brother. Come sit next to me. Zhang Yan was also very happy that senior brother Fan said that, yes. The other cultivators looked at him like he was an alien. Zhang Yan walked past and even smiled at senior brother Ren. Fan Zhangqing opened a barrier in his hand. Now that everyone's here, let's set off. The scenery outside the flying shuttle remained peaceful. Once the restrictions are activated, even a nascent soul cultivator can't do anything about it. It can be said to be a sharp tool in battle. After some time, the flying shuttle's exterior still looked the same. This time, the Ming Kang sect besieged Sanbo, with a total of 3 flying shuttles deployed to engage, each guarded by a core formation cultivator, connecting with each other from a distance. Fan Zhangqing said to the brothers in the sect, "Pass down the orders. Junior brother Xia attacks Wugong Valley. Senior brother Nian attacks Huoyan Seagate, and we attack South River, creating a direct path to the center of Azure Blood Pool, removing obstacles for the sect." As soon as senior brother Fan finished speaking, senior brother Qin took out a magical artifact. Junior brother Qin, take it out. In senior brother Qin's hand was a map. Then senior brother Qin used magic to expand the map. Please take a look, fellow disciples. This is the geographical map of Azure Blood Pool that I managed to find. It roughly outlines the islands and the distribution of water mansions in the South River. Although it's not detailed, it's enough for our use. Fan Zhangqing's expression turned serious. Among the 18 islands in the South River, Dengi Yuan Island is closest to us. The island master's name is Quan Gong Wang, a black shrimp spirit. This demon has cultivated for no less than 300 years, has a profound light realm cultivation level of the 3rd level, and serves as a demon general under Song Lan Meng Feng. Suddenly, a loud bell rang. A disciple with a worried expression came in to report. Senior brother Fan, a demon general with a profound light realm cultivation level, is blocking the way ahead, claiming to be from Giyuan Island, constantly cursing and demanding that we retreat, or else they will attack the ship. Fan Zhangqing didn't say anything but directly activated the map. On the map, at a location near the coast, was marked using senior brother Fan's technique. It's an old shrimp spirit. This must be demon general. Quan Gong Wang, Fan Zhangqing, took out the mission token. Senior brother Ren, this is the first battle. Please go take a trip yourself. Senior brother Ren's face was full of confidence. He accepted the mission token and bowed his head before senior brother Fan. Ren Mingjiao will not disgrace the mission. Then, Ren Mingjiao rode his mount, which was a large crane. He didn't delay for even a second and immediately set off. Ren Mingjiao flew in front of that Quan Gong Wang, mocking. A bunch of scaled animals who can't even speak human language. Hearing this, the guy got pissed and cursed back. Chi-chi, Ren Mingjiao chuckled, taking out his magic treasure. Instantly, a dazzling light appeared with terrifying power, blasting Quan Gong Wang away. Fan Zhangqing pointed at the map. Junior brother, look, this is junior brother Ren's myriad slaughter sword array. This magic treasure has refined no less than 15 types of divine weapons, and also forged over 1,000 flying swords, sucking all the metal energy into it. Once released, the attack is like 1,000 swords chasing and killing, incredibly sharp and unstoppable. Zhang Yan watched attentively. This thing is called the Myriad Slaughter Sword Array, but there are only 1,000 swords. It seems this magic treasure still has other secrets, Brother Farron agreed. Junior brother is right. This is a relic from a senior in the Yuanyang sect back then. Originally, this sword array had 10,000 types of divine weapons refined from metal energy, but more than half disappeared with the death of that senior. At this time, Quan Gongwang struggled to get up again, while Brother Fan continued to recount. Junior brother Ren once said that it was his benefactor, Meng Zhenren, who valued the power of this treasure, so Meng Zhenren passed it down to him. While Quan Gongwang was running, suddenly one of his arms was chopped off. His face turned pale with horror. As he looked down, one of his arms had completely disappeared. Ren Mingjiao let go. You want to run? Too late. A sword flew over at lightning speed, slashing into his face. Then, light poured in, as thousands of swords pierced his body. The arm holding his magic treasure slowly fell. Knowing this, Ren Mingjiao immediately acted, using his magic power to block it. In the nick of time, he caught his magic treasure. The small fries below tried to run, but they couldn't outrun Renbro's swords. After that, The demon island gradually converged.
Ren Mingjiao couldn't help but rejoice in his victory, laughing loudly, preparing to seize the demon island.
A moment later, Renbro returned, bringing the demon island. Senior brother Farron, luckily I didn't fail the mission.
Fan Zhangqing received the demon island and praised. Junior brother Ren wiped out the demon general with a wave of his hand, and effortlessly killed over 1,000 demon soldiers, truly living up to expectations. Other junior brothers don't need to worry, there are a total of 18 demon islands on the southern route. This is just one of them. Ren Mingjiao returned to his seat. We are under the order of the ancestor to crusade against Sanbo, so naturally we will have to attack and eliminate all those places junior brothers don't need to worry about not earning merit, Fan Zhangqing said politely. Although progress is still considered smooth, I think we should stop fighting and cease the war today. Suddenly, the war drum sounded again. A disciple ran in to report. Senior brother Farron, a demon general has jumped out of the lake in front of us, declaring that he wants to fight us. Fan Zhangqing's expression suddenly became a little confused. A demon general. On the map. A demon on the map was indeed displayed holding a large axe. Chengbro stood up at this time. Senior brother Fan, shouldn't it be my turn to go into battle? Fan Zhangqing began to struggle with his thoughts. Junior brother Cheng, this demon is too suspicious. How about you and Zhengbro go together? Chengbro immediately objected.
If we go together, wouldn't that scare the demon general away? It's enough for me to go alone. Senior brother Farron doesn't make any sense at all. Killing a demon general will be recorded as a small merit, so isn't going alone a good deed delivered to the door? If Zhengbro goes with me, who will the credit ultimately go to? Fan Zhangqing helplessly agreed after hearing what he said. In that case, then you go. Chengbro bowed his head. I will not fail the mission. A few seconds later, Chengbro was outside in front of the demon. Fan Zhangqing and everyone watched this battle through the map. Unexpectedly, Chengbro was hit painfully by the demon with an axe. At the same time that the map showed the scene just now, a disciple entered with a flustered expression and reported,
Senior brother Farron, Chengbro has been killed by the demon general. No sooner had Fan Zhangqing spoken than someone volunteered. Who's next? My Shindi wants to go. Fan Zhangqing looked worriedly at Zhang Yan.
The disciple rushed in again. The disciple hastily reported. Reporting, Xianxia, you originally had the upper hand when you went down there, but for some reason, your Xuanguang couldn't even scratch that demon general. Instead, you were killed by a single axe strike.
Ren Mingjiao's mood began to get restless. Xianxia. Afterwards, Ren Mingjiao looked at Zhang Yan. Third Xianxia, I already earned merit when I went out earlier. It's not cool to keep snatching merit from the other Shidis. Zhang Yan Shidi hasn't gone out yet. How about we let him take a shot at eliminating this demon, and we can all get a good look at the skills of a direct disciple. Fan Chengying's face suddenly darkened. It turned out that Fan Xixiang remembered what Qi Yuntian had instructed. Fan Shidi, Zhang Shidi, is of great importance. If you don't protect him carefully, I'll hold you accountable. Yes, Dan Xixiang.
So Fan Xixiang had to say, that won't do. That demon general is hiding a killer move. Whoever goes alone will probably not be able to fight him. In my opinion, we should join forces to kill him. Otherwise, this place is full of vast waters and countless islands.
This demon general's cultivation isn't low.
If we send out a large force, he'll definitely run away. Then Cheng Shidi and Zheng Ji will have died in vain.
The brothers began to discuss. Ren Xixiang makes sense. Ren Zhenyi frowned as he looked at Zhang Yan. This guy can't be allowed to stay. Earlier was a great opportunity. It would be best if this Zhang Yan was eliminated by that demon general. If not, we can use this to observe his strength and then find another way later. Fan Chengyan's expression still couldn't relax. If he blatantly favored Zhang Shidi in front of everyone, it would inevitably be inappropriate. But Tang Xixiang had instructed him, and he couldn't ignore that either. It seems he'll just have to throw away his pride and protect him no matter what. Suddenly, Zhang Yan stood up. He stood up, clasped his hands in front of his chest with a resolute expression. Fan Xixiang, how about I, your Shidi, go down and fight this demon for a round? Ren Mingjiao, pleased with what he heard, immediately cheered. Great, Zhang Shidi is taking the initiative. He really knows his own strengths, Xixiang. Since Zhang Shidi has already said so, you can't be too unreasonable, right? Then just go on.
Zhang Yan turned around and left. As if he had noticed everyone's attitude, Zhang Shidi is going into battle. He will definitely achieve immediate success. We will be here waiting for good news. Zhang Yan had already flown out of the room at this moment.
He began to contemplate his enemy. The people inside saw that he still hadn't engaged, and they scorned. Could it be that this Zhang Yan is scared? Trying to kill demons at Sanbo without real talent? What direct disciple? Even if he loses his life, it'll just be a joke. Several people were still scolding in the mansion. Zhang Xinetti, you are too slow. Could it be that you want to wait for the demon general to run away on his own? He didn't pay attention to the words of those people, but only focused on sensing the demon. That's right, it's this moment. In just a second, Zhang Yan plunged down like a bolt of fire. His bolt of fire struck the demon general, startling him. He raised his axe to defend. Zhang Yan's strength grew more and more intensely. The source of power poured down continuously, and the demon general lost his shape. 3 seconds later, Zhang Yan returned to the mansion at the same speed.
He walked step by step, with fresh blood dripping beside him. He threw the demon general's head on the ground for everyone to see. His appearance was more majestic than anyone else. The demon general's head is here. May it comfort the souls of the two Xianxias in heaven.
Fan Changqing's expression at this time was extremely happy. Great! The people around began to whisper.
Such a strong demon general. Yet he was beheaded in an instant. Could it be that direct disciples really have such superior strength? Ren Mingjiao stepped out. Zhang Xiadi eliminated this demon in the blink of an eye. Truly astonishing. I just want to ask for some guidance. What method did Zhang Di use to kill this demon? Zhang Yan summoned a spark of fire in his hand, and the corners of his mouth raised in a slight smile.
Ren Xixiang wants to know.
As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed the spark of fire with violent force toward Ren Mingjiao,
sending shivers down his spine and silencing his scream, tears of terror welling up in his eyes. Then, the spark suddenly burst into fireworks above Ren Mingjiao's head. He scrambled to his feet, pissed, while Zhang Yan chuckled. Don't freak out, Ren bro, it's just a regular sword talisman. You know I'm a sword Q specialist, why the panic? Zhang Yan gave him a sly look as he brushed past. If that was the talisman I used on that demon lieutenant, your head would be rolling by now. He gritted his teeth in frustration, but then forced himself to swallow his anger and plastered on a smile. I see. This brother's knowledge is limited. I've made a fool of myself in front of you, Zhang bro. With that, he turned back to his seat.
Good, Ren Mingjiao can still hold back. After being humiliated by me, not bad at all. Must keep a closer eye on him from now on. Zhang Yan also returned to his seat.
Seems like no one noticed that I used the golden fire mystic light to burn the demon lieutenant's flesh earlier, then threw out the talisman to cover my tracks. This works like a charm. Now I don't have to worry about people seeing through my methods. Anyway, the Clear Ripple School doesn't forbid learning other sects, techniques. The true power of sword talismans ain't no joke, it's almost as strong as my sword ring. But I can't afford to keep making these talismans with my current resources. Fan Changqing kept showering him with praise. Zhang Yan Shidi returned safe and sound, and even got the demon lieutenant's head. It's just that I forgot to give Zhang Di the jade plate of karma earlier, but it's fine. You killed the demon lieutenant in front of everyone, and we have his head as proof. Your contribution will definitely be recorded. Finally, Fan Changqing announced, It's getting late, everyone. You are dismissed. Even the suppression of the three banes can't get in the way of your cultivation.
Afterward, Ren Mingjiao looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought. What was that just now? Was it just my imagination? Zhang Yan didn't show anything, but I felt a murderous aura around me, like he could have sliced me to pieces right there with one strike. He was still sitting on his chair, lost in his thoughts. Sword talisman. It seems like talisman from Guangyuan's sect, said to be super powerful. Where did this guy learn it from?
Suddenly, a smile crept across Ren Mingjiao's lips. He looked up and laughed to himself like a clown, then stood up and walked away.
Zhang Yan, oh Zhang Yan, you almost fooled me.
Sword talismans are a collection of 5 elements for cultivation, and each one can only be used once.
What a show-off. Let's see how long you can keep up the act. At this moment, at the Clear Ripple School,
sunlight streamed down onto the surface of the lake.
A group of cultivators were slowly entering a room. Zhang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he'd seen something. He looked ahead and saw Ning Chongshuan, sitting imposingly on a chair. Ning Chongshuan Xixiang. Fan Changqing, standing beside him, introduced Ning Chongshuan to the other cultivators. Ning Chongshuan Shidi, with the help of Qi Xixiang, has broken through his constraints and condensed a second-grade golden core. From now on, our Clear Ripple School has another transformation cultivator.
Zhang Yan observed Ning Chongshuan's demeanor from afar and continued listening to Fan Xixiang's introduction. From now on, Ning Xindi will lead us in continuing the suppression of the 3 banes. Zhang Yan sat down in his seat, closed his eyes tightly, and thought to himself, I've heard Zhu Xixiang say that the transformation stage is hard to pass. If opening the meridians is like laying the foundation of the great Tao, then transformation is the first step to immortality. That's why the achievement of the golden core is called the Northern Heavenly Ladder. Zhang Yan then opened his eyes and glanced at Ning Chongshuan. To become a transformation cultivator with a second-grade golden core in less than 50 years of cultivation is 1 in 10,000. No wonder he is the one that Grandmaster Sun values most. Perhaps the rankings will have to change in the great competition in 2 years. The other cultivators sat down in their seats one by one, listening attentively. Ning Chongshuan finally spoke. I heard that Fan Xixiang has a map of the Azure Blood Pool here. Fan Changqing raised his hand. Qin Shidi, bring out the map. From the door, Qin Shidi directly tossed the map up high. The map stretched almost the entire length of the room. Ning Chongshuan then asked, I wonder how many places Fan Xixiang has taken down yesterday. Fan Changqing smiled and pointed in one direction. Everything past this point has been conquered. Ning Chongshuan approached the map and examined it closely. Xixiang is being too conservative. Ning Chongshuan pointed at an island on the map. This is Zhuji Island. We should have taken this place down today. Seeing that Ning Chongxuan seemed a little dissatisfied, Fan Chengqing quickly said, there are countless great demons on Zhuji Island. Further inside is the inner lake of the Azure Blood Pond. If we conquer it too early, we might not be able to defend it. Why don't we take the entire Nandang River first, and then come back? Ning Chongxuan raised his hand to signal, don't worry, no worries. This time I brought the Jingluo Formation banner to use for defense, which is more than enough. As for the demons on Zhuji Island, I'll personally take care of them. It won't cause Xixiang any trouble. Fan Changqing then asked Ning Chongxuan, how do you need Xixiang to cooperate? One man is enough. Xixiang, just wait for a moment, no more than 3 seconds. Ning Chongxuan flew past all the cultivators like a flash of lightning. Fan Changqing watched Ning Chongxuan's figure and muttered, Ning Shidi has already shown his strength upon arriving. Moreover, he has Qi Xixiang's secret order in hand. I wouldn't dare disobey. Fan Changqing closed his eyes and pondered for a while. Second-grade pill refinement? Perhaps Ning Shidi wants to be the new wave pushing the old. In just a few minutes, the lightning bolt Ning Chongxuan returned to his seat. Ning Chongxuan stood solemnly with a serious expression. Fan Xixiang, the demons on Zhuji Island have been wiped out by me. We can move to the island now. Fan Changqing didn't say much, just agreed. Everything will be as Shidi commands. Afterwards, everyone moved to Zhuji Island. Another cultivator turned to Ren Mingzhao next to him and asked, Ren Xixiang, Ning Xixiang's actions are equivalent to blocking the Azure Blood Pond's inner lake. Can the old demon endure it? If he can't endure, he still has to. The cultivator was stunned, a little confused. Ren Mingzhao described. Ren Zhenren and Zhu Zhenren, these two Zhenren, now sit on the Misty Star platform every day, sensing the heavenly secrets. Once the old demon leaves his cave, he will definitely be discovered by the two Zhenren. Even across 1,000 miles they will transmit a message to the old demon in the blink of an eye. How dare he take such a risk? Ren Mingzhao frowned, trying to explain. If he dies, without us even needing to act, I fear that his thousands of years of foundation will immediately be torn apart by his subordinates. Hiding in the cave can at least prolong his last few days. Ning Chongxuan sat on the high seat, his expression stern. Yesterday, Fan Xixiang led the Shidis to flatten 6 islands, but there are still 12 islands in the Nandang River that have not been wiped out. Now that we have occupied Zhuji Island, it is time to launch a concentrated attack, sweep away the demonic aura before dawn, and conquer the entire Nandang River. Fan Changqing stood aside, anxiously said, Ning Shidi? I fear that our manpower is not enough now. I only brought 10 Shuangguang cultivators this time, and 2 have died in battle, leaving only 9. Ning Chongxuan smiled lightly and asked, who are they? Is Ren Mingzhao here? Ren Mingzhao heard his name and quickly stood in front of Ning Chongxuan. Here, what are your orders, Xixiang? I will give you 2 Xichen, ours. You go alone and wipe out the 2 islands in the southwest corner. Is that difficult? Ren Mingzhao clasped his hands and bowed his head, his face expressionless. Xixiang is giving me merit. I am naturally happy to accept it. Ning Chongxuan then turned to Zhang Yan on the left. Zhang Yan, you will eliminate the 2 islands in the southeast corner. Zhang Yan stood forward, clasped his hands and bowed his head. I will obey Xixiang's orders. Ren Mingzhao glanced behind him at Zhang Yan. With a hint of dissatisfaction, Ning Xixiang's actions clearly acknowledged that Zhang Yan's strength and his own were on the same level. Ning Chongxuan then tossed a series of satchels to the cultivators. The other 8 islands will be handed over to the remaining 7 Shinaides. The 7 cultivators stood solemnly before Ning Chongxuan. These are the satchels that the sect bestows. Each one contains 3 formation flags. After conquering an island, everyone should automatically deploy them to prevent being invaded by demons again. Ning Chongxuan seriously instructed, this attack requires everyone to advance. If anyone is lazy, don't blame me for destroying all their previous merits. Understood. The cultivators answered in unison. Understood. As night fell, in the Mingkang sect, beams of light flew out of the sect one after another. Zhang Yan flew coldly in the dark night, thinking to himself, flying in the dark night, wanting to find an island is not easy. Maybe I have to go around for nothing and waste a lot of time. Zhang Yan then released Ao Tong, who had been shrunk in his lapel. Ao Tong, are you there? After escaping from his sleeve, Ao Tong returned to his huge form. Master, Shi Zongyuan is really not a good person. You don't know, being in that beast restraining pouch was really boring to death. Zhang Yan rode on Ao Tong's back and pulled its head with the rope. Don't lie to me. In the dark and gloomy beast restraining pouch, you wouldn't even feel whether you're bored or not, I ask you. Are you familiar with the 2 places we're going this time? Shi Shuo Island and An Ma Island in the southeast. Ao Tong made faces and opened his big jaw. Master, I have been foraging in the Sanbo since I was a child. I don't dare say that I am familiar with every place, but how many islands have submerged trees? How many mountains have strange rocks, where the demon girls often secretly have fun? Ao Tong knows all. Zhang Yan was cold and expressionless. If you know, why don't you lead the way and say so many useless things? Zhang Yan, chillin'.
on Aotong's back, was silently gliding through the night mist. Yup, you're the boss, whatever you say goes. After a bit of flying, they finally spotted a glowing island below. Boss, check it. That place with the flickering lights up ahead? That's Zhishuo Island. Totally unmistakable. Zhang Yan chuckled, looking kinda pleased. Wonder which lucky disciple will get to cultivate here in the future. Talk about prestigious. Zhang Yan kept riding Aotong straight towards the island. Weird. The demon lairs we raided a few days ago all had demon minions guarding them, or at least 100 demon soldiers holding the line. But this island's totally deserted. Is this demon cultivator just eccentric, or is there someone seriously strong hiding here? Zhang Yan, still on Aotong's back, kept asking, "Hey, what kind of demon is cultivating on this island?" No idea. South Ocean River has like 18 demon islands, and the demon cultivators are always killing each other every single day and month, so who knows how many owners it's had? Any demon cultivator who can hold an island ain't weak, though. Aotong flashed a sly grin, brown-nosing. But of course, still not as awesome as you, boss. Zhang Yan yanked hard on the rope around Aotong's neck with one hand and waved the other forward. Use your magic to do something useful. Quit kissing my ass. Zhang Yan flung cards down towards the island one after another. Dozens of cards flew towards the island to scout things out, but nothing happened except for the faint mist slowly dissipating. Zhang Yan frowned, sensing something weird. With all that commotion, you'd think there'd be some reaction from the lair. The island became clearer and clearer in the moonlight. Before, no matter which demon island it was, the demons on the island would have already charged out way before getting this close. How come now they're getting attacked at their doorstep and still dead silent? Zhang Yan then tried a different move, summoning a bronze pot, which poured out a gooey, dark brown sludge. Zhang Yan, riding Aotong, immediately chanted an incantation, causing the pot to dump a load of the stuff into the sea below. Suddenly, a strange black object shot up into the air, flying out of the pile of sludge and rising high in front of Zhang Yan. Taoist Huang showed up looking pissed. Who dares disturb Huang Ming? Since I started cultivating on this island, I've never messed with the Ming Kang sect. Why do you want to kill me? What's the logic? Zhang Yan grinned when he saw the guy reveal himself. Oh, it's Taoist Huang. I heard back in the ancient wilderness, the celestial demons ran wild, treating us humans like ants, able to bite and devour us at will. Zhang Yan pushed his spiritual energy high with 2 fingers. Back then, did they ever talk about what's right or wrong? Zhang Yan and Aotong flew side by side, Taoist Huang up in the air. If we humans hadn't fought the celestial demons in a bloody war for 1,000 years, shattered the continent, and collapsed the pillars of heaven, we wouldn't have had a chance to survive. We would have become blood food in your demon race's mouths. You ask me what's the logic? I'll tell you, that's the logic. Zhang Yan raised his finger, and swords appeared behind him. Hundreds of swords simultaneously shot towards Taoist Huang. He started chanting to block the attack. Then he transformed into a giant python, directly slithering through the swords to dodge. Zhang Yan watched and chuckled. The swords immediately changed color, surrounding the python form of Taoist Huang. The python suddenly twisted its neck in a different direction. Dodge. Zhang Yan, riding Aotong, looked down from above, seeing Taoist Huang curling his body up into a ball. Immediately, the swords that had attacked flew away. Serpent Taoist Huang not only curled up but also spun like a top. His actions made Zhang Yan frown cautiously. Taoist Huang planned to use the chaos to escape. He hadn't flown far when he was blocked by a surge of energy. The energy directly wrapped around the python's body, causing him to cry out in pain. Then, it enveloped the entire zodiac, emitting loud rumbles. A glowing engraving suddenly appeared before Zhang Yan. What is this thing? Even my golden fire profound light can't affect it. Zhang Yan coldly picked up the engraving and observed, it's actually True Script, the Stabilizing Transcendence Celestial Formula. This seems to be a method for researching transformations and escape. Could this be the Azure Light Body Shield that the demon cultivator used? This time, Zhang Yan looked at the engraving on his palm, pondering. Looking at the color and shape of this thing, it's probably a Virtue Script Iron Certificate, specifically used for engraving images and texts from books, right? Zhang Yan fell into a moment of silence, thinking, the Stabilizing Transcendence Celestial Formula. On this isn't fully and clearly engraved, there are still missing parts, half complete. It was originally a profound technique, but it's been reduced in grade. Zhang Yan immediately left Aotong's body and reminded, you stay here, don't go anywhere. At this moment, Zhang Yan was going deep into the cave dwelling on Kangwushan Island. For the demon cultivator to have this kind of engraving, there might be the original version left in the cave dwelling. Suddenly, Zhang Yan's eyes flashed, noticing something unusual. As he entered, a tree emitting light appeared right in front of him. Zhang Yan approached and saw strange inscriptions on the tree trunk. Zhang Yan smiled and reached out to touch the tree trunk. The original text of the Stabilizing Transcendence Celestial Formula must originate from here. From an old branch, a seed was blooming, This wasn't engraved with the cultivation method. Someone must have used great divine power to engrave it into the seed of this azure vine, and it gradually grew along with the azure vine. After a certain time, dense inscriptions would appear on the branch. Close together, the seed grew larger, forming a plump red fruit. No wonder the sentences in the virtue script iron certificate were messy and disordered. It was because the writing grew along the branches, developing in a spiral pattern. Zhang Yan approached, looking at the red fruit. That demon cultivator didn't know how to arrange it, so it became so strangely chaotic.
This method is similar to the techniques of the Taihao sect. It's said that the Taihao sect has an Azure Emperor divine tree. When passing down cultivation methods, they have their core disciples pluck a seed.
Zhang Yan furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating. Then, he used the techniques of his sect to guide and plant another sapling. Once it grows and takes root in the ground, he can find the cultivation method on the tree.
Zhang Yan immediately turned around and went in another direction. It's said that the cultivation methods the disciples receive are not the same. Although their power varies, they are the most suitable methods for their own cultivation. In this regard, none of the other 9 Xuan sects can compare. Zhang Yan looked up, thinking, such a mystical cultivation method can't benefit others. And I still have to go destroy another island. I can't stay here too long. It must be a quick victory.
Immediately afterward, Zhang Yan flew out of the island, holding a flag in his hand. Without saying much, Zhang Yan acted, throwing the flag down toward the island. One flag flew to the left, one flag flew to the right. The 2 flags flew to either side, with the island in between. Zhang Yan began to chant a spell with his hands clasped. Open. This way, except for those who know the spell to open this formation, no one will be able to enter this place for the time being. The flag burst into flames when it was planted into a pillar. Looking down on the island from above, 4 flags were planted on all sides, forming a protective formation.
Zhang Yan rode Aotong and left. Soon after I destroy the demonic cultivators on Masan Island, the fruit here should be ripe. Let's go to Masan Island immediately.
At this moment, Zhang Yan and Aotong were very close to Magian Island. In the distance, Zhang Yan coldly seemed to see something. He looked up at the sky and saw a dark shadow speeding past.
Zhang Yan sighed, frustrated. They ran away. Zhang Yan then waved his hand, throwing 4 flags into the distance.
Forget it. The red fruit of the azure vine is more important. If the opponent abandoned their cave dwelling and fled, the flags continued to be planted on all sides of the island, creating another formation. I guess I can consider this mission accomplished. Dawn gradually rose. After the long night, Zhang Yan was going deep into the cave, dwelling on the island. With a sigh, he looked toward the withered tree. Only the ripe red fruit had fallen. Zhang Yan approached and slowly bent down to pick up the fruit. Then, he used both hands to split the fruit in half. Zhang Yan smiled, feeling quite excited. It's such a coincidence. What's lost is gained. Truly, everything is predestined. Zhang Yan held up the seed of the fruit, observing it carefully.
If I had been greedy and chased after that fleeing demon cultivator, I would have missed this moment. Who knows, this seed might have already taken root and sprouted. Then, who knows how many years I would have had to wait to obtain that cultivation technique.
Immediately afterwards, a sapling slowly sprouted from the ground. Zhang Yan rode Aotong towards Wuxia Island. Zhang Yan's expression unchanging, he thought to himself. TCH, I wonder which nascent soul cultivator from the sect has come here again. The Mingkang sect appeared on a giant ship floating in the air. Zhang Yan slowly and leisurely entered the main gate. As soon as he stepped through the door, someone was already waiting there. The stern-faced and cold-looking senior uncle spoke up.
Who are you? Zhang Yan approached, clasped his hands, and bowed in greeting.
Disciple Zhang Yan. Seeing this person's imposing aura towering like a mountain, with surging magical power all around, he must be a nascent soul cultivator. The senior uncles received the answer and asked, HMPH, so you're the direct disciple, the Master Qi rescued from the demon cave. Zhang Yan continued to lower his head, listening to the senior uncle's lecture. Cultivation should progress step by step, with a solid foundation. How can you take the path of evil, going to demon caves and whatnot?
If it weren't for the sect paying attention to you, how could you have what you have today?
Go down first. I have other arrangements for you tomorrow. Zhang Yan, somewhat dissatisfied, turned to leave. Just who are you people, suddenly coming here to lecture me?
Just as Zhang Yan was about to leave, Fan Changqing arrived in front of him, junior brother Zhang. Seeing Zhang Yan sighing in frustration, Fan Changqing comforted him. Junior brother Zhang, you were also lectured by senior uncle Gi. Don't be bothered, senior uncle's personality is just like that, he's not just targeting you. Seeing that it was Fan Changqing who had come, Zhang Yan probed, where are the senior uncles, and where is senior brother Ning? Receiving the question, Fan Changqing immediately replied, alas, the Merit Contribution Hall in the sect arranged a position as a steward for senior brother Ning, inviting him back to perform tasks. Afterwards, the two walked along the corridor, chatting intimately.
In addition, the elders have also conveyed that Geishi is steady and careful, capable of great things. Therefore, they have sent Senior Uncle Geishi here to take over Senior Brother Ning's military affairs. Zhang Yan strolled along the corridor, his expression showing a hint of displeasure. Senior uncles are steady and careful, capable of great things. Doesn't the implication of this sentence mean that Senior Brother Ning is hasty and impetuous, not worthy of important tasks?
Fan Chongqing remembered something and turned to hand a letter to Zhang Yan. That's right, someone asked me to give this to you, saying that you should just proceed step by step with everything for now. Seeing Fan Chongqing's figure gradually receding into the distance, Zhang Yan thought to himself. The person presiding over the overall situation has changed from Senior Brother Ning to Senior Uncle Jie. Senior Brother Fan has also become much more humble. Without even thinking, I know that there is probably no one who can help me now. Who knows, not only that, there might even be people who come to make things difficult. Zhang Yan held the letter in his hand, observing it carefully. Isn't this Senior Brother Ning's handwriting? It says the method of opening and closing the changes of the Jingluo formation flags that he set up here. Zhang Yan's long hair fluttered in the wind, his expression falling into contemplation. It seems that there are indeed other hidden circumstances, but no matter what, I must find my own path and walk it to the end. There's no need to trouble and harm myself because of these things.
The next day, at the hour of Chen at the Mingkang sect,
Fang Hong was sitting beside, listening to the senior uncles speak. Fellow disciples, although the Nantang River has been pacified, the Xi Ying and Lu Yuan are still rampant. Therefore, starting from today, we will attack this place.
The senior uncles and Feng Hong sat on the high platform. Below were the cultivators standing and listening to the instructions. Although there are 4 demon cultivators in the nascent soul stage on this island, the 3 of us, Senior Uncle Fang and Senior Uncle Fan, can withstand them. The remaining disciples can take this opportunity to attack one place. Remember to attack slowly. Do not be careless and reckless. Wait to gradually eliminate all the surrounding forces before concentrating your strength to win. Understood?
Understood.
The senior uncles looked down, and Zhang Yan raised his hand to add, Zhang Yan, since you are a disciple of Master Zhao, the head of the Pill Refinement Institute, then you don't need to go to this battle. There is a pill refinement room in the Flying Ark that is already prepared with medicinal ingredients. Go there and refine some pills for us.
Fang Hong, sitting beside, was not satisfied with the suggestion. Why don't you let him follow me? He can also earn some merit.
The senior uncles immediately turned to Fang Hong and complained. It is said that when Zhang Yan opened his meridians, his meridian qualities were only of the lowest grade. He even had to go to a demon cave to improve his cultivation before he could reach the profound light realm. He can't even compare to ordinary profound light disciples. Fighting is not his forte.
Zhang Yan stood below,
continuing to listen to what Senior Uncle Guy said about him.
The amount of pills taken from the Pill Refinement Institute for this attack is limited. It is simply not enough. With him refining pills for us, we don't have to worry about not making ends meet. Fang Hong agreed on the surface, but in his heart, he thought differently. What the senior uncle said is also right. It's a pity if Zhang Yan could come under my command. Then I could arbitrarily send him to kill some demon general. Then I can eliminate him silently and sell Yan Zhenren a favor. Oh well, let him enjoy himself for a few more days. I will find a place to use him.
The senior uncles immediately waved their hands, sending spiritual energy towards Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, if you can do well, I will definitely record your merit, and I will not let you suffer.
Spiritual energy began to surround Xu Feng's body. Let's go.
Immediately after, Xu Feng arrived at the place for refining elixirs.
Xu Feng walked to the large Dan furnace right in front of him. This furnace was overflowing with spiritual energy. Just a glance, and you could tell it was a rare spiritual refining furnace. Just looking at the arrangement, you could guess that Gei Shi must be a master alchemist. Suddenly, a flame blazed up beneath the furnace, catching Xu Feng slightly off guard.
He sighed helplessly looking at the smoking furnace. Looks like if I can't refine some high-quality elixirs, this Uncle Master Guy won't let me go anywhere. But hey, if I can earn merit by refining pills, plus I get precious ingredients to practice with, and extra time to cultivate, why not?
Xu Feng placed his hand on his chin, pondering for a while. It's just that this Uncle Master Guy is probably an expert, so the ordinary elixirs recorded in the alchemy manuals might not suit his taste. I need to find another way. Xu Feng approached, and picked up a bottle of medicinal ingredients, thinking to himself, got it, the art. The art of refining elixirs requires a main ingredient to lead, with other medicinal ingredients as support. More than half the effect of the elixir comes from this main ingredient. Although I don't have a main ingredient, I can use the Qi and Blood Essence pill I snatched from the Blood Fiend sect to replace it. Xu Feng turned around and casually tossed the essence pill into the furnace. After all, the effects of the elixirs I create are all based on the essence pills. As for supporting ingredients, as long as their medicinal properties don't clash, it's all good. It's a bit wasteful, but since I'm not spending my own ingredients, I don't need to feel bad for Uncle Master Guy. Xu Feng held the essence pill in his hand, breaking it into smaller pieces.
Each of these qi and blood essence pills has extracted the essence of at least 100 demonic cultivator prisoners. Normally, without a specific technique, you'd definitely explode from the excessive medicinal power after ingesting one. Xu Feng approached the opening of the furnace and tossed the essence pills inside. If I use these medicinal ingredients as the main ingredient, and rely on Senior Brother Zhu's secret alchemy formulas to refine the elixir, then the effect will definitely be shocking. Suddenly, a great light burst into the sky from the furnace, and the force directly sent Xu Feng flying away. The sky turned bright, day after day, until it yielded to the rising dusk. At this time, on Bamboo Festival Island, the sky had gradually turned dark. You're walking on the street. Yang Ying and Mo Tianhua were also on the road, blending into the crowd. Yang Ying turned to speak with a radiant expression. Senior Brother Mo, the elixir you gave me yesterday was very good. When I used the Manji sword, it felt smoother than usual. Mo Tianhua was happy to receive the praise. Junior sister Yang Ying, this elixir is called the Shenghua pill, and it was refined by a disciple in the Danding Institute. When the uncle masters inspected this elixir, they exclaimed, "Good pill," and personally credited him for it. Mo Tianhua raised 3 fingers to explain to Yang Ying, "It's a pity that this pill is only produced every 3 days, and there are only 2 or 3 pills per batch. Not everyone gets a share. So it's a disciple of the Danding Institute, no wonder. Based on the medicinal ingredients of this pill alone, giving him credit is not too much." Mo Tianhua crossed his arms and sighed. Speaking of which, this person is also at the Xuanguang realm, but his foundation is shallow and can't compare to us. Perhaps he won't be able to seek the Great Tao in the future. Yang Ying looked forward, thoughtfully. Senior Brother Mo, although the path of alchemy cannot lead to longevity, we cultivators cannot separate from it. This person has such profound attainments in alchemy. If he inherits the Tao lineage of Elder Zhu in the future, the sect will definitely not treat him badly. Mo Tianhua turned to see that Yang Ying seemed to have some difficulties, so he asked, "Junior Sister Yang, do you have any difficulties that need my help?" Yang Ying smiled embarrassedly because she had been found out, and Senior Brother Mo had guessed correctly. "My shadow rainbow moon crossing art has reached a bottleneck and needs a Qing Li pill to cleanse my inner organs. If that senior brother is skilled in refining pills, I intend to invite him to refine this elixir, but I'm afraid my honored master will be a little unhappy." Yang Ying turned to continue explaining. "Senior brother also knows that I am a disciple of Qin Shi, and I don't know what grudges my honored master and head Zhu have, but he strictly forbids us from seeking pills from the disciples of the Dan Ding Institute." Yang Ying's worries made Mo Tianhua silent. "If I can use this elixir to cleanse my shadow rainbow profound light, then my cultivation will not be lower than junior sister Feng Yao. They are competing with each other, so I can't get a word in." Mo Tianhua glanced over, smiling wryly. "Anyway, I will help with the elixir that junior sister Yang needs for her cultivation. A small alchemist like him wouldn't dare to refuse me. I'll arrange it for you smoothly." Seeing that she was being helped, Yang Ying's face lit up with joy. Senior Brother Mo is indeed so generous in front of everyone. Junior sister is leaving everything to Senior Brother. We are all one family of senior brothers and sisters, so there is no need to be so polite. At this time, at Howling Wind Peak, in the deepest part of the western Eagle Green Abyss, a figure appeared standing on the top of the mountain. Jin Tan Gong stepped forward, speaking despite the fact that the people behind him were eating intently. "The Ming Shang faction will attack us in 2 days. I heard that they've recently gained 3 more Huadan realm cultivators. Now there are 6 Huadan realm cultivators. It seems we have no choice but to leave Howling Wind Peak. If we don't leave, we will only die in this place." Lan Tu, with a fearless expression, held a large drumstick in his hand. "Cave Master Jin doesn't need to regret it. The Mingshang faction has been drinking for the past few days. Do they really think we can't resist? When the 8 directions upside-down confusion array on the island traps all those disciples, we will have bargaining chips to negotiate with the Mingshang faction." Zhao Xiang, fat and engrossed in gnawing on a big drumstick, added, "Brother Lan is absolutely right. My Zhao Xiang's Little King Mountain, even if it's not as grand as Cave Master Jin's, was also number 1 or 2 in Green Abyss before." "Didn't I have to give it up?" Lord Luo also said. "You have to be willing to give up to gain." Zhao Xiang then turned to ask Dan Nyangzi, who was holding a wine bottle. He, junior sister Dan, isn't that right?" Jin Tangong heard those people speak and added, "I don't miss the cave dwelling. We demon cultivators have never had a place to live. We just need to seize one. I just sigh that Lord Luo is indeed powerful. Just giving us a token has made us unable to stay here. Such powerful methods." Dan Nyangzi staggered to her feet, approached Jin Tangong. "Brother Jin, why bother saying that? Isn't it all thanks to Lord Luco's promise that even if we can't get it back in the future, we can go to his residence? If we are not used to staying there, we can leave. With our cultivation, are we afraid that no demon king will accept us?" Zhao Xiang laughed heartily, showing his joy. That's right. Dan Niangzi's mind is the cleverest among us. Following you will definitely not go wrong." Ignoring Zhao Xiang's infatuation, Dan Niangzi Kim Tan Gong stepped to the table and held the wine bottle, HMPH.
In the end, isn't it because Lord Luo refuses to exert himself? If he could send 2 Yuanying cultivators here, how could we have come to this point?
Jin Tangong grabbed the wine jug and poured a generous amount straight into his mouth.
Wiping his mouth, he continued, "It's a pity that Lu Ke of Bamboo Knot Island, who was on par with us in cultivation, was killed by Ning Chongzhuan with a single sword strike. Luckily, for some reason, the Ming King faction didn't just barge in, giving us time to slowly prepare." Lan Tuo stood up, looking a bit uneasy. "Everyone, don't hesitate any longer. If Chief Luo Tan doesn't give us the formation flags, what can we do? If that killing god Ning Chongzhuan had attacked directly that day, we wouldn't have been able to resist." Lan Tuzio then raised his wine cup high in front of the 4 others and shouted, "The day after tomorrow, we will definitely torment the Ming Kang faction to vent the frustration of these past few days. Brother Jin, Brother Zhao, and Dan Niangzi, drink this cup dry."
At this time, outside the pill chamber of the Star Void Flying Palace, Mo Tianhua had arrived at the gate. These past few days, he's gotten a deeper understanding of the Ung Luk Chao strategy, and he estimates that the next appearance will be a total offensive to boost morale.
Currently, there are 6 core formation cultivators and nearly 400 profound light cultivators.
Mo Tianhua, the direct disciple of Elder Kang Ji Yufeng, thought to himself. However, the more the people, the scarcer the pills. A promise I made to junior sister Yang must be secured. It's said that Zhang Yan opens his pill furnace every 3 days, and then goes out and comes back at dusk. For a direct disciple like me to wait outside for a pillmaster is already showing a lot of sincerity.
Suddenly, Zhang Yan appeared from behind, startling Mo Tianhua.
"He's here!" Mo Tianhua greeted Zhang Yan with a smile and clasped hands.
"You must be Zhang Yan, junior brother Zhang.
I am Mo Tianhua from Kang Ji Yufeng, and have always been a disciple who likes to listen to the elder lecture on the Tao. I'm sure junior brother Zhang has heard of me." Zhang Yan hurriedly returned the greeting, his face emotionless. "So it's senior brother Mo. May I ask what brings you here?" Hearing Mo Tianhua's request, Zhang Yan could only sigh. "You want to ask junior brother Zhang to refine a furnace of Qingli pills, and the reward is negotiable. I am busy with cultivation every day, and also have to spare time to refine pills for senior Uncle Ji. I have no time to refine other pills. I'm afraid I've disappointed senior brother. I am now refining Shenghua pills, and I am afraid that I have no leisure to help senior brother relieve his worries."
Seeing that Zhang Yan didn't agree, Mo Tianhua was displeased. "Junior brother Zhang, I'm not bragging, but if you help me with this, if you have any difficulties in the future, your senior brother can resolve them for you. Think carefully."
Zhang Yan said nothing and turned to leave.
Seeing that he was being ignored, Mo Tianhua gritted his teeth in anger.
Seeing Zhang Yan walking away, he released his spiritual energy to attack Zhang Yan. "This can't go as you wish, stop for me." Zhang Yan was not willing to give in, and used the Yu Yin heavy water technique in his palm. Zhang Yan quickly dodged the surprise attack, and with that, his spiritual energy attacked Mo Tianhua head-on.
Mo Tianhua still thought that the small drop of water was nothing, his expression still very arrogant. "This Zhang Yan really has no tricks, even his attack is so stingy. My Gang Dekai Huashuanguang is best at defending against enemies. How powerful can this small drop be?" Suddenly, Mo Tianhua's pupils dilated. He fell backwards, having been hit by Zhang Yan's palm strike. Mo Tianhua's face was distorted at this time, and his snot flew everywhere. Zhang Yan coldly threw talismans at him. Zhang Yan turned his back and walked forward, leaving Mo Tianhua stuck to the wall with talismans all over his upper body. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was getting closer. Mo Tianhua was startled when he saw them, embarrassed. "Oh no. How can I face anyone in my current state? I'll pretend to be dizzy." The 2 brothers approached when they saw an acquaintance, pointing and commenting. "Oh, isn't this senior brother Mo Tianhua? Why is he lying here? Looking at those talismans, did he offend senior brother Zhang? Forget it, he's still unconscious anyway, let's not interfere in other people's business." The 2 brothers walked away, but continued to discuss, leaving Mo Tianhua gritting his teeth in frustration. But senior brother Zhang is just a pill master, and senior brother Mo is a disciple of Elder Shi. How could he lose to him? Haha, what do you know? Zhang Yan is a true disciple. He once killed a fierce demon general with a single strike. Senior brother Mo probably didn't know the inside story, so now he's suffering.
"Zhang Yan, you are originally a true disciple. Why did you come to refine pills?" At this time, Zhang Yan was sitting in front of the pill furnace to refine pills. Zhang Yan's body double was beginning to fly out of his body. Immediately after, the body double completely detached and flew towards the opposite side.
Zhang Yan opened his eyes and saw his doppelganger standing right in front of him.
Zhang Yan remained seated, observing the doppelganger circling behind the alchemy furnace. "This double is standing right in front of me, and just looking at its appearance, even my family couldn't tell us apart. If I didn't test it with a move, I definitely wouldn't be able to tell the real from the fake." Zhang Yan looked up, then fell into contemplation. Still, this technique is just a crude method from the true form free and unfettered heaven. The final part inside that seed can only be cultivated above the Hua Dan realm. There are a lot of parts one can't understand yet.
Zhang Yan looked at the alchemy furnace, which had begun to emit smoke. Oh, this batch of pills is a success.
From afar, Zhang Yan flicked his hand, sending the lid flying to the side, and a brown substance flew out. Zhang Yan raised a finger and gently blew, creating a stream of air that entered the substance. The substance suddenly split into many portions, finally creating numerous pills floating in the air. Zhang Yan stood up, took a plate, and slowly caught all the pills. During this time, the demon lackeys of Qi Ying's Green Continent seemed to be retreating every day, but on closer inspection, they seemed to be leading the disciples of the Ming Kang sect to invade Lao Yao La's Dream Marsh, occupying this place for hundreds of years. How could it be so easy? There must be some kind of conspiracy. Zhang Yan coldly grabbed a pill, preparing to put it in a white bottle. I don't need to go to the front lines and kill anymore, so naturally, I don't need to show my face to others every day. Once I cultivate the illusionary body technique, I can deceive Geshuo when they go to attack Qi Ying's Green Continent. If I stay on Bamboo Leaf Island, I might be able to avoid the danger. The sun had already begun to set at the Star-Void Flying Palace. Mo Tianhua, exhausted, was still bound motionless to the wall. Everyone who passed by stopped to watch. He's being tied up. Is my karma really that bad?
At this moment, Tu Song stepped out from the crowd, shouting, "Step aside! What's going on here?" He immediately used a spell directly on Mo Tianhua. Mo Tianhua, freed, could only wearily slump down in front of Tu Song. Thank you, Tu senior brother. Tu Song then helped Mo Tianhua up by the arm. HMPH, Zhang Yan. Under the clear blue sky, the Ming Kang sect faintly appeared behind the mist. The cultivators were all present. In a room, Mo Tianhua stood before Shishuge, cupping his hands in greeting. Junior brother Mo Tianhua reports that he's been studying the cultivation method these past few days and seems to have signs of a breakthrough, so it's inconvenient for him to go to war. Shishuge, looking tired, looked down below. I know. Feng Hong, sitting beside him, then spoke up. I heard that this nephew Mo was actually injured by Shidizhang. If this is true, Shidizhang's cultivation should not be underestimated. Why not let him go to war with me? Mo Tianhua watched the figure going up and was startled. The person's foot was stepping up the steps. Zhang Yan carried the bottles filled with pills and placed them on the table in front of Shishuge. The Shishus picked up a bottle, opened the lid, and were surprised. One bottle has 50 Shenghua pills, far exceeding the previous output of 3 days per furnace. Alright, Shidizhang, you get 2 merits for this. Immediately afterward, Shishuge used a spell directly on Zhang Yan. You continue to refine pills. Right next to Feng Hong. Feng Hong's face was unhappy, clenching his fist into the arm of the chair. The Shishus stood up and began to instruct the other cultivators below. This attack on Qi Ying's Green Continent has reached its final stage. Today is the day we strike straight at Xiaoming Peak. All of our participating disciples are gathered here, and we must eliminate the demon cultivators here. The Shishus sternly pointed, shouting loudly, "Depart!" Zhang Yan stood in the nearby forest, looked up at the moving Ming Kang sect. Then Zhang Yan turned and left, laughing coldly. Shishu, safe travels. Zhang Yan returned and lay on the floor, cultivating spiritual energy from the alchemy furnace beside him. At this moment, the flying palaces of the Ming Kang sect were already present at Xiaoming Peak. The cultivators inside looked up at the map reflecting the outside and were surprised. Could it be that the demon cultivators here saw that they couldn't stop us, so they were too scared and ran away? The uncles felt something was off, stroking their beards with suspicion. This isn't right. The whole journey here was smooth sailing, without any demonic cultivators hindering us. It's so quiet, it's a bit too quiet. Suddenly, a huge earthquake sent all the cultivators tumbling to the floor. A black aura enveloped the entire outside of the Ming Kang sect's flying palace. The uncles frowned, looking out the pitch-black doorway, unable to sense the location of the other 5 flying palaces at all. Trisk, we fell for their trap. The uncles tried to calm the cultivators, shouting loudly, "Calm down, fellow disciples, no need to worry. The demons are out of tricks. This is just a simple formation to trap us. With the spirit void flying palace here, even a nascent soul cultivator can't do anything to us." Outside the Ming Kang sect's flying palace, hundreds of demonic cultivators appeared, swords in hand, waiting. This mind-bending maze formation isn't some super powerful killing formation, it's just for trapping people who enter. But its specialty is transformation. Every hour it changes, reversing the flow of energy. After a few times, you won't even know where you are. Uncle G, serious as ever, continued to reassure everyone. Don't panic, it's just an illusion. But I'm betting there are some mixed-blood demons hiding in these illusions. As long as you don't leave the flying palace, you'll be safe. Outside, the demonic cultivators were hacking fiercely at the flying palace's protective barrier.
with axes and swords. Jin Tan Gong looked at the demonic cultivators hacking away and sighed. That Gi. She really wants to be a turtle hiding in his shell, and there's nothing I can do about it. Saying that, he gathered demonic energy around himself. Dan Niangzi over there seems to have made her move. Might as well go take a look.
Jin Tan Gong went over to where Dan Niangzi was directing the demonic cultivators to attack the cultivators.
She was using demonic energy to directly confront Fang Hong. Dan Niangzi seemed to be losing ground, so she shouted, "Jingage, come help me. Let's take this guy down together."
Jin Tan Gong immediately flew to Dan Niangzi's side, joining forces. Fang Hong, seeing another person arrive, thought to himself, "Perfect timing, I was just thinking of capturing you all in one go." Jin Tan Gong swung an axe, angrily shouting, "You dared to come out of the flying palace to fight us, so eliminating you first won't make this trip a waste." Fang Hong then used spirit energy. Tidal surge. A strong current of water flowed around Fang Hong. Jin Tan Gong's axe generated demonic energy, slashing into Fang Hong's stream of water. Fang Hong clenched his fist, a scheming look on his face. At this moment, behind him, the fat Zhao Zhang appeared in the black mist, directly swinging a round club, planning a sneak attack. Big talk. Fang Hong wasn't even prepared, and there was already a third person, Trisk, being surrounded by 3 core formation demonic cultivators. I can barely hold on. But if another one arrives, plus some magical treasures, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. Immediately after, Fang Hong used spirit energy to surround his body, preventing Dan Niangzi and Jin Tan Gong from touching him. The other cultivators looked in the direction Fang Hong was flying, and were surprised. "Uncle Fang, where are you going?" Dan Niangzi angrily pinched Zhao Xiang's ear. "You blockhead. Originally, Jin Gage and I working together could definitely take him down, but you ruined everything." Hearing the blame, Zhao Xiang became angry, immediately shouting, "Behind you!" Behind them, a giant pighead appeared. The pighead directly rammed the cultivators, sending them flying. The cultivators fled in fear, making Zhao Xiang even more excited. "Huh, you want to escape?" He used a large sack to directly suck all the cultivators inside. Not so easy. The last person who could escape was Fang Hong, who managed to jump into the flying palace. Jin Tan Gong on the outside watched as Fang Hong safely entered. "This Fang Hong is really a tough one. I've been lying in wait here for a while, but I just couldn't wait for a good opportunity. Who knew that he would just run away as soon as he saw the situation was not good? He really is difficult to kill." Jin Tan Gong saw that he had failed and roared in anger. He gnashed his teeth and thought for a while. Although this formation isn't very dangerous or deadly, one day the commotion inside will be noticed by the cultivators on Bamboo Parasol Island. If we use a flying sword to send a letter calling the powerful cultivators in the Kangming sect, wouldn't our actions this time be in vain? Dan Niangzi saw Jin Tan Gong's ugly expression and came closer. "Jin Gage, no need to be so troubled. Since Lord Luo Tan sent us to this formation, I'm guessing he must have already thought about this situation, so there must be backup plans. Why don't we go find Lord Luo Tan to ask for more guidance?" The 4 demonic cultivators, Jin Tan Gong, Dan Niangzi, Jin Tu, and Zhao Xiang, all thought about it. Although Dan Niangzi's words made sense, we can't rule out Luo Tanju folding his arms and standing by. If we're already afraid of the cultivators on Bamboo Parasol Island reporting the news, then we should just kill them all. Right now, Jishi's group is attacking us on Bamboo Parasol Island, so there shouldn't be anyone there. It's just that the defense formation is a bit troublesome. Lan Tu immediately turned to Zhao Xiang. "Zhao bro, could you hand over those Ming Tuzong sect cultivators you caught? I'll control their Yuan Ling and have them clear the formations ahead. We'll take the place in no time." Zhao Xiang chuckled evilly, raising the big sack. "Heard you, Lan bro. Once cultivated some major demonic arts. Been wanting to see your skills. I was gonna savor these guys slowly, but this is urgent, so here's the whole bunch. Take 'em." With that, he dumped the sack, and several cultivators tumbled out. Lan Tuo laughed gleefully, using his magic to tie all the cultivators together in a long line. It gradually disappeared into the black mist, dragging a string of cultivators behind it. A young Taoist suddenly appeared behind the remaining 3 demon cultivators. "Do you guys have any solutions for the Ling Shu Flying Palace's restrictions? I'm under orders from my master and Le Tanju to offer assistance." Jin Tan Gong, Dan Niangzi, and Zhao Xiang turned around at the same time. "This Taoist kid is weird. I can't even see his cultivation level." Dan Niangzi immediately put on a flirty act and asked, "How does little brother plan to help us?" The childlike Taoist smiled brightly. "I have a magic treasure called the Nikong Fan, personally crafted by La Tanju and my master. Its specialty is sucking everything in. With enough cultivation, it could hold islands and mountains, so 6 little flying palaces are nothing to it." Immediately afterward, the Taoist kid tossed the Nikong Fan high into the air, sucking up the queue in front of it. The 3 demon cultivators standing behind him could only gape in astonishment. They'd never even heard of such a treasure. Good thing it's being used to absorb the flying palaces. If it were used to catch us, where could we run?
Wouldn't it just suck one person up with each wave? The Taoist kid then waved the black banner with red writing in his hand high, and instantly, the blazing red wronged souls were sucked into the banner. It sucked up the souls super fast. The wronged souls were already gone.
The people of the Ming Thuong sect were shocked to see this. Watching the Taoist kid finish sucking up the wronged souls, the Taoist kid put away the banner. Many thanks to you fellow Taoists for your help. This time we got 6 Huadan cultivators and nearly 400 Xuanguang cultivators from the Ming Thuong sect. They'll be walking on eggshells. The Ming Thuong sect definitely won't dare to attack the Bing Shuitan head-on.
The blonde girl standing there looked at the Taoist kid. For the Ming Thuong sect, Huadan cultivators shouldn't be anything special. Can just a few people really force them not to attack?
The Taoist kid kept his smile, saying to them, "Fellow Taoists, please rest assured. Among those Xuanguang cultivators, quite a few are descended from the disciples of the Ming Thuong sect elders, so it'll definitely have an effect. Especially since among the Huadan cultivators, one is a disciple of Qin Jian Ren from Linlangdongtian."
The tiny Taoist kid standing in front of them continued. Qin Jian Ren has a special status in the Ming Tusong sect. Back then, the Ming Tusong sect leader won his position through unjust means, relying entirely on the strong support of Qin Jian Ren and selling off a lot of benefits to the aristocratic families. But after taking office, he wanted to suppress those families.
So he still needs the help of that real person. Leaving aside these disciples, Qin Jian Ren certainly can't say anything outwardly. But if she gets closer to the aristocratic families in the future, that's what the sect leader least wants to see. The brown-haired man laughed loudly, looking at the Taoist kid and asking, "Little Taoist, how do you know so much?"
The Taoist kid still smiled, looking at him and replying, "Although the Ming Tusong sect had a bloody battle that year, and many cultivators with high cultivation levels died, quite a few still escaped."
Speaking of which, he raised his hand to pat his forehead. "Oops, I've said too much. Master's gonna scold me again." Finishing speaking, he turned to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. "Farewell to the 3 of you. This matter is done, and now I must return to report to my master. Goodbye."
At the Zhuji Tao, Bamboo Knot Peach Island, protected by a barrier. Outside the barrier, the old ancestor stood before a group of tied-up people, harumphing loudly. Then he reached behind him, grabbing one of the young men from the group, and then he used the soul-searching technique to seize the young man's soul.
After seizing it, he grinned, holding the soul in his hand. Although I already guessed that these ordinary disciples probably wouldn't know the incantation to activate the restrictions on Zhuxia Tao, figuring out how to infiltrate wasn't that hard. It's just a bit of a hassle.
Then he opened his mouth wide, raising the still tied-up young man up. Better not to waste him. After eating the person, his eyes widened, and he grinned with delight. This old ancestor has eaten so many people, and the descendants of immortal families are still the tastiest. He then continued to use the mind-reading curse, and a series of blue sparks flew over his head. After finishing the incantation, all the bound young men had their souls sucked away simultaneously.
If they were disciples of a major sect like the Ming Kang sect, they'd be unbelievably delicious.
Nearby, outside the barrier, a young man, seeing 3 specks of light approaching the island's barrier from a distance, wondered curiously, He quickly flew towards them and, facing 3 other young men, asked, inquisitively, "Why have you seen your brothers come here?" A white-haired young man at the front looked at him urgently, touching his chest and saying, "Why doesn't senior brother recognize me? I'm Pan Hong, from under Master Fang, senior brother. Quickly activate the barrier so we can enter." The young man, called senior brother, frowned and looked at him. "Junior brother Pan, weren't you guys with Master Shuge and the other senior brothers conquering Qi Yinglu Jiao? Why are you here?"
Hearing this, the one claiming to be Pan Hong sighed and recounted. It's a long story. We junior brothers and the demon cultivators on Qi Yinglu Jiao had a bloody battle just when we were gaining the upper hand. A Kang Lang with profound cultivation came out of nowhere and started chasing us. In an instant, 6 of our nascent soul cultivators were defeated. We could barely hold him off with great effort, so we were ordered to retreat first to avoid being killed in mass.
Hearing the story, the senior brother widened his eyes in shock. What? At a time like this? A group of others quickly ran up, shouting, "Senior brother, quickly let us in to take refuge." The senior brother no longer doubted and took out a green stone tablet from his robe. "All right, IWI." But before he could do anything, another hand reached out to stop him. "Hold on." The senior brother looked at the man in surprise, puzzled. "This junior brother, who are you? Why are you stopping me?" Zhang Yan looked at him gently and introduced himself. "This one is Zhang Yan."
Hearing his name, the senior brother scoffed.
"I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just a direct disciple. You sure have a lot of authority. What's this? You weren't satisfied lecturing junior brother Mo. Now you want to interfere with my duties too."
Zhang Yan's hand remained on his arm, and he continued with a smile. Senior Brother Dungua, why the anger? There's a reason I'm stopping you. Master Shu has said that without the jade token the barrier can't be opened, so I ask you, where are their jade tokens?
Meanwhile, from another spot on the cliff, the old ancestor was still controlling the group.
He clicked his tongue, his eyes still closed. Where did this little thief come from? Daring to ruin my good deed. Mind control, curse of wrath.
Immediately, one of the young men there was controlled.
He pointed at Zhang Yan and yelled, "Patui, Zhang Yan, you're just an alchemist. How would you know how hard we senior brothers fought outside? Moreover, this is none of your business. What are you saying cold words for?"
Then, Pan Hong pointed at him as well, continuing, "I remember Zhang Yan should be in the alchemy chamber of the masters refining pills. Why is he here? This person is suspicious, probably a spy, right? Senior Brother Du, you need to be careful."
Hearing that, the senior brother withdrew his hand and said to Zhang Yan with a frown,
"Junior Brother Zhang, this is not your concern. If there's any blame, I, Dumo, will bear it alone. Please step aside."
Zhang Yan looked at him with some concern, saying, "Senior Brother Du, no rush. I have an idea that benefits everyone. If the senior masters have encountered a great demon and can hardly resist, we should ask the sect for reinforcements. If that's the case, why not let these senior brothers be messengers and directly return to the sect to report this to the sect leader and the true masters? What do you think?"
Dumo listened, then raised his hand and thought, that does make sense. On the other side, the old ancestor gnashed his teeth in anger. Who exactly is this little thief? Why is he so troublesome? Then, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he continued chanting. Luckily, this old ancestor still has a backup plan. Mind control, curse of injury.
One of the men standing there spat out a mouthful of blood. Pan Hong quickly noticed him, approached, and said with a look of panic,
"Junior Brother Chen, what's wrong? Just now I was injured by a demon cultivator's strange technique and have been resisting with pills. Now my pills are exhausted, and I can no longer hold on."
Pan Hong immediately looked at Dumo with a distressed expression. "Senior Brother Dumel, we can all not go to the island, but Junior Brother Chen is so severely injured, you should at least let him in."
Dumo felt that this was reasonable upon seeing this scene. That's true.
He turned to look at Zhang Yan and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Zhang Yan said, "Senior Brother Du, if that's the case, then you should just let them all in. After all, opening the barrier is already breaking the rules. Letting one person in is the same as letting two in." Hearing him say that, the old ancestor pondered unconsciously. What is this little brat scheming? Forget it. I originally wanted to continue making a few more disciples pretend to be injured to enter, but now it saves me some trouble.
Thinking this, a wide smile appeared on his face.
Although these dozen or so puppet disciples are not as good as this old ancestor, their original strength has not been lost at all. This little thief is only at the Xuanguang first level. No matter how cunning he is, once the curse is opened, they will all kill him and all the disciples of the Mingkang sect on the island at once.
On the other side, Dumo was using his card to open the barrier, not forgetting to tell Zhang Yan, "Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. You don't need to be afraid of being implicated."
After hearing him say that, Zhang Yan frowned, glancing at Dumo.
Something must have happened at the front line. Just looking at the way these people speak and act, there are many suspicious points already. Originally, it would be best if I could stop it. But this person is too helpful and overly sentimental towards his fellow disciples. I'm afraid he'll open the barrier no matter what. He also stepped onto the grass. If that's the case, might as well just let this bunch in. Watching the group enter, he couldn't help but think, if there's really something fishy going on, at worst I'll just kill them all.
That Pan Hong guy suddenly got angry. "Look at those two, we're risking our lives out here, and these two are chilling without a scratch."
Whatever. Me and my fellow disciples ran all the way back here, hoping for some comfort and help from our sect, but instead, we're getting hassled and suspected.
It wasn't just him. The whole group was thinking the same thing.
These two are seriously hateful. They gotta die. Dumo felt something was off, and turned around, only managing to say, "Huh." The controlled group shot their powers towards them. Instantly, the light pierced through the bodies, slicing them into 100 pieces.
From the sky, two young men were flying towards them. The old ancestor was still sitting there, looking at the book and saying, "I thought this guy would be a tough one. Why was he killed so easily?" Suddenly, as if he'd just realized something, he gritted his teeth. "Not good. I fell for that little thief's trap. That little punk. He actually pulled one over on this old ancestor."
He angrily ordered his subordinates, "Go! Kill everyone on Zhuji Island for me." Elsewhere, Zhang Yan was holding a card. Looking at the scene from before, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I grasped the situation quickly. What a pity for that fake body that had just been refined. Looking at the lights flying quickly towards the city, he thought, this Nuo body technique is really useful. His eyes narrowed, extremely cautious. These guys are all at the Huiguang first or second level. Even if they join forces to chase me down here, I'm not afraid.
He glanced at them, thinking, just now it seemed like a dozen of these people lost their minds for a moment. Like some kind of demonic transformation. The demonic sect's methods are endlessly bizarre. Who knows what unpredictable tricks are hidden inside? I should still see through the strange parts of these guys before acting. Inside another city, a voice filled with hatred came from within. That bastard Zhang Yan. A green-haired young man was practicing, his eyes narrowed, lamenting. He actually looks down on me like I'm trash. I'll definitely find a way to get revenge. Suddenly, from outside, 3 strangers broke down the door and entered. He looked at them in a panic. 3 senior brothers, what do you want to do? Under the bright moonlight, the scenery of the mountains and rivers was extremely tranquil. Someone gritted their teeth, their face bruised and battered. That person was using all their strength to perform a hand seal and chant an incantation, creating a barrier to avoid the attacks they were launching. Zhang Yan stood behind a tree watching them. He opened his notebook and took out a pen, thinking. Using the same few moves over and over again, plus they're not mentally clear, they don't know how to conserve their energy at all, they're using as much strength as they have. He leaned against the tree, raised 2 fingers, and created an orb. That's all there is to it. Thinking this, the orb shot quickly towards them. They immediately looked confusedly at the fast orb. Zhang Yan's orb pierced through the hearts of all of them. After finishing, Zhang Yan came out, stood in front of the group, and said calmly, "These people have already entered the demonic path, wreaking havoc on the island. I still have to go rescue the other disciples. I don't have time to pay attention to you guys. Find a place to hide yourselves." Saying this, he left. That person quickly clasped their hands together and said loudly, "Thank you for your help, senior uncle." On the old ancestor's side, he had detected something and frowned. He clearly entered Wuxia Island, but he's being disturbed by a junior at the Xuanguang first level. If Jin Tan Gong and them find out, what face will this old ancestor have left? He didn't think much more, and immediately raised his hand to chant an incantation, instantly killing 3 Xuanguang cultivators. This kid can definitely control the Huang swords. That's not all. He can clearly hide his figure, not letting others see him, but he's not hiding it well enough. He was extremely focused, clasping his hands together, and instead charged forward to slash and kill those puppets. From this point, it can be seen that he is extremely fierce. On the paper appeared a 6-pointed star. Inside was a quadrilateral with a red dot. Moreover, he understands how to improvise. This kind of person is the most difficult to deal with. The old geezer flicked his fingers, sending a green light soaring. Brat! This old ancestor is going to drop the arrogance and personally use the Hellfire Mystic Light to fight you. On the other side, the green-haired dude was struggling against 3 strangers. He kept begging, Bro, no, please, stop hitting me. But those 3 were being controlled, not giving a damn about his pleas, and kept on beating him. Admit defeat. Surrender. Spare me. Suddenly, from one side, someone clapped loudly, then pointed 2 fingers to the sky, then pulled those fingers down to chest level, and he was suddenly free, face bruised, staring up in shock. The 3 dudes were quickly sent flying. Oh snap! On the other side, Zhang Yan was secretly lurking behind a tree, keeping an eye on the 2 guys, and then suddenly those 2 zoomed off. Zhang Yan watched them go, and scoffed. Up in the sky, a bunch of people flew up, creating a turquoise light. Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow, sneering, and thought to himself, maybe the mastermind in the shadows realized I was planning to take them out one by one, so they immediately gathered these guys together. Gotta report this back to the sect. ASAP, let's see what other tricks they got up their sleeve. Thinking this, he threw out his token, and said to it, Go! On the old man's side, those people he was controlling were standing in a circle, surrounding some dude in bright red clothes. He put 2 fingers together, chanting, Mind control curse, seize. Then he grinned. He. Then he unleashed his power, laughing loudly. Ha ha. He felt the power inside him, and couldn't help but feel joyous. He reached out one arm. Ha. Instantly, a person standing there had their soul ripped away in extreme pain, and very quickly, everyone standing there had their souls ripped away. Receiving their souls, he gave a refreshing grunt. He flashed a dangerous smile, thinking, Little thief, this old ancestor is waiting for you to come here. A black and red beam of light appeared against the blue sky, extremely prominent. He used his power to create a hand reaching straight into the sky. He howled. Zhang Yan, who was flying over, suddenly frowned. Stopping, he almost got touched by that fiery red hand, but in a split second, he quickly dodged it. Zhang Yan jumped up, unleashing countless moves aimed straight at that dude. He grinned, looking dark. He. 2 bullets pierced through his body, but he was still laughing. Those wounds quickly healing, he looked at him. Right now, this body is only controlled by spirit, no matter how badly it's injured. He looked straight at him, very smug. Even if the head is chopped off, as long as the vitality in this body isn't exhausted, it can grow back again. Even if you kill me 10 more times, you might not be able to use up all this vitality. Zhang Yan looked at him, frowning and saying nothing. He quickly retracted the 2 magic charms he had just thrown out. He looked at the gemstone, astonished. Trisk. Look at the gemstone in my hand, it's getting covered in black gunk. The sphere's turning yellow too. Zhang Yan couldn't help but think, the shining shuttle's corrupted.
but the stellar sword ring's untouched. Maybe it's because the stellar sword ring is naturally shielded by golden fire mystic light. He frowned, looking at him, thinking, seems like I can only deal with this demon using my own mystic light. The old geezer grinned, looking at him. No matter how many magical treasures you use, they're useless against me, he said, then charged fiercely towards Zhang Yan. Brat, prepare to die. On a distant island, there was a massive city. Inside that city, Ning Chongshuan was silently chanting when suddenly his eyes snapped open. He frowned, enraged. How dare they? Who dares to harm my shining shuttle? Thinking this, Ning Chongshuan unleashed his power. Specks of light in the sky collided continuously, creating resounding explosions. 2 large specks of light collided simultaneously, making the entire night sky glow gold. The old geezer and Zhang Yan stood facing each other. Both of them were still relentlessly launching attacks. The old geezer looked at him, and he looked back, cautious. Zhang Yan raised 2 fingers and chanted, thinking, the reason the wishful shining shuttle and the stellar sword ring hit him just now was because he did it on purpose, to conveniently destroy these treasures, and not because he actually found an opening. He stared intently at him, not looking away. This guy isn't a normal mystic light cultivator. Unless I aim precisely for an opportunity, it'll be hard to hurt him. A mere mystic light first layer cultivator, yet he possesses such overbearing mystic light. The old geezer raised his hands to chant, frowning as he looked at him, thinking, if my purgatory radiance couldn't freely gather and disperse, and didn't have vital essence to flexibly change, this old man might have already suffered a loss. If this avatar is destroyed, my true magical power will be reduced by 2 or 3/10. He clenched his hand into a fist. Such a risk isn't worth taking. Thinking this, he shrugged, looking at Zhang Yan and continuing. Little friend, I won't hide it from you. Your 6 core formation cultivators and hundreds of mystic light cultivators have already been trapped in a formation by our azure blood pool cultivators. Failure and destruction are only a matter of time. I'm only here to take back Bamboo Isle, nothing else. Then he looked at him, his eyebrows furrowed, and smiled mockingly. My fellow cultivators will be arriving soon, and I don't want them to steal my credit, so I don't need your jade token of restriction either. Then he stood up straight, face to face with him. I will take the lead and let the people go. What do you think? On the other hand, he thought, if you agree, once I leave the restriction, I'll immediately abandon this avatar and use my true body to chase after and kill you. He stood there, calmly and loftily replying to his words. Even if what this fellow Taoist said is true, if I want to leave, how could you stop me? I'm staying here only to kill you. Hearing him say that, his face twisted and he thought, this little brat is only at the mystic light first layer and is already this powerful. In another 10 years he'll definitely be another Ning Chongshuan. How will we have any room to stand then? Then he looked at him standing high above. Zhang Yan thought, I have quite a few magical treasures, but not many that I can use effectively right now. Zhang Yan stood there thinking about the magical treasures he had, continuing to calculate. As for the soul-shaking flute, I'm afraid that before I can even start playing it, he'll escape, or it might get corrupted by his mystic light like the wishful shining shuttle, so it's not worth using right now. Perhaps the proclamation brush could be useful, but even if this demon gets injured, he can recover in the blink of an eye. Killing him would be next to impossible, and a futile effort. The gut-wrenching all would probably have the same result. Thinking this, he frowned slightly. The load fire chi pure tide is more than enough for self-defense, but it can't even make the enemy lose a single hair. Then he could only take out the sword ring, looking at it. Looks like I can only use this sword ring to deal with the enemy. Thinking this, he held the magical treasure tightly in his hand. Zhang Yan brought the magical treasure closer to himself and closed his eyes. As Zhang Yan thought this, suddenly his stream of thoughts were all emptied, his entire mind was shaken, and a feeling of heart-blood connection, intimate and unparalleled, was transmitted from the palm of his hand. Then a brilliant blue flame burst forth in front of him, as if he had touched something extremely intimate and close. In that moment it was like a spark lighting up the whole warehouse, and it was burning furiously. His eyes remained tightly shut. Ever since Zhang Yan obtained this sword ring, he had always wanted to refine it, to become one with it in mind and spirit, nourishing it with true Q and soaking it with Xuan light in normal times. But he had never succeeded from beginning to end, simply because he had too many magical treasures, like the wishful divine shuttle before, and he had never really regarded the sword ring as an extremely important and unique weapon. Then, he still clenched the magic weapon in his hand, slowly opened his eyes, and looked directly at the old ancestor. At a time when any other magic weapon was almost ineffective, when he focused all his attention on this sword ring, a trace of perception finally emerged from it, truly merging with him. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, and the magic weapon in his hand shone brightly. From this moment on, this Yungan sword ring truly belonged to him, and no one could take it away. He opened his hand and released the magic weapon, which was illuminated by a blue flame and gradually merged together. They quickly formed into swords. The old ancestor stood there, unable to help but be stunned, Sword blades transform into phantoms, diffraction, and separation. Then, in just that one moment, many swords appeared, surrounding Zhang Yan. He opened his eyes and looked directly at him, saying, "Let people change as they will." Having said that, he waved his arm, and all the swords flew towards the old ancestor at the same time.
"This one sword of mine will cut down everything."
He looked at this and panicked a little, exclaiming, "Arg!" He quickly chanted a spell, creating a shield to protect himself inside. But before the array of swords, his shield was still pierced by the swords. The swords were as fast as lightning, piercing through the shield, grazing his face. And then all the swords touched at the same time,
stabbing straight into the old ancestor's clone. He was in extreme pain.
Then, a brilliant blue light burst out, and those swords had all pierced through him. At this moment, Zhang Yan lightly raised 2 fingers, and immediately his side exploded.
The swords also gradually returned to his side. They transformed into mist and returned to Zhang Yan's forehead, forming the shape of a flame on his forehead.
At the same time, the old ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood.
He struggled to raise his hand to wipe away the blood, looked at the paper in his hand, and muttered, "Junior." Then, at this moment, he exploded with power, shouting,
"I will definitely chop you into 1,000 pieces." Then suddenly he fell silent, looking up at the sky in horror. Zhang Yan on this side also seemed to sense something from behind, and immediately turned his head. At the same time, a ray of light flashed across his face, accompanied by Ning Chongshuan's voice, "Junior brother Zhang." Using this spell for the first time, and already differentiating 16 swords in one go, heaven blesses my Ming Kang sect to have another sword immortal. At the same time, on the old ancestor's side, he still looked up at the sky with a horrified expression. A giant sword with a sharp point was heading straight towards him. That giant sword rushed straight down towards him, at the fastest speed. Very quickly it touched down, then a loud bang echoed, shaking the ground. Then the sword disappeared, and immediately a fireball appeared, dragging along earth and sand. A loud explosion rang out. A crack of the sword appeared on the ground, accompanied by a deep dent from the explosion. That old ancestor had completely disappeared.
Ning Chongshuan raised his hand and drew a forbidden charm. After drawing it, he flew closer to Zhang Yan's side.
He saw him and clasped his hands together, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, senior brother Ning."
Ning Chongshuan looked at him and frowned slightly, then said, "Junior brother, tell me everything you know, don't leave anything out." After a while, when Zhang Yan had finished telling Ning Chongshuan everything that had happened, the two of them continued talking face to face. "I've already used the Xiaozhang golden sword to send a letter back to the sect about this matter." After hearing the whole story, Ning Chongshuan stroked his chin and pondered deeply. "Just now, after I slashed that transforming Jiadan stage demon cultivator to death, I circled around Lu Zhao's back. Sure enough, there was a formation in the depths there, but I didn't see any trace of the demon prisoners that had turned into a defensive array. Although I can't completely trust the demon's words, it's probably true that the other disciples are imprisoned. I have to go back and report this to the sect leader." With that, Ning Chongshuan looked at him again, raised a finger, and instructed, "You defend this place first. With the Jingluo Grand Array here, you'll be fine. If any other disciples come knocking, don't pay them any mind, even if they're transforming Adan stage cultivators. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens."
Hearing him say that, Zhang Yan felt relieved and bowed his head.
"This junior apprentice understands."
Then he looked at him, took out the shuttle, and said to him, "Senior brother Ning, I don't need this shuttle anymore. It's just that it was a bit damaged in the battle. I'm really sorry."
Ning Chongshuan reached out and took the shuttle, continuing,
"I'm cultivating the Yunxiao Heaven Plundering Sword scripture right now, so I don't use this shuttle either. But this is something my benefactor refined, so I can't just throw it away." He held the shuttle firmly in his hand and said to Zhang Yan, "Originally, I wanted to wait until your cultivation was a bit higher before passing on the entire shuttle to you. Who knew, junior brother, you'd have such great fortune and differentiate 16 swords in one go. It's really much more amazing than using the shuttle." Then he turned slightly, preparing to leave, and didn't forget to remind Zhang Yan, "Just be careful, don't talk about this, lest someone find out and come looking for trouble out of jealousy."
After saying these words, Ning Chongshuan quickly flew away in front of Zhang Yan.
He looked at his departing figure and couldn't help but frown. "I knew before that although Xuanguang cultivators and transforming Dan stage cultivators are only one realm apart, the two sides are completely different. But I didn't expect them to be so powerful. One sword to kill a transforming Tendadan stage cultivator of the same realm."
Judging from senior brother Ning's appearance, he probably hasn't used his full strength yet.
I wonder if senior brother Ning has cultivated some divine power in the sect.
Zhang Yan gave a warm smile as he looked in the direction Ning Chongshuan had left. Divine powers are not like ordinary Dao skills. When cultivated to the highest level, their power will be undeniably strong. Now I'm still at the first level of Xuanguang. I wonder when I'll be able to cultivate to that level.
The scenery of Kangwu Shan and the magic items appeared. Zhang Yan had heard that when Ning Chongshuan was not yet 25 years old, He was already a third-level Xuanguang cultivator, but he also stopped at the Xuanguang realm for 20 years. Not long ago, he broke through that realm, because he wanted to find the things needed to forge a third-grade or higher golden core before delaying until now.
Originally, although the master and apprentice faction did not have the profound accumulation like the disciples of the world-class mysterious school, it was not worth mentioning to take out those things for several direct disciples.
An image of Ning Chongshuan riding on a sword appeared, but Ning Chongshuan has always been arrogant and did not need the sect to bestow it. He traveled alone in the sword for nearly 20 years and almost traveled throughout Donghua continent. It was not until 2 years ago that he returned to Shanmen, and no one knew the inside story. When Zhang Yan saw the immeasurable power of the sword light that Ning Chongshuan had just used, the sword intent covered the sky and the earth, and the scene of the huge sword pointing directly at the old ancestor appeared again. On the one hand, it was naturally because he was practicing one of the 5 skills and 3 classics secretly passed down from the Ming Kang school, Yunxiao heaven-plundering sword scripture, the reason why the direct lineage method of Xuanhemen has great power. But on the other hand, one can also vaguely feel that there is more hard work accumulated over the past 20 years. Although hard training in the sect can also increase cultivation, it lacks a bit of grinding through hard work. It's like a treasured sword. The more you grind it, the sharper it becomes. If you hide it in a box and don't move it, it will only rust. Zhang Yan had also ridden the wind away. Not staying there any longer, he continued to think, now that I am a true disciple of the Ming Kang school, and there are people in the sect who take care of me, even if the Zhu family has greater power, they would not dare to do anything to me. His face was very calm as he flew away. This time, after conquering Sanbo, I will go out to travel, and increase my knowledge, and also collect the essence of the 5 directions, and things suitable for refining elixirs. It's just that when I cultivate my Grand One Golden Fire profound skill, I need to use murderous aura. After leaving the sect, if I can think of a way to carry it with me, that would be great. Suddenly, he saw something flashing on the water, and he grunted. Then he quickly flew down towards it, standing some distance from the water's surface. He seemed to pick something up and examine it carefully. Looking at the jade ruler in his hand, he was a little surprised. You think you can teach me a lesson? Holding the charred jade ruler in his hand, Zhang Yan frowned. The transforming Dan stage cultivator who was just killed by senior brother Ning must have been the one secretly manipulating the minds of the disciples of this sect. This jade ruler must be the remnant of this person. That sword of senior brother Ning was so domineering that it revealed talent and left no trace of even a transforming Karadan stage cultivator. He put the jade ruler into his clothes and closed his eyes, unable to help but think. But this thing is unscathed, which shows that it is extraordinary. Judging from the aura transmitted from the top of this object, it is definitely related to the Devil's sect. Thinking this, Zhang Yan flew into the sky and left. There may be some secrets hidden in this thing, so I'll collect it first and slowly find out later. Half a month later, on Bamboo Shoal Island, rows of people lined up one after another to go somewhere. Zhang Yan walked up to the fat old man, who frowned and waved his hand at him. Junior brother Zhang, wait, the real person has ordered that you still need to stay here. That's right. Please also hand over that forbidden token. Hearing these words, Zhang Yan's face flashed with extreme surprise, but in the next moment, he handed the jade pendant to the old man. All right? He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the floating city. Asking me to hand over the forbidden token is no different from imprisoning me in disguise. Fortunately, senior brother Ning has already taught me the mantra to freely enter and exit the forbidden area. Whether or not I have this token makes no difference to me. Zhang Yan frowned with dissatisfaction as he looked in that direction. It's just that people can't be let in. There's chaos in the Ming Kang school right now, so I don't need to show my face and cause trouble. Then he said nothing more, turned around, and quickly left using his footwork. The next day, a voice was heard from inside a house on Tinzhu Island. The last time I met junior brother, because I had an important mission on my body, therefore, Mai will be informed later. That Fatso, standing with Shengguan, said to him, This humble one is Huo Chiki, and this is my junior brother, Hu Zihili. Zhang Yan, standing before the two, respectfully clasped his hands and said, So you are the 2 perfected beings from the Ming Kang sect. All initiated disciples have generational names. The 3 senior masters of the lower house all use Shu Wei, but only the disciples of the same generation as the Dongqishan perfected beings use Qi. The Fatso happily sat down to drink tea with Shangguan. Although these 2 didn't come from the same master as the 4 Dongjiaishan perfected beings, nor were they head disciple material, their statuses were worlds apart. But age and seniority were what they were, so Zhang Yan didn't want to be impolite. Shangguan looked at him with a kind smile and said, Junior brother Zhang, no need to be so formal. You are a disciple of Chief Zhu, so we can interact as equals. The Fatso also looked at him and smiled. We know the whole story of what happened on the Qi Green continent, but there are a few points that are unclear. After the Geta people were occupied, junior brother Zhang was one of the most powerful cultivators on the island, and a true disciple. Seeing Zhang Yan's calm demeanor, old Zhu continued, "We are here today on orders to find someone to verify these doubts. We hope you will honestly tell us what you know." Zhang Yan sat down in a chair and replied, "Of course." Old Zhu stroked his beard, closed his eyes, and continued.
According to disciples returning from Taozu Isle, our sect's difficulties were caused by Ge Tao Tao, leading his troops recklessly, allowing the fiends to lure them step by step into a trap. Is that how it happened? Zhang Yan frowned upon hearing this, instantly understanding that these words seemed to imply that the senior brothers should take responsibility. He continued to sit still, pondering. But what they said was true, and couldn't be denied. Seeing him like this, old Zhu and Shengguan exchanged glances. Shengguan stroked his beard and spoke first. "I heard that when Geta deliberately advanced to attack Qi Green continent, his assistant, Fang Hong, advised against it, but Geta stubbornly insisted, ultimately leading to this miserable situation. Junior brother Zhang, is that the case?" Hearing this, he frowned in confusion and glanced at him. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? He looked at him, thinking, it seems someone is determined to tarnish the senior brothers' reputations. As for mentioning Fang Hong's advice, it's obviously to pull Fang Hong out of this. I can't just say what you old geezers want me to say. On the other side, Shangguan also frowned, his eyes full of scheming as he looked at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan continued to think. Although senior brother Jeta locked me in the alchemy chamber, he didn't actually suppress me, credit where credit's due. If this guy is arrested, who can guarantee that his merits will be remembered? Zhang Yan sat there, looking at the two elders above, dissatisfied with his current status. Even if I'm powerless in this matter, I wouldn't take the opportunity to frame them. I wonder what senior brother Ji Yuntian is planning. How can they just spout nonsense? The situation is too complicated for me to fully understand. Sticking to the facts is the safest bet. Zhang Yan frowned at the two old guys and said, "Why do you say that? As far as I know, senior brother Fang Hong never advised against it." Hearing him say this, both old Zhu and Shangguan looked at him in surprise. Old Zhu frowned and said to him, "Junior brother Zhang, please speak frankly with us senior brothers. We came here not only on orders from Zheng Qingyuan and Shangming Dian, but also met with several Dongjian perfected beings. Don't misunderstand." Hearing this, Zhang Yan stood up straight and replied to them, "Everything I've said is the truth. I dare to swear an oath to prove it." Shangguan also jumped up angrily and shouted, "You!" Then he backed down first, speaking softly to him. "Junior brother Zhang Yan, don't think you are squeaky clean. Do you want me to point out what crimes you've committed?" "Oh, I didn't know I'd committed any crimes. I'd like to ask for your guidance, senior brother." Shangguan angrily pointed at him and asked, "Jitai made you refine pills in the Flying Palace every day, so why were you not in the Flying Palace when the incident happened, but instead on Zhuzhu Island? How do you explain that?" Zhang Yan stood there with a mocking smile, then sat back down. "You two senior brothers are mistaken. Zhang Yan comes from the Dan Ding Institute. Seeing that the fellow disciples were short on elixirs, I volunteered to refine pills in the alchemy chamber." "How can you say I was imprisoned by senior brother Gita?" "I'm free to enter and exit Zhuzhu Island. I felt that my cultivation was about to improve, so I stayed there." Old Zhu knew he couldn't shake him, so he just frowned and sat there. "Alright, we'll put that aside for now, Zhang Yan. You also know that there are disciples in the sect accusing you of colluding with the Sanbo Lake demons." Zhang Yan frowned upon hearing this, immediately understanding the meaning behind his words. He threw back his head and laughed loudly in response. "How ridiculous! I am a true disciple of this sect. Why would I need to collude with demons when I have the great Davyu of heaven to pursue? You two senior brothers actually believe such words. Could it be that you have too much lust during cultivation and your brains are muddled?" Shan Yuanguan gripped the feather staff in his hand tightly. "Zhang Yan, the day your flying sword delivered the message on Yan Island, more than a dozen enchanted disciples rushed in, slaughtering the disciples stationed on the island at will. But the disciple who accused you said something completely different from what you said." Then he pointed it directly at him, angrily. He said that as soon as those enchanted disciples arrived, Tuksong stubbornly refused to open the restriction. But you stepped forward, killed Tuksong, and seized the token, allowing those enchanted disciples to enter. Zhang Yan simply shrugged and smiled faintly in response. "You two senior brothers are twisting the truth. If that were the case, the island would have fallen into the hands of the fiends long ago. Why would I need to send a message by flying sword?" Old Zhu, standing behind Shangguan, spoke up. "The disciple who accused you said that luckily, junior brother Ning arrived in time. You saw that things were not going well, knew that you couldn't succeed, so you hurriedly killed all the enchanted disciples who had rushed onto the island, and then used the flying sword to report this, conveniently covering your tracks." Shan Yuanguan turned slightly to the back and continued for old Zhu. "We have investigated, And on the day of the attack on Zhuzhou Island, a total of 10 Xuanguang stage disciples were bewitched. According to your letter in the Flying Sword, you advised Tu Song, but he didn't listen. After the restriction was opened, he died suddenly. And then all the enchanted disciples died. The old man closed his eyes and stroked his beard with a contemplative look. Why was Tu Song killed? But you were not harmed at all. You are only at the first level of the Xuanguang realm. If there wasn't something fishy going on, how could you have defeated more than 10 people alone?
Hearing this, Zhang Yan frowned and glanced at them, actually admiring these two old geezers. You two can twist this around with each of your statements, and even make it sound plausible.
Zhang Yan stood up to face them. Old Zhu stood there thinking. This time, the Mingkang sect has suffered a great loss. Qiata is definitely not going to be spared. But Feng Hong is Chief Zhu's favorite disciple. Chief Zhu doesn't want him to suffer along with him, but unfortunately no one is willing to speak up for him and testify.
Old Zhu was silently looking at him and continued thinking. The disciples who were rescued from Zhuzhou Island are not important enough. Their words are not convincing. Zhang Yan is a true disciple with a different status. As long as he can testify that Feng Hong advised Qiata, the superiors will naturally exert their influence to release him.
He chuckled to himself, glancing towards Tiangshuan Temple. Xu Feng is just a newbie disciple of less than a year, barely 20 years old. What could he possibly know? A little intimidation, and he'll be so scared he'll cooperate honestly.
With that thought, he flashed Xu Feng a fake smile. Haha, junior brother Xu. No need to rush. There are many suspicious points in this matter, and it hasn't been investigated thoroughly yet. This isn't without room for reconciliation.
Shangguan stroked his beard, putting on a friendly face, and said to him, as long as you're willing to testify for senior brother Feng Hong, and tell us the specifics of what happened over the past 10 days, we'll naturally clear your name and won't let you be wrongly accused.
Not letting him finish, Xu Feng directly interrupted, making them both stare at him in surprise. You two senior brothers were just wondering how I could possibly beat over a dozen people all by myself, right?
Xu Feng sat there, focusing his energy as much as possible. Blue light swirled around him.
Then, at the same time, bright fireballs shot out.
They flew rapidly towards Shangguan and old Zhu. They quickly arrived at the two of them, leaving them gaping in shock. But they didn't hurt them. Instead, they surrounded them, as if showing off their power so they could feel it. Xu Feng stood there, and then forcefully waved his hand horizontally.
The power surrounding the two of them was dispelled. They both collapsed to their knees, panting heavily.
Xu Feng frowned, looking down at old Zhu and Shangguan meaningfully, saying, have you two senior brothers seen enough, a cultivator of your level? Forget a few people. Even if 10 more came, I could kill them all with one sword. Old Zhu immediately rushed to support Shangguan, who could only point at Xu Feng, stuttering, You, junior brother, let's go. No need to waste words with this brat. They helped each other leave. And, as they got to the door, they didn't forget to glare back at him and shout, he'll learn how tough things can be. After they left, Xu Feng smirked, looking towards the outside of the door. At the Mingkang sect, Danding Institute, it wasn't until the end of the month that the people in the sect seemed to remember this. Xu Sui Feng. A golden sword sent a letter telling him to return to the sect. Xu Feng was on a boat with an older man, and they were chatting. These days, there are a lot of ridiculous rumors in the sect, saying that you colluded with the demoness Sanbo to harm disciples of our sect.
He fed the fish with one hand while talking to Xu Feng. This matter, under normal circumstances, wouldn't harm you at all. You could just treat it as a joke.
He looked towards him and continued. But now, it's actually a bit troublesome. Speaking of which, I may have implicated you, junior brother.
He said up to this point, and he had no choice but to close his eyes, sigh, and continue.
The Feng family has a daughter named Feng Yao, and rumor has it that she has feelings for you. But this person is the disciple whom Qin Yu loves most. After this matter spread to her ears, and hearing that you were my disciple, she became very angry.
His eyes were full of depth, thinking about the girl named Feng Yao. He continued, I know her temperament very well. She never allows others to go against her wishes. A few days ago, when she heard that Tuni was in the hands of the demoness Sanbo, she opened her mouth and said that Gishuo deserved to die. Gishuo's master, Elder Mu, is also considered to have some power, but he didn't dare to speak up to defend him. Now because of this matter, Qin Yu even said she wants to strip you of your status as a true disciple in front of the sect leader. Then, he turned to face Xu Feng and continued. Yan Zhenren also came to support her. Even if you didn't do those things, the rumors have spread everywhere in the sect, causing endless chaos. To appease the crowd, we can only temporarily take away your status as a true disciple, and wait until everything is clear. If you are truly innocent, I will inform the Mountain Gate, and restoring your position as a true disciple wouldn't be too late.
Hearing this, Xu Feng could only laugh bitterly, and said to him, if I lose my position as a true disciple, I'll lose a protective talisman. And the embarrassing thing is that the Mingkang sect had a disciple captured by the demoness Sanbo. How can I overturn this matter in the future?
so returning as a true disciple is impossible. Hearing him say that, he became a little angry, frowning and looking at him. Meng Zhenren and Sun Zhenren have tried their best to clear your name, but unfortunately, this time, the Zhenren and the families seem to be unhappy about you. With Zhu Yan, the two Zhenren are standing together, and they can hardly hold them back.
Xu Feng could only sigh, responding to his words, the only true disciple in 100 years. Of course, the families can't stand on my side. It's only natural that someone would take the opportunity to frame me. He frowned, looking at the fish under the water's surface, saying to him, the matter has become so noisy. It seems there's a familiar hand behind this that has gotten involved. After a period of inactivity, this time it's because Xin Zhenren is leading in the front, and the others are just adding fuel to the fire from behind. He remembered the scene of being pointed at by Xin Zhenren, and couldn't help but sadly continue. I, your senior brother, won't hide any embarrassing things from you. That brat, Qin Yu, has a competitive nature. After we became Dao partners, she always wanted to find ways to suppress me. Everything had to be arranged according to her, and after my Dao foundation was damaged, she became even more bossy with me. How could I endure it? Then he remembered the scene of turning away. Therefore, in a fit of rage, I left her. Thinking of that, he couldn't help but close his eyes sadly. I originally thought that after more than 100 years, her temperament would have changed somewhat. Who knew that in recent years, she has still been angry with me, wanting me to bow my head and admit defeat. But I never expected that this time it would involve you. Xu Feng sat there thinking secretly. No wonder the disciples of the Tianlinlang cave have never come to the Danding Institute to get pills. This matter now seems full of crises. But if you don't think deeply, as long as Zhu Chongzhu bows his head before Qin Zhenren, it seems it can be resolved. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. But looking at senior brother Zhu's eyes, it seems things aren't that simple. There must be other reasons, he sighed, and continued to say to him, in recent years, although my cultivation isn't as good as the Zhenren in the Mingkang sect, I'm still considered to have some face. If I bow my head and admit defeat, it doesn't matter if I lose face, there are still many other paths to take. But once I reunite with Qin Yin, the sect leader definitely won't spare me, and you will be in even more danger. Hearing him say this, Xu Feng became very cautious and thought carefully. Senior brother's holding of the Danding Institute isn't just because of his high pill skills, but also because his status is high, and he doesn't lean to either side, only wanting to get closer to the sect leader. But once he reconciles with Qin Zhenren, that Qin Zhenren has elders supporting her above, fellow Taoists supporting her below, and inside, she has senior brother Zhu holding 7 parts of the pills, then who exactly is the sect leader? Having thought it through, he continued to speak to him, senior brother. In Qin Zhenren's actions this time, do you think there are any other reasons besides thinking about her disciple? Hearing him say that, the old man's eyes widened in astonishment. Then he immediately stood up straight, one hand behind his back, and said to him, Shidi, you're right. It's very likely. I heard that she really likes this disciple. From what I know about her, she probably has this in mind. But she would never bow her head to me. So she deliberately aimed the spearhead at you. After forcing me to admit defeat, the matter between you and her disciple will naturally be smooth sailing. Then he sat down again, lightly patted his face, and sighed. Why didn't I think of that? If I had thought of it earlier, I wouldn't be in such a passive position. As if realizing something, he became stunned. Immediately he burst into a big smile and said to Zhang Yan, Shikibidi, do you have an idea? No? Actually, there's a way to not only eliminate suspicion on me but also silence the world. Moreover, if it succeeds, it might bring a lot of benefits. They happily sat down and chatted again. Oh, tell me about it, Xianxia. Don't hesitate to inform me about the situation of Sanbo and the Mingkang sect these past few days. The old man recalled the image of the demonic Bishu, then said to him in a grave voice, Although Bishu Tan has imprisoned 400 disciples of our sect, Luo Mengze also knows that he can't push things too far, so he wrote a letter to the headmaster, wanting to fight a battle with the Mingkang sect to decide the ownership of Sanbo. He will set up a formation at the Nandang River, called the Four Symbols God Slaughtering Formation. If our sect can break this formation, he will not only release those disciples, but also hand over the land of Sanbo. Zhang Yan quickly understood the situation and continued. Did Luo Mengze also say that if the Mingkang sect loses, he can also release those disciples and hand over the land of Sanbo? But he needs 2 years. Luo Mengze is cunning and treacherous. 2 years later, I'm afraid the chaos won't know what to do with them. Suddenly, as if understanding his meaning, the old man's eyes widened. Shitty. Where did you get that news? I only learned it from the headmaster not long ago. Perhaps even the real people don't know. The headmaster definitely couldn't have told you. Hearing this question, Zhang Yan closed his eyes, lightly touched the surface of the water with his hand, and said to him,
I haven't been idle these past few days. At Tao Zhu Jie, I actually went out for a walk. He put his hand on the wooden boat's rim and wrote a word. Go see this person.
The old man knew who he was talking about, smiled, and waved his hand.
What did this person say?
Zhang Yan also happily looked at him and gently waved his hand.
Please, Xianxia, lend me your ear.
Then the old man approached, and they whispered to each other for a while.
After listening, his face became much happier. He said to Zhang Yan, if it's really like what Shidi said, this matter is really worth it. The headmaster and this person are old acquaintances. It's said that he helped the headmaster escape from danger in the past, so he probably didn't lie to you. This matter shouldn't be delayed. I will immediately go to the headmaster to discuss it.
Saying this, the old man lightly stood up. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say to him, "Oh right, Shidi, you've been gone for over a month. You should go visit Yue too. She's cultivating on the Yushan mountain now. Although I've been taking care of her for you, after all, she's still your disciple." After leaving these words, the old man used the wind technique to leave.
Zhang Yan also stood up, looked up at the sky, and thought to himself, only in the Jutian can one be carefree. Otherwise, one is ultimately just a pawn. After thinking this, he didn't delay, and quickly left. A few days later, shocking news spread in the Mingkang sect. The Sanbo demon lord used 400 disciples as a pledge, setting up the 4 symbols god-slaughtering formation at the Nandang Lake, and invited the Mingkang sect to use this to decide the ownership of Sanbo.
The image of the boat drifting alone on the water continued to float. The direct disciple, Zhang Yan, in order to clear his name, volunteered to go first to break the formation. Sometime later, during the day, on Lingxi Island, a group of people stood on a boat, murmuring to each other, "Zhang Yan cultivates here." A red-haired man standing there continued, "It's indeed like what the brothers said. Now I want to refine that Yu He sword spirit. The Jin Feng Li Huo Qi on Lingxi Island is really suitable for my needs."
Another person looked at Wan Zhang and asked him confusedly, "Zhang Yi, wouldn't it be safer to wait until Zhang Yan dies in the 4 symbols god-slaughtering formation before coming to refine the sword? Why the rush?" Another man frowned upon hearing this. How muddle-headed. It's as if Zhang Yi is afraid of him. He's just a dying man. Have you forgotten? When he humiliated me at the Dan Ding courtyard, I was just taking a few pills. But he used the Yunyang golden lock to lock me in the cellar, and then I was chased out. Today, I want to let him see what he can do now that I'm back.
Another person glanced at him and sneered,
"No need to overthink it. Zhang Yan only has Shuangguang first-level cultivation. If he really dares to make a move, Zhang Yi will definitely deal with him. What do I need to worry about?"
Wan Zhang stood there, glanced behind him,
and said to them, "If that Zhang Yan knows what's good for him, and obediently gives me this island, seeing as he's about to be defeated today, I'll give him some face. But if he doesn't know what's good for him, I don't mind letting him die a gruesome death for the sake of you brothers."
The red-haired man still couldn't help but worry, and asked Wan Zhang,
"Zhang Yan is definitely going to die today. We're here to rob his cave. Won't he fight us to the death?"
Wan Zhang then stood on the floating boat without holding back his words, and replied to him,
"You Shidi, you don't understand. Even when these disciples break through and die, the sect will send them to be reincarnated. It's not like they don't have a chance to start over. If Zhang Yan dares to fight us to the death, isn't he afraid that we'll interfere with his reincarnation?" On the other side, Zhang Yan was looking at the letter in his hand, smiling as he read the contents inside. "Thanks to Zhong Yuan for advising me not to go, Ning Xixiang said he would accept my reincarnated body as a disciple.
Even Feng Ming sent a letter asking if I had any last wishes. Why does everyone think I'm gonna die?"
It seems that the old man's friends don't have any confidence in the old man at all. But the warmth and coldness of human relationships are all contained in these few letters.
Zhang Yan saw her and asked,
"It's so noisy outside. What's going on?" "Reporting, old master. Someone has come to visit outside the island, saying that they are old acquaintances of yours, but they don't seem to be very well mannered, and I'm afraid they don't have good intentions."
Zhang Yan felt strange and frowned, asking her,
"An old acquaintance."
Zhang Yan went outside, looked up at the flying boat, then used his strength to fly up to it. In his hand, he summoned a piece of starstone and smiled. "I'm not dead yet, and all these freaks and weirdos are already jumping out. Let me see what these people are really after." Thinking this, Zhang Yan quickly walked up to the Wanzhang group, face to face with them. Luo Zhao and Zhang Yan strode forward together, approaching them. Seeing them arrive, the black-haired man revealed a mysterious smile.
His smile fading, he said, "This beautiful demoness is nothing special. After we take her back, we'll give her to our senior apprentice brother, and he can teach us some amazing techniques. What do you think, junior brothers?"
One of the men standing in the back cheerfully shouted, "Awesome! Totally awesome!" Wan Zhang, at the head of the group, clasped his hands behind his back and said leisurely to her and Zhang Yan, I am from Wanxi Taishu, cultivating on Qiyang Island. Now, I want to cultivate a fire element flying sword, and this place of yours isn't bad. Just hand it over to me.
Zhang Yan, standing opposite them, showed no fear on his face, answering straightforwardly, I remember all of you were expelled from the sect a long time ago, so why are you here now?
The black-haired man pointed at him,
his smug smile unchanged, and said, Zhang Yan, do you still think you're the core disciple you once were? Now you're a dying man? Stop acting tough here and think about your hometown. The Qiao family could be invited to leave back then, and now they can be invited back. What can you do?
Zhang Yan frowned,
and without holding back, retorted,
So, you're saying you haven't been permitted by the sect rules to return to the mountain gate? Suddenly he used his powerful strength to fly forward as quick as lightning with a loud laugh.
Sect rules. He stood in front of Zhang Yan, hands on his hips, sneering, What are sect rules? This daddy wants to see if anyone still has the guts to come. But before he could finish speaking, a powerful force struck him, sending him crashing to the ground, his face filled with horror. In an instant, he slammed face first into the ground at their feet. At this moment, Zhang Yan smirked and waved his hand dismissively, saying to them without any reservation, A puppet clown controlled from behind dares to shout in front of me. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned, staring at him in astonishment, their mouths gaping open as if they were choking. Wan Zhang stammered, pointing at him, Zhang Yan, you actually dare to kill a fellow disciple. Hearing him say that, Zhang Yan simply smiled calmly in response. What fellow disciple? You were expelled, and you dare to come back. Treating the sect rules like air. You're asking for death. How could I not kill you? He, frowning, he began to gather his strength against them. Not only will I kill him, but today, since you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep, let's end it all in one go.
Seeing Zhang Yan prepare to attack, Wan Zhang also entered a fighting stance, shouting, You dare! But before he could do anything, one of his hands was chopped off. He stared in horror at his missing arm. The people behind him couldn't help but be terrified, their souls almost leaving their bodies. They all turned and fled towards the flying boat. Run! Zhang Yan smirked, seeing them running for their lives, reached out his hand and used magic. All of you, stay here. As he finished speaking, the flying boat vanished, and they didn't react in time, and began to fall freely, falling thousands of Zhang. His face filled with panic but still trying to muster courage, he glared at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, if you dare to kill me, Luchuan 4 Islands will not let you off. Zhang Yan was not afraid at all, standing there staring straight at his face, laughing loudly. Luchuan 4 Islands, so what? Finishing his words, Zhang Yan flew straight up towards them, laughing loudly. Today, since you dared to provoke me, I'll borrow a sword in my hand and smash your mountain gate, so you can see my abilities. Elsewhere, inside a cave, 2 girls were talking. The pink-haired girl spoke first. Sun Shiji, this time bringing Zhu Lang of your family back is inevitably a bit risky. If the disciples of the Zhengqing Institute's affairs department find out, I'm afraid we won't escape punishment. The blue-haired girl leisurely raised her teacup to her lips. Huang Shimei, you don't understand. Zhu Lang has already changed her name and surname since returning, only using her childhood name within the family. Who would risk offending our Luchuan 4 Islands to spread this news? Her name is Sun Xian, a core disciple of Bai Zhao Chuan. Sun Shi Li, a profound light second-level cultivator. Hearing this, the Huang Shimei also picked up her teacup and asked, Sun Xian. It is said that the one who forced Zhu Lang and them out of the mountain gate at the beginning was the core disciple, Zhang Yan. Isn't Shiji afraid that he'll find out and cause trouble for you? Sun Xian replied lightly. Doesn't Huang Shimei know that the Zhang Yan is already up shit creek without a paddle? This time, it's Xin Zhenren's family, who came forward to make things difficult for him. Even Institute head Zhu couldn't protect him. He's about to enter a deathmatch. Even if his future is any better, the only outcome will be to reincarnate and start cultivating from the beginning again. Does he still have the guts to meddle in the affairs of our Luchuan 4 Islands, thinking he doesn't die fast enough? Hearing her words, Huang Shimei frowned, thinking to herself, I've heard that Zhang Yan is only 20 years old, a direct disciple who is valued by the likes of Ji Yuntian within the sect. He was supposed to have a bright future. Shimei Feng is really the one who ruined him. If you hadn't admitted your feelings when Master asked, would things have gone this far for him? Suddenly, a lackey came running in, panicking. Milady, this is bad. This is bad. Wanlu Lang of Qiang Island is being chased relentlessly by some unknown guy. He's heading this way, shouting for you to protect him. Sun Yan turned around in surprise and shouted in shock. What did you say? The girl pointed outside, hurriedly saying, Lu Lang of the Wan family is being chased. Seeing his life is in danger, the disciples on the island are trying to stop the attacker, but many have already been injured by that cruel guy, milady. Hurry. Hearing this,
Sun Yan angrily slammed the porcelain cup in her hand onto the ground. She immediately stood up and shouted, "Who dares to cause trouble at my Luchuan 4 islands?"
With that, she quickly flew towards the location of the battle. She was stunned and surprised to see Wanzhang and the others fleeing for their lives.
And behind them was Zhang Yan, chasing after them. Sun Yan opened her eyes wide in surprise and shouted, "Where did you little punk come from? Are you looking down on Bai Zhao Chuan as if we have no one?" Wanzhang saw her and frantically ran over, begging, Sister Sun, save me, save me!" Seeing him, Sun Yan frowned, thinking,
"This Wanlu Lang is considered a capable person among the younger generation of the Wan family. Usually, I see him as a polite and refined young cultivator. How did he end up in such a sorry state today?" She quickly rushed over to support him, putting on a worried expression and asking, "Zhang Lu Lang, who on earth injured you?" "Zhang Yan, it's Zhang Yan. He killed Zhu Lang, and the others too. Everyone was killed by him, all killed." Hearing his name, Sun Yan asked in shock,
"Zhang Yan?" Then thought to herself, "Isn't this Zhang Yan washed up? How is he still acting so boldly? Killing people wasn't enough, now he wants to bully us at our doorstep."
Zhang Yan was still quickly flying towards them. Sun Yan was protecting Wanzhang, and stepped forward and shouted, "Zhang Yan, you impudent scoundrel!"
Then they saw Zhang Yan's eyes turn a fiery red as he threw a sword. After Zhang Yan decided to throw himself into a death trap. In everyone's eyes, he was just a dead man walking. But who knew that before the doom formation was broken, no matter how excessive he was, the sect would certainly protect him thoroughly. Now is the moment when he doesn't need to hold back at all. The people of the Luchuan 4 islands actually came to provoke him at this time, which is just running headfirst into his bad luck. Seeing him like this, Sun Yan couldn't help but angrily shout, "You ignorant brat!" She used her silk scarf to attack him, and she flew toward him quickly.
Zhang Yan did not hold back, and his sword immediately advanced towards Sun Yan. Seeing him like this, Sun Yan was once again stunned as she looked at him. Sun Yan thought puzzledly, "How is this Zhang Yan so fierce? He's already a dead man. I won't risk my life with him. I'll avoid his sharp edge first and talk later." The silk scarf opened up. The patterns inside gradually became clear, woven together with Zhang Yan's sword that was approaching him. Frowning, she reached out and created a magic light. Then the sword received the control and flew around the silk scarf. Seeing it, Sun Yan opened her eyes wide and frowned. She was caught off guard for a moment and was approached by Zhang Yan's sword. "What?" Zhang Yan put his hand out and created a magic circle, and a dark purple thing appeared in front of him. Sun Yan was attacked, and blood spurted from her mouth. The blood of her whole body was weak. She quickly couldn't use her internal energy, and her whole body fell freely. Below, Wanzhang witnessed all of this and shouted in shock, "What?" Then he panicked too much. He then used his speed to fly away, leaving 2 surprised disciples standing there. In the end, only Zhang Yan was left standing in the sky. Zhang Yan had been careful since he entered the sect, and even when he made a move he was concerned about the sect rules, and he had to leave a way out. He was like a giant locked in a narrow room, with his hands and feet tied, unable to stretch out. This battle made him feel extremely happy in his heart, sweeping away all the sadness in his heart. At Luchuanzi Island, second stream, Jinyang stream. The old man wearing a bright yellow robe leading the group was Dai Xin, stream lord of Jinyang stream, a member of the Dai clan from Guangdong, a direct disciple who suddenly saw 2 red and green lights flying towards them. Dai Xin immediately frowned. He raised his hands, creating a magical force, and shouted, "Who dares to harm the disciples of my Luchuanzi Island?" Zhang Yan flew over without restraint and threw a green bullet. Dai Xin looked at him and sneered, throwing out a golden bullet. "You dare to use a sword in front of me?" Dai Xin was once instructed by sword immortal Mingkang Luo Yuanhua, specializing in swordsmanship for over 20 years, relying on a Zheng Yuan sword scripture to cultivate the separation and reunion of light. The old guy stretched out his hand and used his power to replicate his sword wheel. One sword wheel could now divide into 4 sword lights. Relying on such methods, he easily suppressed his fellow cultivators and always considered his swordsmanship superior, often taking pride in it. Zhang Yan's expression didn't change. He flicked 2 fingers towards the sky, creating a magic circle. He easily replicated 4 blue sword orbs. Dai Xin was utterly shocked upon seeing this, as if in disbelief. Then, he made a series of hand gestures, staring intently at Zhang Yan. The sword orbs quickly collided. As Zhang Yan's sword orbs approached him, Dai Xin clasped his hands together and chanted an incantation. Zhang Yan, along with 5 sword orbs, flew towards him like lightning. Dai Xin looked at him in panic and shouted, "Yi Qi Shi Jian. 1 Qi, 10 swords." Seeing that he was not an easy opponent, he restrained himself, obediently clasped his hands, and said respectfully, "Which sword immortal is before me? Dai is a disciple of Master Luo." But Zhang Yan, without any restraint, used his sword orbs to attack him, causing him to scream in pain, "Ah! Ah!"
Two disciples quickly rushed over to support him. Wanzhong was horrified to see this and knew the situation was bad, so he turned around and ran away.
Wherever he ran, Zhang Yan chased after him. The two red and green lights continued to pursue each other in the vast sky.
At another mansion, a beautiful girl in a yellow dress was walking gracefully. She went to a servant and introduced herself. I am Huang Xuanying, a disciple of Langya Cave, Stream Lord of Tian Stream. Where is your master? Our Stream Lord was pierced through the stomach by an unknown assailant, and his limbs are seriously injured, and he cannot get up. If he is lost, I don't know who will take care of us in the future.
Huang Xuanying frowned as she looked at him, thinking,
the family members of the Luchuanzi Island cultivators usually rely on having someone behind them to act recklessly and be arrogant, but today the Stream Lord was injured, and they were as if their parents had died.
It's truly contemptible. She threw a bag of rattles to the servant and instructed, give this to your island lord. Having said that, Huang Xuanying quickly left.
As she flew away, Huang Xuanying thought to herself, this Zhang Yan, in an instant, defeated two direct disciples in a row. Shi Qifeng said this person was very skilled that day, and I didn't believe it at first. Now it seems Shi Qifeng has an eye for talent, but ahead on Xianxia stream are the three Qian brothers, Hui and Teng. They also have a great reputation in the Battle of Huyonglang, and this person may not be able to pass. I actually want to see what kind of man is it that even a proud woman like Feng Shiji is fond of. At Qingxiao stream, Huang Xuanying looked at the desolate place in surprise, and couldn't help but think,
could it be that in such a short time, the three Qian brothers have all been defeated? She quickly landed on the ground and hurriedly asked, where are the three Qian fellow cultivators? The servant standing there, hearing her question, had a worried expression on his face and replied, just now, someone was chasing and killing Wanlu Lang of Qiyang Island. The three Stream Lords stepped forward to stop them, but this person did not distinguish right from wrong, and started fighting as soon as they met. The three Stream Lords were no match, and had one arm cut off, and are now in their cave dwelling healing their injuries. Hearing the servant's reply, her expression froze in disbelief.
It really is this, Zhang Yan. He killed another Stream Lord.
Thinking this, she flew towards that place.
Right then, everyone around was already captured. Some were crying, some were defeated. What a chaotic scene. Huang Xuanying was utterly shocked seeing this. This Zhang Yan has continuously crushed Luchuan and Ertao Islands in less than an hour. I chased him all the way, but I'm still not as fast as him.
He's racking up such a kill count up front, practically treating those direct disciples like dirt. Ahead are the last two islands, Qiyang Island and Xuanyu Island. If they fall too, the Luchuan 4 islands might never be able to hold their heads up high in the sect competition again. She looked up, watching his figure soar arrogantly across the sky, flying here and there. Zhang Yan stood there, arms outstretched, and a series of swords flew out. The group frantically formed magic arrays, trying to resist.
One of them was constantly creating magical circles.
Huang Xuanying, watching this scene from below, couldn't believe it. Aren't those the 12 sons of Suxi of Xuanyu Island? These two came from the same clan, formed formations at the Yonglang Lake battle, and were barely matched by anyone. Didn't expect they would be suppressed by himself to the point they couldn't lift their heads. Facing him, they shouted, Zhang Yan, don't be so arrogant. Fan Mang of Fan Yuan Island has come to challenge you. Wan Peng of Qiyang Island is here. Xin Ru of Han Shen Island greets you. Fellow cultivators,
Wei Tu of Tian Mi Island has arrived.
The arrogant Wei Tu stood on the water, yelling at him, Zhang Yan, do you dare fight me, Wei Tu? Someone below eagerly looked up at him. It's senior brother Wei Tu. Zhang Yan is in trouble now. Huang Xuanying looked at them, thinking to herself, these guys are all famous members of the younger generation from various clans, none of them are ordinary. Zhang Yan summoned 16 swords, looked at them with a sneer, and said provocatively, even if you all come at me together, I won't be afraid.
One of them looked at him fearlessly. No wonder you're so cocky, so you've mastered the Li He Fen Guang Gfa, but so what if you can split your swords?
Hearing that, Zhang Yan grinned arrogantly.
Oh really? Then he flew to stand in the middle of them, shocking them. They all shouted in horror. 16 swords at once.
Zhang Yan pointed with 2 fingers, filled with killing intent. Everyone knew that although cultivators had countless ways to fight, sword cultivators were the most deadly in combat. Just like the Shaoqing sword sect, the entire sect consisted of sword cultivators, so they firmly held the position of the #1 sect in Donghua continent. Once the sword light split, they could not only release and retract at will, but each one was like a guiding beacon.
If they didn't have the guidance or superior profound arts to protect them now, how could they resist 16 swords attacking at once from Zhang Yan? One moment they were arrogant, the next they were terrified, looking at him in fear. Zhang Yan rushed at them with lightning speed. Watch closely, I'm coming. As soon as he flew over, Wei Tu was attacked relentlessly and screamed in pain. Ah! One of them, seeing this, shouted,
Senior brother Wei, One person behind flew up and said to everyone, "This guy is too ferocious, one person can't defeat him. Everyone, senior and junior brothers, rush him together."
Hearing him, they all charged at Zhang Yan simultaneously.
Seeing that, he sneered, "Very well."
He gently flicked 2 fingers, and all of them were stabbed in the chest by the rushing swords.
Everyone coughing up a mouthful of blood in pain.
Zhang Yan quickly slaughtered the entire group in one move, and they fell freely into the sea.
Zhang Yan, having finished dealing with them, retracted his sword halo and laughed loudly.
Haha, that was so refreshing. After speaking, he flew away, not forgetting to leave a parting shot. The Luchuan 4 islands are nothing more than this. Huang Xuanying watched his figure, a smile blooming, a sword ruling the sky, determined to roam thousands of miles, without restraint, overlooking all. This is the spirit of our generation.
At Longyuan Great Marsh, the news of Zhang Yan single-handedly defeating 26 core disciples, flattening Luchuan 4 islands in 1 hour, would definitely shock the entire Mingkang sect. Those young aristocratic disciples were so arrogant during the battle at Huyonglang, still acting all high and mighty. Who would have thought that just 1 afternoon later, they'd all be taken down by him? All the direct disciples were overjoyed and excited. The anger after losing the battle at Emerald Blood Pond also dissipated. At Zhangqing Courtyard, the peak of Tian Prison at Mingkang sect, a voice echoed. "Senior brother Zhang single-handedly wrecked Luchuan 4 islands, bringing glory to us teachers and students, truly admirable."
Another person replied, "He acted freely and made a big thing of it. It's just a pity with my seniority and status. I can't meet senior brother Zhang, otherwise I would definitely go and praise him face to face."
Suddenly the young man looked worried and quickly hissed, "Don't talk anymore. Vice Dean Zhuang is coming." The purple-clad man leading the group next to the white tiger was Zhuang Bufan, the vice dean of Zhangqing Courtyard, one of the main direct disciples. Rumor has it that he had been to the ruins of a predecessor that reached immortality, and he was proficient in the magic of both the North and South Harmony provinces. He is a strict and conservative person, so most of the disciples in Zhangqing Courtyard are very afraid of meeting him. An old man with white hair spoke first. "I've met Zhang Yan before. Back then my junior brother Chen even taught him swordsmanship. I didn't expect this day to come, where he alone can suppress the arrogance of the Luchuan 4 islands aristocratic disciples."
The old man smiled and looked at the young man behind him, Marshal nephew Feng Ming. "If it weren't for him, that Star God's sword ring would probably be yours. Right? Sheng doesn't dare to accept it."
Zhuang Bufan smiled slightly upon hearing this, turned his head down and said, "So that sword was originally Marshal nephew Feng's? This Zhang Yan is really outrageous. If he dies in battle today, that would be a good thing."
The old man laughed loudly when he heard him say that.
"Marshal nephew Zhuang,
don't say that. Now looking back, the sword in Zhang Yan's hands might be much better than in Marshal nephew Feng's hands. After all, he's a dying man." As soon as he finished speaking, a young man walked from behind, pointed directly at Zhuang Bufan and shouted, "So what? Even if senior brother Zhang dies in battle, it's because he disregarded his own life and sacrificed himself for the sect. What a meaningful death. Zhuang Bufan, I ask you one thing. Do you dare?"
The white-haired old man quickly stopped him when he saw this.
"Feng Ming, step back quickly. You are just a Ming Qi. 3rd-level disciple. How dare you be so rude to Vice Dean Zhuang? When we get back later, I will definitely ask the senior brother to discipline you." But then he smiled and said to Zhuang Bufan, "But upon careful consideration, Marshal nephew Zhuang, what Marshal nephew Feng said is not wrong, don't you think?" When Zhuang Bufan heard this, his face turned dark, and he turned around and walked away.
"If Marshal nephew Feng wants to borrow the killing formation qi to condense Shuangguang, then just go behind the main house. Excuse me for not seeing you off."
With that, he flew away using magic, and the old man couldn't help but sigh. Then the old man turned to Marshal nephew Feng and said to him, "Don't mind him. This Zhuang Bufan originally thought that since we're from the same lineage, if he becomes the dean here, then you could conveniently borrow the killing formation qi to cultivate. But he was continuously rejected. This time, I went through Vice Deputy Dean Pan to bring people in. No need to look at his face."
Then, the old man stepped forward and patted Marshal nephew Feng on the shoulder, saying profoundly, "Listen to me. Before the sect's great competition comes, no matter what, you must break through to the Xuanguang realm. Don't worry about other things. After all, you are the disciple of my senior brother. How can you be worse than that Zhang Yan?"
Marshal nephew Feng scratched his face with a finger, avoiding the old man's gaze. "Now senior brother Zhang is famous throughout the sect. I can't compare to him. Besides, I still owe him a life-saving debt, so I accept defeat."
Hearing him say that, the old man smiled, his words full of encouragement.
Some of what that kid Zhuang Bufan said is very true. That Zhang Yan is a dying man. No matter how strong he is, he can't do anything.
Then thinking of someone's image, the old man snorted and continued.
The 1 Qi 16 swords is extremely powerful, but since Luo Yuan's 1 Qi 12 swords more than 100 years ago, I haven't heard of anyone who can do it. It's just a pity. A pity. Martial nephew Feng quickly asked him, is that 4 symbols God slaughtering formation that powerful? People who break into the formation really can't survive? Hearing his question, the old man put away his smile, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, extremely serious. Recalling the figures of the 4 demon lords, the old man said, there are 4 demon lords guarding and jointly setting up the formation. It was originally used to deal with Dong Nation true person. He looked at the old man in surprise. The old man continued, no matter how strong Zhang Yan is, he is just a Xuanguang cultivator. Once the killing formation is opened, who can survive? At Sinna Mountain, clouds floated lazily. Inside the mountain's palace, Zhang Yan looked at the little girl in front of him and praised, those kids outside really helped you handle things carefully. The little girl respectfully clasped her hands and said to him, Master, this is a place for cultivation. Uncle Chu said that ordinary people cannot be allowed to enter. These things are all cleaned by myself. Hearing the little girl say that, Zhang Yan asked in surprise, oh! Then he put the teacup down on the table and said to the little girl, disciple, no need to stand and talk, you should sit down too. With the master above, how can there be a seat for the disciple? Then he didn't force her, just looked at her deeply and said, all right. A disciple respecting the teacher and valuing the Tao is a good thing. No need to force you, disciple. Is there anything you don't understand about cultivating the 1 Qi clear scripture now? Yan Yi opened her eyes, her expression a little sad. This scripture is not difficult at all. The disciple has seen it once and knows all the meanings in it. After hearing the little girl finish speaking, Zhang Yan frowned even more in confusion. If you also have nothing you don't understand, then why after several days of cultivation do you not have even half a point of cultivation? Her eyes flashed with a hint of fear as she looked at him. Zhang Yan understood Yan Yi had something to say, so he said softly, if you have something to say, just say it. Hearing him say that, she knelt down completely and said sincerely to Zhang Yan, esteemed master, I once heard that Shibo said that you are proficient in ancient script. He is not as good as you, in this regard. I wonder if you can give your disciple some guidance. Zhang Yan frowned when he heard her say that, and asked in confusion, why do you want to learn ancient script? The little girl didn't hide anything, and told him everything. Shibo once said that ancient script is the foundation of all Taoist techniques, containing the grand Tao truth. The ancient immortals all comprehended ancient script to become immortals, but later generations of disciples are different, so they neglected it. Yan Yi was still kneeling there. Zhang Yan sat high above, looked at her, and continued, Shibo also said that you are a peerless genius, and you can understand the mysteries of ancient script on your own without being taught. Although you don't understand anything yet, if you cultivate for a long time, you will definitely be able to take a step ahead of others on the path to immortality. This disciple thinks that she is your first disciple. In the future, if I succeed in cultivating the Dabo but don't understand ancient script, how can I have the face to call myself your disciple? Then her head lowered again, her eyes tightly closed with sincerity. Therefore, this disciple earnestly requests you to bestow the original ancient script book of the 1 Qi Pure Sutra. No matter how difficult it is, Yan Yi must learn it. Hearing her words, Zhang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Then he smiled slightly, waved his hand, and praised. Good! I'm glad that you have this idea in your heart. Go get paper and brush. Today I will impart ancient script to you. She stood up and cheered happily. Awesome! Sometime later, in the afternoon, Zhang Yan was still sitting and studying with her. He explained, Yan Yi, if you want to learn ancient script, I will teach you. He picked up a brush and wrote a few strokes on the paper, stood next to Yan Yi, and instructed her. But remember, from now on, before you cultivate every day, you must first comprehend one character, and then you can refine Qi. You can't be greedy for perfection, do you understand? Yan Yi turned to look at him and smiled. This disciple will always remember your words in my heart. Hearing her say that, Zhang Yan felt happy and patted her head and praised. Very good. I have to go out for work in a few days. I'll come back to check on you when I'm free. Hearing him say that, Yan Yi followed him and replied quickly, This disciple sees you off, master. 5 days later, at the Nandang River, Juji Island, many people from different sects were gathering here. Everyone, old and young, was present. A young man stood there frowning, thinking to himself, in today's battle, I'm afraid that more than 100 disciples will be wiped out. Zhang Yan stood among the crowd, attracting a lot of attention. They whispered and discussed. Look, that's senior brother Zhang. An elderly man nearby looked at him. Senior brother Zhang is indeed extraordinary. No wonder he dared to kill Lu Chuanzi Tao alone and overthrow 26 direct disciples of the aristocratic family. Another boy sighed sadly. It's a pity that senior brother Zhang has to die today. Even a great hero is just dust.
Someone else heard this and shouted, "Nonsense! Senior brother Zhang is a lucky man. He will naturally have heavenly help and be able to avoid disaster."
Then a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Everyone looked in surprise.
They were dark clouds, followed by lightning. Ning Chongshuan appeared, smiled, and respectfully clasped his hands.
"Venerable Master's Dharma body has arrived. This disciple welcomes you."
The person called Venerable Master stood on the high platform and waved to them.
"No need for formalities, I don't like that." Then he suddenly looked at Zhang Yan and asked him, "You are Zhang Yan." He beckoned Zhang Yan with his finger. "Come here." Being named, Zhang Yan opened his eyes wide in surprise. Then he immediately rode the clouds to approach the Venerable Master. He looked at Zhang Yan and sat up straight and asked without any scruples, "I heard that you keep a lot of mermaid concubines. You are going to die in battle today. Keeping them is useless. Can you give me 2? You will benefit later." Hearing him say that, Zhang Yan had no choice but to respectfully clasp his hands and bow, saying, "Esteemed immortal, if I were not here, I would release them back to their homeland." Shuizi. That Venerable Master then clapped his hands loudly, smiling. "Rest assured, when I was young, I was once guided by a female demon, and only then did I embark on the great Tao. Whether it be humans or demons, I treat them equally." Then he reached out towards Zhang Yan.
"If you cannot escape the formation today, I will help you protect the beauties on the island. Continue to raise them on Lingxi Island, and return them to you after your Yuan Ling is reincarnated and rejoins the sect."
Suddenly, a streak of fire flashed across the sky, surprising the Venerable Master.
Zhuang Bufan and his attendants standing behind him clasped their hands respectfully. "This disciple respectfully welcomes honored teacher."
Another man appeared, approaching them. Seeing this, the Venerable Master said to him, "Zhang Yan, just stand here with me, you don't need to go back." After he finished speaking, the man who had just appeared suddenly looked to one side and said softly, "Xianxia is here." A strong wind passed,
swaying the treetops.
The one called Xianxia appeared calmly, with an extraordinary temperament, sitting on a chair.
He opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Yan standing next to the Venerable Master, and couldn't help but frown.
Zhang Yan stood there, closing his eyes and humming.
Everyone was shocked to see something. The water surface was violently churning. Everyone was horrified to see the water surface moving. Zhang Yan calmly watched this scene.
Only the Venerable Master slightly frowned.
The wave rose higher than the nearby mountain. It was so strong that it seemed to want to swallow the entire small island.
An old man stepped out from the water. Everyone who saw him clasped their hands respectfully and bowed. Longevity Senior. Everyone below also respectfully said in unison, "Immortal Meng, there's no need for such courtesy."
The 3 young men also clasped their hands and bowed in unison.
"Senior brother, you've worked hard." The Venerable Master sitting opposite him spoke first. "Senior brother, do you need us junior brothers to go scout the formation first?"
Then the old man stroked his beard thoughtfully.
"Junior brother, wait a moment, there's still one person who hasn't arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, in the sky, the blue water droplets swirled together. A lotus flower bloomed beautifully and gradually descended. A man with an extraordinary aura stepped out of the largest lotus bud. She is none other than Immortal Qin. Everyone was shocked and stepped forward, clasping their hands and exclaiming, "So it's Immortal Qin who has arrived." Seeing this, she said, "The 4 martial nephews need not be so polite."
After speaking, she descended. Stepping out of the lotus platform, the old man waved his hand and said, "With Immortal Qin here, we disciples can be safe and sound. Fellow junior brothers, follow me out to scout the formation, as you command, senior brother." All of them chanted spells at the same time. The white-haired man was the mist, the man with black hair was the fiery red flame, the one in purple was the power of bamboo and wind, while the old man was the power of water. The 4 of them lightly leaped up, flying straight into the clouds. The 4 of them hopped onto a nearby cloud and zoomed off to survey the formation. A snake named Luo Mengze showed up, bearing its fangs. That carp with a horn on its head is none other than Ju Yu, and that tortoise demon with spikes all over its shell is Gi Kong. Old man Niu stroked his beard, musing. These demon lords mostly just borrowed some lucky vibes to transform. If their Dharma forms ain't got that ancient, legit stuff, then they ain't much to worry about. But thinking about that, he turned to look behind him, knowing that the guy guarding the west was some no-name Taoist, but his sect leader had ordered him to pay special attention. Luo Mengze stood behind him, and he waved his hand, grinning as he told them, "Not bad. 4 symbols God-slaying formation. Based on the key flow inside, every 2 hours the gate within the formation shifts. It's not too complicated, but if you want to break it, the only chance is when yin and yang switch over." Then the old man casually stepped forward,
Let's head back to Taozhujie to discuss. The key to breaking the four symbols God-slaying formation lies in the four corners of the formation, which also makes them the most dangerous spots. The guardians at each corner can fuse with the magic power of the other three through the formation's movements. The power is many times stronger than before. No matter how many Dongtian true men rush in front of them, they can't withstand the four of them attacking together.
The four of them quickly return to their seats, so we can only rely on those disciples who are not afraid of death to enter the formation and follow the movement of the formation to go to the corners. Although it is inevitable that they will die, but if they can leave behind the magic weapon they carry, it will temporarily interfere with the movement of the formation. As long as this opportunity appears, the four formation masters will be cut off from contact. At this time the four true men can rush in together and break the formation. Gi Kongniu turned to him and said, "Senior brother, it's almost noon. Let those disciples in. There's no choice." After speaking, he ordered the attendant next to him, "Go down the mountain and call those 8 disciples here." Yes. They received the order and quickly stepped forward, standing in front of the old man. In these 2 hours, how the gate in the formation moves cannot be known until you enter the formation, so these disciples are said to be rushing into the formation, but in fact they are testing the formation, and the result is inevitable death inside. He stroked his long beard and asked the attendant next to him, "Have the names of these disciples been recorded?" "Yes, master, all of them have been recorded without any omissions." Hearing these words, he cast a spell on them, not forgetting to say, "I will pass on to you the method of entering the formation. Just wait in front of the formation. If you see spiritual energy falling on the four corners of east, west, south, and north, you can enter the formation." "Yes, true man." He stood there and said to all of them, "Gi Kongniu guards the Xuan Wu position, Luo Mengze guards the Qing Long position, Ju Yu guards the Zhu Kui position, and the unknown Taoist guards the Bai Hu position." Then the old man continued, "Now the 4 images and 4 ki are constantly coming and going. All junior brothers, order your disciples to hold the magic weapon to suppress the spirit lock first and stop the murderous aura." Gi Kongniu stood behind and clasped his hands. "Senior brother is right." Then he went to Yuntian and gave him a flute. "Yuntian, you take my Defang banner and go north to suppress the spirit lock. If someone takes action in the formation, I will come myself." Yuntian accepts the order. Then Gi Kongniao also took out a golden object and said, "Luo Qingyu, bring my white dragon golden throne to the west to suppress the lock. Don't panic if there are any changes, I will know." The man named Luo Qingyu took the magic weapon and bowed. "Obey the order, master." Zhu Yue gave Zhuang Biyufan a sword and said to him, "Zhuang Biyufan, take my Rui Yun Dan Phoenix sword to the east to suppress it." "Yes, master." After receiving the sword, Zhuang Biyufan quickly stepped back, and then he flew away quickly. Luo Mengze also brought his magic weapon in front of Ning Chongshuan and said to him, "Chongshuan, you take my 5 thunder cauldron to suppress the south? I don't think that old demon dares to find someone to cause trouble." Ning Chongshuan took the magic weapon and knelt down to receive the order. The 4 symbols God-slaying formation can absorb evil energy from all directions. If the spiritual energy is constant, this formation will continue to move, and its power will be many times greater. But if there are dead pieces of true energy suppressing the 4 sides, the spiritual energy will be blocked from the outside, and the formation can only be moved by the magic power of the guardian. The nearby volcano is erupting vigorously. It seems that the San Bohu demon has also taken this into consideration, so he does not expect to use evil energy to move the formation. He had already agreed that the time from breaking the formation to closing the formation was only 3 days. It is not difficult to maintain for 3 days, for several powerful monks with deep magic power. So I don't care too much. After half an hour, the old master sat at the table nearby. He looked down at the 8 jade pendants on the table. These are the body-protecting jade tokens of those 8 disciples. Now that their original spiritual protection has escaped, it means that none of them are alive. He looked at Yubao in shock and shouted, "I know the changes in the formation in the past 2 hours, Tong-er. Call 8 more disciples here." Very quickly, 8 other people were called over, standing in front of the old man. "These are the types of changes in the formation within 2 hours. You 8 people carry the magic weapon first. You must not be confused by the scene in the formation, so as not to disrupt the plan. If you reach a corner of the formation, don't worry about anything else. Just throw the magic weapon down." After giving the instructions, the old man waved to them and ordered, "Go!" Looking from the power pulling each other towards a mountain, a figure stood in the distance. Looking at this scene, he said gloomily, "It's a pity that there is a disciple in the Zhuquei position who seems to have successfully entered the formation. But if I guess correctly, this is a flaw deliberately revealed by the 4 of them in order to lead us into the formation." After saying that, he closed his eyes and sighed. "The time has passed, Xianxia." Then he continued, "The 4 of them." Hearing these words, he remained silent gloomily.
Only when yin and yang take over at noon every day can there be a trace of stagnation in the movement of the four guardians. If you change to another hour, the flaws in this formation will be even more difficult to find. Inside, across the quiet sky, a string of meteors trailed past the group of people below.
Seriously. Looking at this bizarre scene in the sky,
Without supreme divine powers and great magic, you're just a pawn to be played. Eternal life is nothing but an empty dream. Unless you become the chess player yourself, then you can turn your hand to make rain.
time flowed like water, and the second day arrived in a flash.
A figure in a smoky purple robe spoke to the elder beside him, saying, "Today is the last day, Xianxia. You should make a decision." The elder pondered in silence, without replying. According to the agreement between the Mingkang sect and Tambakik, if the formation cannot be broken within 3 days, then the Mingkang sect must bow its head in defeat, and this attack on Tambakik will be a complete failure. The world's formations are ever-changing, but they all evolved from the 9 great primordial formations of ancient times. Once activated, they can reveal a general outline. If the Mingkang sect were willing to send more than 1,000 disciples to fill the formation, this formation would definitely be broken. But from then on, the foundation of the Mingkang sect would also be destroyed. As a prestigious orthodox sect, they absolutely cannot do such a thing. He pondered. He slightly opened his eyes. If it's not broken by noon today, there will be no chance by midnight. It's a pity that the method to break the formation that I imparted, if they could stick to their original heart and not be disturbed by the illusion of the formation, they would definitely be able to rush to the formation eye. These disciples clearly know that they will die, but when the moment comes, they are still so afraid in their hearts that they miss the good opportunity. The person in purple immediately said upon hearing this,
If their Tao hearts were firm, even if they were limited by their constitution, their cultivation would not be stagnant at the Huadan realm and unable to progress.
The green-robed elder glanced at the person beside him upon hearing this, and ordered, "Tonger, go call those 3 Shintidi here."
Very quickly, hurried footsteps approached. Seeing the 3 Shidai arrive, the green-robed elder cupped his hands and bowed. "By noon tomorrow, we will have to trouble the 3 Shidai."
The 3 elders, hearing these polite words, cupped their hands and said in unison, "We will follow Xianxia's orders." The 3 Huadan cultivators were on par with the 4 Zenren. It's just that after cultivating to the peak of Huadan, they were unable to continue refining the Yuan Ying. Now their lifespan is coming to an end, and they can only seek a path of death for liberation, to be reborn as a person, and continue cultivating. At this moment, the purple-robed man looked towards Zhang Yan again. "Tell Zhang Yan to go into the formation with these Xianxia tomorrow." Hearing these words, the green-robed elder turned his head and glanced at him. "How do you feel about this, Shishu, martial uncle?" Elder son glanced at him and said, "Zhang Yan, take care of yourself. The words I said before will be carried out."
Hearing these words, Zhang Yan stepped forward, bowed, and cupped his hands in reply.
"Yes." The green-robed elder looked at Zhang Yan with satisfaction, and immediately used his spiritual power to create 4 brilliant golden talismans. Very quickly, the 4 talismans merged into the bodies of the 4 people.
He closed his eyes to feel it, and quickly opened his eyes, pondering.
This formation is not that complicated. When I was deducing the true text before, I saw formations that were even more complicated than this, but I always felt that something was wrong. But he didn't think much about it, and immediately cupped his hands and bowed before the green-robed elder. Disciple requests instruction from Zenren. In the X transformation in the formation, the initial position of life and death has changed. Why abandon the Kun position and go to the Gen position?
The elder replied upon hearing this.
That is the aura in the formation changing. When it comes to this place, life and death are reversed and constantly rotating. On this Kun position, it looks like you can go smoothly, and there is nothing unusual. But in reality, it is the most variable, hiding the trend of turning the world upside down. But on this Gen position, although it seems majestic and fierce, it has reached the limit of transformation. Even if there is danger, if we follow the deduction I made before, we have a good chance of overcoming it. He was startled, as if he realized something. "How do you know how to move in this transformation?" Zhang Yan smiled and replied,
"Just now, after being taught by Zenren, this disciple secretly calculated it once and found out. Maybe this is the result." He felt suspicious in his heart, so he asked the question. The elder said upon hearing this, "You can actually deduce it yourself. Have you ever learned about formations before?" Elder son then spoke up. Answering for Zhang Yan's level in true text was quite profound when he was in the lower court. He once deduced the refinement stere under the Danwen peak, suppressing some disciples of the Guangyuan sect. Xianxia often said that those who are good at true text must be proficient in the Tao of formations.
probably because of this reason. The elder, hearing these words, looked at Zhang Yan in contemplation and praised, "No wonder, no wonder. The transformations of heaven and earth are all in the true text. If you are proficient in deducing the true text, and follow my method of stepping into the formation, this 4 symbols God-slaying formation is not difficult at all. It is not strange that you can calculate the transformations." Then, he sighed. "Ah, Tonger, present it." Holding the sword that radiated golden light in his hand, Zhang Yan pondered. He stared at the sword, thinking, the magic items in the hands of those disciples a few days ago are very different from the magic item I have today.
Perhaps Meng Zhenren has used all his methods this time. It's all or nothing. Very quickly, Tongner approached from afar, holding a tray of clothes in his hands, and said to the group, "Greetings, martial uncles." Meng Zhenren smiled and said, "This is the 5 Qi Town City robe, which can restrain evil spirits and bewitching objects. Please put it on, martial brothers." Without saying much, very quickly everyone had put on their robes. In front of the disciples, the 4 people immediately rushed into the formation. One disciple in the crowd, eyes following, worried. Zhang Xixiang is a freaking genius. One burst of anger. And he could flip Kang Wushan upside down. Is he really going to get wrecked like this in this formation? Right then, high in the sky, a large ship was monitoring the situation on the mountain. Inside, a man chuckled softly. This disaster is finally over. This will cut off Second Sister's delusions. Stood here for 2 days and haven't seen any disciples get out the formation. No matter how OP Zhang Yan is, he's definitely going to bite the dust this time, no doubt about it. Just then, a maid entered and respectfully said, "Master, should we return to the manor?"
That man chuckled, raising his glass. "No need. This old man is in a great mood today, wants to stay here, drink a cup, and slowly enjoy the plight of these teachers and students." At this time, on the side of the 4 people over there, Zhang Yan was the last person flying behind the group.
He carefully observed his surroundings. But at this moment a strange black thing appeared in the sky, drawing his attention. It made a soft whoosh sound. Very quickly, a black object flew straight into his forehead, stunning him, and burrowed into his body. Zhang Yan suddenly staggered, losing control. Very quickly he regained his senses. Raising his head to look at the scene before him, looking at the gloomy scene before him, he quietly flew towards it, unable to clearly see the scene inside. He hesitated a bit, but then forcefully charged in. Very quickly, he landed on a dueling arena. Hearing the voice close, he was shocked to see the surrounding scene. Zhang Yan suddenly noticed the mysterious doors before him, and he was shocked to say nothing. This is because the central palace is divided into 4 doors, connected to all 4 directions. If someone enters the formation and wants to reach the corner of this formation, they can only enter from here and face the changes of the formation, meandering around before they can gradually, step by step, go deeper. No matter which door someone enters, it is connected to the 4 corners of the formation, only the changes are different. He walked carefully, probing his surroundings. According to the agreement with Mr. Gi, after entering, I only need to offer the harmonious and pure kanji, and he will naturally find a way to lead me over there. But Mr. Gi also warned that the closer the distance to the corner of the formation he guards, the higher the certainty. What level of cultivation does Mr. Gi have? And he still speaks so cautiously, there must be danger in it. To be safe, it's still better to use all my strength to reach that corner of the formation first, and only offer that magic treasure when there's really no other way. With that said, he was silent, focusing on using his own spiritual power, going deep into the corner of the formation. Following the guidance of the spirit talisman in front, he pondered. If disciples who don't understand the formation enter, then it is indeed necessary to have this green talisman, otherwise they will lose their way after taking a few steps. The deeper he went, he was suddenly startled when he saw a group of beasts appearing in mid-air. They roared as they rushed towards him. Although a little startled, Zhang Yan remained calm, using the spiritual power within his body. Coldly looking at the group of beasts in front of him, he immediately released a powerful stream of spiritual power, emitting a faint green light, attacking towards the group of beasts. Looking at their current state, he was a little suspicious. These ferocious beasts look strong. Why do they look so pathetic? While pondering, he was suddenly attacked by a ferocious beast rushing towards him. Observing their actions, he finally understood, smiling faintly. So that's how it is. With that said, he coldly swung a blow, coldly looking at them. These ferocious beasts are just the killing intent in the formation transformed, without consciousness, only knowing to destroy those who enter the formation. They look incomparably powerful, but their cultivation is only equivalent to cultivators after opening the meridians. Not even as good as Mingqi cultivators, really can't withstand a single blow. But if a disciple breaks into the formation without maintaining their Dago heart, seeing a group of ferocious beasts that can cover the sky rushing towards them, it is inevitable that they will be a little panicked. And once that green guiding talisman is activated, it will not stop waiting for people.
Once the person following behind is delayed by one step, they will not know which direction the talisman has gone. Without the talisman, they can only wander aimlessly in the formation, courting death.
Without saying much, he rushed towards the talisman while swinging his attacks to attack each ferocious beast. His eyes coldly glanced at each ferocious beast, pondering.
The direction indicated by the talisman is the path with the highest chance of survival in the formation. This has advantages and disadvantages. The door with the highest survival rate has always been the place where the formation keeper defends most strictly. Although the power cannot continue to increase, there are more ways to change, so it is the most troublesome door of all doors.
This door of survival looks the most stable,
but before you take a few steps, there will be ferocious beasts and evil demons condensed from the killing intent in the formation. According to this calculation, even if the whole way is smooth without obstruction, it may take more than an hour to reach the corner of the formation.
Very quickly, a few more ferocious beasts emitting angry roars appeared in front of him. Without wasting much time, he glided past them, immediately causing them to be knocked away.
But Zhang Yan was a bit surprised. It seems like the cultivation of these savage beasts is several levels higher than the previous ones, almost reaching the bright wisdom first realm of the Emperor. Is it because I'm gradually going deeper into the formation? But then he sensed something was off, his face sinking. That's not right. Even if that's the case, they should be leveling up gradually, not transforming so suddenly. One of those 3 core formation cultivators must have died in the formation. Saying that, he frowned slightly. The total amount of savage killing aura in the formation is constant. If more disciples enter the formation, then each person bears a bit of it, making it easier to break through. But if I'm the only one breaking through, even if I reach the door with the highest chance of survival, I'm afraid the cultivation of each savage beast will increase to nearly the profound light realm.
Looking up, he was involuntarily startled when he couldn't see the talisman. He was a little flustered, but immediately took out an object with a Bagua imprint on it, carefully channeling spiritual power. I can't continue advancing step by step anymore. I'll just have to try breaking through another door. I must reach the northern corner of the formation before all 3 of them die.
Very quickly, a golden light enveloped his body, bringing him to a new area.
A strange blue light flew straight into his forehead, stunning him.
Before his eyes was the Bei Ming sword spirit, surrounded by faint blue lights, like clear streams of water. Without saying a word, the Bei Ming sword spirit turned and waved his hand, blocking every golden light rushing towards him.
Standing to the side, watching this scene, he clasped his hands and bowed.
Who exactly are you, senior? The Bei Ming sword spirit spoke to Zhang Yan. I accepted the request of Qin Mobai, the sect leader of the Ming Kang sect, to come and help you. But I myself also have a cause and effect that needs to be resolved by helping you.
If you agree, I will repay you in full.
You don't need to continue arranging this matter. I'll take care of it for you. What do you think?
Hearing these words, he replied with satisfaction.
I agree. Hearing his agreement, the Bei Ming sword spirit replied with satisfaction. Good. Being straightforward like that suits my old man's taste. After breaking the formation, you just need to do as I say, and I guarantee that after I've taken care of this matter, no one will dare to cause you any trouble. Outside the mountain at this moment, a ray of light shot out from within.
Meng Zhenren took the command token in his hand, musing, "It's junior brother Jin." Hearing these words, the surrounding people were in an uproar. 3 people have already died in the formation. There's really no hope of breaking it. Staying here is meaningless. Seeing someone about to leave, Elder Sun immediately spoke up to stop them. Wait, Zhang Yan is still in the formation. Let's wait a little longer.
Meng Zhenren also spoke.
Zhang Yan, being able to persist until now, can be considered understanding the cause of the formation's changes. But since the 3 junior brothers have died, even if he enters the door with the weakest killing aura, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult.
Once it passes noon, this formation will change again. Even if he reaches the corner of the formation, we won't be able to chase after him with the light magic treasure in time.
Saying that, Meng Zhenren stood up, helplessly saying,
Forget it, Tonger. When Zhang Yan's Yuan spirit rises, you must protect it well, so it will be easier to send him to be reincarnated later.
Hearing Meng Zhenren's words, Elder Sun frowned slightly, a little uncomfortable.
But then he sighed. The person who had just been stopped glanced at Elder Sun, scoffing coldly.
On the other side, a man in purple robes stood up and said, Junior brother Sun, do less meaningless things in the future. After saying that, the 3 of them coldly flicked their sleeves and left.
But then, a voice came, causing the 3 of them to stop and exclaim in shock.
What?
Before the crowd's eyes, a very tense and fierce scene appeared. A cold voice shouted to announce, Zhang Yan of the Shangming faction, the one who obtained the head of the Demon King Gi Kong Yao. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding people couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock.
The 3 people who were about to leave earlier looked at each other in surprise upon hearing this announcement.
Meng Zhenren immediately reacted, rushing forward, Go, let's go see. The sky at this time had changed. Dark clouds gathered, and lightning struck down in bursts inside the large tower in front of them. A cold voice echoed, "You junior dares to ruin my grand plan." After saying that, the tower plunged violently into the rushing river below.
Zhang Yan coldly charged forward,
But then, he was startled to see the tower before him, tilting to one side along with Bei Minglingjian's voice. "Zhang Yan, follow me. Let's shatter this heaven and earth."
With those words, a surge of power merged with Zhang Yan, rushing towards the tower,
Cutting the tower in half with a single, effortless strike. From inside the tower, a beam of red light shot out, filled with rage, shouting, "Qin Mobai, you destroyed my millennia of cultivation. I swear I will never give up on you."
Seeing this, Meng Zhenren pointed and exclaimed, "Bei Ming Dun Tian sword, the sword our sect enshrines. Why is it here?"
Could it be? Elder Sun seemed to realize something. No wonder. No wonder. A man in a purple cloak stroked his chin and frowned, saying, "This little brat actually got the favor of the Bei Ming Tiandu sword. Doesn't this mean the sect leader is right now?" From below, a powerful current surged,
revealing a somber voice that echoed, "Zhang Yan, for this great deed you can come to Fuyu Palace and meet me at Fuyu Heaven Palace." Mingshang sect. This place is the fundamental heartland of the Mingshang sect. The Duzhen Hall, Shangji Hall, and Zhukong Hall are not only where the Mingshang sect's sect leader cultivates, but also where the most profound and skilled elders of the sect reside. Before long, Zhang Yan was brought here. He looked at the sign before him and pondered. This palace feels somewhat familiar. If this conical tower were a few stories taller, it would be somewhat similar to the Dharma image that wanted to suppress me earlier. Quickly, he stepped inside, heading straight for the main hall. Before him, high above, was a majestic figure radiating a gentle yet immensely powerful aura. Qin Mobai sat high above, exuding a cold aura. "Zhang Yan, you don't need to be so formal. You can speak while standing in the hall." Even so, he bowed respectfully without a word, but a beam of blue light escaped from his forehead, and the Bei Ming sword spirit immediately appeared beside him. Qin Mobai questioned, "Qin Mobai, I've done what you asked, and even what you didn't ask. But kid, did you expect that I could not hold back and make a move?" Qin Mobai smiled in response. "Of course I couldn't hide it from Martial Uncle Bei Ming."
But immediately, Qin Mobai sternly looked at Zhang Yan. "Zhang Yan, for this great deed I will naturally reward you. I once said that whoever slays the demon lord can establish a mansion outside the sect. Today, I bestow upon you the Zhao Yu Celestial Pond as your Taoist sanctum."
Hearing this, the Bei Ming sword spirit frowned. "Qin Mobai, you're quite generous, just bestowing a dwelling like that. Aren't you afraid those young masters from prestigious families will come and bother you?"
Qin Mobai lightly flicked the horsetail whisk in his hand. Looking at the Bei Ming sword spirit with a smile, he said, "Rivers have bends, and people have their moments. I, Qin Mobai, am the head of a sect. How could I be irresponsible?" Hearing this, the Bei Ming sword spirit crossed his arms and laughed loudly. "It seems you and your teacher share an extreme bias. It was so satisfying to destroy that guy's Dharma image just now. If you still want me to take action, I can reluctantly agree once more."
Qin Mobai smiled at him. "Zhang Yan, you must remember that although I'm giving you this dwelling, I won't ask too much about whether you can watch over it in the future. You must work harder. Moreover, you need to figure out the karma with fellow Taoist Gi on your own. I can't help with that." Hearing this, he respectfully clasped his hands. "I already know where Senior Gifi will be reincarnated. I will go and welcome him in 5 years, and take him as a disciple." Qin Mobai nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. I had some interactions with fellow Taoist Gi back then. It would be a significant matter for him to return as a person and rejoin my Mingshang sect." Hearing this, Zhang Yan replied, "I wonder how the sect plans to handle my Lingxi Island." Hearing this, Qin Mobai replied, "Although you're establishing a mansion outside the sect, you're still a disciple of the Mingshang sect. Lingxi Island will naturally still be your dwelling, and no one will invade it." Hearing this confirmation, Zhang Yan clasped his hands to thank the sect leader. "Also, this disciple wishes to travel far to seek the fate to form a golden core. I hope the sect leader will grant permission." Hearing his proposal, Qin Mobai opened his mouth. "You injured that person. Although Martial Uncle Bei Ming lent you a hand, I still fear that his disciples and descendants will find you and cause trouble. I will give you a cultivation technique. Whether you can comprehend it or not is entirely up to you, but you must never easily teach it to others." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden token appeared before him, and the cultivation technique quickly flew before his eyes. Receiving the treasure, Zhang Yan was slightly surprised, and Qin Mobai's words echoed in his ears. "This Mountains and Rivers 1 Qi Cloud flag chart is a precious item that can help you cultivate. I'm bestowing it upon you. If you want to leave, don't delay. Depart quickly. After leaving Fuyu Heaven Palace, remember not to go to the Pill Cauldron Institute, or you might encounter a calamity.
Now, you may leave.
Receiving the secret manual, Zhang Yan respectfully clasped his hands. This disciple thanks the sect leader true person. Having said that, he immediately stepped out. Behind him came a reminder, be careful. Suddenly, the Bei Ming spirit sword rushed from behind, blocking his path. He gently channeled a stream of qi into Zhang Yan's forehead. Startled, he touched his forehead and chuckled. Senior, what are you doing to this disciple? He said sternly. Don't talk nonsense. This old man sees that you're somewhat faded, so I manifested 3 clones on you. In critical situations, they can be used to protect your life. I wouldn't even bother with anyone else. Back then, Shinmo Bai begged me outside the hall for a whole night before I reluctantly bestowed one.
As soon as he finished speaking, a voice from behind startled them both. Bei Ming Shishu isn't speaking ill of others behind their backs. A violation of the rules for elders.
Hearing this, he laughed heartily and flew away.
He didn't linger either, and quickly left. On the way, he pondered. I beheaded Gui Kongyao and severely injured Fa Xiangta Qi. My reputation in the sect is momentarily unmatched. Whether I want it or not, staying in the sect will inevitably make me the center of a vortex.
Withdrawing after achieving success is the wisest course of action. The sect leader true person quickly summoned me to reward me with the Zhao Yu heavenly pool, probably intending for me to leave early.
Thinking of this, he frowned slightly. Originally, I wanted to see Senior Brother Zhu one last time before leaving. But the sect leader true person's last words, the pill forging pavilion, what exactly happened there? Zhang Yan's eyes sharpened. It's probably true person Qin. This true person always acts rampantly and cannot be judged by common sense. This time, not only did I not die, but I also performed a heaven-defying feat, which can be considered a slap in her face. She's probably waiting for me at the pill-forging pavilion right now. If I get caught and taken to the Langya Grotto heaven, she could easily find an excuse to slowly punish me. Even the sect leader true person wouldn't be able to think of a way to help me there.
After figuring everything out,
Zhang Yan immediately dashed forward. In that case, the pill-forging pavilion is definitely off limits. I'm heading straight back to Spirit Herb Island. On Spirit Herb Island, at the dock, a group of people were taking turns moving cargo off the ship, when a contemplative voice sounded,
Zhao Yu heavenly pool. A gentle, purple-haired woman chuckled.
In our demon race, it's considered one of the blessed lands. Who would have thought it would end up belonging to that old fogey? Looking at the peaceful scene before her, she smiled softly. The sight of almost being stewed into snake soup by that old fogey is still fresh in my mind. This servant never imagined that Master would have such wealth today.
Zhang Yan said to the person in front of him with a smile. Fellow Taoist Luo, this time I have to go far away to seek opportunities with Foundation establishment. I'm counting on you to take care of this new cave dwelling.
Then, he turned to look at the purple-haired woman. Take them into the Zhao Yu heavenly pool for a quiet cultivation. You must not leave the heavenly pool for even a day until I return. Also, I have a disciple named Liu Yan Yi who is currently on Mount C. Please trouble this fellow Taoist to make a trip there and bring her back to the heavenly pool for cultivation.
Hearing this, she was a little unwilling and gritted her teeth. Is Master Lang leaving today? He chuckled and replied.
Any further delay and something might happen.
Hearing this, she lowered her head in silence.
He looked at her face, smiled gently, and she turned and took his hand, whispering, My lord. He took her hand and said softly, This is the restriction token for the Zhao Yu Heavenly Pool's cave dwelling. I'm entrusting it to you. The restrictions of the Zhao Yu Heavenly Pool were personally set up by Xianxia.
He gently pressed the token into her hand,
and it quickly disappeared, Zhang Yan continued. Even if several Grotto Heaven true persons joined forces to attack it, no one could take it down within a few months, so the pool can be considered impregnable. Receiving the token, she was surprised, and finally couldn't help but laugh.
Only then was he finally relieved. She bowed gently.
Master, please rest assured. No matter how long the day is, this servant will definitely take good care of your cave dwelling.
Hearing this, he finally left with peace of mind. I've always been very reassured by fellow Taoist, but then he immediately took out a cultivation manual.
Before setting off, there's still one more thing. I obtained a strand of true qi from the sect leader that can absorb the 5 elements and carry them throughout the world, but I have to see how this true qi magic treasure is different from a spiritual qi magic treasure. Magic treasures are also divided into high and low grades. For example, the flying sword and copper halberd on Zhang Yan's body are all magical artifacts. Their activation relies entirely on the cultivator's cultivation level and doesn't have the help of spiritual qi like ordinary objects. As for things like the Xuanming brush, soul-suppressing table, golden-purple Ruyi scepter, divine shuttle, and heart-piercing hammer,
they are all high-grade spiritual qi artifacts
because they themselves contain a bit of spirituality. After refining them with essence blood, You only need to control a small amount of primordial true spiritual qi to injure the enemy. And only when a magic artifact becomes a xuan qi can it generate its own consciousness, at which point a little bit of sentience exists within the artifact. Later, if it can be upgraded to a zhen qi, then it can transform into a person with an ego, and can also cultivate the Tao like a cultivator. But beyond Zhen Qi, there's still a mysterious and difficult to explain Dao Qi. It's not something a normal person can guess. Looking at the Zhen Qi scroll in front of him, the space within the painting seemed to come to life from the painting. Zhang Yan couldn't help but praise. Truly a magical painting. Just then, a figure stepped out from the painting. A young boy wearing black robes bowed and said, "Xiaotong doesn't deserve such praise from master." He smiled and asked, "Are you the spirit of this Zhenling painting?"
Standing beside him, she smiled and said, "I've heard that all Zhen Qi spirits are very powerful, and even if the master ignores them, they still treat the master with great respect."
Hearing this, he looked at the boy and asked, "Do you have a name?" The boy replied, "Yes, master. Xiaotong doesn't have a name." Xiaotong has had 12 masters before, but because Xiaotong isn't good at fighting, most of them just put this painting on the shelf and don't have time to care about Xiaotong. Only a few occasionally call Xiaotong out to talk to relieve boredom, so how would Xiaotong dare to hope for a name? Hearing this, he chuckled. "So you're just a lifeless potted plant."
Xiaotong sighed and replied, "Xiaotong has heard the saying that a Qianlima is common, but a Bodele is not. Whenever I think of it, I feel deeply sympathetic." The girl standing beside him spoke. "If that's the case, why don't you take on the master's surname, Zhang? Since you call yourself a Qianlima, how about Zhang Gao? What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the boy immediately knelt down and respectfully clasped his hands. "Thank you, madam, for bestowing a name." He standing next to him also spoke in agreement. "That's a great name." Hearing this, Zhang Gao bowed even lower. Quickly, the two immediately departed, rushing towards the mountain, emitting dark black qi. Ahead, Zhang Yan quickly spoke. "Zhang Gao, come with me to collect murderous aura." Zhang Gao immediately replied, "As you command." In an instant, the two had approached the dark black smoke even closer. Looking at the dense, murderous aura before them, Zhang Gao immediately used his spiritual power to absorb it all into his body. Quickly, a large amount of murderous aura was absorbed by Zhang Gao. Looking at this scene, he mused, "This much murderous aura should be enough for me to cultivate to Xuanguang level 3. Thinking this, he turned to remind Zhang Gao, "Alright, Zhang Gao, let's go." Finishing his sentence, the two immediately rushed away. On one side, she watched Zhang Yan's departing back in the distance. He turned his head to look at her. "La Dao Yu, I'm going to travel the world. If I don't achieve first grade elixir, I definitely won't return to the mountain." Finishing his sentence, he immediately rushed away. Chaos creates no high or low, so how can one be called a god in the Golden Palace if one does not have a wisp of spiritual qi, daring to contend with the sun and moon in the 9 heavens? On one side, La Dao Yu watched him go, her eyes filled with worry and a hint of reluctance. But she was helpless. Finally, she could only stand there, gazing in the direction he went. At this moment, high in the sky, a figure was flying quickly in the wind. An elder with a serious face was using spiritual power to search for something. Suddenly, a beam of spirit energy plunged straight into the ground. Seeing this sudden event, that elder was shocked and astonished. He followed the guidance of that blue spirit energy beam, his face colored with a little confusion as he sighed. That escape light, transformed by sword energy, must be a profound light cultivator. I wonder which sword sect they're from. Helpless, he lowered his head and resumed circulating his spirit energy. These guys are all arrogant and conceited. Luckily, this old man stopped just now. If I had impatiently bumped into him, getting killed by him wouldn't even leave me a place to complain. But in a blink, that beam of law/principles in the color of dark blue reappeared. Zhang Yan appeared right behind that elder, saying, "This fellow cultivator, please hold up." Hearing the sudden call, the elder startled and turned around. Zhang Yan smiled and clasped his hands. "I have a question to ask." The elder was a little surprised to hear this. "Oh," but then also smiled, clasped his hands, and said politely, "What would senior like to ask? If I know the answer, this humble one will tell you." Zhang Yan immediately replied, "May I ask, fellow cultivator, is this place near the Feizhou Immortal Market?" Zhang Yan's trip this time had 2 purposes. One was to collect the 5 elements, essence to cultivate the great profound true light, and the second was to find a core formation pill. Since Zhang Yan began cultivating in the Mingkang sect, he knew very little about the cultivation world, and it would be difficult to find these items on his own. But coincidentally, at the time of his meridian activation,
To hide the origin of his activation, he had befriended a North Star sect disciple through Princess Kaojun, Lin Ya.
This trip was to visit a North Star sect disciple named Yan Zhenhua at Danyang Mountain. Since he was going to visit someone, he couldn't go empty-handed, so Zhang Yan was planning to go to the immortal market to buy some valuable gifts to present.
The elder heard this and replied with a smile. Reporting to Senior, that immortal market is located. Before he could finish speaking, a loud shout came from behind him. Luo, you old devil! Hearing this, Luo immediately turned his head. A beautiful woman appeared before the two men. She stared at Luo, the old devil, and said coldly, Luo, you old devil, so you are here. Seeing her, the elder was a bit surprised.
She approached him. Let's see where you can escape to now.
Quickly, she moved forward and grabbed Luo by the collar, ordering, Quickly, hand over the secret manual you stole from the Agarwood sect. The elder was a little confused, frowning. That secret manual is for the Destined One. Why does it belong to your Agarwood sect?
Hearing this, she tightened her grip. HMPH. 5 Phoenix Mountain is the territory we manage.
The secret manual you obtained here might be left behind by a new elder in our sect. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Let this lady have a look at that secret manual. If it really isn't related to our Agarwood sect, this lady will turn around and leave.
Seeing the chaotic scene before him, Zhang Yan turned around. If you two have important matters to discuss, I won't disturb you. Farewell. Hearing this, the woman glanced at him.
Don't leave. But Zhang Yan ignored her words and disappeared in an instant. The woman stared blankly at the empty space before her. But at this moment, a series of beams of light rushed over Junior Sister Qiao. The woman looked at the group of people who had arrived, surprised.
Senior Sister, Luo, the old devil, paled at this sight. He said softly,
Lady Qiao, just now that senior from the Xiaoqing sect took away a book. Don't make things difficult for me anymore. If you have the ability, go find the main culprit. After saying that, the corner of his lips slightly curled up into a smile.
The Xiaoqing sect is the leading Xuan sect of the top 10 sects.
Every disciple who leaves the sect is a brilliant talent. Now that I've brought up their reputation, what can you do? But before the old devil could be happy for too long, at this moment, a cold voice rang out from behind Lady Qiao. Oh, I wonder which senior brother of mine from the Xiaoqing sect took it. Hearing this, Luo's face turned pale, and he stuttered. At the Feizhou Immortal Market, without guidance from that old guy, Zhang Yan didn't encounter many obstacles in finding the location of the Feizhou Immortal Market.
It just takes a little more effort. Below the Flying Shuttle Immortal Market, groups of people were incredibly lively trading. He zipped past the crowd, skimming over the stalls, making everyone crane their necks to watch. Song Huang and M.I. Qingzhi beside him were also startled, and noticed his figure.
M.I. Qing'er hastily pointed.
Senior brother, what kind of magic item is that? Song Huang replied. That's not a magic item. It's borrowing sword essence to transform into flying escape technique. This person's cultivation must at least be equal to our honored master, or the old geezer. M.I. Qingzhi was surprised. Senior brother, why haven't I ever seen honored master and the old geezer use sword escape? Song Huang chuckled. Junior sister, you haven't been initiated for long, so you probably don't know. Sword essence is hard to come by. Even a nascent soul cultivator would need more than 10 years to refine one. Even the great sects rarely see them. M.I. Qingzhi was excited after hearing this.
I wonder if there will be sword essences in the treasure trove of tomorrow's auction. Let's buy one too. Song Huang smiled faintly.
Junior sister,
even if there's sword essence, if you don't have sword manual inheritance, or don't have profound light cultivation, even if you get it, you can't activate the escape light, not to mention flying through the heavens and earth. Buying it would only be for decoration. M.I. Qingzhi tugged at Song Huang's sleeve, whining. No, senior brother. I want to buy sword essences? I want to buy sword essence. Song Huang helplessly indulged her. All right. At Chi Chang Pavilion. Flying Shuttle Immortal Market. Looking at the large sign before him, a hand gently pushed open the door. An old man with a smiling face respectfully invited him in. Immortal guest must be tired from the journey. This humble one will take my leave.
He smiled gently, took out a bottle of pills and placed it in the old man's hand, announcing,
Tell those outside, unless necessary, don't disturb me. Also, have someone come here tomorrow. I have something to ask.
The old man received the bottle of pills, bowing.
Yes, following the immortal guest's orders. Suddenly, Mu Hongchen, with a veil covering her face, and a maidservant, approached. Have you finished the matter I told you about? Mu Hongchen sat upright in her chair, resting her hand, speaking coldly, not saying anything else.
Tomorrow, I absolutely must get the Chi Ma fruit. Mu Hongchen's maidservant respectfully bowed and reported.
Mistress. The wealthy customers with some assets who came to the immortal market this time, this servant has already greeted them beforehand. It's just that I just saw a guest in the west chamber, This person seems to have some background. We haven't greeted them yet, Mu Hongqian pondered after hearing this.
Mistress, the only people with the financial power to compete with me are just a few. That person came here alone, and is also a new face, probably a disciple from some sect out traveling, wanting to find some fun. Don't pay too much attention to them, Mu Hongqian pondered after hearing this. Everyone, go down and prepare, later fellow disciples in the sect will come here. Also, there is a distinguished guest coming from the Shaoqing sect. Absolutely cannot be negligent. The two maidservants immediately bowed their heads in response.
Yes. The sky was already turning dark.
In the quiet room, Zhang Gu was constantly injecting waves of fire into him.
Zhang Yan calmly sat on the bed, focusing on circulating his spiritual power. Just then, a voice came from outside. Immortal guest, there's a treasure auction in the outer courtyard. Would you like to take a look?
He was a little surprised hearing this.
Oh, understanding. Zhang Gao immediately vanished.
He calmly spoke. Come in and speak. The person outside immediately pushed open the door. A beautiful girl with long green hair bowed.
This servant, Jun Lingguer, greets the immortal guest.
Jun Linger bowed gently and said, Immortal guest is visiting this place for the first time and is unfamiliar with the roads. The boat owner deliberately arranged for this servant to serve the immortal guest. If the immortal guest wants to buy 1 or 2 authentic items from the treasure auction, just give the order. He stood up immediately after hearing these words.
Lead the way to Qicheng Pavilion's auction place.
Only a few people came to participate. Zhang Yan sat in a room, speaking.
Let me ask you, if I want to snag some top-tier goods, what's the drill? Jun Linger, chillin', beside me and pourin' tea, suddenly tenses up and leans forward.
Jun Linger then explains. If you, esteemed guest, got your eye on any rare item, just toss in enough gold beans. A golden toad will hop out and swallow.
Then it'll haul that lotus leaf back to the crowd. Whoever bids the highest gets the leaf.
Jun Linger smiles, glancing at Zhang Yan.
So this toad's got another nickname, Greedy Eyes for Gold. There are still quite a few big toads in the pond, but you gotta drop thousands of gold beans at once to lure 'em out. That's why it's also called 1,000 gold. If you're interested, feel free to take a look. Zhang Yan, now a bit intrigued, replies, Sounds kind of fun. Where do I get these gold beans?
Jun Linger immediately answers,
If you have spirit coins, you can exchange them. 1 coin for 1 bean. If you're short on coins at the moment, you can use magical artifacts or pills. We have appraisers here who'll convert their value to spirit coins for you, so you won't get ripped off.
Zhang Yan chuckles at this,
tossing a bag of spirit coins onto the table. Then give me 5,000 gold beans. There are 5,000 spirit coins in here, feel free to count them.
Hearing this, Jun Linger's eyes widen in surprise. Does esteemed guest really want to exchange for 5,000 gold beans?
He smirks, confirming. Is there a problem? Jun Linger startles, replying quickly. No, my apologies. Please wait a moment, I'll be right back. Jun Linger picks up the bag of spirit coins and leaves, her eyes betraying her shock as she looks at Zhang Yan.
When Zhang Yan first started, he'd earned 40 to 50,000 spirit coins at the Huaying coin pit. This time, he brought all his assets with him. Now he's practically as rich as the head of a small sect, feeling super confident. Soon, Jun Linger returns with a tray full of gold beans. Esteemed guests' spirit coins are all top quality, clearly from a place with abundant spiritual energy. Compared to regular spirit coins, they're worth 3 times as much, so you get 15,000 gold beans in total. He hears this and calmly takes a sip of tea.
By now, the auction's been going on for a while, and several magical artifacts have appeared in the lotus pond, quickly getting snatched up. But all of these artifacts are low-grade spiritual items. Not a single one is mid-grade or higher. Not only Zhang Yan, but the folks in the VIP boxes on either side aren't making any moves. Clearly not interested in this stuff.
Seeing that Zhang Yan hasn't picked anything he likes yet, Jun Lingvier smiles reassuringly. Esteemed guest arrived a bit early. These are just 7th-rate common items. Of course they wouldn't catch the eye of a connoisseur.
As she finishes speaking, Yun Lingger glances at the lotus pond. Just then, another cultivator places a new lotus in the pond. Jun Linger immediately invites, Esteemed guest, what's being presented now is the ship owner's top-tier item. As soon as he sees what's on the lotus, Zhang Yan exclaims in surprise, Qi Ma fruit. Zhang Yan had seen this in the ancient books of the Danting Institute. This Qi Ma fruit looks just like any other fruit, but it contains a spirit beast called a Dimo inside. They live together symbiotically. This spirit beast usually likes to eat cold, yin-type plants, and is good at finding the hidden qi underground, so people in the demonic path often use it to find demons. As soon as he sees the Qi Ma fruit, Mu Hongqian raises an eyebrow in interest.
Mu Hongqian immediately throws out gold beans, bidding, I bid 5,000 gold beans.
At that moment, 4 large toads appear beneath the lake. They jump into the water, immediately surrounding the Qi Ma fruit.
Zhang Yan sits inside, stroking his chin in thought. Among the 5 essences I need to find, there's one called Kui Water Essence, located deep beneath the silent mountain valleys. If I had a Qima fruit, it could save me a lot of effort. Thinking this, Zhang Yan immediately throws out gold beans, bidding 10,000 beans. Seeing this situation, Junlinger can't help but be surprised. Very quickly, a super large toad jumps high into the air from under the lake, then instantly sinks back into the lake. The surrounding people can't help but gasp in surprise. Throwing out 10,000 gold at once is 1,000 gold. Mu Hongchen is silent with a dark look. Zhang Yan's big toad immediately rushes towards the Qima fruit. Just then, a cup of tea spills. Mu Hongchen angrily stands up, pointing. Who is this? How can they be so untrustworthy? The female slave hears this and anxiously replies, My lady, we have never seen this guest before. Mu Hongchen, pissed, chucked a wooden box at the maid's head, yelling, What the hell are you guys doing? The maid, scared shitless, immediately knelt down and started kowtowing. Milady, it's not like we weren't paying attention, it's just that this guest said he'd be staying in the Qichang building 2 days ago, and we already reported it to you back then. Hearing this, Mu Hongchen seemed to remember something, and slammed the table in anger. Damn it all to hell. On the other side, Junlinger excitedly brought the Zihi Ma fruit in front of him. Congrats, immortal guest, on winning this treasure. He remained silent, lost in thought. Just then, the maid brought up another treasure. This is the Yuan sword ring, refined by a Yuan Ying senior spending 30 years of effort. It was originally intended for our disciple to use, but that disciple unfortunately passed away. So we want to offer this treasure to anyone who can bid 5,000 spirit coins. As soon as they heard this, the people below buzzed with chatter. 5,000. That's enough to buy more than half of the top-tier treasures. The quality of this sword ring is good, but we can't use it ourselves, so forget it. But on one side, M.I. Qinggrier was shocked as soon as she saw the Yuan sword ring. M.I. Qingshare excitedly said, Xixiang, look, it's a sword ring. A sword ring. Song Huang sighed helplessly. With the spirit coins we have, we could buy this Yuan sword ring, but then we wouldn't be able to buy the Hanye Xuan Zhengrass that our Shifu wanted us to get. Hearing this, M.I. Qinger sighed in disappointment. Oh, Song Huang looked at M.I. Qingger like that and comforted her. If you really want it, Shimei, I'll find a way to get it for you. The quality of this Yuan sword ring is extremely high. Even if you refine it for decades, you still won't be able to use it. Hearing this, M.I. Qinger's mood instantly improved. She smiled and hugged Song Huang's arm. Qinger knows Xixiang is the best. On one side, Zhang Yan pondered in silence. I have the Jingchen sword ring, so I don't really need this thing, but I don't know if my disciple Yan Yi has the aptitude for sword cultivation. Sword rings are hard to find, and even in my Mingkang sect I haven't seen too many. Now that I've seen one, might as well just casually take it. Thinking this, he glanced at Junlingrer. I'll take this Yuan sword ring. Hearing this, Junlingrer's eyes widened in shock. Quickly, Junling'er took the Yuan sword ring from the other maid's hand. Thank you for your patronage. Junling'er stepped forward and said, Immortal guest, here's the sword ring. With that, she placed the Yunyan sword ring on the table. Zhang Yan smiled and looked at the Yuan sword ring in front of him, reaching out to touch the treasure before him. He chuckled softly. Sword rings are extremely loyal, following only one master throughout their life. This sword ring doesn't have any trace of evil Q pollution, so it's clear that no one has touched it since it was refined. Moreover, the quality is even better than what Zhang Yan initially thought. Even compared to his Jingchen sword ring, it's not that much worse. Spirit coins can be earned back, but a good sword ring like this is hard to find. After all, most Yuan Yin cultivators only care about cultivation, and spending several years, even decades, to refine a sword ring that they don't need is basically a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Junlinger next to him again invited, Immortal guest, please see the next item. It's an extremely good one. Most of the people here today are here for this item. I'm sure the immortal guest has heard of it before. It's a piece of Han Ye Xuan Zhengrass. Hearing this, Zhang Yan was surprised. Han Ye Xuan Zhengrass. After a cultivator reaches Xuanguang stage 3, they must find medicine to condense a pill. If they fail to condense a pill, a small golden core will appear in their body. Although their strength will far exceed ordinary Xuanguang cultivators afterwards, they will have no hope of advancing any further for the rest of their lives. But using this Han Ye Xuan Zhen grass as the main ingredient, combined with several other spirit herbs, you can concoct a kind of Xuan Luo clear water. This water has a strange effect. It can completely dissolve that small golden core, and then you can recast your foundation. This item can definitely give cultivators who fail to condense a pill another way out. A golden core is the core force of a sect. Even among the top 10 disciples and the top 3 of the Mingkang sect, only Qi Yuntian has reached the Yuan Ying stage, and a piece of this spirit herb can at least refine enough Xuan Luo clear water for 3 people. It's truly extremely rare.
Only it deserves the title of treasure. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curved up with determination. He must get it. Glancing at the scene below, he pondered, no matter the cost, I must get it. Right then, a maid carefully brought up the Ha Ye Xuan Zhen herb, and the surrounding crowd was so shocked, their eyes nearly popped out.
Song Huang immediately shot to his feet, exclaiming, "This is bad. This is exactly what my senior brother Song Hong from Lin Qing Temple desperately wants." Bing Long offered 2,000 spirit coins. Just then, an elder stepped forward, waving his hand with a smile. "Well then, this old friend will add 1,000, 3,000 spirit coins, little friend. You don't need to compete with me." Song Huang cupped his hands respectfully, replying, "My sect truly needs this item urgently. Please forgive my offense, elder. Song Mu will add 1,000. Just then, another person joined the fray. 5,000 spirit coins. Deng Mu wants this thing.
As soon as Deng Chang said this, someone immediately retorted, 5,000 is a lot, I'll pay 6,000, Deng Chang. What do you say to that? Deng Chang was annoyed by this.
Right when the competition was fierce, yet another guy joined in. "I am Qiong Kun, a disciple of the Shaoqing sect. Today, a senior brother in my sect needs this kind of spirit herb to refine medicine to dissolve a minor golden core, so I'll use 7,000 spirit coins to buy it. Any objections?" The crowd was stunned and stammered at Qiwag Kun's appearance. Shaoqing sect.
Just then, someone spoke up to end the game. So it turns out that a disciple of the Shaoqing sect wants this item. I'll withdraw. Hearing this, Qiwag Kun cupped his hands, bowing with a smile. Many thanks. The elder from before also had no choice but to stroke his beard and give up.
If you are a top disciple of the Shaoqing sect, and it's just a small piece of spirit herb, this old man is willing to stop here.
On the other side, Deng Chang's face was already dark and speechless.
And Song Huang's expression wasn't much better.
The Shaoqing sect is at the top of the 10 Grey Xuan sects. Their bad reputation is well known.
In the last 100 years, the number of sects destroyed just for speaking rudely to a disciple of the Shaoqing sect is no less than a dozen. Moreover, because the disciples of the Shaoqing sect cultivate strange cultivation methods, they often start fighting at the slightest disagreement, even using challenges as an excuse, where once they start fighting, it's often a fight to the death, and everyone in the Shaoqing sect is extremely protective of each other, destroying entire families at the slightest provocation. Who here doesn't have fellow disciples and friends who wouldn't be a little wary? So everyone was afraid of provoking this disciple of the Shaoqing sect, lest they attract disaster for no reason.
Although unwilling, Song Huang could only accept the truth, cupping his hands in defeat. If my fellow Taoist from the Shaoqing sect has his eye on it, Song Huang will naturally withdraw. Hearing Song Huang's words, M.I. Qingqier widened her eyes in shock. Senior brother, how could you do this?
Unwilling,
M.I. Qingqier angrily shouted. Shishu is waiting for our news. So what if it's the Shaoqing sect? Why are you so afraid? Where has your usual boldness gone?
Song Huang immediately shouted. Shut up. He looked unhappily at M.I. Qingqier. M.I. Qingqier, this is not a place for you to speak. If you say another word, I'll punish you. To be confined for 30 years. Now get back here.
M.I. Qingqier was suddenly stunned by the scolding. Then she turned and sobbed as she left. Who? I hate you, senior brother.
Qiong Kun below looked at this scene and coldly smiled. This is your junior sister. Truly innocent and naive.
Song Huang above replied. It's just that my junior sister is new to the outside world. Her words were unintentional. I hope Jiu Daoyu won't take it to heart.
Hearing this, Chumai Kun said again. Song Daoyu is too modest.
Song Huang smiled and cupped his hands. I take my leave. Above, Qiao Niangzi stared intently at Chumai Kun below.
She smiled faintly with satisfaction. The Shaoqing sect truly lives up to its reputation as the leading sect in the Xuan sects of Donghua province. What a prestige. Just a true disciple showing up is enough to make no one dare to compete anymore.
Zhang Yan on the side sneered. Only 8,000 spirit coins. If no one else is going to bid, then I'll take this spirit herb. Hearing this, Yunling Liger worriedly reminded.
Immortal guest, that's the Shaoqing sect. Zhang Yan didn't seem to care about Junling Ver's reminder. Stepping out, he waved his hand and laughed coldly. Looking at Qiwan Kun, he said, Hey, 9,000 spirit coins, I'll take this Ha Ye Xuan Zhen herb. The group below was in an uproar after hearing Zhang Yan's words, shocked. 9,000 spirit coins. This guy dares to disregard the reputation of the Shaoqing sect disciples in front of everyone. Does he think he's lived too long?
Zhun Lingger on the side was equally worried, looking at the silent Zhang Yan.
Qingwa Kun's face turned dark at his words.
He stood high above, looking at Shino Kun with a slight smile,
who forced a smile and waved his hand, saying, 9,000 spirit coins, Qingwu can't afford it. This item probably belongs to this fellow cultivator. Hearing these words, the corners of his lips curled up even higher
as he looked down at Qiong Kun. He didn't say a word, then turned around and stepped inside.
Qiong Kun didn't stay either. Immediately using his King Gong to fly up, Qiong Kun's unexpected attitude caused the surrounding crowd to exclaim, Is this still a disciple of the Xiaoqing sect? Since when did they become so easy to talk to? Unless this guy is a fake.
Flying high in the sky, at this moment, a woman approached Chu Kun and said, "If Chu Xixiong is short on money, our Chengxiang sect is willing to help Xixiong." Hearing this, Chu Kun waved his hand, refusing Fan Shimei's good intentions.
I appreciate it, but this spirit herb, no matter how rare, isn't worth 10,000 spirit coins. This price is already extremely high. Any more is useless. The woman's expression turned unhappy upon hearing this. Xixiong, traveled thousands of miles here for that item. Are you just going to give it to this person like that? Qin Kun's face turned cold upon hearing this. I was just about to pay this fellow cultivator a visit. Finishing his words, he immediately jumped into his room. Fellow cultivator, Qinhua Kun is here to visit. Seeing Qinhua Kun's appearance, Zhang Yan wasn't surprised, and even greeted him with a smile.
"Please come in." Qinhua Kun landed and stared at him with some wariness.
Junlinger, standing behind, looked extremely tense at this scene. Although the shipowner has a profound background and isn't weak in cultivation, he definitely wouldn't dare to offend the Xiaoqing sect. If this Xiaoqing sect disciple kills this honored guest in a fit of anger, I'll ultimately be the one to take the blame.
At this moment, Zhang Yan glanced at Junlinger and waved his hand.
You go outside. I have something to talk about with this Xiaoqing sect fellow cultivator. Hearing these words, Yunlinger was a little wary, cupping her hands and bowing.
Yes. Watching Junlinger leave the room, Chu Kun finally cupped his hands and said,
Chu Kun, a direct disciple of the Xiaoqing sect, greets fellow cultivator. May I ask how I should address you? He replied with a smile. This humble one is Zhang Yan, a direct disciple of the Mingxiang sect. Chu Kun's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. So it's a fellow cultivator from the Mingxiang sect. Had I known Xixiong was here, I wouldn't have come to compete for the spirit herb.
Instead, I've offended you. Zhang Yan didn't say much, pointing to the room opposite. Is the person over there a friend of Qinhua Xixiong? Qinhua Kun glanced over and saw three familiar faces. He coldly laughed and replied, Xixiong also knows that they and I aren't on the same path.
Chu Kun turned to look at Zhang Yan amicably and said, My Shishu became a son of God, and once met Qi Yuntian, a Daochang of the Mingxiang sect, during the 16th sect sword tournament. Although Daochang Qi isn't a sword cultivator, he was able to fight to a draw with my Shishu. Every time my Shishu mentions Daochang Qi, he admires him greatly. Does Zhang Xixiong know him?
Hearing these words, he smiled and said, Xixiong Qi, I see him often, of course I know him. Seeing Zhang Yan's demeanor, Chu Kun knew that he must have come from a Xuanmen great sect. Without a great sect like that, there couldn't be a character like this. Therefore, knowing that he was a disciple of the Mingxiang sect wasn't unexpected. He didn't expect him to be on par with Qi Yuntian. If they know each other, then they are naturally from the same lineage, perhaps even a disciple of the four great Dongxin Zhenren of the Mingxiang sect. His evaluation of Zhang Yan couldn't help but rise a few notches in his heart. After pondering for a moment, Chu Kun finally spoke.
Forgive Shidai's boldness, but I see Xixiong's extraordinary demeanor, and it is evident that you are well versed in the great Tao. The large sum of money used to buy this spirit herb must not be for your own use. To this chapter he frowned slightly upon hearing these words. This Hanye Xuanzhen grass is truly rare. Returning to invite Zhu Chong to take action, in the future, refining Xuanluo Chengshui can be taken out as a favor within the sect. Maybe at that time, we will be able to have more than 3 or 4 Huadan cultivators from outside. However, these words cannot be spoken to outsiders. Improvise as appropriate. Chu Kun looked at Zhang Yan, and his forehead was covered in fine sweat. No wonder Zhang Xixiong is so generous. I'm afraid he is acting on the orders of his sect. Nearly 10,000 spirit coins is not a small amount, and if I didn't have the help of a few Xixiong and Shishu, I would never be able to take it out. At this moment, Chao Niangzi in the distance, seeing Qin Kun's figure on the opposite side, gasped in surprise. Isn't that Qin Kun on this side submissively bowing his head to him? If this spirit herb already belongs to Xixiong, then Shidi will go find another one elsewhere. Farewell. Although this one spirit herb can be divided among several people, if he loses at the treasure meet, he won't ask Zhang Yan for it again. This is the pride of the Xiaoqing sect. Even if Chu Kun's Shishu who needs that spirit herb knows about this, he will only praise him for doing the right thing and not losing the prestige of the Xiaoqing sect. Right after he spoke, Xiao Niangzi rushed over from who knows where, saying, Chu Xixiong, wait up. Chu Kun turned his head in surprise to look at her, but Xiao Niangzi annoyedly pointed at him and yelled, That guy is the one who stole our secret manual that day. Qinu Kun coldly brushed past her. Did she just coldly brush past him? Faced with his strange action, Chao Niangzi asked in surprise, Chiwai Xixiong. Chu Kun coldly glanced at Chao Niangzi. This Zhang Xixiong is from the Mingkang sect. He possesses top-tier profound arts. Why would he covet a secret manual from your Xianxia sect when he doesn't even need it to cultivate? Aren't you people overestimating yourselves a bit too much?
With that, Xinhua-kun turned and left.
That night, in Mu Hongqian's group's room, Zhuang-kun had already left. After everyone from the Xianxia sect learned that Zhang Yan was a disciple of the Mingkang sect, they understood that even if the secret manual was really in his hands, they wouldn't dare ask for it back. You just can't afford to offend disciples from these big sects.
Xianxia clenched her fist in anger, unwilling to accept this.
So what, if it's the Mingkang sect? Do you really think disciples from the Mingkang sect don't covet our secret manual? The moment the words left her mouth, Mu Hongqian immediately reminded her, Qiao Ximei, you absolutely cannot say these things out loud. The Mingkang sect is also a major Xuan cultivation sect, no weaker than the Shaoqing sect. If we're talking about sects, their territory is vast, truly number one in Donghua. Mu Hongqian said worriedly, Master once said, if it wasn't for the current sect leader of the Mingkang sect planning too far ahead, not even sparing a glance at Donghua, and instead expanding to the north, our small sect in this remote northern place could only rely on them to survive.
Donghua province may have 10 major Xuan cultivation sects, but there are big and small differences between them. Among them, the Shaoqing sect, the Yuxiao sect, and the Mingkang sect have the greatest power. The founding patriarch of the Mingkang sect was afraid that future disciples would be lazy, so he established the sect at the Longyuan Grand Marsh, bordering the Beiming continent. Since its founding, it has fought with the Nanxia demon races of Beiming continent for nearly 10,000 years. But it still stands guard over the northern part of Donghua. The sect remains unshaken.
How could the Xianxia sect possibly afford to offend a powerful sect like that?
Mu Hongqian looked at the worried group. If it were an ordinary disciple, it would be one thing. But this, Zhang Daoyu, is a true disciple of the Mingkang sect, a Xuanguang realm cultivator. He's probably traveling to look for Ningdan medicine. A character like that has already built their foundation, and has their own methods to walk the path to enlightenment. There's no way he would switch to our sect's techniques mid-journey. Therefore, what Shiwai Shixiang said before leaving was very reasonable. Hearing these words, the group began to think. Most of these dozen or so female disciples were Mingqi realm cultivators with limited knowledge. They judged others by themselves, always thinking that others would treasure the secret manual just as much as they did.
Mu Hongqian was the eldest senior sister in the sect, and she taught most of the disciples in place of the master, so no one dared to disobey her words. Mu Hongqian pondered in silence. The Zihi Ma fruit being bought by Zhang Daoyu from the Mingkang sect means that he's inevitably involved in my plans. I originally wanted to spread the news about the Hanye Xuanzhen herb to have Qi Shixiang from the Shaoqing sect owe me a favor, so that it would be easier to ask him to do that thing, but now it's hopeless. It seems that making this work definitely requires asking for Zhang Daoyu's help. It's just that he's a disciple of a major sect, his sights are naturally very high. If I want to move him, I'll definitely have to spend a lot of money. Thinking of this, Mu Hongqian's eyes suddenly turned cold.
The next day, Mu Hongqian put on makeup and dressed up after taking a bath, and went to the west chamber to ask to see Zhang Yan.
She walked over worriedly, cupped her hands and bowed, saying, This one is Mu Hongqian, a second-generation disciple of the Xianxia sect, seeking an audience with Zhang Daoyu of the Mingkang sect. Hearing these words from inside, Zhang Yan responded, Mu Daoyu, please come in and speak. Pushing the door open and stepping inside, as soon as he saw Mu Hongqian, he said, I wonder what brings Mu Daoyu here. Zhang Yan looked silently at the treasure before him, with Mu Hongqian's voice in his ear. Zhang Daoyu, what do you think of this cultivation method? He replied gravely. If I'm not mistaken, this is a demonic cultivation method. Although it's not outstanding, it can still be considered extraordinary. If one can calmly cultivate it to quickly enter a realm, it would be incomparable to ordinary cultivators. Mu Hongqian said with satisfaction, Zhang Daoyu is indeed a disciple of a major sect, with a keen eye. Please take a look at this one as well. With that, Mu Hongqian took another cultivation method from her sleeve. He opened it to take a look. Looking at the cultivation method in his hand exuding a green light, he smiled. These cultivation methods are very special, or rather, strange. They strike quickly, but are a little weak for fighting others. Also, the spells recorded in this one are probably from the same source as that one. Mu Hongqian chuckled. That's right. When I obtained these two books, they were marked with the characters Renzi and Renshu. After many years of investigation, I discovered that they both came from a demonic treasure hoard in an underground river. The so-called demonic treasure hoard refers to the time in ancient times when some scattered demonic sects recorded what they had learned in their lives into ancient books before transforming or ascending and putting it in a magic artifact that was carried with them, and then letting them float on the underground river, waiting for a destined person to pick them up. But there are also many immortal caves in the Mingshan Grand Canyon, so this is not uncommon, Zhang Yan said with a smile. Dao Yu should try to hide the matter of this secret book. Why tell me? Mu Hongqian sighed and replied, I didn't want to say it, but the demonic treasure is floating and uncertain in the Ming River, and it is very difficult to find. I need to borrow Dao Yu's Ji Ma fruit to search for it. Moreover,
There are quite a few powerful demon heads in that underworld river. In the Xianxia sect, only me and my 2 junior sisters are profound light cultivators, and we don't have powerful magic treasures to protect us, so it's difficult to be certain of success. I originally wanted to ask 9th brother from the Xiaoqing sect, but he's already left. After thinking it over, only Zhang Daoyu can help me with this matter.
Hearing this, he silently shook his head. Seeing this, Mu Hongchen was startled and scared. If Zhang Daoyu agrees and finds the location of that demonic treasure, I will not only allow you Daoyus to see all the hidden treasures within, but even the carefully hidden magic treasures will be chosen by you brothers first, Zhang Yan said in a deep voice.
My sect has supreme righteous techniques. Why would I covet the methods of others? Demonic cultivation methods and Xuanmen incantations are incompatible.
If I start learning them, I would have to abandon my existing cultivation, like Han Qi beneath the masked veil. Mu Hongchen gave a sinister smile. This matter can indeed only be accomplished by disciples of major sects. Only they wouldn't care about these methods of unknown origin. If it were a cultivator from an ordinary sect searching, they'd probably be overjoyed just hearing about it. Thinking this, Mu Hongchen chuckled and replied, Hongchen, hoping for Zhang Xixiang to take action naturally, can't be without gratitude. Here, I have a lot of Mingxi milk that teacher collected when he was refining pills. As long as Daoyu agrees to help me, I will offer this item to Daoyu.
Zhang Yan was surprised to hear this, thinking, Mingxi milk, he then said. Obtaining Mingxi milk isn't easy. Daoyu is willing to part with it? Mu Hongchen frowned and replied, You have to give to receive. Mingxi milk is one of the 3 external medicines for refining pills. The Mingxi milk that Mu Hongchen has is something that her teacher painstakingly searched for her, wanting her to successfully refine pills to take over the position of sect leader. However, Mu Hongchen witnessed her teacher's death in the cave dwelling, knowing that without supreme cultivation methods, the last few hundred years of lifespan would inevitably be subject to fate.
She clearly distinguished between the heavy and the light.
Mu Hongchen anxiously watched him fall into silent contemplation. Finally, Zhang Yan spoke up. I can agree to this matter with Daoyu, but Daoyu must agree to one condition with me. If I help Daoyu, you must give me that Mingxi milk first. Mu Hongchen replied upon hearing this. Okay, it's just that the Mingxi milk is currently in the Xianxia sect and can't be taken out immediately. Daoyu, please wait a few days.
Seeing Mu Hongchen hastily preparing to leave, Zhang Yan said, No rush, I still have to visit other places now, Daoyu. Just give me some time. It won't be too late to meet again then.
Mu Hongchen cupped her hands and bowed. 2 months later, please come to my Wutong Mountain as a guest. At that time, Hongchen will welcome Daoyu at Danyang Wangyan Peak. Yan Duo and his group joyfully came forward to greet. Esteemed guest. At this moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. A flock of birds surrounded and entangled each other at one location, causing Yan Duo to unexpectedly notice. He solemnly cupped his hands. So it's Daoyu from Baiyushuan. Yan Duo has been waiting here for a long time. At this moment, a footstep carrying a gust of floral fragrance landed on the ground. A beautiful white-haired woman appeared in sight. She smiled and cupped her hands. Yan Shiwei of Baiyushuan and her younger brother, Yan Xiaoyang, are here to celebrate Mother's birthday on her behalf. Yan Shiwei carefully presented a stack of golden paper. A special gift is a 1,000-year-old tortoise, a pair of 500-year-old white deer, male and female, an 18 Qingyu crane, and so on, wishing Elder Yan a 500th birthday. Yan Duo smiled and accepted. So it's you 2 siblings. Quickly come inside and sit. Yan Xiaoyang playfully said. It's not even that good. It's not as good as our Shuyue pavilion at home. Yan Shui frowned and reminded him, If you keep talking nonsense, Aji won't take you out next time.
Yan Duo chuckled softly behind them. This time, the Lingqing sect sent the 3rd-generation disciples, Song Hong and Mi Qingkor, the daughter of the great elder, while Baiyu Xuan sent a pair of children of Head Yan to represent them. Father will surely be very happy to know. At this moment, Yan Zhenxiang raised his eyebrows and sneered, Zhenhua, didn't you say there was another distinguished guest? The guests from Baiyushuan and Lingqingguan have all arrived? Where is this distinguished guest you invited? Yan Zhenhua stammered. This, Yan Duo frowned and reminded him. Forget it, Zhangxiang, go tell them to prepare the banquet. Yan Zhangxiang smugly cupped his hands. Yes, father. At this moment, an ancient spiritual power emitting a blue light crashed heavily to the ground. This scene startled all 3 of them. Zhang Yan calmly said, I am Zhang Yan of the Mingshang sect, owner of Lingxi Island, and have received an invitation from Daoyu Yan Zhenhua, and have come specifically to celebrate the birthday. Yan Zhenhua was overjoyed to see him and stepped forward. Zhang Xixiang, you've arrived. Come in, come in. Zhang Yan smiled and cupped his hands. Yan Xiong, long time no see. Yan Duo was delighted to see him and came forward and said, So it's Zhang Xiansheng of the Mingshang sect. Forgive my lack of welcome. Zhang Yan smiled and waved his hand. And immediately, A boatload of treasures appeared before their eyes. Just a few small gifts, nothing much. Soon he and Yan Zhenhua entered the courtyard, chatting happily. Yan Zhengxiang's face darkened with annoyance. I don't know where Zhenhua got to know this true disciple of the Mingxiang sect. This time, he's managed to show his face inside the banquet hall.
Song Hong was shocked to see Zhang Yan.
No way, that was the same Qiu Kun who acted all high and mighty back at Shaoqing's sect.
No one there dared to fight back then, but this dude didn't show even a hint of fear. After that incident, not only was Qiu Kun not punished, but he even went to this guy's door to ask about him. That Han Ye immortal grass is enough to share between 3 people. I wonder how much this Zhang bro needs. Maybe I should go over and befriend him. Who knows? He might give me some to save my martial uncle's life. Just then, 2 servants were kicked flying into the room, and a loud shout echoed from outside. Yan Duo, get your ass out here. Hearing this aggressive voice, everyone in the room immediately paid attention. A short dude with a massive scar on his face stormed in. I want to know how you're managing your juniors. As soon as he said that, he threw a puppet onto the ground. Seeing it, Yan Duo was shocked. He stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. May I ask who you are? And what do you want with my grandson? The guy sneered. So, you really are from the Yan family. This little thief killed my disciple for no reason. Yan Shi, you owe me a clear explanation today no matter what. Yan Duo frowned at these words. Fang Ruer, is what he's saying true? Fanger, lying on the ground in pain, replied. It's true. Hearing this, Yan Duo angrily shouted. Why would you do that? Fanger retorted angrily. Why weren't you guys letting me attend Grandpa's birthday banquet? I'm his grandson too, I know what's right and wrong. Since I didn't have a birthday gift, I went and stole one myself to wish Grandpa a happy birthday. Hearing these words, Yan Duo became even more furious. You unfilial wretch. Yan Shi doesn't have a grandson like you. The guy on the other side chuckled. Since that's the case, allow me to clean up your family for you. 1 strike to kill him. A life for a life? With that, he immediately raised his hand. But Yan Duo quickly rushed forward. No way! Seeing Yan Duo, the guy brought out a mirror. Coldly snorting, he immediately shined the mirror towards Yan Duo. Quickly, the mirror emitted a power that sucked Yan Duo inside. Not good. At this moment, Song Hong and Yan Shiyue stood up and immediately summoned their magic items. Don't you dare! The guy didn't show any respect, and immediately unleashed a ring of fire, burning the 2 magic treasures. Song Hong was shocked. A nascent soul cultivator. The guy arrogantly declared, I originally didn't want to involve others. But if you're offering yourselves up on a silver platter, then don't blame me. Instantly, a chilling killing intent spread around. Zhang Yan calmly shouted and jumped high into the air. That aura seemed to have a mind of its own, fiercely chasing after him. The guy coldly said as he watched this scene. This little brat actually knows sword escape. Whatever, just let him go. I'm not afraid of Yan the old ghost coming after me, but if I piss off those 2 secluded nascent soul elders from the Beichan sect, I won't be able to escape. Without another word, he immediately grabbed Yan Zhengting. If you want to find your son, come find me at the Baichong Demon King's place in the Eastern Sea. Zhang Yan watched him leave, his face cold. I intentionally destroyed the house to cause a little commotion and attract the attention of the elders from the Beichan sect. But at this moment, the Taoist's voice thundered like thunder, yet no one from the Beichan sect came out. Right then, a gloomy voice echoed behind him. Taoist friend Zhang, thank you for the warning. Hearing this, he was shocked, and turned around. Are you perhaps an elder from the Beichan sect? Yan Zhengting stepped forward somberly. This old man is Yan Zhengting. I have my own plans for this matter. Let this Dong Liao go. At this time, inside a house, Yan Zhengting's voice echoed. Taoist friend is wondering why I didn't chase after him, aren't you? He calmly invited him to drink tea. I won't hide it from you, Taoist friend. That Taoist is my wife's 9th brother. Zhang Yan was shocked to hear this. Yan Zhengting was silent. My wife is originally a sea immortal demon, and now she is one of the 18 demon kings in the Eastern Sea. This time, taking my son away is probably my demon wife forcing me to go to the sea. Let it be. But I am the grand elder of the Beichan sect. How can I give up my family business to go overseas? So today, just let my wife's 9th brother go. He is also taking away his wife's grandchildren, so he will definitely not make things difficult for them, only troubling Taoist friend. On the contrary, I feel indebted. Zhang Yan chuckled at these words. That red-haired kid is also a half-demon. Yan Zheng, old man marrying a demon woman, making her his son's wife, father and son. Even their hobbies are the same. Yan Zhengting remained silent. This time, I've unfortunately implicated the Lin Qing sect and a few fellow Taoists from Bin Yushuan. They were caught in my wife's flying sword and demonic wind. While I wouldn't harm them, it's not good to leave them stranded. But after this birthday banquet, I'll be secluding myself to cultivate a profound and subtle technique. The 2 sect elders definitely won't let me off the hook, so I need to ask another Taoist to go to the EC to bring them back. He raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Elder Yan's suggestion is that you want to openly object. He stroked his beard and laughed loudly. You're clever, Taoist. That's exactly what I have in mind. He smiled faintly. Elder Yan isn't an arrogant person. He must be sure I'll agree if he's saying this now. Let's see what he has to say.
He spoke in a low voice.
Taoist Zhang, I see that your cultivation is currently only at the first stage of the profound light realm. You've left your sect to travel in search of that external elixir for condensation. Perhaps in the future, you can compete for a spot among the top 10 disciples of the Mingkang sect. However, as you know, a group of powerful families within the Mingkang sect now sees you as a formidable rival. They've intentionally selected and are diligently nurturing several disciples to contend with you. I know of a clan member from the Xiao family, named Xiao Han. He is already at the third stage of the profound light realm, and he's also looking for elixirs out there, just like you. My Yan clan and the Xiao clan have a history. A few days ago, Xiao Han came to me, seeking information on the whereabouts of the Jiazihao Shui. I told him. Zhang Yan mused. The Sihou Shui is one of the 3 kinds of elixirs for condensation. For Xiao Han to specifically seek out Elder Yan for it, this Jiazihou Sihou Shui must be extremely rare and hard to find, not something a normal Sihou Shui can compare to. It's fine that I didn't know about this Jiazihou Sihou Shui, but now that I do, I absolutely cannot miss it. However, Elder Yan is beating around the bush, clearly trying to get me to owe him a favor. If that's the case, a single Sihou Shui isn't enough. Yan Zhengding fell silent.
If Taoist Zhang doesn't mind, think about it for a few more days. There's also a blessed land on my Wangyan Peak, not too far from here, that you can borrow for secluded cultivation. He finally stood up, cupped his hands, and bowed.
Then I thank you very much, Elder Yan. On the other side, Elder Yan's junior brother spoke up. Senior brother, this person is a Mingkang sect disciple, but he's just a junior at the profound light realm. Why do you hold him in such high regard? Yan Zhengding replied in a deep voice.
You know, junior brother,
more than 10 days ago, the Sanbo Lake Demon in Qiyingluzhao set up a Xianxia divine needle array, intending to have a big fight with the Mingkang sect.
The battle ended with the Mingkang sect's victory, and during that fight it was this very Zhang Yan who swung his sword and beheaded Gikong Yao, causing the Xianxia array to collapse and the Sanbo land to fall into the Mingkang sect's hands. He then spoke, surprised. He was able to behead Gikong Yao? Are you joking, senior brother? Yan Zhengding turned his face and said, You don't know, junior brother. The reason this person was able to behead the Gian Demon Lord was because of what he was holding in his hand. The Beiming Dutian sword. Yan Zhengding's junior brother was shocked.
Isn't this the personal sword of the former Mingkang sect master? I heard that even sect master Qin has never been able to subdue it. Yan Zhengding turned around and said, Thanks to this sword's patronage, Zhang Yan has stood on an invincible ground within the sect. After he broke the array, Sect Master Qin immediately granted him the Zhao Yu Tian finger as his cultivation ground. I also heard that this person has a close relationship with Qi Yuntian. One can imagine that after Qi Yuntian becomes the sect master, he will definitely take a position as an elder in the Duozhen Palace, and his authority will likely be immense. He sat down and continued.
Currently, in the Sanbo lands, aside from the Yonglang Lake being occupied by a few powerful families, the rest has fallen into the hands of the Mingkang sect and its master. Sect Master Qin has always had deep plans. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have been able to seize the sect master position. Now that Sandobo is in his hands, his final move will likely be activated soon. Yan Zhengding's face was solemn as he held the teacup in his hand. For the past 10,000 years, besides the 3 sects, Shaoqing, Mingkang, and Wuxia, which are too deeply rooted to be shaken, which other sect hasn't been replaced? The founding patriarch of my Beihan sect was not without superior profound techniques, but it's a pity that all the blessed lands in the world are occupied by the great sects. No matter how advanced our techniques are, there is no way to climb to the top. But today, the East Huazhao is on the verge of a great upheaval. The structure of the 10 sects, 6 schools, and 7 families will be broken within the next few hundred years. There is bound to be an opportunity for my Beihan sect to rise. His junior brother fell silent upon hearing this.
This Zhang Yan is a disciple of a great sect. He might not have failed to see your intentions, senior brother. I'm afraid that a single Sihou Shui still won't move him, Yan Zhengding replied.
It's okay. This Taoist Zhang is shrewd. His lack of a direct refusal means he believes this one piece of information isn't enough. We'll add more bargaining chips. If that's the case, it's easy to deal with.
I have one more thing to give him. Although it's not a pill-condensing item, it will definitely make him acknowledge my sincerity. The sunlight had risen high above the mountains, and within Elder Yan's cave dwelling, named Zhuojianglu, spiritual energy was abundant everywhere. It could be called a small, blessed land. Inside the cave dwelling, there was a spiritual jade plaque with a rich green color.
After Zhang Yan entered this place, he was determined to linger for a while longer before leaving.
Zhang Yan tightly closed his eyes, cultivating with his entire being. If Elder Yan wanted him to owe a favor, selling him a single piece of information was far from enough. He still needed to bring out something with more weight. Zhang Yan sat upright, his body enveloped in spiritual energy. But this matter couldn't be explicitly stated, otherwise he would be put in a passive position. Therefore, Zhang Yan didn't mind using the excuse of closed-door cultivation to ignore it. Every day, besides cultivating his golden fire profound light, he would set aside 1 hour to nurture the jade plaque he had obtained from the spirit carp, Quain Chang. Zhang Yan was completely unmoved, using a technique to suspend the jade plaque between his palms. In a few days, he would have to enter the Xianxia sect on Wutong Mountain to fulfill his promise to search for the demonic treasure in the Ming River. This time, he would take this opportunity to increase his own strength by a few more points. Zhang Yan closed his eyes and focused on nurturing the jade plaque, thinking to himself, I originally wanted to take this leisurely time to thoroughly study the cultivation technique that the sect master gave me, but it's already filled my mind, yet when I look at it closely, it's still vague and unclear. Perhaps the fated opportunity hasn't arrived yet. A month later, at Elder Yan's cave dwelling, it was raining cats and dogs.
Zhang Yan's footsteps suddenly stopped.
He looked up, gazing outside. Zhang Yan quietly watched the rain outside. Damn, it's pouring. 2 maids approached, bowing, each holding a respectfully presented book. Hearing the voices, Zhang Yan turned around. Our Shizun ordered us to deliver this book to you, honored guest.
The cover of the book was inscribed with the words, Bei Chen Ning Xin, F.A. Zhang Yan took it and opened it to read the contents. What was recorded in this book wasn't some secret technique, but all the insights of the Beichen sect's core formation cultivators over thousands of years.
Zhang Yan skimmed through it without batting an eye. What kind of external elixirs they used, where they got them, the quality of the resulting core after formation were all meticulously recorded. Zhang Yan closed the book, lost in thought. This gift is pretty damn huge. Elder Yan really went all out for me.
Zhang Yan stood for a while, imagining how precious the experience gained by other cultivators when breaking through realms was.
Who would willingly just hand that over?
Even within the Mingshang sect, there had never been a method of recording the insights gained during core formation so clearly and logically in writing.
The rain continued to pour outside, but Zhang Yan remained lost in thought. This alone revealed the grand ambitions and grand scheme of the entire Beichen sect.
Zhang Yan looked up into the distance. Elder Yan isn't just focused on me alone, he wants to build ties with the entire Mingshang sect, or rather, going even further, he values the power of the Shifu disciple faction within the Mingshang sect, which is about to take control of the overall situation.
Zhang Yan put the book into his sleeve, turned to the 2 maids, and said, Go back and tell Elder Yan that I received his letter. Then Zhang Yan looked up to the sky, and spiritual energy began to appear around him. 2 years at most. I'll definitely sort this thing out. After speaking, Zhang Yan disappeared in an instant, leaving the 2 maids standing there, respectfully seeing off the honored guest. Zhang Yan blended with the spiritual energy and soared into the sky in the heavy rain. At this time, Zhang Yan had flown to Longhe. To survey the situation, he only saw a sea of water. Looking around, he only saw one small mountain, still sticking out from the sea of water. The people were desperately trying to hold on to the collapsing doors. Longhe is about to burst its banks again. If I hadn't stepped into the Xiao sect, Zhang Yan silently observed from above. Looking down, had I remained here, I would definitely have the same fate as them, only able to bitterly hope for the heavens to save me, unable to decide my own life and death. Looking at the old mother hugging the child, with her young children beside her, crying wearily, Zhang Yan couldn't help but feel emotional. If I hadn't seen this, it would be one thing, but now that I have, I can't just stand by and watch them die. Zhang Yan flew closer and stopped, using spiritual energy to envelop the entire small earthen mountain. One by one, the survivors on it were gradually swept up. That spiritual energy rose into the air. Zhang Yan turned and flew in another direction, pulling along the group of people lying sprawled on the cloud that Zhang Yan created.
Zhang Zheng raised his head, clutching tightly onto the cloud.
Then, the boy sat up, turning his head from left to right to observe. Finally, his gaze stopped on Zhang Yan's back. Zhang Zheng looked up at Zhang Yan's face, beautiful as a sculpture. Zhang Zheng's eyes sparkled, filled with admiration. An immortal. An immortal. The sun had risen high. Zhang Yan had brought the disaster victims to a place where people lived. This place is densely populated. Go find a way to make a living yourselves. The group knelt down one after another, kowtowing to thank Zhang Yan. Thank you for your great kindness, immortal, immortal, your great kindness and virtue, immortal.
Zhang Yan didn't say much, then turned to leave. but Zhang Yan immediately stopped him. "Immortal, please wait."
Zhang Yan turned his head to observe the person who had just called him.
Huh. This young man has a clever appearance, and bright eyes. He's no ordinary person. Zhang Zhang, his face covered in dirt, looked up and asked, May I ask which extraordinary immortal rescued us?"
Zhang Yan then flicked a card towards Zhang Zhang.
Instantly, the token imprinted itself onto the boy's chest.
Zhang Yan closed his eyes, turning away and musing. "Whether you're destined for it or not depends on you."
With that done, Zhang Yan vanished into thin air in an instant. A mere mortal like me, grinding away my years in a hut, free from worries.
Zhang Zhang looked up at his benefactor who was fading into the distance, and suddenly heard,
"The immortal dwells on the tower, heading to Penglai Mountain, seeking Tianlu." Immediately, Zhang Zhang bowed deeply. "Disciple Zhang Zhang, this kid sincerely thanks his benefactor, and is grateful for the elder's guidance."
Zhang Yan's figure was now flying towards a mountain. The Wutong sect's main headquarters, Xianxia sect, was located on Wutong Mountain, deep within the mountains of the Chaowei border, bordering the territory of the Ruqi tribe. This tribe occupied the rich and fertile land in the northwest, and every year in spring, they would invade the territory of Dawei, abducting beautiful women, which often led to conflict between the two countries.
Zhang Yan flashed past the high mountain. Below were the habitations of tribespeople.
At the foot of Wutong Mountain, there were also more than 10,000 people, mostly refugees fleeing from war, so they made a living through animal husbandry. The Xianxia sect had only been established for over 100 years, and its foundation was not deep. Most of the disciples in the sect had fled. When the tribespeople saw the light flash past, they thought it was a divine being, and knelt down in worship, with their hands clasped.
Zhang Yan had now arrived at the Xianxia sect's training ground on the high mountain. The ancestors of the Xianxia sect were once of the same clan as an elder of the Shaoqing sect, and the terrain here was treacherous, so no one came to cause trouble.
Just as Zhang Yan merged with the light and was about to arrive, another ray of light blocked his path. Where did this Taoist come from?
Ni Qianying, an elder of the Xianxia sect, with a beautiful and alluring appearance, directly blocked Zhang Yan's path. "Don't you know this is the Xianxia sect's training ground?"
Zhang Yan was a little surprised to see his path blocked,
and immediately after recognizing her, he cupped his hands in greeting. "Ni Qianying, this humble one is Zhang Yan of the Mingshang sect. I've come this time to fulfill the appointment with Taoist Mu Hongqian." Ni Qianying was still suspicious of the person before her. Taoist invited by Hongqian. She's really making a lot of acquaintances now. Even the top disciple of the Mingshang sect can be invited.
Zhang Yan observed the other person's attitude and smiled slightly. Her words are quite ostentatious. She probably has a high status in the Xianxia sect. Zhang Yan observed Ni Qianying's surging cultivation, and thought to himself, looking at the Xuanguang cultivation that is condensed like a real object, she has probably reached the peak of the Xuanguang third realm. Suddenly, another person appeared, interrupting their conversation. "Taoist, Zhang. Hongqian is also very beautiful," she said. "Hongqian congratulates Shibo on coming out of seclusion."
Ni Qianying turned to look at Hongqian's attitude and asked, "Hongqian, it seems like you're not very happy to see me come out of seclusion," Shibo was joking. Ni Qianying didn't say much and turned around to leave. "If you're a distinguished guest from the Mingshang sect, then you should entertain them carefully." After speaking, Ni Qianying flashed and disappeared in an instant, leaving the two of them standing there. "It's just that this is the Xianxia sect's training ground after all. You, as the chief senior sister of this generation, should naturally explain the taboos in our sect to outsiders." Seeing her leave, Zhang Yan turned to ask, "Taoist Munye, who was that just now?" Hongqian looked a little embarrassed and explained, "She is my Shibo, and has always been proud and aloof. If she said anything offensive, please forgive her." Taoist Zhang. Hongqian then smiled brightly to ease the tension. "I thought you wouldn't arrive for a few more days. I didn't expect you to be here so soon. Please follow me." At this time, on Wutong Mountain, the air above was filled with clouds. Zhang Yan and Hongqian stood looking down at the Xianxia sect's training ground below. Zhang Yan found it strange and asked, "Hongqian, I see that the cultivation method of your Shibo seems to be completely opposite to yours? Taoist Zhang has a good eye, originally in the sect. My Shibo had the highest aptitude, and was also a descendant of the sect's founder, so the founder allowed her to abandon the Chenwang sect's Xuangong, and seek other secret manuals to cultivate." Hongqian stepped forward, glanced back, and continued. 3 years ago, after she accepted that Pan Shimei of mine as a disciple, she has always been in closed-door cultivation. I didn't expect you to arrive just in time for her to come out of seclusion today." Hongqian and Zhang Yan entered the training ground together, and a female disciple was already waiting there. The female disciple came forward, cupped her hands, and bowed. "Senior Sister Hongqian, Shibo Nie invites you over there, saying there's something to discuss." Hongqian raised her hand towards Zhang Yan and said, "Shibo Nie just saw me. I'm entertaining Taoist Zhang. Why did you send you here?" Go back and report, just say I'll be there later." The female disciple ignored her words, still standing there without leaving. Hong Chen angrily wanted to teach her a lesson, but Zhang Yan quickly stopped her. "You," Zhang Yan then spoke up.
"Originally my appointment with Taoist Mu was in 2 months, but today I arrived early instead. If Taoist Mu has urgent matters in the sect, please go ahead, don't mind me." When Hong Chen thanked him with a cupped hand salute, Zhang Yan quickly waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. "Then I shall have to be rude to Senior Brother Zhang first. Please, Senior Brother Zhang, come inside the hall and wait for a moment. No offense, no offense, no offense."
Hong Chen then turned and went back inside the residence of Ni Qianying. Stepping into the room, Hong Chen saw Ni Qianying lying stretched out on a couch. "This junior greets martial aunt." Ni Qianying remained lying there, gesturing with a hand. "Junior niece, no need for formalities. Sit."
Unable to bear it, Hong Chen remained standing and asked directly, "Martial aunt, may I ask why you summoned this junior?"
Ni Qianying rested a hand on her head, her face becoming serious.
You are a person who will one day sit in the position of sect leader. This impatient personality needs to be changed."
Ni Qianying remained sprawled in front of Hong Chen, continuing to explain. "Hong Chen, you are my junior, so I will be direct with you this time. After I came out of seclusion, I felt that the time for solidifying the core has arrived. I remember when your martial sister passed away, she left you with quite a few dark stone marrows. How about lending them to your martial aunt for now? It will not be too late for me to return them to you after I have solidified my core."
When Hong Chen heard this request, he felt a bit uncomfortable, thinking to himself, this matter was clearly only known to a very few people, so how does martial aunt Ni know?
Hong Chen then cupped his hands in a salute and replied bluntly, "Reporting to martial aunt, I have already agreed to give this item to that Taoist Zhang from the Ming Kang sect. I truly cannot give it to you." Ni Qianying felt annoyed and asked in return, "Why?"
Hong Chen dropped his reserve and continued to answer bluntly. "Martial aunt also knows that before my benevolent master passed away, she instructed me to obtain the demonic treasure hidden deep within the underworld river. But if one wishes to find that place of ultimate yin, the Zhihi Ma fruit is indispensable. This item is now on Taoist Zhang's person, and there are very few things in our sect that can sway him. Only the dark stone marrow can move his heart."
Ni Qianying angrily pointed her finger and shouted, "Nonsense! This item was painstakingly found by your martial sister, the sect leader, for you to solidify your core. Even if it is to be used, it must be used by a disciple of our sect. Why would you give it to an outsider? Hong Chen, what you've done is not right."
Hong Chen placed his hand over his chest, trying to explain, "What martial aunt says is wrong. The dark stone marrow was bestowed by my benevolent master, which also means it is mine to decide. Now that the opportunity has opened, that demonic treasure is right before our eyes. What's the point of wasting effort by taking a detour?"
Ni Qianying was left speechless, unable to say a word. All she could do was grind her teeth in suppressed anger. Suddenly, Ni Qianying came up with another plan and said, "How about this? I have a profound cultivation technique here that can also lead directly to the great Tao. I will pass this method on to you, and you can slowly search for the Zhihima fruit later. That way, you'll have the best of both worlds. In a moment, you should go back and receive that Taoist friend properly, then subtly invite him to leave." Hong Chen seemed resolute in his decision. "Martial aunt's generosity is appreciated, but please forgive this junior for not being able to comply with this matter."
Ni Qianying was now furious. She sat up straight, clenching her fists.
"What? Do you no longer put my words into your eyes, martial aunt?" Hong Chen ignored her words, bowed his head in a salute, and prepared to leave. "I wouldn't dare. But martial aunt, please don't forget, when my master passed away, she once said that I would represent the incense sect in handling its affairs. In this case, whatever I say goes." "You!" Ni Qianying regained her composure, forcing a smile as she continued. "Then you also shouldn't forget that when your martial sister was about to pass, she once said that if you do not reach the core formation realm within 30 years, you must yield this position of sect leader. 3 years ago, before the previous sect leader passed away and handed over the position to Hong Chen, it was for this reason that Ni Qianying was so angry she went into seclusion."
Hong Chen had no intention of staying any longer. He turned to leave. "Then I won't trouble martial aunt with this. If martial aunt has no other business, Hu Zhen still has a distinguished guest to attend to, so I shall take my leave first." As soon as Hu Zhen left, another martial sister ran into Ni Qianying's room. "Martial aunt, you're just gonna let her leave like that?"
Ni Qianying and that martial sister watched Hong Chen's back as she left along the path leading to the underworld river. "The sect leader only told her alone, so I really can't force her too much. It won't be too late for me to deal with her after she finds the demonic treasure." That martial sister felt a bit worried, but Ni Qianying quickly reassured her. "But in that bitch Hong Chen's hands is the He incense kanji that master passed on to me. That is our incense sect's sect-protecting treasure. Is martial aunt really that confident? In my hands, I have the 7 egg script that your senior sister Pan borrowed from Taoist Qiu of the Shaoqing sect.
Could I possibly be afraid of a junior? Ni Qianying also had to be more cautious of one other person.
But that disciple from the Mingkang sect is a bit troublesome, and it's not convenient to offend him.
However, today I used my words to probe him, and the relationship between this guy and Hong Chen is only one of mutual benefit. At that time, at most, I'll just spend a little to invite him to leave. At the back of the mountain, Zhang Yan was sitting and cultivating. Zhang Yan was seriously closing his eyes, cultivating the jade treasure.
In front of him, Hong Zhen had arrived, but she only observed from a corner, avoiding disturbing Zhang Yan.
Hong Zhen brought Hu Jiao with her, and sat on a nearby rock to wait. Qi Yelan couldn't wait any longer, and spoke up. "Senior sister, how long does that Taoist Zhang want us to wait? Are we even going to look for that demonic treasure?" Hong Zhen looked up and gently replied, "We've already waited for 3 days. Are you afraid of waiting for a few more days? Even junior sister Hu is able to remain patient, so why are you in such a hurry, junior sister Qi?" At this moment, Zhang Yan stopped his cultivation of the jade treasure, and slowly opened his eyes. The jade treasure in his hand suddenly shattered into many pieces. After that, Zhang Yan directly absorbed them into his head. Everything was complete. Zhang Yan slowly stood up.
He turned and walked towards Hong Zhen, who had been waiting for a long time. "Fellow Taoist Mu, sorry to keep you waiting."
Hong Zhen and Hu Jiao, along with Qi Yelan, stood up to greet him in unison. "Not at all. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on obtaining a magical treasure. Wonder what its background is." Zhang Yan closed his eyes tightly, pondered, and shook his head without saying a word. Hong Zhen turned back, intentionally reminding them, "Hu Jiao and Qi Yelan, junior sisters, why haven't you come to greet fellow Taoist Zhang?"
Qi Yelan then walked closer, cupping her hands in respect.
Qi Yelan greets fellow Taoist Zhang.
Hu Jiao nimbly ran towards Zhang Yan, tugging at the hem of his robe. "Ajia, we can finally go, let's hurry."
Hong Zhen saw Hu Jiao's abrupt gesture and explained. Zhang Yan also felt a little awkward. Junior sister Hu Jiao comes from the Ruke tribe and isn't accustomed to etiquette. Please don't blame her, fellow Taoist Zhang. It's my fault for making you wait for so many days. We should be the ones apologizing. Let's set off now. The 4 of them stood on a cloud together, heading towards the entrance to the underworld river.
"Please take a look, fellow Taoist. This is the entrance to the underworld river." The 4 were standing in front of a cave filled with evil spirits. This underworld river is hidden deep within the earth veins, with a constant stream of gloom qi flowing out. It is divided into 9 levels in total. When Shizun was still alive, he entered many times, and concluded that this underworld river's demonic treasure is probably located between the 5th and 6th levels. After speaking, Hong Zhen handed a small bottle to Zhang Yan. "This is for you, fellow Taoist," she said leisurely. "Although our Shifu has already scouted the first 4 levels, we need you to release the Qima to assist us deeper inside." Of course, Hong Zhen took the lead. "Fellow Taoist Zhang and the 2 junior sisters, please follow me inside." The cave was filled with dense, black, evil qi, and the 4 of them moved closely together. The gloom qi is formed by the various impurities in the underworld river. The first level is the Li Chen turbid qi. The second level's gloom qi is called the Kai Yin filth qi, which is more powerful than the first level, but the 4 of them acted as if they didn't notice it. The 4 of them went to the 3rd level. Starting from the 3rd level, it wasn't so simple. This level is called the Tong Hao sluggish qi. If you stay here for too long, the cultivator's spiritual energy will not flow smoothly. After passing the 3rd level, everyone arrived at the 4th level, and they had to fight to protect themselves. The 4th level is called the Wu Zhen aggravating qi. Ordinary cultivators will feel dizzy just by inhaling a little bit, and the spiritual energy in their bodies will unconsciously leak away. Qi Yelan's heart was filled with thoughts. Senior sister's cultivation is getting higher and higher, but it's a pity that only the eldest disciple can cultivate the Xianxia mystic technique. After I obtain it, I will definitely be able to cultivate higher-level techniques. Qi Yelan looked at Zhang Yan. "Is the Tao of my Mingshang sect any different? Turns out, it's nothing more than this." Suddenly, Hong Zhen stopped, warning everyone vigilantly. Ahead is the 5th level, the Zhaoju death qi. Everyone be careful. She took out a Hoxin lamp magic item, on which power flowed turbulent. Then Hong Zhen created a shield around the 4 of them. The Hoxin lamp was refined by Shifu before, and can break through darkness. It is not afraid of evil lampblack. It can burn for 3 days and 3 nights. Can rest assured she still definitely wants everyone to be safe. But there are many Asura demons wreaking havoc in this 5th level. Fellow Taoist Zhang, junior sisters, please be careful. Zhang Yan threw each of them a box. "This is a Ding Shen pill, which can help you resist the demons." Hong Zhen smiled. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhang. We made the right call to invite you. This Ding Shen pill can resist the inner demons. With this in hand, we don't need to be distracted by taking care of him. This pill is not easy to get. Ordinary cultivators are reluctant to take out even one. But fellow Taoist Zhang,
took out the whole bottle. As expected of a disciple from a great sect,
Hong Zhen took the magic item to the front to check if it was the right place. She looked at everyone.
This is the place. Last time, this is where we saw the demonic treasure floating in the gloom chi. She looked at Zhang Yan.
Please release the Qimon now to find the demonic treasure. Where could it be?
Zhang Yan took out a snow-white lotus bud. Inside the lotus bud was a cute little Qima. It cherished Zhang Yan very much.
So the Qima flew up
and rubbed against his face.
Hong Zhen looked at it and was very envious. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Zhang to have tamed this Qima so well. Just lucky. Then the Qima followed his orders and ran to find the demonic treasure.
At the same time, at the entrance of the cave, Ni Tianying had brought her disciples. Qiao Qiao, you stay here and watch. I need to go down for a trip. If I can snatch the demonic treasure and ruin Hong Zhen's goal, it will be a great success.
The little disciple worried.
Shibo, after you leave, Xianxia Hall will be unguarded. What if a powerful enemy invades? Xianxia Hall has been safe for 100 years. Who would bother with such a desolate place? Besides, can our small inheritance compare to the ancient demonic treasure?
Ni Tianying's eyes glared scarily. Once I seize the demonic treasure, if Hong Chen obediently yields the position of Grand Elder, I'll spare her. If not, I'll eliminate her right here.
Inside the cave, the four had overcome the trials of each layer of yin qi. The fifth layer was already extremely difficult to approach. Below was the Ming River, but the grievance qi of the sixth layer was even more potent. Just a whiff could penetrate muscle and bone. The seventh layer's limitless hatred qi was not a place a Xuanguang cultivator could even set foot in. Hong Chen's expression was a bit troubled. The demonic treasure follows the Jiuqi Ming River with unpredictable whereabouts. Although we initially predicted it to be on the 5th and 6th layers, we still haven't found it on the 7th.
Qi Yelin also started getting anxious.
Zhang Daoyu? Still haven't found it. Your spirit steed hasn't run off, has it?
Suddenly, Zhang Yan, who was meditating, opened his eyes.
Found it. Hearing this, Hong Chen immediately turned around.
Where?
Zhang Yan stood up and looked at her.
That demonic treasure is currently on the 6th layer.
Based on the direction it's traveling downstream, if we wait for it to reach the 5th layer, I'm afraid we'd have to wait another 2 days, but if we rush there now, it would take 1.5 days. How do we decide? Daoyu Hong Chen, you make the call. She began to fall into a state of mental struggle. Her predecessor as the sect leader had underestimated the Yin-Win kill, and had his golden core contaminated by the river water within. Not long after returning, he passed away in the hall.
After some deliberation, Hong Chen made a decision. My heart guard lamp has 2 days of power left. Zhang Daoyu. 2 Shimei. If we hurry a bit and arrive in time, we can still make it back with the demonic treasure in tow. Qi Yelan suddenly stepped forward and said, a bit embarrassed, Daishiji, my cultivation isn't high. How about I stay here to support you guys? Hong Chen's gaze was extremely stern. Shimei, I've been here no less than twice. 7 times I've gotten to this area, and each time I've been attacked by a demon, with a cultivation no less than a Xuanguang cultivator. If I leave you alone, how would you deal with it if you encounter a demon? Hu Jiao went up to Qi Yelan. That's right, Qishiji, we can only guarantee safety if we stick together, followed Daishiji. Right, this. Zhang Yan was starting to be a bit skeptical of this Qi Yelan. Zhang Yan circulated his cultivation around his body. The road ahead, the spirit steed has already scouted out clearly. Let's quickly give chase. Qi Yelan looked at him with some disdain. You only learned some superior techniques because you entered a major sect. After I learned the secret manual and the demonic treasure, I might not necessarily be weaker than you. The 4 of them went together to find the demonic treasure on the 6th layer. Unexpectedly, the grievance qi on the 6th layer was so potent, in just 1 day, half the lamp's oil was consumed. Hong Chen felt uneasy, and turned to ask him, do you know how much farther we have to go? At this moment, suddenly, his spirit steed returned. Zhang Yan extended the lotus. The spirit steed went back. Our luck is not bad. That demonic treasure just happens to be flying towards us. In the middle of the river, a tower was looming right in front of them. The 4 cultivators stared. It was a tower with different secret techniques showing up. Hong Chen was extremely surprised. The old demonic treasure beneath the Ming River. An old man leisurely sat on a boat holding a fishing rod. Suddenly, the leaf he had attached moved. He picked it up, comfortably stroked his beard. It's been a while since a few more fish took the bait, huh? Excellent. His eyes seemed to see everything that the 4 were doing. Dealing with those 3 women is quite easy, but that young Taoist is a sword cultivator. He reached into his robe to find something. Could he be Xiaoqing's disciple? Let me test him. Lu Ge took out 3 different stacks of talismans. Then he tossed them up high to let the talismans fly everywhere. The demonic treasure was now drifting to the shore of the tower, becoming clearer and clearer. Everyone stepped forward to the tower. Hong Chen's heart began to stir, recalling what her master once said. This demonic treasure has been drifting along the Ming River for who knows how many years. Her eyes were filled with emotion. Because the restrictions collapsed and the sect's security was lacking, that secret manual was scattered outside. That's how our sect obtained it. She stepped forward and reached out to touch the tower. Master, this disciple has finally fulfilled your wish. Suddenly, something mysterious inside emitted a light and is rushing out with lightning speed. A sharp spear shot out from the tower. It closed in on Hong Chen's face, almost killing her. But the veil protected her. A second later, Hong Chen realized what happened and jumped back, her face now extremely bewildered, but utterly determined. A handful of demonic energy crawled out from inside. It was a skeleton carrying the spear that had just attacked Hong Chen that was coming out. Hong Chen was even more confused at this moment. Zhang Daoyu, that devil's transformation has reached the Zhu Rushi realm. He must be a Xianma. Could it be that the owner of this Ma Zhang left a guard? Not necessarily. Maybe the devil found this place suitable for cultivation and took over. This devil looks ugly and filthy, and he's grinning with fierce eyes. Hong Chen took out a lotus-shaped magic artifact. She activated the magic artifact. While the two junior sisters were ready with their techniques, Daoyu's cultivation is profound. Could you trouble you to watch the battle for us? I will lead the two junior sisters to investigate. Hong Chen's whole body surged with momentum. Two junior sisters. Follow me to besiege him. She performed a basic fire technique to scare the devil. This devil wasn't ordinary either, so he wasn't afraid of her attack. His hand had already prepared a ball of demonic energy to counterattack. Then, the devil threw a punch at Hong Chen's attack. Unexpectedly, his power completely overwhelmed her power. Hong Chen was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Qi Yelin saw that things were not going well, and stepped forward. Using her technique, the lotus above her head manifested into a Zhen Hun. Above the devil, he was still very calm. Using the spear to attack back at the Zhen Hun, the Zhen Hun was completely destroyed, turning into fragments falling down. Qi Yelin couldn't withstand it either and was blown away. Only Hu Jiao was left, and she couldn't stand still anymore. She stepped forward. Even though she knew she was no match, she still got into a fighting stance. A series of her Jingu Bang rushed towards the devil. He just needed to swing the spear lightly, and her Jingu Bang shattered into pieces. The devil wildly slashed back and forth, destroying all the rings. Hu Jiao looked at it regretfully. My magic artifacts. While she was unguarded, the devil had come to her. He held the spear, wanting to kill her instantly. In his fear, Hu Jiao could only helplessly cry for help. Shiji, save me, save me. Even though Hong Chen was injured, she still rushed to save Hu Jiao. The spear was already close to Hong Chen, her life hanging by a thread. Just at this moment, Zhang Yan's sword ring appeared, saving his Shimei Hong Chen's life. Hong Chen hugged Hu Jiao, and they both fell to the ground. The demonic figure was still running wildly towards them. At this moment, something suddenly appeared. Zhang Yan's sword ring was blocked by that thing as it rushed forward. When the attacks collided violently, an explosion occurred. The explosion was right in front of Qi Yelan, who was seriously injured. From within the explosion, a small talisman suddenly fell out. Qi Yelan didn't know what it was, and watched as the talisman flew by like lightning. Heading straight towards Qi Yelan, it entered her forehead, causing her to temporarily lose consciousness. Hong Chen wiped the blood from her mouth. Zhang Daoyu. She was extremely helpless at this moment. Can you help us sisters out? Zhang Yan summoned his sword ring back to his side. Since Mu Daoyu has spoken, then I must take action, he carefully observed. The demonic figure was still standing there, and except for the spear in the demonic figure's hand, and that powerful strand of black hueth, it didn't seem too difficult to deal with. His eyes showed some confidence in himself. With his current strength, he should be able to handle it. From out of nowhere, another strange attack suddenly appeared. A secret technique now appeared before everyone. This scroll of secret technique was full of power, unleashing a rain of attacks that spared no one, and everyone had to go on the defensive. Hong Chen created a shield in front of her to block the rain of techniques. The demonic figure opened his mouth and roared. He waved his demonic QE to protect himself against the fierce attacks. In the end, he couldn't bear it and ate a painful combo. The demonic figure drowned in the rain of magic, disappearing without a trace. Ni Qianying was flying over at this moment, and she went directly to the side of the demon burial tower. Hong Chen was in turmoil, not understanding what was happening. Ni Shibo, why? She glanced at Mu Hong Chen. Didn't expect it, did you? She's so wicked I didn't expect her to come and steal the show. You masters and disciples schemed for many years, calculated everything, but in the end, this demon burial still fell into my hands. Ni Qianying stood in front of the tower door. Ultimately a futile effort like hitting water with a stick. Hong Chen completely collapsed when she learned her true nature, Nishibo. She began to channel her technique into the tower. This demon burial will still fall into my hands. Ni Qianying's power, on the contrary, was sucked into the demon pagoda. Then that power bound her, bewildering her. Then, a surge of demonic energy emanated from the tower,
pulling Ni Qianying inside. The demonic energy intensified until she was completely swallowed.
The tower's grand doors suddenly erupted with demonic power before Zhang Yan and Hong Zhen.
That power surged towards the riverbank, stretching continuously, seemingly subdued by someone. The old man, Lu Gei, one hand held a horsetail whisk, the other subdued the demon pagoda. Then, he even slipped the pagoda into his sleeve. Hong Zhen looked at him, puzzled. Where did this Taoist come from? His boat docked, and Hong Zhen began to question him. You, Taoist, why are you trying to steal our stuff? I've had this demon pagoda for 32 years, longer than you and your master. The old man sneered. The Mo Yu isn't mine, and it can't be said that it's yours either. Hong Zhen was stunned. Taoist priest, do you know my late master?
Lu Gei laughed and stepped off the boat.
Of course I do. He stroked his beard casually. Back then, after I got this demon pagoda, I originally wanted to use it as bait to lure people to become my disciples. Who knew it would attract a big fish like your master, Manhwa Immortal? This poor Taoist felt I couldn't handle it and was afraid she would ruin my plans, so I had to take drastic measures.
Hong Zhen's eyes couldn't suppress her anger. She glared at him.
You harmed my late master. The old man stroked his beard, a smile on his face. Of course, your master, Manhwa Immortal, was a core formation cultivator. If I successfully condensed my core, I could have fought her. His expression was utterly detestable. It's a pity her lifespan was running out, and I hadn't achieved enlightenment yet, so I didn't want to risk my life. Instead, I used a little trick to extract her golden core, conveniently sending her on her way. Hong Zhen gritted her teeth in fury, the flames of anger burning even through her veil. The power within her erupted fiercely. Evil Taoist, today I will kill you to avenge my late master. While she charged forward, the old Lu Gi stood there calmly. This poor Taoist has a name. It's Lu Gi. He looked at her and said calmly, Disciple, why don't you come to your master's side? Suddenly, Shi Yelan ran out from somewhere and blocked him. Hong Zhen's feet had to stop immediately. She couldn't believe her eyes again. Senior sister Shi Yelan, still a little conscious, but unable to control herself. Senior sister. What are you doing, senior? Senior sister, I don't know, I didn't mean to. Hong Zhen was extremely angry. Evil Taoist. What have you done to my senior sister? The old man frowned, pretending not to know. This poor Taoist hasn't done anything. This senior sister of yours has too bad a temper and too deep an obsession, a major obstacle to cultivation. He approached Shi Yelan. But this poor Taoist doesn't mind, and is willing to take her as a disciple, and teach her carefully for a few years, passing on to her the supreme Dharma, the great Tao of eternal life. Hong Zhen sensed the danger and retreated. Fellow Taoist Zhang, help our senior sister. This Taoist has profound magic power and is not someone we can fight. Her eyes and expression were angry, and she reluctantly retreated. Now even Senior Aunt Ni and Senior Sister Qi have been captured. If Hu Jiao and I are also caught here, then the foundation of the Xianxia sect will completely collapse. Zhang Yan closed his eyes and shook his head. Fellow cultivator, if this guy dared to tell you about the grudge of killing your master, he must not be worried about us escaping. The old man laughed and waved his horsetail whisk. This fellow cultivator is a wise one. In this 6th level, I have already set up the Wei Long formation. Without me opening the formation, even if you understand how to break it, you definitely won't be able to escape in half a month. Hong Zhen was very annoyed. Demonic cultivator. What do you want? Zhang Yan stared at him. As long as you are willing to join my sect and cultivate the methods of my sect, it won't harm you. The old man sneered with a smug look. If you agree to let me place a restriction on you, I can let you go back. My conditions have tons of benefits. You have to think carefully. At this time, Hong Zhen jumped up again, her power swirling around her body. She couldn't take it anymore. Want to be my master? Then you have to see if you have the skills. 2 large streams of her power shot towards the old man. The old man calmly watched her. Then he just waved his horsetail whisk once. His power was extremely abundant, and Hong Zhen's power was immediately overwhelmed. In a moment, she was surprised to see this scene. Because that was most of her power, Lu Gi was even more smug. I'm not in a hurry to take you in. Stay here and think carefully for a while. After speaking, he shot a stream of power towards her. Hong Zhen couldn't avoid it and was sent flying away by him. Hu Jiao was just a little girl, unable to help her senior apprentice sister, so she was very annoyed. When she was about to go up, Zhang Yan reached out to stop her. Fellow cultivator Hu, I'll take care of this place, you go take care of senior apprentice sister over there. An imprint and sword rings appeared on Zhang Yan's forehead, were summoned again. This Taoist only used a small source of Xuanguang to control Hong Zhen. At least he is in the Xuanguang 3rd realm, spiritual clarity. Or even higher. If this Taoist priest wants to be my master, he said, while using magic to control the flying sword rings, then you have to ask the sword in my hand first. The old man transformed the horsetail whisk in his hand. I'm willing to learn from the fellow cultivator's high-level moves. Lu Gei waved his horsetail whisk continuously, blocking Zhang Yan's sword attacks. He began to feel that this guy was difficult to deal with. His sword split into 2 at this time. Dividing light separation, The old man also pulled out a sword at this time.
The old guy was still very strong, directly using his sword to block the attack. Zhang Yan was not to be outdone. He raised his hand and chanted a spell. His power was more abundant than ever. He waved his hands vigorously, separating sharp swords from them, continuously splitting and flying out.
The old man frowned, and also felt that Zhang Yan was extremely difficult to deal with. Lu Ge fell into extreme embarrassment at this time.
Controlling the sword rings consumes a lot of soul and mind. Especially, the sword treatment method is even more so. To be able to fight to the present, the opponent is still breathing steadily, mentally clear, without a trace of exhaustion. He stared at Zhang Yan. Having fought for no less than half an hour, the opponent was still calm and composed. Without a trace of fear, he couldn't be careless anymore. Zhang Yan's eyes were completely white at this time. The imprint on his forehead also shone brightly, opening 16 swords that appeared around Zhang Yan, right in front of him. Lu Ge widened his eyes, because he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. 16 swords at once. Zhang Yan's swords were launched continuously, rushing straight towards old man Lu Ge. As they got closer to him, the swords merged into one block according to Zhang Yan's command. The old guy sitting on the boat suddenly felt a looming sense of danger. Lu Ge had fought no less than 10 sword cultivators in his life, and knew that without a protective magical treasure, he absolutely couldn't let his opponent casually unleash their sword like that. He channeled his energy and blew out a strong gust of air. Once unleashed, this sword technique would cover the sky and earth like a storm, unstoppable. He created a whirlwind to counter Zhang Yan's rain of swords. Countless defensive power sparks were also around him. Don't blame this priest for bullying the weak, using my cultivation realm to suppress you. It's just that this sword cultivator technique of yours is way too annoying. There's really no way to control it. I can't help but use this move. A surge of power burned around Zhang Yan's body. Since Zhang Yan began fighting opponents at the Profound Light realm, this self-proclaimed Lu Ge was definitely the most skilled at utilizing Profound Light. His expression as he looked at the old man was also extremely tense. This was clearly using Profound Light to manipulate size at will, combining and separating depending on the situation of his mind. Setting aside the opponent's identity, this move alone was admirable. None of the core disciples on the 6 Rivers 4 Islands could compare. Zhang Yan made a hand seal. The profound light around his body flared even more intensely. Zhang Yan's sword ring had already gestated a true form. As soon as his thought flickered, it would skillfully operate on its own without needing much attention. Just a second later, Zhang Yan and old man Lu Ge, along with their 2 terrifying powers, crashed into each other. Zhang Yan's profound light was a unified whole, while the old man's was intricately linked. As the 2 sources of profound light pressed in, the aftershocks were considerable. Zhang Yan's profound light was slightly better later, piercing through old man Lu Ge's defenses. The old man was quite surprised to see this scene. Such domineering profound light. He didn't stop there, but doubled his profound light. Standing within his profound light, Zhang Yan was somewhat wary of the old man. I haven't found anyone who can fight me on profound light cultivation since I started cultivating the grand beginning golden fire. Profound light. Today I've met a worthy opponent. In a flash, he also doubled his profound light and battled the old man. At this time, Zhang Yan controlled the swords with his other hand to continue attacking. The old man standing inside quickly recognized the impending danger. To think this guy is fighting me with profound light, while also controlling a sword ring, truly troublesome. Old Lu Ge then took out 3 magical treasures. I have to use other methods. He channeled energy into them, causing the 3 magical treasures to become huge. After that, the 3 magical treasures slipped into his profound light whirlwind, spinning rapidly to create a strong shield. But Zhang Yan's sword strikes became futile when they crashed in here. Old Lu Ge was not injured in the slightest. On the contrary, he was very safe. The old man continued to blow another breath of profound light into the magical treasure. Hong Chen and Hu Jiao were standing outside, and couldn't help but worry about Zhang Yan, when the old man's profound light became almost overwhelming. The 2 girls' expressions were stunned, unable to utter a word. The old man grinned slyly. Competing with profound light, it looks like a stalemate, but I've cultivated for hundreds of years, and have long condensed a minor golden core behind me. Aren't the foundations enough for even a profound light stage 1 cultivator to fight? No matter how tricky you are, after a while I can rely on the suppression of profound light, and the long and thick one can pull you down. Zhang Yan took out a small pill. He swallowed the pill. Still worried about his opponent, I have an abundance of pills, so I'm not afraid of consumption. However, it's obvious that this guy is calm and composed even after seeing me swallow a pill. Is he either out of tricks and just plans to grind me down with his cultivation, or does he have other plans in mind? The 2 people are playing Go. Everyone's step is the most important point. Like a Go grandmaster, there is a plan to exit. With an opponent like that, I don't believe he has exhausted his tricks, and he is secretly plotting something. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. Old Lu Ge glanced over distractedly. Hong Chen's flower lantern had completely gone out, and the 2 sisters were in a state of terrified anticipation of death. Old Lu Ge then turned to look at Zhang Yan.
He didn't pay attention to anything, and closed his eyes in meditation. In his heart he had somewhat of a different view of him. This guy doesn't care about his companions. Now that the lantern has gone out, those two girls, Cultivation won't be able to withstand the invasion of dark energy. In a moment there is only one way to die. The old man continued to withstand the attacks from Zhang Yan's sword. They will still be useful later. I can't lose them here. It was hard for this priest to fool a few people, who are still profound light cultivators. Suddenly, from above, dozens of swords hurtled towards him. The old dude reacted quickly, shaking his horsetail whisk to summon a shield of leaves above. Lu Ge spat a mouthful of Xuan light. Crap. If I get hit by these angry swords, I'm toast. Zhang Yan lightly leaped upwards, his body surrounded by a surging, yet graceful, power of fire, channeling energy into the Huang sword. The old guy was busy puffing out air, oblivious to another sword flying towards him. The sword pierced straight through his magical artifact, shattering it into pieces. Old Lu Ge couldn't believe his eyes. He actually broke through mid-air. He pulled out half of a bagua, trigram, ring, then forcefully hurled it towards the sword, targeting him. In an instant, both objects vanished before his eyes upon impact. Old Lu Ge wiped his forehead and sighed in relief. Fine. If I can't subdue you, I'll just refine you. Zhang Yan sensed something was off, and widened his eyes. Xuan light still shone brilliantly around him. He looked around. This must be some kind of space-shifting trick. Old Lu Ge's half of the bagua ring was flying towards him from behind. Zhang Yan tried to dodge, but it turned around and continued to fly after him. He reached out and easily grabbed it. Where do you think you're going? He looked at it, pondering. This thing is the culprit that brought me here. But I can't find its true function. This weird magical artifact is the first time I've ever seen one. He lowered his head and put the artifact away. But now's not the time to study it. This must still be the 6th level. This strange artifact definitely has some kind of limitation, or Lu Ge wouldn't be unable to use it fluently. Otherwise, with this kind of method in hand, he could have directly transported me to the 3rd level of dark qi. Zhang Yan raised his hand and created several talismans. After that, he launched 6 talismans in different directions. 5 talismans were sent out to scout the surrounding situation, while 1 remained with Zhang Yan. He closed his eyes to sense and link the information from the talismans, the corner of his mouth curving into a slight smile. 5-direction imprisonment corpse tower gate. Why is it that guy's technique? A talisman found its way to a mysterious place. Through the talisman, he saw that the scene was a river, beneath which was a deep abyss. This is the river of the underworld. He opened his eyes. Realizing something shocking, Lu Ji once said that Mu Hongqin's master, Honghua Immortal, had her golden core tainted by his water from the river of the underworld, which led to her fall. Today, he deliberately brought me here. Zhang Yan frowned. 9 out of 10 of his hatred is to lead the water here to kill me. Zhang Yan flew closer to the river of the underworld, surrounded by deadly dark energy, but he still walked lightly. I have the lesser fire qi divine incantation protecting me, so no matter how powerful the dark energy below the 3rd level is, it can't do anything to me. He lowered his eyes and looked down. But this river of the underworld is the essence of Earth's darkness. I'm afraid it's not like ordinary magical artifacts. Once touched, it's easy to contaminate myself, and the pure Kai will be dirtied, eventually turning into a mortal object. Ordinary cultivators will have their cultivation base worn away if they touch this water. And in severe cases, they will lose their lives. At this moment he was still carefully considering how to deal with it. That's right, Boy Mountain and Rivers has always served many powerful cultivators, with deep and broad knowledge. Instead of struggling here alone, why not ask him? When Zhang Yan called out, a boy immediately appeared. Is boy Zhang Jia here? Old Master Zhang Gao is here. He began to ask slowly. There is a river of the underworld below this place. I came to ask you if you know any way to deal with this water. Zhang Gao bowed respectfully. Reporting to the old master, this little boy knows a way. The old master's supreme mysterious light is extremely overbearing. If there is not much underworld river water, it can be refined. Once this water is destroyed, it will return to its origin, and only be contaminated by foreign qi, which will soon turn into 9 layers of dark qi. Then it will not be difficult to deal with. He shook his head slightly after listening. But in the end, I still have to resort to this method. It's too passive, but for now, this is all I can do. He looked down at the flowing water below, making up his mind. Let me take a look at the underworld river first, and then figure things out. If there's really no other way, I might have to call out my North Abyss clone to break this stalemate. The North Abyss clones, All Heaven Sword, can even fight against core formation cultivators. From above came the voice of old 6th Gen. This fellow Taoist. I've been fighting you for half a day, and I admire your skills, but I haven't had the pleasure of asking for your esteemed name. He politely introduced himself to the old man. This humble one is Zhang Yan. The old man still hadn't appeared, hiding in the dense ghostly energy. So it's Taoist. Zhang, I just said I'd agree to take you as a disciple, but based on your skills it seems I was being presumptuous. But I can't let you escape and reveal my secrets here. This time, I must bury you here."
Zhang Yan didn't say much, just concluded, "You and I both know what's up. Why bother with these pointless words?"
Only then did the old man come out of the ghostly energy, holding a horsetail whisk. "It's all because this poor Taoist is too talkative." "Then, please try my 7-aperture devouring yin formation. This formation has a total of 7 movements, sealing everything except for a single path below. But this path can trigger the ghostly energy of the underworld river below every 2 hours, constantly pouring into the formation. But this is not the most dangerous thing. If the ghostly energy does not harm the trapped person, the formation will automatically suck the air in the underworld river, and then a sinister wind will carry the underworld river water up with it. Even with protective treasures, sooner or later, you will be polluted by the underworld river water and become mundane." Zhang Yan couldn't stand still at this moment. He unleashed his profound light technique, attacking straight down.
Suddenly, the ghostly energy of the 5th level surged up in front of him. The old man kept urging the formation, and also let up the soul-scattering vicious qi of the 5th level. Sensing the situation, he quickly tossed out a magic treasure.
The magic treasure transformed into a shield, surrounding Zhang Yan and Zhang Gao, preventing the ghostly energy from approaching. The ghostly energy of the 5th level surged, but could not harm the two of them. Then another violent source of ghostly energy appeared. Seeing this, Little Tong unfolded a magic treasure to guide the ghostly energy of the underworld river into it. Master Zhang Gao helped. The ghostly energy became more and more abundant, continuously entering Zhang Gao's magic treasure. Later, it enveloped the surroundings, and his shield was thick. Old 6th G spoke sarcastically again. "Taoist Zhang, although I don't know what kind of methods you've used, but to be able to go down 3 levels of ghostly energy in one go, I admire you. But when that sinister wind rises and the underworld river overflows, even if you have protective treasures, how many days can you withstand it?"
From the bottom of the underworld river, the first sinister wind appeared, causing the ghostly energy to stir.
Zhang Gao couldn't help but worry. "Master, be careful. The sinister wind is here. Little Tong can't help anymore." Zhang Yan and Little Tong stood inside the shield, not knowing what to do for the moment. After a while of observation, he solemnly affirmed, "This sinister wind looks fierce, but it can't do anything to me. I'm just afraid that underworld river water will be carried up with it."
Sure enough, there were small droplets of water outside the shield.
Zhang Yan retracted the shield and waved his hand, creating a very large Grand Yi profound wind towards the pitch-black, ghostly energy.
The underworld river droplets began to absorb the power of his attack.
Later, it completely absorbed almost all of the Grand Yi profound wind. Zhang Yan seemed unable to believe his eyes. Zhang Gu was also very panicked at this time. This ghostly energy is transformed from the qi in the underground yin, and its specialty is to contaminate other spiritual qi. Even the mountain and river child dares not take it in, fearing that once it is taken in, it will pollute their own pure spiritual qi. Zhang Yan took out a pill, his heart filled with worry. Just a few drops of underworld river water are so powerful, if I wait for the sinister wind to carry up a large amount of underworld river water, I'm afraid there will be no way to stop it. There was a slight restlessness in his body, because the power that wanted to come out to deal with it was the underworld yin heavy water in his QC.
Zhang Yan gently reached out, and 3 strands of underworld yin heavy water quickly flew out.
Zhang Yan's underworld yin heavy water constantly devoured the ghostly energy. After a while, once he felt he'd had enough, he ordered the Yu Yin Zhongshui to return. He looked at the 3 drops of water in his hand, thinking, according to the Lanyun secret records, if this Yu Yin Zhongshui could take it one step further, it would transform into Xuanming Zhongshui. Seeing this, Zhang Gao was overjoyed, as if he'd found a way out. I see that although this water hasn't gone through that transformation yet, it's already undergoing another change. Master, who knew the Yu Yin Zhongshui you released could absorb yin energy? If that's the case, then it shouldn't be afraid of the river of the underworld.
Xiao Tong looked disappointed. What a pity, there are only 3 drops. If we had a few hundred drops, who knows, we could use it to refine the river of the underworld, break this formation in one fell swoop, and escape with our lives. Zhang Yan patiently explained to Xiao Tong. My Yu Yin Zhongshui originally condensed from the yin energy within the earth veins, so it shares the same source as the river of the underworld. It's not strange that it can absorb the energy. But what you said, that a mere 100 drops could refine this river of the underworld, is a bit of an exaggeration.
Zhang Gao anxiously warned Zhang Yan, Master, don't be fooled by the name River of the Underworld. This place is called a river, but Zhang Gao thinks it's nowhere near comparable to the real river of the underworld. This place only emanates thin and sparse 9 bens yin energy. At most it's just a lake, the boy said with unwavering determination. There aren't any demon lairs or spirit eyes here. This river of the underworld definitely wasn't born here. It's likely that some powerful cultivator moved it here from somewhere.
Zhang Yan also started to suspect this place, thinking, this river of the underworld was moved here by a powerful cultivator, so there isn't much of it.
Although young, Zhang Gao was clever, and he insisted with 9 parts certainty. That senior probably didn't just bring this much of the river of the underworld here, it's just that this river of the underworld has no real source, so over the years, it's gradually dissipated, and naturally wouldn't have much left.
At this time, he was in a state of internal struggle. I spent a lot of effort condensing the Yu Yin Zhong Shui, but I was only worried that I couldn't penetrate deep into the earth and didn't have enough yin energy to cultivate. Until now, I only have 3 drops. This time is a rare opportunity. After a moment of consideration and struggle, he let go and relaxed. If heaven gives but you don't take, you'll be to blame. Today this opportunity is hard to come by. Instead, I want to see if I refine the river of the underworld first, or if the river of the underworld refines me first. A few seconds later, he released a magical artifact, a large ship, to absorb the yin energy. To succeed in cultivation, one must concentrate fully and cannot be distracted, although the Longye flying ship's restrictions are enough to temporarily block the yin energy. Under the erosion of the yin energy, it will turn into an ordinary object in less than half a month, but he didn't care. He only wanted to advance his cultivation, so he didn't hesitate. After quite some time, Zhang Yan returned to his residence and sat down casually. Zhang Gao released all the golden fire-killing chi from the Shanheitu to help him cultivate. It was during the time when Zhang Yan was still in the underworld. About 7 days later, when he had just placed the large ship down, the bottom of the ship had already started to rot and fall apart. The ship drifted in the dense flow of yin energy. Without stopping, Lao Liu Ge even asked, "How have you been recently, fellow Taoist Zhang?" Zhang Yan, who was sitting on the boat cultivating, casually replied when he heard the question, "I have good wine and good food here." His eyes remained closed, seemingly unaffected by the sarcasm, and perhaps he wasn't really much worse off than this brother. Day by day, Zhang Yan's ship became more and more rotten from the erosion of the yin energy. Lao Liu laughed loudly when he heard this. "Is that so? Then my 7 absolute yin devouring formation is almost here." He knew that with Zhang Yan's cultivation, he couldn't be eliminated with just a little bit of evil wind.
But now he's trapped Zhang Yan in this place.
The flow of yin energy never lessened, but only became denser.
Surrounding his large ship, he naturally had the patience to wait slowly. If once or twice didn't work, then 3 times would. He was confident that no matter how skilled Zhang Yan was, he could only slowly die in this place in the end.
Zhang Yan was not panicked or afraid at all. He even flew out of the boat to investigate the situation below.
The yin energy even formed small tornadoes. Zhang Yan continuously tested his strength. Fighting back against the yin energy below, Zhang Yan had already dealt with it once 7 days ago. He became more and more proficient in dealing with the yin energy here, scattering it with just a few moves.
The yin energy was no longer a new trick. The Xuanguang that Zhang Yan used to resist the yin energy became stronger than ever before. As the Xuanguang swept through, it also destroyed everything. A wave of river of the underworld water rose up at this time. If just a drop of this water landed on someone, it could not only pierce through the cultivator's body like tofu, but the drops of the river of the underworld, mixed with rolling yin energy, rushed towards Zhang Yan, and could also conveniently taint the Xuan seed in the body, thereby cutting off the foundation. The Xuanguang around him was always bright. He calmly looked at them. Then Zhang Yan weaved hand seals and chanted incantations, causing the Xuanguang to burst forth violently. Then he attacked with force all around, and the yin energy and the water of the river of the underworld also began to disperse, unable to touch him. The drops of the river of the underworld were also completely and temporarily controlled. Even a large wave of water would be controlled by his Xuanguang. The yin energy then gradually dissipated before the light radiating from the Xuanguang on Zhang Yan's body. He breathed a sigh of relief. Now I can release the Yu Yin Zhong Shui to absorb the yin energy. He raised both hands and circulated his power. But right now, each drop of the heavy water is too full. That's not good either. His expression became serious as he looked at the 3 drops of heavy water as if they were the light of his life. Maintaining a constant point of deficiency is in accordance with the logic of the great Tao.
When he looked up and saw the yin energy and underworld river water seemingly unable to mix, his eyes shone brightly, as if he'd discovered a brand new truth. He opened his palm, gazing at the drop of heavy water. After what felt like an eternity, his face lit up like he'd come back to life. So that's it. The yin energy needed to condense heavy water is actually the result of diluted yin energy. They both come from the same source. No way.
His boat was still drifting far away, while he was stuck here, deep in thought.
Comparing the watered-down yin energy to the real deal is like comparing heaven and earth. If he had enough pure yin energy, Refining a single drop of heavy water would be a piece of cake. After a moment of contemplation,
he regained his composure, deciding that now wasn't the time to hesitate.
Zhang Yan flung his hand out, releasing the 4 drops of heavy water. Hurry! The yin energy is going to get mixed with impurities, losing 4 drops of heavy water. They absorbed the yin energy like crazy. Even the underworld river water within the yin energy seemed to be getting sucked in.
Zhang Yan stood to the side, watching his handiwork.
The yin energy over there was almost gone. Now that he'd found a new cultivation method, things would be easy.
Those last wisps of yin energy couldn't escape if they tried.
The heavy water surged forward, swallowing those wisps of energy in one gulp.
After it was done scooping,
the heavy water flew back towards Zhang Yan, having increased to 5 drops. He was so happy he was practically rolling on the floor, laughing. Talk about a blessing in disguise.
Then, Zhang Yan's expression turned serious again.
With my previous profound light cultivation, I could only get this far. It's still a long way off before I can fully refine the underworld river.
He flew back to the big boat and continued his cultivation.
Only by quickly refining the great eternity profound light to the second realm could he solve this problem completely.
Time flew by, and it had already been a month and a half.
Zhang Yan's dilapidated boat no longer had its original majestic appearance. With each passing day, the boat shattered more and more, until only a single wooden plank remained where he sat, cultivating. That day, I got a total of 9 wooden flying boats from that Wang dude who spends money like water. 1 broke down along the way. Zhang Yan waved his sleeve,
taking out 8 small boats.
When they escaped from his sleeve, the boats returned to their normal size. Still have 8 in my hands, although they're not as good as dragon tooth flying boats.
Piecing 8 boats together to support me for a while is still acceptable.
Below, the yin energy began to corrode the boats, and not only that, the boats were also rotting away.
As time passed,
the boats continued to wear down. That day, Zhang Yan exhaled a breath of air. After a long period of cultivation, his eyes snapped open, shining brightly, as if he had grasped a new realm. His profound light erupted like a pillar of light that could never be extinguished. The profound light poured down into this place. Lao Liu Ge was still leisurely sitting on his boat when suddenly he sensed something bad. His eyes widened. Lao Liu Ge's heart was uneasy. It's been more than half a year, and even though that Zhang Yan is still trapped in the formation, he still hasn't died. I wanted to take it all for myself and cultivate a superior martial art, but could it really lead to a tribulation blocking?
He clicked his tongue, showing that he didn't want to accept the truth.
Later, because he couldn't stand it anymore, he flew towards the formation. Zhang Yan, what the hell are you yelling about? His face darkened, and he swung his horsetail whisk.
You're already a bird in a cage. Do you really think you can escape? I don't believe it. Let's see how long you can hold out.
Zhang Yan heard this, but his expression remained calm. He raised his hand and chanted an incantation,
creating a xuanguang rain that had each drop raced to fall onto the surface of the formation. Soon after, it began to churn into a giant vortex.
The water was agitated under the xuanguang rain. He smiled with satisfaction. Just in time. My xuanguang is abundant,
constantly spreading into a long-lasting rain. Reaching the xuanguang second stage already, the xuanguang accumulated in my mind has more than doubled compared to before. The water began to be gradually controlled, and moreover, combined hardness and softness, changing at will, just relying on intent to control the newly emerging drops of heavy water. This way of using the xuanguang technique, combining hardness and softness, every strand and thread will not be wasted. The water surface has become calmer, and the heavy water obtained is much more than the previous intense hard collision, which is more advanced by more than one level. He waved his hand to let the heavy water quickly absorb the underworld river water. The underworld river water was immediately absorbed into the heavy water, and heavy water and xuanguang erode all the danger of the underworld river water. After dissolving dozens of drops of underworld river water, he used these days to refine 40 drops of heavy water, releasing them at the same time. The last drop of water that he refined was an even more successful achievement than expected, allowing it to absorb yin energy and return, then extracting essences to continuously transform the water. The following days were still churning, but completely under Zhang Yan's control.
He used his xuanguang to reach out and control each drop of water, obtaining 32 more drops of dark yin heavy water. Zhang Yan gathered the water droplets that he had collected over the past period. He stood on the edge of the vast abyss, which no longer contained any trace of lingering yin energy. You trapped me for 9 months, now I want to follow the tide and return to the source.
Zhang Yan's expression was extremely serious, as if he was sure to defeat Lao Liu Ge, cutting off the root.
He raised his hand and began to chant the incantation of the technique. Then the technique transformed into a shield surrounding his body. He took a deep breath and jumped into the deep abyss. Zhang Gao, come with me.
Xiao Tong appeared next to him at this moment.
Yes, master. The two people inside the shield fell down endlessly, still not reaching the end. Zhang Yan looked around and used a strand of power to shoot it outwards. His strand of power was poured into the extremely solid stone wall. His eyes followed as if he had discovered something. As expected,
dark black waterstone began to appear below. The stone wall vibrated and absorbed energy. This underworld river water is actually a yin earth stone, perhaps also left behind by the senior cultivator who transferred the underworld river water to this place. The two types actually have the same origin and support each other, so they can exist for a long time.
Outside the shield, there is also an extra layer of xuanguang created by him. When the water stone gathers together, it is definitely not something that a single strand of my xuanguang can handle. Zhang Gao.
With a very determined look in his eyes, Zhang Yan ordered Zhang Gao,
"Drain all the yin energy here with me. If I don't allow you to stop, you are not allowed to stop. Once the yin energy in this place is swept away, the evil wind will rise for no reason."
Zhang Gao didn't resist at all.
The boy immediately interlaced his hands and circulated energy, following the master's orders.
Zhang Gu's magic treasure was stretched out and began to absorb yin energy. Right before this evil wind relies on the formation to rise, now he wants to actively lead it out. Zhang Gao's magic treasure enveloped the boy, forming a large circle, and he was using all his techniques to quickly absorb the yin energy inside. The aura became thicker and thicker. It seemed to cover Zhang Gu's magic treasure completely. Within the rock walls, yin energy gushed out fiercely. Seeing that the moment had arrived, Zhang Yan raised his hand and began casting his technique, releasing the clumps of tainted qi he had previously refined into heavy water all at once. His hands moved ceaselessly, maintaining the heavy water around Zhang Gao's magical artifact, which absorbed the newly collected tainted qi. Around the artifact, a circle of heavy water droplets began to orbit the two figures. Not stopping there, Zhang Yan continued to increase the power, pulling his hand back. The heavy water droplets, drawn back, split into three, multiplying in number. Each droplet was in the process of dividing. Xu Feng's expression still wasn't satisfied with the quantity. He frowned slightly.
Zhang Gu's magical artifact continued to spin, and the amount of heavy water within it increased exponentially. The heavy water droplets continued to absorb tainted qi, and then split again. More heavy water was unleashed by Zhang Yan.
He constantly cast and controlled, adjusting little by little to avoid losing control.
The amount of heavy water on the magical artifact doubled and tripled once more.
Each rotation of the artifact multiplied the quantity. After a while, the amount of heavy water was so dense that the two were still standing, observing inside the shield. The Lanyun's secret manual said, "If this water has hundreds of drops, 1,000 troops can easily be destroyed."
Only then did Zhang Yan smile contentedly.
It seems it was no lie. The heavy water is like locusts covering the sky.
He even marveled at the terror of the countless heavy water droplets before him. Even if it were himself, without the sword ring, he could only concede and retreat.
Zhang Yan then raised his hand again, chanting an incantation.
Upon hearing his command, the heavy water droplets began to gather, combining their force and flying toward him, converging the tainted water.
The heavy water surged and gathered at a point in front of Zhang Yan. Hanging upside down, the river established the heavenly might.
As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively brought his hand down.
From that point of convergence, the heavy water integrated into a super huge arrow. That heavy water arrow, with its immense power, plunged straight down, piercing into the thick cliff face, causing the entire cliff to shake.
Lao Liu Ge was calmly sitting on the boat at that time. When he saw the huge cliff shaking, his face froze. "It can't be!"
Uneasy,
Lao Liu Ge jumped off the boat to scout the situation. As he flew up, his heart was burning with anxiety.
A huge crack appeared on the high cliff. It widened more and more, happening in the blink of an eye. The light emanating from the crack stunned him.
He gnashed his teeth in fury. Damn it! That little punk really escaped.
He reached into his robes, searching for a way to deal with Zhang Yan. The sword aura emanating from within the rock wall was truly oppressive, seemingly 3 times more powerful than before. Lao Liu Ge knew he couldn't face it head-on.
After a few seconds, he threw a magical artifact toward the crack. That magic artifact was like a thick rubber membrane. It completely enveloped and sealed the opening, but the loud noises inside hadn't stopped at all. The moment Liu Ge began chanting the incantation, a giant talisman was instantly created from his power. His hand gripped the wooden pole beneath the talisman, which was as large as a flag. An immense suppressing power surged continuously from his flag. Liu Ge's mortal barrier that was patched up the crack had been completely breached.
He frowned, and his power increased along with his mood.
Zhang Yan inside was still relentlessly trying to break through the rock wall, while Liu Ge outside was about to successfully suppress him. He held the flag in front of his chest. "Little brat, taste my black wind divine sand." A massive suppressing tornado, the size of a Tan Vlog's dinner table, was transmitted from the outside in.
Zhang Yan's eyes showed that he couldn't endure it for another second.
He raised his hand and controlled the Chongshui arrow.
The arrow completely followed his command.
Zhang Yan's Chongshui arrow, penetrated every gap in his vortex. Soon after, the tornado seemed to be completely controlled, unable to cause him any trouble.
Seeing this, his face turned pale, so shocked that his jaw dropped. His perception of Zhang Yan's Xuan Guang was still stuck in the previous battle, an impression of being overly brave but lacking in flexibility. Zhang Yan flew out just like that, much to his surprise. Because he underestimated his Xuan Guang, he confidently thought that he could use the opportunistic nature of the Black Wind Divine Sand to ambush him. Zhang Yan's eyes glared at Lu Ge with intense hatred, and he charged straight towards him. His power seemed to have doubled. With a lot more Xuan Guang around his body, Lu Ge didn't expect Zhang Yan's cultivation to increase so much. Becoming a second-level Xuan Guang warrior, he quickly dropped the flag in his hand, his eyes rolled back, clasping his hands together and chanting an incantation to cast a technique. Zhang Yan's spirit chi-enhanced sword directly shattered hundreds of Lu Ge's defensive walls. He watched his efforts being shattered, only able to angrily grind his teeth until blood spurted out. No way, I can't fall like this, I must block it. Lu Ge blew a mouthful of blood towards the golden wall in front. Sure enough, Zhang Yan's sword was immediately blocked when it touched the wall. One sword being blocked was also within Zhang Yan's expectations. One sword being blocked on Lu Ge was also within Zhang Yan's expectations. Lu Ge wasn't so easily killed. Zhang Yan seriously put his fingers in front of his mouth and coldly replied, "Om." Immediately, the original sword suddenly split into many other swords, radiating in many directions behind the barrier. Now the initiative was still in Zhang Yan's hands. Once the swordplay was unleashed, it would be continuous and relentless. He could only rely on defensive magic treasures. If he revealed any flaws, he would be immediately slashed. Dozens of swords were rushing towards Lu Ge at the speed of rockets. He clenched his hands and looked up, blowing out a cloud of smoke. The reason why sword cultivators are powerful is that when facing enemies, they can't chase or escape. Once they are entangled, defeat is only a matter of time.
Lu Ge created a whirlwind around his body to avoid the attacking swords. However, Lu Ge clearly knew that the power of the completed sword was sharp and unstoppable. If one's cultivation was higher than the sword cultivators, one could temporarily disturb the sword's aura with brute force. Lu Ge revealed a cunning look, strengthening the demonic energy on the defensive walls with his hands clasped,
which were originally lined up in a row and were immediately displaced.
Lu Ge raised his hand high and pushed the demonic energy into the wall above his head. Immediately, he pointed his hand in the opposite direction.
These large walls were now joined together, coupled with the demonic energy, rushing towards Zhang Yan.
Lu Ge arrogantly waved his hand, and a demonic treasure appeared. The demonic treasure landed right in front of Lu Ge, he thought to himself. Out of the 36 strategies, running is the best. I need to quickly fly to the demonic treasure. As long as I can hide inside, no matter how many tricks you have, you can't break the demonic treasure's restrictions, and you can't do anything to me.
Zhang Yan smirked, observing Lu Ge's actions. Lu Ge's movements contained hidden skill, flowing like water and clouds, seizing every opportunity, leaving no opening to exploit. He was extremely seasoned. Zhang Yan didn't pay it any mind. He aimed his spiritual energy directly at the collapsing wall. But would Zhang Yan fall into the same trap twice? He didn't activate heavy water, waiting for this very moment, just as Lu Ge was about to enter the demonic treasure. Lu Ge stopped and suddenly turned his head back. Zhang Yan's spiritual energy was completely overwhelming, completely shattering Lu Ge's sturdy wall. He was stunned, turning his head to stare blankly at his handiwork. Zhang Yan wasn't about to let him off the hook. He continued to raise his hand, using spiritual energy to chase after Lu.
Zhang Yan's sparks blocked the entrance to the demonic treasure, forcing Lu Ge to quickly dodge. Lu Ge knew he had miscalculated. His chance to escape into the demonic treasure was gone. If he lingered here, he wouldn't have a chance to escape. He had to turn and run.
In his heart, he just hoped Zhang Yan would be attracted to the demonic treasure, and wouldn't immediately chase after him. Lu Ge gnashed his teeth in anger, and turned to flee. Zhang Yan wasn't about to let him get away. He stomped his foot, and soared into the air. His eyes were cold, and his actions showed no mercy for his prey. Zhang Yan got closer and closer to Luangyi. He frantically threw down various objects towards Zhang Yan. Lu Ge saw that Zhang Yan didn't even glance at the demonic treasure, and kept taking out pills from his body, hoping Zhang Yan would be a little interested. But Zhang Yan didn't care at all. He just kept chasing ahead. As long as he killed Lu Ge, he wouldn't be afraid of these things running away. Lu Ge was completely terrified at this point, begging earnestly, "Zhang Daoyu, don't kill me, I have a secret to tell you." Zhang Yan paid no attention to Lu Ge's words, only focusing on moving forward.
Lu Ge was about to escape into the third level of dark energy, and Zhang Yan followed immediately after. Before, Lu Ge recklessly used the Dan-slaying chi to escape to the fifth level of dark energy. But if he escaped to the third level of dark energy this time, Zhang Yan would catch up to him. He kept trying to attract Zhang Yan's attention with his words. At this moment, both of them had entered the depths, and suddenly stopped.
"Zhang Daoyu, Do you know why this poor Taoist has to hide in this place? This poor Taoist was harmed by a Xiaoqing sect disciple before, damaging my foundation. My core formation failed, and I only condensed a small golden core. But there's another method for core formation in this demonic treasure.
Lu Ge continued to try and explain. This poor Taoist knows that Zhang Daoyu comes from a great sect and has superior cultivation techniques. Your progress is extremely fast, and there are many wonderful uses. If Daoyu uses this method as an aid, when you condense your core, you will definitely be able to guarantee a 4th grade core.
I only beg Daoyu to spare me a path to survival.
Zhang Yan was still cold. Only then did he speak.
According to what you said, you are helping me succeed. Doesn't that mean that you have no hope of forming a core?
Lu Gen immediately turned his head to run again. Methods for forming a core can be found, but life is only lived once.
Lu Ge flew up into the air, putting some distance between himself and Zhang Yan. I still have 100 years of lifespan. It's not certain that there won't be another opportunity. Even if I don't succeed, I can live off my descendants. It's still better than dying now.
Lu Ge pretended to be arrogant and shouted loudly. If Daoyu doesn't want to, then I can only go all out, destroying the net along with the fish. Daoyu shouldn't even think about killing me and then interrogating my primordial spirit. This place is full of dark energy. As soon as I die, my primordial spirit will instantly dissipate. You won't get any benefits.
Zhang Yan sneered when he heard the challenge.
If Daoyu is so resolute, then I'll just send you on your way.
Lu Ge knew he was out of options, and could only freeze in place.
You. He didn't bother running anymore, and landed on the ground. Lu Ge stood proudly facing Zhang Yan. Alright, since you're forcing me, I won't let you get your way.
He directly used demonic energy to smash his head, causing him to vomit blood.
As Lu Ge's body fell, his soul flew out. The soul was directly invaded by the surrounding black, demonic energy. Immediately, the soul disappeared, leaving only the body lying on the cold ground. Zhang Yan coldly approached the corpse and said, "Dead is dead. Daoyu is truly a hero."
Zhang Yan narrowed his eyes, seemingly seeing through Lu Ge's plan. We're both cultivators. I can't bear to see you exposed as a corpse here, so I'll help you with the burial.
Zhang Yan then flashed a devilishly handsome smile.
He drew his sword
and instantly decapitated Lu Ge. Lu Ge's soul appeared. Seeing his body headless, he angrily roared, Damn it, I thought this plan was flawless. How did you know I was faking my death?"
Zhang Yan suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! He laughed so hard he shed tears, having to raise a hand to wipe them away. Such petty tricks, how could they fool me? You wouldn't die anywhere else but had to die in the 2nd level of Gloom Chi, and before dying you wanted to find a foothold, clearly afraid your body would be damaged.
Zhang Yan approached, standing opposite Lu Ge's soul.
Whether you're really dead or faking it, it won't hurt me to swing my sword again.
Zhang Yan revealed a treacherous expression. One more stab is a good habit. Fellow Taoist. Lu Ge's soul looked despondent. Before Zhang Yan, I was betting on my luck, originally thinking you came from a famous sect. You wouldn't damage my body. Who knew I'd meet a suspicious person like you? I can only blame my bad luck. Zhang Yan shook his head, indicating it was his incompetence.
You have too many flaws, and you only stay in this one place. Lu Ge's soul angrily screamed at Zhang Yan. I'm already dead, don't you dare insult me. It's just soul scattering, what am I afraid of? Zhang Yan glanced at Lu Ge's actions and chuckled. Before, you were so stubborn, preferring to send the devil burial away rather than give up the chance to survive, and your cultivation is on me. When pushed to the wall, it's not strange to desperately fight me before death, but if you wanted to die so easily, how could I not be suspicious? 2 souls, one real and one fake, floated in the air, Zhang Yan continued. The way your nascent soul is dissipating seems similar, just a little slower, like a soul being split apart. And we just learned that in some demonic cultivation methods the soul will be split, and then gathered using secret techniques. Lu Ge was startled, because what Zhang Yan said was true. Another soul of his had split. Boldly guessing, he had just thrown away quite a few magical artifacts. Perhaps some of his soul fragments were contained within them, just waiting for me to leave. Those soul fragments would emerge from the artifacts, kill some demonic heads and devour them, perhaps being able to recover his original form. Lu Ge trembled, standing frozen, seeing that his arrangements all had flaws in Zhang Yan's eyes, and the other party had bluntly revealed all the conspiracies in his heart. Lu Ge was struck hard. Zhang Yan, with a triumphant expression, continued, Rest assured, I've memorized all the locations of the magical artifacts you threw everywhere just now. Later, I will find these magical artifacts and destroy them. Until I confirm that no soul of yours exists in this world, I will stop. Lu Ge sighed despondently. Alas, it seems I can no longer possess these devil burials. I am willing to tell you everything, only hoping that fellow Taoist will spare me a path to survival. Is that possible? Zhang Yan gently shook his head at Lu Ge's proposal. I promise you nothing. If you are willing to speak, then speak. If you are not willing, then don't. Lu Ge angrily pointed at Zhang Yan's face but couldn't say anything.
Seeing that Zhang Yan still refused to let go, Lu Ge had no choice but to promise to let Zhang Yan go.
He closed his eyes wearily. Forget it. Forget it. Zhang Daoyu's wisdom, morality, and conduct are all superior to mine. This is fate. Then Zhang Yan stood watching Lu Ge, muttering some incantation. Immediately, the devil burial appeared again before the two. Zhang Yan then turned around and followed Lu Ge's guidance. Follow me. The two entered the devil burial. Entering a room containing many jade scrolls, Zhang Yan approached a stone slab with many lines of text engraved on it, muttering to himself. Ni Qian, he was plotted against here by Lu Gen and imprisoned in the devil burial. Zhang Yan glanced at everything around him, then asked, I wonder what Lu Daoyu has done with Mu Daoyu and everyone else. Lu Ge turned his head towards Zhang Yan, hurriedly answering, Oh, I thought Zhang Daoyu wouldn't ask about them anymore. That Mu Hongchen was killed by me while still trapped in the Netherwater Gloom Chi formation several months ago because she didn't submit to my teachings. And as for the other 3 women, I released one, and the other 2, Lu Ge's soul pointed upwards to a shelf. Daoyu can take that jade scroll down and see. You will know where they are. Zhang Yan didn't say anything, so he went over and took one at random to read. Zhang Yan opened the jade scroll and read through it once. So that's how it is. Lu Ge then called Zhang Yan closer. Look at this. Look at the words on this stone tablet. He pointed to another large stone tablet with words, Those who cultivate this path, heaven will send tribulation. Zhang Yan pondered silently, only carefully observing for a while. Suddenly, Zhang Yan laughed heartily, startling Lu Ge, who turned his head to glance, feeling a little confused by Zhang Yan's attitude, so he asked, What are you laughing at? Zhang Yan finally spoke, piquing Lu Ge's curiosity. I was wondering why fellow Taoist Lu was being so forthcoming, spilling everything he knew. So this is why. What else do you know? Zhang Yan smirked seriously, starting to expose him. Fellow Taoist Lu originally wanted to cultivate here but got killed by me, so in his heart he believes that if I cultivate here, I definitely won't have a good ending either, so he told me everything. But you weren't satisfied, so you deliberately let me see this jade scroll, and waited for me to be absorbed in it before yelling loudly to get me to notice this stele, planting a heart demon in me, right? Lu Ge was repeatedly hit where it hurt by Zhang Yan, and became extremely angry. So what if I did? Now that you've seen this cultivation method, can you resist its temptation? I don't believe you won't cultivate it. Zhang Yan glanced at the stele and continued. This method is a secret passed down from ancient times. Although it's said to be a demonic cultivation method, it's evil but not bad. It's very helpful to me, so of course I'll cultivate it. Lu Ge felt that he had finally persuaded Zhang Yan, and was overjoyed. Even if my soul is scattered, I can die in peace now. Sooner or later, you'll meet with disaster, and have the same ending as me, haha. Then he crossed his arms and laughed gleefully. Zhang Yan looked up at his gesture and laughed along. Ha ha, Lu Ge. Seeing Zhang Yan imitating him, felt confused. What are you laughing at? Zhang Yan stopped his light laughter and replied, I'm laughing at how cunning you are, fellow Taoist, but you got one thing wrong. Zhang Yan asked a question, probing Lu Ge, fellow Taoist. Ask yourself, if you knew that cultivating this method would lead to a tribulation of annihilation, how could you carve it on this stele to warn future generations? Of course I wouldn't know that. As soon as he said that, Lu Ge felt that he had blundered, due to not thinking carefully enough. Zhang Yan walked closer and gently touched the stele. The thoughts of ancient demonic cultivators are very strange and unpredictable. How do you know that the so-called heaven-sent tribulation will fall on those who cultivate it? Perhaps, as far as this world is concerned, those who cultivate this method will truly enter the world, who knows? Lu Ge trembled and choked, feeling humiliated by Zhang Yan's words. Zhang Yan's path of cultivation has always been full of thorns and obstacles. Are dangerous things rare? He doesn't care at all about what tribulation disaster is, but Lu Ge believes these words. Suddenly he felt that the schemes he had devised were just a momentary joke, and felt extremely ashamed and angry. Zhang Yan glanced at him, feeling that this guy was really too dishonest. Two types of ignorant evil showcasing their supposed brilliance. In the end, he was just narrow-minded, a frog in a well. Lu Ge, no longer caring about anything, directly rushed towards Zhang Yan. Arg, I'll fight you. Zhang Yan disdainfully raised his hand and used spirit fire to burn Lu Ji. Two types of incompetent small fry, shut your mouth and be on your way. The flames burned Lu Ge's body, causing him to scream in pain. Ah, Zhang Yan, you cultivators use qi to cultivate the Tao. If you want to condense a core, you need a medicinal ingredient called Wu Lu, which comes and goes without a trace. It is born spontaneously during core formation. If cultivators can't store it, the grade after core formation will be reduced by 1 level. But Shi Dao cultivators don't have a firm body. Their bodies are not solid, and all types are not sealed. If it takes shape, it will definitely escape from the pores of the orifices. No matter how superb your profound methods and aptitude are, there's nothing you can do.
Only cultivators, who happen to encounter a great opportunity, can lock it in. Zhang Yan completely didn't want to put his hopes on such vague opportunities.
The jade scroll that Lu Ge took from the demon burial contained a cultivation method called the Ming Dao Kan Shen Qi. This is a cultivation method to achieve strength. Once you understand it, your whole body will be more solid than gold and iron. Even divine weapons will find it difficult to cause injury. As long as you cultivate to the second level, your whole body will be cast into one piece, and maybe 80 or 90% of it will be locked.
Zhang Yan glanced over. Of course he couldn't miss such a good thing.
Zhang Yan looked at the words carved on it and carefully assessed it.
The words carved on the jade bai are probably the original version of the Ming Dao Kan Shen Qi cultivation method recorded on the jade scroll.
If you want to cultivate this method, you must first refine the Ju Ni Fu magic scroll hidden here. He frowned and calculated. It's just that with a scheming guy like Lu Ge, if he got his hands on the magic incantation, he would definitely memorize it and try every means to destroy it. There's no way he'd just leave it alone.
Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yan released his spiritual energy. He aimed directly at the words on the jade scroll, wanting to find clues.
Zhang Yan immediately understood everything. So that's it. The original version of the method cannot be destroyed.
It's not that Lu Ge didn't want to, but he couldn't.
When he reached the second floor,
Zhang Yan was somewhat impressed.
This demon burial was originally an inheritance from a great power. It's reasonable for it to have such power.
Then, he went to a central area that was emitting purple light and calculated, I can cultivate this magic incantation with peace of mind.
Looking at the secret manual floating in the air,
Zhang Yan guessed. Perhaps this is the Ju Ni Fu magic scroll.
Zhang Yan immediately mobilized spiritual water to investigate.
When the spiritual water approached the secret manual, he also noticed the abnormality.
So, he was like,
a wisp of Lu Ge's lingering obsession. The moment Zhang Yan poured spiritual power into the demon jade slip, a sliver of intent transmitted out, brushing against him.
Zhang Yan then saw Lu Ge's thoughts from back when he was refining the demon jade slip. Originally, this demon jade slip had 33 layers of seals. Lu Ge refined it for 32 years, irrigating it daily with the dark energy from the third level of the river of the underworld.
Although he hadn't removed the final seal, he could perform some simple manipulations of the demon hidden trove. According to the Jade Scroll's record,
when you obtain the demon jade slip while fighting an enemy, if they have no power to resist, just go in for a suck, and you can devour their entire soul and essence. From then on, every time you kill someone, the demon jade slip will regurgitate some essence to nourish its master. Only when this pure essence circulates within you can you continue to cultivate the technique. The more cultivators you kill, the stronger the demon jade slip becomes, and the more essence it devours and regurgitates.
To cultivate the underworld Dao soul-devouring pact, using the essence of demonic cultivators is the best method.
But there aren't any demonic cultivators around here,
only the incense of the deep sect. So Lu Ge didn't hesitate to transmit some simple methods from the demon hidden trove,
just to trick incense of the deep sect disciples into coming here so he could harvest their essence. Initially, the incense of the deep sect had a golden core cultivator guarding it, so Lu Ge was cautious and didn't dare act recklessly until the previous sect leader, Manhwa Fairy, was killed by his scheme.
Lu Ge's courage grew, and he wanted to have the entire incense of the deep sect cultivate demonic techniques.
Once they reached perfection, he'd snatch them all at once, and use the demon jade slip's ninefold subjugation to devour their essence and souls to cultivate the technique.
Zhang Yan shook his head and sighed. This technique has a heavy aura of slaughter. No wonder it's a secret technique from the demonic sect. The warning of the tribulation on that stone tablet wasn't without reason. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get annoyed. This Lu Ge guy is too narrow-minded. There are so many demonic cultivators in this world, and he doesn't go out to find them, but just stares at the few hundred people of the incense of the deep sect. He really doesn't deserve the title of Tribulation Bringer.
Zhang Yan frowned. That sword from the Xianxia sect disciple back then not only severed his path of cultivation, but also severed the edge in his heart.
At this moment, Zhang Yan began to close his eyes and circulate his energy.
If this demon hidden trove falls into my hands, how could I be confined to such a small corner?
Immediately after, two streams of spiritual energy conflicting with each other appeared above the secret manual, but the secret manual still refused to leave.
Zhang Yan smiled faintly and sighed.
Being picky about not having enough is indeed greedy. Fine, today I'll give you a hand, Zhang Gao, come out here.
Zhang Gao then appeared respectfully, and called him twice.
Master, Zhang Yan ordered,
release the dark energy you collected for it. Don't be stingy.
After Zhang Gao used the dark energy to release into the secret manual, it finally began to fluctuate. Lu Ge's remaining evil soul gradually showed signs of cracking.
Immediately after,
the secret manual was completely purified. Zhang Yan directly used his magic to collect it.
He held the secret manual firmly in his hand, and Zhang Yan's spirit entered to explore.
But he felt a clear contrast between the inside and outside of the demon jade slip. From within, a soaring, murderous aura transmitted out. It continuously burrowed into his head, seeming to urge his killing intent, inciting the homicidal thoughts to destroy all successful Taoist cultivators under heaven. Zhang Yan immediately wanted to seal it up, and he said coldly, "Noisy. How to cultivate this technique is my decision. How can I be controlled by a jade scroll?"
Zhang Yan urged his will to suppress this bloodthirsty desire, and he also had to admit,
although this technique says it relies on plunder and killing, if I only understand the surface and act recklessly, I'm afraid I'll be outplayed.
He then teleported away.
I'm already being ganged up on by people who hate me, plus the damage I take from fighting. Not to mention this technique is only the early threefold realm. There may still be more profound techniques for me to find on the upper levels of the demon hidden trove. It's not yet time to act without restraint. At this moment, Zhang Yan was already on the third level of the demon burial. He took a look around, assessing the situation. This shape feels like I've seen it somewhere before.
Zhang Yan, a bit suspicious, wondered, this thing is probably used to move people around, but to move the whole demon burial. Zhang Yan didn't know that Lu Ge had poured all his effort into the demon burial but only made it to the second level.
Right now, Zhang Yan held the fish tablet in his hand, finding it strange. But why didn't Lu Ge refine it? It took him almost 18 years to subdue it, and another 14 years of cultivation to reach the third level. When Zhang Yan and Mu Hongqian's group arrived, Lu Ge had only found this fish tablet a few days prior, so he simply didn't have time to refine it. If this demon burial has the effect of spatial teleportation, Zhang Yan wasn't going to be polite and immediately sat down to refine it. This thing is like a mystical artifact, but doesn't contain any real knowledge within, so refining it won't take much effort, and he can handle it quickly. At this moment, the fish tablet was enveloped in Zhang Yan's spiritual energy, and immediately afterwards it began to change. The fish tablet gained vitality and swam in the air. Zhang Yan immediately mobilized his spiritual energy and shouted, "Teleport!" Suddenly, the demon burial shook violently. At this time, on a desolate grassland, Zhang Yan looked around with a hint of nostalgia. Gone for a year, finally seeing the sunlight again.
Suddenly, Zhang Yan turned his head to look in a certain direction. A strange feeling arose in Zhang Yan's heart. He felt like someone was hiding nearby, watching him, but the feeling was fleeting. He thought that within a few thousand miles of this place, only the Xianxia sect was a cultivation sect. He frowned, guessing, someone is definitely using a magical artifact to monitor this place from afar. Now that Mu Hongqian has been killed by Lu Ge, that guy admitted to letting a woman return to control the entire Xianxia sect and then force the entire sect to cultivate demonic cultivation techniques, conveniently absorbing their souls and essences. Although I don't know who that woman is, she must be the one who just spied on. A mirror suddenly fell to the ground.
A month ago, Ni Qianying suddenly felt that the restriction spell set up in her body by Lu Fige had dissipated. At that time she was both happy and scared, but she didn't dare to actively check it to the end, worrying about how to do it well. Coincidentally, when Lu Ge took her out, he gave her a 100-mile smoke-tracing mirror. This thing could peep at the scenery outside dozens of miles, so every day she swept her eyes on the entrance of the dark river, hoping to discover a clue, but didn't expect to see Zhang Yan today. When she saw this image, her hand trembled. I thought this Zhang Yan had died in the dark river a long time ago, didn't expect he was still alive and came out. If so, Lu Ge must have died or run away. Just now when I peeped at Zhang Yan, I seem to have been discovered. He won't kill me to silence me, right?
Suddenly, a maid rushed to report. Sect leader, someone broke into the main hall.
Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Yan appeared. So, it's you. He frowned and sneered. In the end, you still became the sect leader as you wished, huh? Ni Qianying heard this, and shouted angrily, "You!" She couldn't help but be angry, feeling uneasy in her heart. Then Ni Qianying accused him. It was you who killed Mushizhi, and ordered the disciples, "Stop him with me." Then she took advantage of the chaos and ran away. Zhang Yan frowned when he saw this, mobilizing his spiritual energy. Immediately afterwards, he immediately controlled the sword compendium and shot away.
The sword light quickly rushed forward. Seeing the sword light rushing towards her, Ni Qianying frowned in shock. Before she could react, she was defeated by the sword intent, but Ni Qianying was still trying every trick in the book to escape,
and Zhang Yan was now surrounded by disciples of the Xianxia sect. He immediately flicked his sleeves, unable to hold back his anger and cursing. A bunch of slowpokes. Looks like I gotta spell it out for ya.
He straight up zoomed away right in front of their eyes.
At this moment, the golden bell rang. Ni Qianying hurriedly ordered her people. My disciples, a strong enemy is before us. Quickly follow me and unleash the chaotic star grand formation.
The chaotic star grand formation was originally passed down within the Xianxia sect, originally only requiring 36 people to set up. After Lu Ji had Ni Qianying join them, still counting on her to work for him, and also worried that the Xianxia sect's forces were weak. At this time the disciples received the order and flew up. Ni Qianying continued to order, capture the vicious thug who killed Mushizhi. Again,
afraid of some high-level demonic cultivator passing by and casually destroying them. So they modified the formation again, allowing each Xianxia sect disciple to attack within the formation, specifically designed to resist strong enemies. Zhang Yan's face remained unchanged as he looked around. He discovered that all the disciples had disappeared, and a lotus flower formation was heading straight for him. Ni Qianying now took the initiative to attack. Vicious thug, prepare to die. Immediately afterwards, streams of spiritual energy aimed straight at him and attacked. Seeing this, Zhang Yan smiled faintly. He didn't say a word. Immediately afterwards, he alone unleashed a profound light that shattered the illusionary formation in front of him. Then, a profound light sword intent was condensed and formed. Ni Qianying frowned when she saw this. She now unleashed a powerful killing move. Zhang Yan noticed Ni Qianying's attack and couldn't help but be suspicious. Isn't that a magical artifact of the Xianxia sect's protector disciples? Unexpectedly, it fell into Ni Qianying's hands. Zhang Yan immediately unleashed a sword intent to dissolve her attack. Ni Qianying had just launched the silver rings, not seeking to injure the enemy, only seeking to delay. Now that she had a sliver of an opening, she triumphantly shouted, "Chaotic Star Great Spell!" And at this moment the disciples had all caught up, all automatically standing in their positional directions. Ni Qianying directly gave the order. Zhang Yan had also opened the Eye of Sword Clarity. When this Chaotic Stargrade spell is activated, those who enter the formation can only see hundreds and thousands of stars shooting out. Zhang Yan was no exception, a chaotic mess, unable to distinguish what was strong, what was weak, what was real, what was fake, and the real killing move was hidden within. Besides that, the formation can also gather power to attack cultivators with high cultivation levels. Even a slight carelessness could lead to a great loss. Zhang Yan then had an idea. Although this formation may not necessarily injure me, once the formation is fully deployed, if I were to break the formation step by step, it wouldn't be possible to determine victory or defeat in a short time. Then he immediately shot out a magical treasure, and a layer of barrier was quickly created to block the attacks from the formation. Looks like today I have to learn from Lu Gei and cheat a little. Zhang Yan sat securely within the barrier, planning to forcefully break the formation. Following that, Zhang Yan summoned the netherwater. He waved his hand and gave an order. Following that, countless drops of the heavy water came crashing down. Each drop of this netherwater has the force of 1,000 jun. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Now hundreds of drops gathered together. The place it passes through is even more like 1,000 troops sweeping across. Nothing can stop it. Just like that, these drops of netherwater created a giant vortex. It rampages and destroys everything in its path. Nix Qianying was stunned at the sight. She quickly retreated, dodging the attack from the dark yin heavy water. However, the stream of water still grazed her shoulder. Nix Qianying couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Nix Qianying, although heavily injured herself, had also sacrificed quite a few disciples, but she successfully used the formation as cover to approach Zhang Yan within 20 zang. She gathered her strength and shouted, "July stake." As long as she uses the July stake borrowed from the Shaoqing sect, she can definitely kill Zhang Yan on the spot. Accordingly, golden light radiated from the July stake, carrying a powerful pressure. Zhang Yan waved his hand, manipulating the spirit water behind him. Immediately, the dark yin heavy water combined its powerful force and surged forward. The July stake and the dark yin heavy water fiercely clashed against each other. Very quickly, the July stake was eroded and turned into a small wooden stake, falling to the ground. Nix Qianying stuttered his name, Zhang Yan. Seeing Zhang Yan approaching, she fearfully collapsed to the ground. I have a good relationship with the disciples of the Shaoqing sect. But her body quickly became unable to move. Nix Qianying angrily shouted a threat. "If you dare to kill me, they will definitely." But before she could finish, Zhang Yan decisively struck, sending her to meet King Yam. The scene was now just a pile of rubble. Xianxia luckily survived, with Xin Chanzhen behind her. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Xianxia couldn't help but cover her face and cry, "I only left for 2 months. How did the Chengxiang Palace turn into this?" Xin Chanzhen comforted her. "Qiao Shimei, I see that the palaces on the other peaks are still there. Why not find your fellow disciples and ask what exactly happened?" Xin Jiji is right. At the same time, a voice rang out from afar. "Qiao Shiji, you're back." Finally, the person landed on an open space. Xianxia hurriedly asked the other person, "Qi Shimei, quickly tell me what exactly happened here." Hearing this, she couldn't hold back her tears and burst into tears. "Qiao Shiji, that day, a bad guy entered the palace. Head, Nix Shiba, said that person was the culprit who killed Hongqian Shiji, and, don't know why, but chased after and battled all the way up the mountain. The head commanded us to fight with that person, but unfortunately that person was really too fierce. We set up the Chaos Star Array, but we couldn't resist him." Xin Chanzhen asked in surprise, "Wait, you said only one person?" "That's right, this Shiji. You just haven't seen that Daoran, Taoist, before." With a wave of his hand,
Countless black jade waves arose, instantly killing the pillars and destroying the home. He was really evil to the extreme.
Qin Chanzhen silently frowned in thought. Looking at it, it doesn't seem like traces of a magical treasure. Just relying on one person's power to level an entire palace. In this place, could it be divine power? Just then, Chao Niangzi knelt on the ground, calling out in grief.
Nix Shiba Xin Chanzhen intended to ask, "This Shimei, do you know the origin of that person?" "We don't know. It is said that some Shimei saw him talking and laughing happily with Hongchen Shiji. He must be an acquaintance. But those Shiji who knew the inside story have all died in that battle."
Xin Chanzhen continued to probe. Where are the corpses? Although many corpses of fellow disciples were buried under the rubble, we have tried our best to find them for burial these days. Although their bodies are dead, they can still be reborn in the mortal world. Only pitiful Nix Shiba, not even the Yuan Ling, could escape. Hearing this, Xin Chanzhen aroused suspicion. Do you know where that person came from? Did you clearly see the appearance of that person? It seems that he came from the east. As for the appearance...
Speaking of Zhang Yan's appearance, Qi Shimei no longer spoke vaguely as before, but meticulously described it again. Even what he was wearing was described in great detail. Xin Chanzhen was silent at this time. Right after, she looked towards Chao Niangzi, who was heartbroken. Nishiba was killed by that person. And even 7 absolute manner was robbed. This item was lost from our Xianxia sect, and we should have found it for senior sister. She rubbed her eyes in indignation. But senior sister has seen it too. Our sect is in such a miserable state now. I'm afraid we have the will but not the power. If we are invaded by even stronger enemies, who knows how we can resist? Junior sister, be less sorrowful. If you don't mind, I can give you a spirit talisman. You can lead any junior sisters who are willing to join and become disciples under my Yuanyang sect.
Chao Niangzi was immediately stunned when she heard this. What? It's actually possible to join the Yuanyang sect's mountain gate?
Xin Chanzhen said truthfully.
Joining the mountain gate is not possible. What I'm talking about is a cave abode opened up by my Yuanyang sect disciples outside the sect. Chao Niangzi pondered silently. I heard it's not the official Yuanyang sect? Junior sister Chao was a little disappointed, but on second thought. Although I can't become an official disciple of the Yuanyang sect, if I can rely on the Yuanyang sect, it can be considered as relying on a big tree. In the future, I won't have to live in fear anymore. When I leave the mountain gate, I can call myself a Yuanyang disciple, and no one will underestimate me.
Chao Niangzi wiped away her tears and answered seriously. Thank you, senior sister Xin. For your help, I am willing to go. Then she respectfully bowed. On behalf of all the senior sisters and junior sisters here, thank you, senior sister. It's just a small matter, junior sister doesn't need to be so polite. Xin Chanzhen took out a spirit talisman and instructed. With this item you can go to the Jingyuan immortal abode on Wunyan Mountain yourself and find senior sister Pei. Just say that I, Xin Chanzhen, introduced you.
After Chao Niangzi took the talisman, she exclaimed in surprise. Where are you going, senior sister? Aren't you going back to the sect?
Xin Chanzhen replied calmly. There is a big competition in the sect this time. Originally, I wanted to borrow Qiu Shixiang's 7 absolute manner to use. Qiu Shixiang has already given me permission. Now that it has been robbed by that person, I can't just sit back and watch, so I will go and get it back myself. Chao Niangzi looked at Xin Chanzhen's departing figure and couldn't help but worry. Senior sister Xin, that person seems extremely powerful, you must be careful. Xin Chanzhen heard this, glanced at her but remained silent, said nothing, and then she escaped.
At this time, a golden toad appeared in a lake, swimming underneath, at the Chicheng Pavilion auction house. The guests who come here are still as crowded as ever. Zhang Yan leisurely drank tea, looking down at the scene below.
Junlinger stood beside him, couldn't help but sigh. I thought it was some immortal guest visiting, calling my name and asking me to come, but it really is an old acquaintance, Immortal Zhang. I wonder what you've taken a fancy to on the ship this time. I can prepare a little in advance, and will definitely satisfy the immortal guest. Zhang Yan smiled lightly and replied, since we are old acquaintances, then I won't beat around the bush. This time I want to go out to sea and need to buy a large ocean-going ship. Do you have any way to get one?
Junlinger answered honestly.
Reporting to the immortal guest, there has really never been a precedent for selling ocean-going ships here. But you have asked the right person. There is a large family on the East Sea, the Yin family, which is one of the best ocean-going ship manufacturing families. The patriarch of this clan is a very close friend of our shipowner, so I can ask our shipowner to write a letter to them, and it will definitely not let the immortal guest make a wasted trip.
Hearing this, Zhang Yan placed a box of treasures on the table. That's great! Junlinger immediately understood and accepted it, while guaranteeing, please wait a moment, immortal guest. I will go and ask the shipowner to write a letter right away. Scene change. On the shore of the East Sea, Sanyang territory, Yin family. At the mansion, a voice said, "Okay, Wang Daoyu wants an ocean-going ship and is in a hurry." Yin Jishou brought a stack of drawings to Zhang Yan. "I have several drawings here, you can take a look. If you like any of them, I will start building it immediately." Zhang Yan quickly glanced over a few drawings and couldn't help but frown. "Why do these ocean-going ships all look so unpleasing?" Yin Jishou laughed and explained. "Daoyu doesn't know. There are countless monsters in the sea, and there are as many demon cultivators as stars in the sky. These ships only need to focus on durability and sturdiness, and it's best not to attract the attention of others. Luxurious and magnificent ships are only used by sea merchants, under the jurisdiction of the Demon King. Usually when they set out, thousands of sails are raised together, forming a large fleet, so they are not afraid of those demon beasts causing trouble."
Zhang Yan understood and handed him the drawings. "I see. But I don't know how long it takes to build an ocean-going ship." "Not long, half a year at most, 3 months at least," Zhang Yan asked again.
"May I ask, do you have a ship available in the mansion?" The lifespan of cultivators is very long, and this little time can really be waited for. But Zhang Yan is not patient enough to wait that long. This trip he wants to go to sea, to find the Jiazi Sihao water that Elder Yan mentioned. A year has passed, and Zhang Yan is afraid of missing the opportunity for Jiazi Sihao water to appear, so he doesn't want to waste time for no reason. Yin Jishou hesitated.
"Actually there is one, but do you really want it, Daoyu?" Seeing his attitude, Zhang Yan couldn't help but be suspicious. "Could there be something wrong with this ship? Wait till I have my servant bring the blueprints, and you'll see what's up, fellow cultivator."
A moment later, the servant brought the blueprints to the two of them. Yin Jishou then used his spiritual energy to present it to Zhang Yan. "Please, have a look, Taoist friend." At this moment, the blueprints of the ship slowly unfolded before his eyes. According to Yin Jishou, this ship is 1200 zang long and 600 zang wide. What materials were used to make it, even the number of restrictions, and how many floors above and below are clearly stated in these blueprints.
Zhang Yan was somewhat impressed. The Yin family can actually build a sea vessel of this level, truly skilled craftsmanship. But being so large, I'm afraid it won't be easy to control. Usually, small sea vessels are 20 or 30 zang long, and large ones are no more than 100. In comparison, this Long Kingdom sea vessel is truly enormous. Yin Jishou pointed in one direction and said, "Please take a look at this, Taoist friend. Oh, could this be a ship embryo?" Hearing this, Yin Jishou praised incessantly. "You have a good eye, Taoist friend. That's right, this is the ship embryo of the Long Kingdom sea vessel. If the sea vessel has a ship embryo form, it also shows that during construction, it was refined according to magical artifacts, just like cultivators riding on a flying ship, able to change its size at will. Moreover, if there's a stroke of luck, the magical artifact can be refined into a magical treasure." But I've never heard of creating such a large sea vessel. Magical artifacts need to be able to control their size as desired. Each piece of material needs to rely on hundreds to thousands of restriction incantations, and needs to be refined in the same furnace. Magical treasures exceeding 100 zang cannot be contained in a furnace, so you can only choose to refine them in a heaven and earth furnace. Based on the size of this sea vessel, when the Yin family created it, they had to use at least a heaven and earth furnace that was over 1,000 zang wide. As far as Zhang Yan knows, there is only one such huge furnace in the Mingkang sect. Yin Jishou said, "Taoist friend, this ship is divided into 3 layers of key restrictions. Each time you open a layer, the tonnage will be a little heavier. If you buy it, you don't need to open all of them. Just refine the first layer of key restriction, and it will only be about 400 zang in size." Zhang Yan asked with some curiosity, "I see this ship as quite a treasure. Why do you want to part with it?" He thought to himself. Just 400 zang is a loss for him, saying out loud, "Such a size can be compared to the great Vanyun cleaver that Yuan Ying perfected ones ride. But airships on land don't need to withstand strong winds and waves, and they can't cross seas and rivers. The materials used are also inferior.
Therefore, even if the sizes are the same, they cannot be compared to sea vessels." Yin Jishou sighed, and didn't hide anything. "Taoist friend, this item was originally used as the flagship on the flying shuttle Immortal Market. To create it, my ancestor used a lot of good materials at the time, and owed a lot of favors. But later, the owner of that immortal ship died unexpectedly, so it has remained in my Yin family for more than 50 years.
This is not a secret. Anyone with the intention can find out by asking around." Therefore, Yin Jishou didn't need to hide anything. After the previous owner of this ship passed away, the Yin family was willing to sell it at a loss, but unexpectedly, the manufacturing cost was too high. Even selling it cheaply wasn't much lower, and people with the strength to buy it were a little worried, because the ship had a deceased owner. They would rather build a new one than agree to buy it back. Zhang Yan probed, "What's the price?" Zhang Yan didn't care. If the ship embryo is here, then that's proof enough it's never been refined by anyone else. Yin Jishou held out 2 fingers, hinting,
If it catches your eye, Taoist Zhang, 10,000 spirit coins can take it away. I'll even take it upon myself to gift you 2 small boats. Although they're not as convenient as the big ship, and can't travel long distances, they're more than enough to withstand normal wind and waves. It originally cost 20,000 spirit coins to build this ship, and we even added a lot of precious materials from the Yin family. But leaving this ship here is really useless.
So it's better to find a buyer as soon as possible. Yin Jisho was afraid that the high price would scare Zhang Yan away, so he gritted his teeth and reduced it by half. Zhang Yan readily agreed. Okay, I'll take it. It's just that this ship is really too big, and refining it is a bit troublesome. Do you have any suggestions, fellow cultivator?
Yin Jishu replied. Taoist Zhang, I actually have an idea, let me tell you first. And whether you agree or not is entirely up to you. Large sea vessels are not suitable for use in nearby seas. If you want to go to the distant seas, it will take at least half a month. Moreover, in the nearby seas, the forces, big and small, are complicated and troublesome. There are also demonkins that steal fish, kidnap, and rob passing cultivators. If you don't have a banner talisman and barge through the shores, you will definitely encounter a lot of trouble. Under the Yin family's name, I also have several ships that are traveling back and forth on the nearby seas. I can arrange one to take you on your way. One is to not delay your journey, and the other is to have time to refine the sea vessel.
When the ship reaches the distant seas, you will naturally see a vast sky and sea. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Hearing this, Zhang Yan agreed. Okay, then I'll trouble Taoist Yin, but I can't wait long, I'll arrange it today. You can definitely set off within 3 days. After saying that, Zhang Yan placed a bag of spirit coins on the table. Yin Jishu then ordered someone, go call Erlang here. Very quickly, Yin Jijun arrived. Big brother, you're looking for me. Yin Jishuan spoke up. Second brother, let me ask you. Are the 3 Jingsha ships still here? Still here, why wouldn't they be? Yin Jishu felt relieved after hearing that. Good, go down and take care of it tomorrow. Hang up the flag of our Yin family and send a fellow Taoist to Qifeng Island. Yin Zijun couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. Seeing him dilly-dally, Yin Jishu couldn't help but scold.
What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get to work. Yes. As he reached the door, Yin Zijun instructed the servant, go and invite Steward Chiwan here, and tell him I have something urgent. After searching for him, Steward Chiwan arrived.
He respectfully bowed. Greetings, Second Master. Yin Zijun quickly grabbed his hand.
Uncle Chiwan, do you know who came to see Big Bro today? Answering to Second Master, it seemed to be an acquaintance of the Xian family's shipowner. The master even came out to meet them once. Yin Zihi felt a whirl in his heart, anxious and restless. So it's someone he knows. This person must have an extraordinary background. I can't afford to offend them. This is bad.
Seeing his attitude, Steward Chiwai couldn't help but be curious.
I've heard about Big Master's arrangements. May I know where Second Master is encountering difficulties? Perhaps you can tell this old man, Yin Jijun hurriedly explained, not hiding it from Uncle Chiwai. A few days ago at the flower market, Xianxia said she wanted to visit friends at the Qi Gui Palace on the sea. I boasted that I had a seagoing ship, and she said she wanted to borrow it. The Yin family values face. How could I refuse? She'll be here tomorrow to borrow the ship to go out to sea, but at this moment Big Bro has dumped this matter on me. What am I supposed to do?
Steward Chiwai immediately suggested, how about having Shan Niangzi turn back? Yin Zijun flatly refused, saying,
nonsense. Shan Niangzi is a celestial being. I finally have a chance to show off in front of her. How can I slap myself in the face and let those guys laugh at me? Steward Chiwu cleared his throat.
Second Master, don't be anxious. This matter, in reality, isn't without a solution. Uncle Chimai, please tell me how. Steward Chimai offered his idea, let them go on the same ship. Yin Zijun immediately waved his hand.
How could that be? Was Shan Niangzi's temper? Wouldn't she throw that person overboard as fish food?
Uncle Chimai stroked his beard and reminded him, I've been on this ship before, it's quite spacious. Traveling far at sea requires people from the Yin family. Arrange a discerning steward. If the arrangement is well done, those two might not even have a chance to meet. Hearing this, Yin Zijun clapped his hands in praise. This is a great idea. 2 days later, E.C. Qifeng Yan. The ship had already set sail for the open sea.
Zhang Yan stood quietly on the bow, looking into the distance. At this moment, the ship's steward came over. He said respectfully, Esteemed guest, what are your orders for this humble servant? Why are we stopping here? The steward stammered.
Reporting to esteemed guest, some descendants of old friends of the old mistress in the mansion want to go out to sea. They also wish to board this ship, so they hope that esteemed guest will wait for half a day. Previously, this person was instructed by Steward Shiwai, as long as they show the old mistress's banner, even if the other party recognizes that there is something hidden, they will not immediately turn hostile.
Zhang Yan hesitated for a moment, then made a request. I'll only wait for 2 Shichen.
Although this action will definitely offend someone, Steward Chino doesn't know Zhang Yan's background clearly, and won't consider much. If he knew he was the direct disciple of the Mingkang sect, he would definitely not casually mix them together like this.
Getting Zhang Yan's consent, the steward was relieved, and hurriedly replied respectfully, "Yes, yes, yes." He wiped his sweat, and couldn't help but sigh. Neither side is easy to deal with, this is too tormenting. That Xianxia definitely has to arrive a bit earlier. At the same time, the steward also saw a group of people riding on red clouds approaching from a distance.
Xianxia was carried in a sedan, accompanied by people. Yuan Shanniang was extremely indifferent. Seeing this, the steward looked up. Xianxia is the head disciple of the Pengyuan sect, indeed not ordinary.
When Xianxia's group arrived, the steward respectfully bowed. Xianxia, this humble one, is Yingshu,
receiving second master's order, and has been waiting for many hours.